Clang, our weapons clashed loudly, and the next moment, its expressions changed abruptly, and a look of horror appeared on the ist face, and the next moment, it had activated a couple of defensive methods. Seeing that, I shook my head. The attack of mine is quite sneaky and very hard to guard against unless one knew about it before, or there is a huge power difference, and this grim monster did not meet both the conditions. Boom. The energies around it became all chaotic, and blood came out of its mouth before a muffled boom rang out, which felt like a single boom and a combination of multiple booms. The booming sound had just been over when suddenly Scarlet Lionman I was fighting turned into a paste of blood and bone before falling. One moment it is perfectly fine, while the next moment its body turns into a puddle of blood and flesh before falling down. This is the second move of Eldritch Sword art. Unlike from outward explosion, it creates an inward explosion which barely produces any sound and is extremely lethal. It is a mighty move. Those who did not know about it find it very hard to guard against it. I had comprehended it a few months ago during my free time. There are tens of powerful arts in Academy. Some of them possess shocking power to shame moves I've created. If I wanted to, I would have taken any of them. With me being headmistress student, barely any art is out of my range, but I did not. Comprehending art takes time and effort. I would spend that time and effort on my own moves than art, who had great potential. My moves may not be comparable to some of the very powerful arts now, but it won't long before they reached similar power and surpassed them. I looked around and saw Rove and Gina are still fighting against the Scarlet Lionmen. As Jimmy had finished the grim monsters he was fighting a while ago, he was quite quick since he only had one Scarlet Lionman to fight against. I burned the goo that Scarlet Lionman had turned into and scavenged the artifacts off its dead friend's body before hiding behind the tree at a distance and waiting for the fight to be over. A minute after my fight was over, Gina finished her struggle, and 10 minutes after that, Rove finally killed the Scarlet Lionman he was fighting. He was in a quite bad shape when he finished his fight, but after a few minutes of rest and a couple of potions later, he became ready to fight again. We continued our search again, and half an hour later, we found a group of 7 grim monsters, which were quite powerful. Our team had spent quite an effort to finish them off. Time passed by, and evening came, and we continued fighting and only stopped around 8 after fighting a very dangerous fight. It was against the Curse Master and its 6 Duke-level guards who were fucking powerful. They were the most powerful grim monsters I've ever fought. They were more powerful than the princes we have fought on the battlefield and took us more than an hour to finish them off. By the time the fight was over, all my teammates were injured to some degree. I, too, got injured, but to me, it did not matter much unless my injuries were heavy. The healing abilities my Apex Constitution provides are beyond compare. There are very few injuries from which I could not recover in a few seconds. The trip to the wild was worth it. The grim monsters there were challenging, Jimmy said as we got out of the forest. Hearing that, I couldn't help but nod. It has benefited me a lot. I used to think the current level of my inheritance is pretty powerful, but fighting them, I understood I am far from being unearthing the potential of the Constitution and matching that off with my inheritance. My fight with Samuel had spoiled me thinking I could deal with any supreme-level inheritance hosts, but fighting these grim monsters in wild I understood I could not. Like us, grim monsters, too, have supreme-level inheritances, and the funny thing is, I've not come across a holder of any supreme-level inheritance since I have entered the battlefield. When I had asked Jimmy if he had come across any supreme-level inheritance holder a few days ago, he had literally shuddered. He had told me he had come across only once and barely survived. A host of supreme inheritances and bloodlines are very powerful, and they became even more powerful as they comprehend the essence of their inheritances. Samuel was just a joke who could bring out the true power of his inheritance. There are very few jokers like him. Organization usually trains supreme inheritance members very strictly, and seeing the embarrassing performance of the Samuel. I am sure the Skysaber will not leave him alone till he produces some decent results. An hour later, we reached the city gates, and after a few minutes of the strict inspections before we were allowed to enter the city, there were separated our loot into 4 parts as we usually do before moving toward our quarters. Jimmy, Rove, and Gina lived quite close to each other while I am a little distance away from them. They live in Hunter's quarters while I live in Healer's quarters, which are many times better than Hunter's quarters. I've been to Jimmy's quarters, though it is about the same size as mine. It is way worse in the interior. It looked more like quarters as it and less like an apartment than mine is. Not only mine, but even smaller Healer's quarters are also better than Hunter's quarters. I have seen Charlotte's quitter, though it is small, it is quite good. Seeing that, it is clear that even a Lord Stage Healer gets better treatment than the elite Duke Hunters. Choo-choo, Ashlyn praised as she laid on her stomach. I too laid on the couch to rest. The day of intense fighting had tired me out quite great. I just want to rest a little before I have to go to my 3-hour night shift at the hospital. Tring tring. I was just resting when my holowatch rang, and when I looked, I saw it was the teacher. It had been quite a while since I had talked to the teacher the last time I had seen her. It was 2 weeks ago, when she told me she would perform the experiments on the essence roses. "Hello," I said as I accepted the call. A projection of the teacher's office appeared on my holowatch. She was not alone in the office. In front of her were 13, 14-year-old girls sitting nervously. "Mitchell, we finally had a breakthrough in the research of the essence rose," the teacher said, sounding clearly very happy as she motioned toward the young girl sitting in front of her. "What did you find out?" I asked, feeling quite excited. The teacher had told me she's doing research into it, and I thought it would take a month before I could see the result. "Bella, take out your totem artifact," teacher said to the young girl. "Yes, headmistress," the young girl said, and the next moment, she had taken out a beautiful green rapier. The rapier is beautiful and had a delicate design on its blade and guard. I could see the design of thorns and roses. The imagination of this young girl is quite great to actualize such a beautiful design. This totem artifact of Bella used a Duke-level essence rose as base materials, and I have to say, the results we have got are quite shocking, she said, white beaming with pride. I am quite surprised hearing it, though the teacher had told me that essence roses could be used in the totem artifact. Still, these roses are not simple. They are harvested from the very essence of the grim monsters, and contain a trace amount of very high-level power. The power is part of comprehension of the creator of the inheritance. Every inheritance has that. When I was creating the rose move with the throat of harvesting the grim monster itself, this had stumped me, and had to create hundreds of formations with the help of rule-bending power before I was able to get what I had needed. So I am quite surprised when I heard a 13, 14-year girl was able to mold the essence rose to create the totem artifact through it, and I am very sure the essence of grim monsters would strike back with its all against its mortal enemy. Teacher seemed to notice my question too, as she answered, "It is impossible for a knight to assimilate the essence rose of Duke level on their own, which will try to kill the host with all its power. For assimilation, little help is needed. From what I had observed, at least Duke should be present during the assimilation to suppress the wild energies of the essence rose," she explained. "So that is how it is. At least king-level power is needed during the suppression. I wish I had been there to watch the process. It would have given me lots of inspiration." "Are the roses only work on knight or lords above artifact are also fine with assimilation?" I asked, hearing that she shook her head. "Currently it is only working on knight. When we tried with lords and above, their totem seeds and artifact produced intense resistance," she replied with slight disappointment. "I am not surprised. The higher one goes, the more one resists the grim energies. It is a matter of time. It won't be long before we find the way around that too." The teacher said. She sounds very hopeful. It looks like she already has the lead. "How is the power of totem artifact?" I asked the important question, hearing that smile on the teacher's face brightened up like a morning sun. "It is very amazing. Just a simple nick on the blade could kill any knight within a minute, and that is when it is nicked by a naked blade without any energy transmission. When she transmits the energy, the curse became powerful enough to kill any knight within a second," she said, seeing that I couldn't help but get shocked. Even with all strangeness, my totem artifact was never this powerful at the knight stage. "Wow, I've never expected it would make the totem artifact this powerful," I said in awe. "My expectations were based on my totem artifact still. If I had such a totem artifact, it would have made a lot of things easier for me. Though its poison is powerful, she could only use normal poison. The powerful poison drained her in a single attack," teacher said. "It is still better than my totem artifact. She just to nick the skin of her opponent and wait for a minute for it to die. Does it affect humans only or grim monsters too?" I asked. "According to our research, it did not matter if it was grim monsters or humans. It will work the same way," she said, hearing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. "Have you tried other essence roses, the cursed ones and insect one?" I asked. "In the battles in weeks, I was lucky enough to come across 4 insect masters in this battlefield. They are extremely rare compared to curse masters and poison masters." "No, we have not tried them yet. We have just found a suitable candidate to test the curse essence rose and will try with him tomorrow. I will call you after we have done with it," she said. "Okay, it is important to get the right candidate for any experiments, and this one is very special. If grim monsters knew what was happening and who was doing it, my life would be in danger." 2.5 months have passed by since I came to Fort Ardan. It felt like it had been only a few days since I had stepped down out of my airship and rushed to the hospital to heal the patients. In these 2.5 months, I've learned many things, advanced in more than one way. There are still many ways I have to advance in, and for that, I have to take the risk, and today I am taking that risk. Today, a ruin named Castello is opening. It is an extremely dangerous ruin, but it will have what we need. I would have gone to other ruins, but I waited for this ruin specifically. Since I arrived in Fort Adorn, there had been 2 ruins that had been opened, but I did not choose to go to them. They did not have the things I need. This Castello ruin is challenging and may have the thing I need. I have already reached the peak of the Lord stage and have got enough comprehension to reach the Duke stage, but there is no use to make a breakthrough into the Duke stage yet, as I did not make enough improvements in my inheritance yet. If I break through into Duke now, all my powers would be sealed, and I would become a sitting duck, as I would not be able to use any of inheritance abilities, only when I make enough improvement into my inheritance that it became a clear upgrade. I will be able to break through into the Duke with confidence. This Castello ruin may help me if I found that place. It is quite difficult to find that place, but if I am lucky, I may find it, and even if I did not, this ruin would be challenging enough. It is Prince-grade ruin means it will have maximum Prince-grade warriors who are very dangerous for me. I am at Lord stage, though regular Prince stage powerhouses are no problem for me. I could easily kill them. The same could not be said about the elite Prince stage powerhouses. If I come across some, I will be in quite trouble and not forget this will not be the only danger I will face. The ruin itself is dangerous. Its membrane is broken in hundreds of places, which releases a huge amount of cosmic energy inside the rune, and since the runes have no core, this dangerous energy never gets filtered out. Due to strong bodies, the grim monsters visit this ruined dove. They even have special art which they practice in the special cosmic energy. This ruin has to make their stronger bodies even stronger. Humans have to be very careful in this ruin, not venture into a dangerous area where cosmic energy is very thick. Then one is good as dead if one did not have sufficient protection. I have already got everything I needed to go to this ruin. I now just hope that I would not get transported into the cosmic energy-rich region and lose my life before I have a chance to explore. Though the formation is calibrated this way, we will be transported into the safe zone. There are always some people who transported there and lost their life. I shook my head of those depressing thoughts and looked at my storage once more to check if I have everything I need. In the 2.5 months, my nearly empty storage had filled quite greatly from artifacts to herbs. Everything could be found in my storage. I could help but feel happy when I looked at these filled shelves. There was a time when all these shelves were empty, but now they are filled with glittering and aromatic things that one just wants to keep looking at, and of all the shelves, there is one shelf that stands out the most. In the center of storage, there was a beautiful crystalline tree, and this tree has nearly 100 roses hanging on it. Most of these roses are black and green, but sometimes one sees gray ones too. This tree is specially commissioned storage here. I could hang the essence roses that I had refined, the exact copy present in the lap of the teacher, where she could just pluck away whatever the rose she wanted to research on. Speaking of research, her research is going well. She had found a way to use essence rose in the already created totem artifact, but this way could not be used by all the people, only those who had used the best materials in their totem crafting. Teacher said they are working on a method that could help them incorporate into the normal lord and above practitioner, but it will take time. Even the teacher said finding such a method is not easy. Still, I am quite happy with the success my essence roses had brought once the teacher shared the value roses with Supreme, and what they could, their value had skyrocketed, and the Supreme sent powerful members to the academy to make deals with the teacher. Not only with the teacher, but I had also been secretly being asked to provide them with essence roses in secret, and the price they have quoted had even blown my mind. Still, those bastards are only willing to offer the resources, not the knowledge. The teacher had asked them about access to their secret library, but each of them had rejected it outright, including Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne Sea. The Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne Sea did not outrightly reject it. They are even willing to permit me to visit their secret libraries if I agreed to be a member of their organization, which means once I reach the king stage, I would be a full member of their organization. This condition I am not willing to accept then and not accept now. I do not have any interest in joining Supreme. Though they may have vast resources and knowledge that the Academy could not compare, I very much love Academy and would not leave it unless there is no choice. Soon I reached the place where the teleportation gate to Castello ruin is. It is in one of the city's squares that could hold 2 to 3 million people easily. There are currently 500,000 people present on the square, but there is still some time, and with people coming by the second, so 1 million or 1.5 million would enter the ruin. In the central continent, the ruins are not as much novelty as they are in the native continent. There is always at least one ruin opened every month, and these are public ruins, which in the hands of the pyramid. There are many private ruins too, which are in the hands of organizations. The Academy also held several ruins. Most of them are common ones, but some of them are truly unique. I will surely visit those when they opened. More and more people kept coming till their numbers reached about 1.5 million. This number good, but not that great when compared to the whole battlefield. Like my teammates, many people have already entered another ruin, which had opened 2 weeks ago. They had invited me to come with them, but I had declined the invitation as I am waiting for this ruin to open. Though that ruin was good, it's nothing that I wanted, or it could not give what this ruin could provide. I had planned to enter this ruin even before I came to Fort Ardan. Teacher had provided me with a list of ruins, and I had added this ruin to my list seeing the things it offers. Finally, the 2 hours are over, and they sealed the square before they started to fiddle with the teleportation gate. Unlike regular teleportation gates, this beam one to the world's boundary one must be very careful in dealing with them. Enter. The booming voice of Emperor Stage Powerhouse rang out as he stepped aside from gate. With his command, we already lined people sped toward the gate without breaking any lines. The energy of Emperor Stage Powerhouse covering us. If anyone has done something that broke the rules, then he can forget about entering ruin and think about the punishment he will receive. Finally, it is my time. As I reached near the gate, I activated my inheritance and jumped through the gate. I once again found myself in the space tunnel and couldn't help but shudder as I look around. The last time I was in a space tunnel, I was thrown out in space sea. If not for the professor's timely rescue, I would have surely died there. Seconds passed by, and soon I reached the end of the tunnel and thrown out of it very unceremoniously. Thud, I fell to the ground loudly with my mouth in the dust. The fall was very sharp that I did not have any time to stop myself. I took a break and about to get up from my spot when suddenly I noticed something which made me change my expression abruptly. UCK, I cursed as I looked around. I am in some forest where trees are thin and look dry, but they are not dead. A thick, vibrant life force could be felt from these trees, not to forget each of these trees are sporting some leaves on them. I have never sensed such life force from any trees. The life force is brimming out of them. It is not surprising they have such great life force to survive in such an environment. They need such a life force. It is afternoon, but the whole forest is blanketed in a faint brown sheen. It is not a gloomy environment, but it is not vibrant either. This brown sheen is a dangerous cosmic energy. If normal Lord in my place, he would have gotten seriously injured, even dead by now. In this environment, forget Lord, even Duke will die if they stayed here long enough. It's a good thing I've had my armor on when I entered through a tunnel. Otherwise, even with Apex Constitution, I would have been gotten injured by this energy. I have to do two things. First is find where the hell am I, and another is to get the hell out of here. My armor could stand this level of energy if it thickens as it happened in such unstable places. Even my armor would not be able to save me. I picked the north direction and started toward it. This ruin is nearly mapped. Though the map is not perfect, it will still tell me where I am if I find something notable as a reference. I wanted to fly high to look for something, but I decided not to. This forest may seem calm, but it is filled with danger. Such thick cosmic energy makes it very difficult for anyone to survive here, but some can still do it, and those able to do it, and very strong. The trees are not the only thing that could survive in such an environment. Some monsters can survive in it, and even use this cosmic energy to their advantage, like trees becoming extremely strong. So before I know where I am, I don't want to attract any attention from the monster. I was looking around to find something to take a reference when I noticed something which had caught me by surprise. I activated full protection of armor, sealed it entirely so that no energy could enter inside, but some of the energy did. The leakage of energy is not surprising as very few seals are perfect, especially my armor's, which inhales worldly energy every moment. The surprising thing, instead of expelling this energy as it should have seen how dangerous it is, my armor is using it. The runes sucking this cosmic energy to strengthen themselves, and this only happens when it is beneficial to them, as my inheritance runes will resist anything that will harm them. I'm quite shocked seeing that, and the next moment, I took a great risk and fully opened the seal I had placed on my armor against this cosmic energy. I could have taken it slowly, but I did not want to. I want to see my inheritance runes bearing the full brunt of this cosmic energy. As I unsealed the armor, the brown energy came at me from every corner of my armor and merged into runes directly without going through any filtration process. The runes had directly taken it. Something like this had happened only 2 times when my inheritance went through the strengthening. Now it is taking the energy fully, and I could feel my inheritance ruin are feeling more hungry for this energy, wanting me to attract it actively, but I did not. There is still time, and since armor is unsealed now, it could take the energy every moment of 1 month I am in. So after looking at inheritance ruins for a few minutes, checking there is no problem, I continued with my journey. I had just walked for a few minutes when I heard the monsters roar from a distance, and a few minutes after that, I heard another roar before seeing the monster itself. I had first thought there won't be many monsters seeing how thick the energy is present, but an hour after that, I have completely changed my mind. There are monsters, more than I had imagined, and these monsters are a little different than what I have seen till now. I did not engage with these monsters despite wanting to fight them. I just steered clear of them and continued with my journey. Suddenly I woke up. Ashlyn had woken up when the ruin was opened. She was sleeping inside me. I wanted to wake her up after entering ruin, but seeing how deep sleep she was in, I let her be. Ashlyn helped me with the scouting. I said to Ashlyn just as she woke up. Choo-choo, she came out of me with a happy chirp and flew away. I am not worried about cosmic energy affecting her. She's strong, I don't know how strong she is, but one thing is clear, that she is stronger than me. She flew up without any problem, she wasn't even feeling discomfort above where the cosmic energy became thick. Hell, she is enjoying the cosmic energy as she is actively taking it inside her. I connected my vision with her, and as I saw the forest through her eyes, I immediately know where I am. The Crown Forest, this is where I am. This is the biggest forest of the Castello ruin, covering 15 of it, and the most notable thing in this forest is Crown Tree, from which it got its name. The Crown Tree, or the Sky Tree, is the biggest in the forest. Normal in this forest, most trees are not longer than 50 meters, but the Crown Tree is above 1,000 meters tall, and it is not frizzled and dry as the rest of the trees of the forest. This tree is vibrant, it is filled with greenery, and has long branches spreading hundreds of meters. Even it is a little unclear, due to the thick cloud of cosmic energy clouding, it is still a sight to behold. The Crown Tree also is the biggest resource of this ruin, as well a single leaf of it would sell for millions of crystals. Every part of it is a precious resource that very few could get their hands on it. The Crown Tree had its roots in the biggest forbidden zone or space crack of this ruin. It is a place where cosmic energy is thickest. Even now, when Ashlyn looked at it, she saw it covered with a layer of golden brown cosmic energy. The cosmic energy there is so dense that it could turn a Prince stage powerhouse to dust. In the past 400 years since this ruin has been discovered, only 9 people have reached the tree and got something from it. Though the Crown Tree had many resources, and including the one I've comes to ruin for, I am going there. The Crown Tree is too dangerous for me. I don't think my current armor can resist such thick energy. I have to be at Duke stage before thinking of going there, and I am just a lord right now. So it will be better for me to forget about Crown Tree and focus on other things. I broke my connection with Ashlyn and opened the map of Castello ruin. I selected the map of Crown Forest, and a bunch of flags popped out with the biggest flag on the Crown Tree. I now have a general idea about my position. It is time to search for things I've come to this realm. Looking at the flags, I clicked on the closet flag for my position. Radiant Grove, I muttered as I read the name on the flag. Radiant Grove is the name of the organization. It is now laid in ruins. Many people have found good things in it, and it is not entirely explored. I read the information on other closes' flags, but chose the Radiant Grove. Not only it is closer, but it is also very big. From what we have discovered so far is that this was the place of an organization. As for what level of organization this was, it is a little confusing. Some evidence pointed it toward the supreme level, like most organizations in this ruin. Still, some evidence had also pointed out that this organization may be above that of the supreme grade. What evidence we were able to collect so far tells us that this ruin was part of a mighty world with no scarcity of tyrants. In that world, tyrants were like king stage powerhouses of our world, where a person with above average talent could reach a tyrant stage as long as one put considerable effort. But no matter how powerful that world was, it likely had been destroyed, and a chunk of it came to our world. If this ruin had been old as of last ruin I had been, people would have flocked here in doves, but this ruin is ancient, the oldest I've been. The evidence suggests that it had broken up from its original world more than 50,000 years ago, and before reaching our world, it had already been at around 2 worlds at the least. There was clear evidence of that when this ruin was first discovered by us 400 years. Still, despite being old, this ruin has many good things. If not for that, I would have never come here. After looking route, I closed the map and started journeying toward it. The radiant glow may seem close, but it is very far. It will take me 2 to 3 days to reach there with my current speed. Suddenly I stopped, and a sword appeared in my hands. The runes inside me lit up as I whipped back my sword. Clang. My sword clashed against the sharp claws of Grey Wolf as it bounced back effortlessly while I shook a little. I was sneak attacked by the wolf monster. It had been following me for a few minutes, trying to find it a perfect chance to sneak attack. When I gave an opening, it took the chance without a throat. In front of me is a grey wolf. It is small, just 1.5 meters long. It has very sharp claws and shiny grey fur, which seemed very soft. This wolf monster is at the initial Duke stage, and by that standard it is tiny. Duke-level monster wolves are at least 10 meters long, and this one in front of me is just 1.5 meters long, the same size as private stage wolf. If not for me sensing is a powerful Duke stage aura from it, I would have thought it is just a regular grey wolf monster and not a powerful monster, which even I have to be careful of. Grrrrrr. It growled at me and attacked me again, and this time its speed is even faster, and its claws have become longer. Seeing it coming, I swung my sword without question. This wolf is very powerful, and I have to kill it. Clang! Its claws slashed against my sword again, and this time the impact was so large that I have to take a step back while the grey wolf monster moved back effortlessly. This grey wolf has excellent control over the worldly energy, though it can't fly it yet. It can glide on it without any problem. Growl! It growled loudly before bushy tail swung from behind, releasing several gray wind arcs at me, and at the same time it came at me with the speed that could put a shame on the Prince stage powerhouse. Seeing such powerful sure-kill attacks coming at me, I became serious, and runes inside me started to shine brightly. I disappeared and appeared in front of the wolf and swung down my sword, which has become 3 times heavier than before. Grrrrr. The wolf was surprised by my sudden appearance in front of it, but it had reacted fast just as I appeared in front of it. It swiped its shining claws at my sword, which was going at its neck. Clang! Its claws slashed against my sword again, and this time it is wolf. It flew back. The impact was too great for it effortlessly manage it. After I finished my attack, I disappeared from my spot as 3 gray arcs were about to touch me, and if I did not move away quickly, they would pierce through me. When I appeared a few meters away, I found the gray wolf has stabilized and now looking at me in silence. There is no growling or baring teeth, just a gaze of the hunter who had killed in 1,000 before. The wolf's gaze is highly uncomfortable, and an ordinary person might lose composure, but I did not much felt anything under its eye. I have killed in thousands and felt exploding, killing the intent of my mother, which powerful enough to kill an emperor. So this bit of gaze is nothing to me. The staring contest lasted for a while before the gray wolf monster's body shone suddenly, and it disappeared from its spot and appeared right in front of me with its claws swiping at my neck. I'm not surprised by its attack, even with its unbelievable speed, which made it look like a beam of energy. I saw everything, and my sword had been ready for it. Clang clang, my sword clashed against its claws loudly, and a huge force field erupted from us, but that did not stop the gray wolf monster from using recoil and attacked me with its tail, which came so fast that I was barely defended against it. Clang clang clang. The gray wolf monster stared to attack me at a very swift speed. Its speed is swift and numerous abilities. I have never seen any beast with so many abilities. Till now, it had already shown 5 abilities, and I still felt it had more. I am quite surprised it has so many abilities. Having 1 or 2 is fine, but 5 is something else. Our fight has attracted quite a monsters. It's good thing I have Ashlyn. With her handling the mischievous cloud, I can fight this monster contently. As the time passed, Grey Wolf got angrier and angrier, and its attacks got even faster. That smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This monster is a real challenge. I can't remember when I felt so fulfilled when fighting a monster. It again appeared in front of me swiftly and attacked me with its claws as usual, and I moved my sword to counter when suddenly, a weird smile stretched across its face as it opened its mouth and gray ball of energy came at me, aiming for my chest. It shocked me and I expected it to move, but did not expect it to have such a move. That ball of energy coming at me with extremely fast speed, and seeing the distance would be too late if I were to activate my defense method. I would have to deal with it with the old set's power. My eyes turned red, and my sense went to overdrive. Within a moment. I found a way. My eyes hardened as I decided to act on the way. It is dangerous, but it is the only way to deal with this attack. So I did not try to dodge the attack entirely, seeing I successfully dodge energy ball but not dangerous claws, which was the real danger. I moved slightly, and I sprang my sword up with all my strength and activated its blade enchantment at full speed. Since I could not avoid the attack, I may as well use it to kill it. Puchai, Puchi. 2 sounds came one after another, with me having a hole right beside my heart, while my sword in the head of Grey Wolf, which came from down to up, with both of its claws barely touching my shoulder. I looked at the claws of monster, which are barely missing the hair-breadth distance from touching my shoulder. If my timing had been slightly off, then it would not be my bust that would have a gaping hole in my body. Thud, I called back my sword, and Grey Wolf fell in front of me. I had used all my power to hold back its momentum. I had never used the full force of the old set in combat before. I looked down on my bust and saw the gaping hole closing at the visible rate, and the tarrying energies that were present in the attack had been sucked and getting crushed at the moment. In half a minute, the injury had healed entirely. I crouched down and placed the body of the wolf into my storage before I walked toward Ashlyn, who had finished her fights too. When I reached her, I found her standing proudly on the head of Ox Monster. This Ox Monster also killed a small size. It is comparable to the size Ox Monster at the private stage. The monsters in the forest grew up in extremely powerful cosmic energy, which did not increase their size but their strength instead. After putting Ox Monster in storage, I've walked to another 2 monsters that Ashlyn killed. In the time I had fought with a single monster, Ashlyn had killed 3. After collecting the bodies of all 3 monsters that Ashlyn killed, I continue with my journey, and 15 minutes later, we come across another initial Duke monster. I did not lift the blade and let Ashlyn kill it. Back home, Ashlyn rarely gets the chance to fight with me, wanting hide abilities as trump cards, but now there is no one to see us. I let Ashlyn fight at her heart's content. She finished her fight soon, and we continued. Time passed by, and soon the evening came. Seeing the sky getting darker, I did not stop and continued with my journey with Ashlyn. We have a lot of distance to cover before we reach the radiant grove. I plan to reach there in 2 days. As finding something worthwhile they're going to take time, I rather spent time there than on the journey. Another one, I said softly as I burned the body of Grim Monster and stored all of its artifacts. It is the 6th body of the Grim Monster I've found on my journey. The monsters hate Grim Monsters. All their bodies I've had been destroyed beyond sense. Unlike humans, Monster can't eat the bodies of Grim Monster, so they destroy them in anger. It is not that I've only found bodies of Grim Monster. I've also the body of unhuman or lack thereof. They're only some tiny pieces of skin and bone through which I confirmed it is human. I also saw Grim Monsters and humans. Those bastards had been transferred into the Crown Forest like me. The is not edge of the Crown Forest, but in quite deep where cosmic energy concentration is relatively high. At 9 a.m., I finally stopped and found a good place to set up an abode. Small, I muttered with a sigh as I entered the camouflaged abode. I had made it small as possible so that it could attract less attention. I wanted to set up an abode underground, but I did not. Ashlyn had killed 2 worm monsters on the way, and seeing how strong they are, it will be a mistake to do that. After entering the abode, I took a shower in a small bathroom I had created before walking into the small kitchen. It feels a little weird to walk in such a small. It had been a while since I had lived in such a tiny place. I took out the pieces of fish monster Ashlyn had killed from my storage when we walked by the small lake. It had been quite a while since I had eaten a fish. The last time I ate them, I was in the academy. This fish monster was powerful, a mid-duke stage monster that Ashlyn took her sweet time killing. Ashlyn did not damage the body of fish monsters much. She knows my preference to eat. She goes a little lighter on the monsters we eat. I cut the pieces of fish very carefully before I started to cook it. The monsters of this forest are strong but small, which means each piece of their flesh packed a punch, and it is common knowledge that most energy-rich food is delicious. This fish monster meat looked soft but needed very high-intensity heat to cook. It's a good thing I have rare and precious herbs of high quality. If I had used regular herbs and spices, they would be burned to a crisp under the flame I am using. 1.5 hours passed when I finally finished cooking and served on a tiny table. Ashlyn, who was barely holding back, dug in. She had wanted to eat half an hour ago. If not for me stopping her forcefully, she would have eaten from the pot. A sound came out of my mouth before I could stop myself. The fish is extremely delicious. I've never thought something could be this delicious, and as gulped down, the thick energy present and sucked by my inheritance runes. I was right. Every piece of fish contains huge energy, and this energy is in very pure form. As long as one has enough strength, they could digest this energy very quickly, eating till there. I took bite after bite, and before I know it, I cleaned off my plate, seeing that I took a second from the pot without waiting for even a second. Now that most of the fish's energy will go to the inheritance ruins, I could eat this fish without any problem. I continued eating till there was no space had remained inside my stomach. If there had been some, I would have eaten even more fish. Ashlyn waked me up at 3:30 a.m. sharp as her shift is over. The forest is too dangerous to sleep without any guard. After freshening up, I made some space and took out my experiment table and started my research. With the teacher providing me enough research data and analysis, I am very close to upgrading my inheritance. If everything went well, then I will even have one more move, Rose Domination set. Though I am close to upgrading, it is still far away before I could actualize it in the inheritance. I have come to this ruin to find something that could kick me in my research and let me level up to Duke. Time passed as I continued when 1.5 hours later, when sensors warned me of the monsters, I looked up and saw a snake monster coming toward the abode. With a sigh, I got up from the experimental table and activated my inheritance before getting out of the abode. The night hadn't been very peaceful. There have been 2 monsters that had attacked the abode during the night, which Ashlyn had killed. I will have to finish it as soon as possible lest the fight attracts more monsters, I thought as I got out and sapped toward the monster in a sneak attack. The monster was tough, and it took me more than 5 minutes to kill the snake monster. My luck was good that no monster had got attracted by our fight. After killing the monster, I erased all the fight signs, returned to the abode, and continued my research. The next 1.5 hours passed peacefully without a disturbance of any monster. At 6, I stored the experiment table back into my storage and went to shower before I heated the leftovers of yesterday. Ashlyn woke up by the smell, and we ate until nothing is remaining of leftovers before walking out of the abode. I inspected the abode for damage before putting it back in my storage. The cosmic energy affects everything. Even a Duke-level abode will become unusable if I kept using it for the year. The things inside the ruin would have been fine if it had been 50,000 years. Powerful things last long, but this cosmic energy does great damage to anything. With the constant assault of cosmic energy for more than 50,000 years, even powerful things would wither away. With abode in my pocket, I continued with my journey. Today I am faster. All the monsters we have come across were quickly dealt with by the Ashlyn. I wanted to fight monsters. Two, these monsters are powerful and worthy opponents to sharpen my skills, but I want to reach the Radiant Grove first. I am sure I will fight many powerful monsters there. Time passed, and I continued my journey toward the Radiant Grove. I started noticing that the concentration of cosmic energy is increasing as I head deeper, but the monsters also get stronger. There were Peak Lords and Initial Duke, but now there are Mid-Duke, and they are strong, very strong. Seeing their strength, I was barely able to stop myself from fighting. While I was brooding in shackles I've created for my own, Ashlyn is having the time of her life. She's fighting any monster we have come across, leaving none alive. She even killed 2 grim monsters we have found. They were in quite a bad state when we found them. It only took Ashlyn a single attack to kill them off. Soon the evening came, and we stopped at the same time as yesterday and secured the abode at a hidden place. Today, I cooked another monster, which was even more delicious than the fish. The fish monster of yesterday was Initial Duke, but the turkey monster of today was Mid-Duke. I wanted to cook it fully rather than pieces, but who will eat 1.5-meter bird entirely, and I was in no mood for eating it for the rest of the week. After finishing dinner, I slept without wasting any time while Ashlyn kept the watch. She woke me up at 3:30 a.m. sharp. She slept, and I kept an eye. My luck seemed too bad as the powerful monster I was waiting for disturbing me hadn't come. The shift passed without any disturbing element. At dawn, I again heated leftovers of the last night and ate with Ashlyn before continuing our journey. If our luck is good, then we will reach the Radiant Grove by the afternoon. We started our journey the same as yesterday. I did not use my sword and left all the monsters to Alin, who fought the monsters at her heart's continent. She seemed really happy she is getting to fight the monsters. Back home, she rarely gets to do that. At most, I make her scout a way for us, and at the time, she sneakily kill grim monster or 2, but that is all. Here there are no restrictions on her, no need to hide her abilities. She could fight with all her abilities an hour ago. She had increased her size to 10 meters and directly crushed the lion monster. It was quite a funny scene when she picked it up in her claws. It roared like mad and struggled like a worm. I couldn't help but laugh seeing the scene. Even now, smile appeared on my face when I thought about it. Radiant Grove. Said when I finally crossed the small river, this is the Radiant Grove boundary. Currently, it does not seem any different than the forest, but there is quite a bit of it had survived the withering of 50,000 years, and I am going there, searching for what I need. Many people have found nothing here, but many have found the things that changed their like. 200 years, a member of Tyrant Organization has even found an inheritance source here, which was the most significant discovery of this Radiant Grove till now. If I found inheritance source here, I will be a hero of my academy, who will add another inheritance in Academy's kitty. Every inheritance matters. Not everyone is suitable for every inheritance. More inheritances the organizations have, the better, but how rare are the inheritances? Even with more than 3,000 years of history, the Academy did not have more than 25 inheritances. We are still better than Tyrants. Most of the Tyrants' organizations did not have more than 10 inheritance. Inheritance is the core of the practice, and the more you have, the further the organizations will develop. The reason Supremes are Supremes because of the large number of inheritances they have. Each Supreme has at least 200 inheritances, and many of these inheritances are top-level inheritances that normal organizations could not compare. I shake my heads of those thoughts and walked forwards. I do not have hope for inheritance source, and I do not need it. I will be pleased as long as I found what I need from this place. I continued to walk, and an hour later a hill came across me. Seeing that hill, a smile came across me, and I climbed it without hesitation and reached the top of it. Stone forest, I muttered as a forest of crumpled stones. It is vast and filled with stones. These stones are not natural, but the crumpled part of vestiges that used to exist here in the past. Seeing the forest of stone, one could imagine how glorious it had been in its prime. I took the scenery and opened the map of the stone forest. This stone forest is not explored one, which means most of the places I touched will be unexplored. If this place had been in any other place other than the Crown Forest, it would have been ravaged by now. Nothing remained to explore. But since it is Crown Forest with such thick cosmic energy, very few people will dare to enter it. In the Radiant Grove, the cosmic energy is thick enough to kill regular prints within 6 hours. Even elites would not be able to stay here for more than a week unless they planned to spend all their time in the abode. Only those who have a unique method to deal with cosmic energy or inheritances are resistant to cosmic energy would think about entering the Crown Forest, making the number of people who have entered here reasonably low. I looked at the map for a while before climbing down the hill toward the stone forest. The stone forest may look like there is nothing here, but it is hiding quite many treasures. Nearly all the building's upper level has been destroyed, but some underground parts have remained. Now I have to find the underground that survived there and search for the thing I need. Ashlyn, help me find the underground chambers. I asked Ashlyn and also blasted my sensory powers at full force. It's a good thing that my killing rule had reached the intermediate grade peak, which amplified the sensory powers that my constitution has given me. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped and flew away. I also walked into the stone forest, trying to bring my senses deeper to find the underground chambers. An hour passed by, but I did not find anything. The period of 50,000 years more than enough to collapse and wither most of the underground chambers that were present. I am not discouraged. I had already been prepared for such scenarios. I will keep trying, I am sure, with my powerful senses. I will find something eventually, and I am not the only one searching. There is also Ashlyn, who has far stronger senses than me. Choo-choo. I had just thought that when I heard Ashlyn's telepathic message. She's telling me she had found something. I stopped scanning with senses and walked toward Ashlyn. I had to stop for a few minutes on the way as I had come across the monster. It is a mid-level Duke stage monster, and I did not fight it as it would waste more time than I am willing to waste. 10 minutes later, I reach Ashlyn, standing on a small mountain of a pile of yellow stones. Where is the underground chamber? I asked her. Choo-choo-choo. She chirped, saying right below a stone mountain of yellow stones which had merged over the years and became a hill. Have you found the entrance? I asked while borrowing down my senses underground, and to my surprise, there is a chamber and not only the one. Choo-choo-choo. She shook her little neck before transmitting me the best way to dig through our link. Her answer is simple. If I want to get inside, I will have to dig through its mountain of stone. I wanted to dig the ground, but the chamber had remained undamaged through all these years, means it had suffered the least damage, which means even with my sword, I will not be able to damage it. My best bet would find an entrance that is inside the mountain of stone. This would also be challenging. This stone is not normal. It was used to make vestiges before, but this is the only choice I want to get in. Let's get to it then, I said as I powered up my refinement engine and charged the enchantment of my sword at full power. I will need all strength I need to dig through the rubble. Ashlyn, kill any monster that comes close, I said before I started to carve entrance into a mountain of stone. My sword touched the stone, and even with the full power of enchantment, it was only able to dig into a few inches, seeing that I couldn't help but smile before applying more force to dig faster. The stone mountain experienced the frontal assault of cosmic energy for thousands of years. Such toughness is expected from it. Hope when I reached deeper, it became easier otherwise. Even a month would be enough to dig through Stone Mountain. Catch thud, catch thud, catch thud. It had been 5 hours since I had been digging into the stone mountain, and now I could completely pierce my sword into the stone if I wanted, which is entirely different from when I first started, where my sword only dig a few inches into the stone. Still, I am far away from reaching the entrance inside the stone mountain. It would take me at least tomorrow evening to do that. My current target is a hollow space inside, which is few meters away from where I am digging. Seeing my speed, it should take me about 2 hours to reach there, but I could. I am exhausted. The maintenance of enchantment at full power takes a lot of energy. I had to refine the energy with all my efforts to manage the expenditure, and did I mention how much energy the enchantment took? It's a lot that I am barely able to keep up. I had to force myself to refine the huge energy, not matter tired I am feeling. Thud. 1.5 hours later, a big block of stone fell, revealing a large hollow space. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I had kept this hollow space as my target and had been forcing myself to dig reach here, and now that I did, I could finally stop. I put back my sword and slumped on the ground tiredly. My whole body is sweaty, and I feel drained and do not want to lift even a finger if not necessary to survive. I would even deactivate the inheritance armor I am wearing. Half an hour later, I finally moved from the spot. I did the first thing to create the obstacle on the way. I dug, placing all stones I had stored in my storage before opening my abode in hollowed space. The hollowed space is quite big. The abode will be double the size of the last night. I went inside the abode, and the first thing I did was shower, and after I've done with that, I started to make dinner. Dinner was delicious as always, and after I ate it, I slept and woken up directly in the morning. This is a hollowed space with only one entrance, and with the number of sensors I put in the cave, there was no need to keep a watch. After the shower and eating the last night's leftovers, I once again started digging with my sword. It is tedious, tiring work, but I have to do it to gain something. I have come to this ruin in the blind hope that I will find the thing I need. Soon afternoon came, and I became dead tired as yesterday and just wanted to rest, but I kept going. Resting means wasting precious time I had in this ruin, and I don't want that. Radiant Grove is not the only place I have to explore. There are some other places too, and not to forget the gigantic crown tree, which is every part is a treasure. I want to try the crown tree, but it is extremely dangerous. I could only think about going there if I became Duke and have sufficient power. I will not go there without it. Going there with my current power would be akin to suicide, which I am in no hurry to commit. So even I feel exhausted, I continued digging, thinking of it like training with the entrance as an objective. The new perspective helped a little for a while before tiredness took over again, but even it came, I continued with a single-minded focus on the entrance. Thud, thud, thud. Finally a stone fell with a thud, but this stone did not stop with a single thud. More and more thuds rang out as stones slid down on the stairs. Yes, I finally reached the entrance. It is completely dark on the other side, but I could see the stairs through my vision. With Apex Constitution, light and dark did not matter to me. I could see at night as clearly as I see it in a day. I did not immediately walk down the stairs. Instead, I sat down and took a relaxed breath. I'm drained mentally in energy. There is barely one of energy remained in my storage. I first want to rest and fill my energy storage fully before I went inside. This was a powerful organization site even after some traps may still be active. I want to be weak and tired if one such trap sprung into action. I rested for 1.5 hours, recharged my energy fully before I finally got up and walked toward the stair. Step by step I walked down, taking every step cautiously before finally stepping into the big hall. The hall is spacious and filled with things that looked fine except for being gray. Looking at the furniture and small bookshelf, it looked like I was in the living room. With time, the building must have gone down to have a residential area underground, because underground spaces do not have big windows. I looked at the whole living room with a broad smile. I had never expected to find a room in such perfect condition. It is very surprising. This is a living room with a bookshelf. Without waiting, I moved toward the bookshelf. It is for knowledge I've come to this room, and now I see the bookshelf, how I cannot feel excited. D-Hub. After checking for formation and trap, I touched the first book on the bookshelf, and just as I did, something bizarre had happened. The whole bookshelf had collapsed into the dusk. Not a single page piece of wood have remained. All of it had turned to dust. Thud, D-Hub, 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 F-U-C-K. I cursed as I stomped my feet in anger. I was very hopeful about the book, but all my hopes have turned to dust, and my stamp had turned some more things into dusk. The only thing that remained in the hall was dust, and pieces of metals, and some other stuff that survived the ravage of time and cosmic energy. A sigh couldn't help but escape my mouth when I looked at dust a few seconds ago. It was a hall with many things in it, and it's all dust and few scrawny pieces of metal. What was I thinking? That I would enter the room and will find filled with treasure. I shake my head off those thoughts and collect the pieces of metals that are in good quality. These pieces have survived the ravage of time and cosmic energy. They are precious. Seeing there is nothing of value in the hall, I moved toward the next room, which looked like a bedroom. It has beds and other things that a bedroom should have, and as the hall, when I touched the items inside it, I saw them crumpled. Not a single thing survived the touch. After picking whatever metal pieces caught my interest, I moved to the other room and done the same things. I soon passed through the whole apartment and did not find anything worthwhile. Everything I had touched had crumpled. Still, I did let disappointment drive down my mood and walked to the floor below. This was a big building, at least 20 stories tall. Over time, some of it has been crumpled, while some of it buries in the ground over time. I carefully walked toward the floor below. This building may tough, but it is hanging on a delicate balance. The building is in a precarious stage, and the smallest mistake could make it crumble. One member of the Hawthorne Sea who had explored this place before had a whole building fall on her. When she was exploring the underground, she had barely survived the fall of the building, and it had taken nearly 3 weeks to dig out. When I stamped on the floor earlier, I nearly had a heart attack. In my anger, I had forgotten entirely about the delicate balance these things are hanging on. I was lucky that building has not crumbled otherwise. I don't know if I had survived if the stone mountain below had fallen on me. This building does not seem to have an elevator system or anything that works on electricity. This building likely to work on magical formations that I have seen all over the apartment. I reached the apartment below with the same design as above. The only difference is slightly different furniture. I began to touch things about this apartment with hope in my eyes, but to my disappointment, I did not find anything worthwhile. I sighed seeing that and walked to the floor below. I climbed down the floor after floor, hoping to find something, but all the time, I found nothing but rubble. Anything I would touch would crumble to dust, sometimes leaving some pieces of metal or some other thing. As such, I climbed down 10 floors within 2 hours, and now it is getting danger rounds. The deeper I go, the more dangerous it will become for me. The chances of crumbling will increase, and so is me dying. Any sane person would have stopped by now, but I did not. The only precautionary thing I did that I started to fly, so my steps would not create any vibration. 10th, 15th, 20th, 25th. I walked down the floor after the floor without caring for the danger that is increasing every moment till I reached the 30th floor when I finally stopped to think on the 30th floor. It had now become too dangerous even for me. However, I still want to go down, not because I am a daredevil who wants to take a risk, but because there are only 4 floors had remained. I wanted to search them for treasure, even knowing I would likely not find anything there like the floors above. I could sense the end of the floors now. I want to search the last 4 floors before returning. With that thought, I moved to the 31st floor, which I found similar to the other floors. Searching it, I found nothing but its and bits of metal and other things. 3 floors more. I said disappointedly and moved toward the 32nd floor. I just finished this itch of searching all the floor before going up and trying some other building. It is becoming quite later. At this time I usually have my dinner, but I am searching for the empty apartments. When I reached the 32nd apartment, I found it is very different from others. Its size is the same, but other things are entirely different. Is the tenant of this running secret restaurant or something? I thought this whole apartment felt like one big kitchen, except one room that was likely kept as a bedroom. Other rooms are transformed into a big kitchen. The apartment is filled with all kinds of kitchen utensils and instruments. It even has hooks that profession chef used to hand the marinated monster. If I had not looked at the instruments, which are pretty monster-specific, I would have thought I had entered the lair of some cannibal. Only those bastards have such an elaborate setup. I looked at it for a minute before I started touching things. I hope one or two potter knife would survive the touch. I like the design of these utensils. They are a little different from what we use. I would love to have one of them in my collection, but today my luck is not good, it seemed. Except for the counter, I had touched everything and they all crumpled, leaving a small piece or two as always. Floating up the corner, I touched the last remaining thing, the large kitchen counter. Thud. It started to crumble like all other things. Before it did, I thought there would be no problem when I heard the thud, a loud thud, a sound of something heavy hitting the floor. I was horrified hearing the sound that for a moment I stilled. I very much understand where I am and what effects that sound could bring. Just as I listened to the loud noise, I looked around, seeing if there is shaking or sign of destabilization. Seeing there is no change, I heaved a sigh of relief. If there had signs of collapse, I would be in quite danger. Shake, shake, shake. I had just heaved a sigh of relief when the shaking started. First, it was slow, but soon it got intense as dust and stones started to fall. A look of intense horror appeared on my face as I looked. Shaking building knew it would collapse. It was already a miracle that it has stayed in such a condition for such a long time. Seeing the collapse inevitable, the first thing I did was picked up the thing that made the sound. That thing must be inside the counter when I touched it, as all the things above have turned into dust. I soon found that thing in the dust, and was surprised to see it, a tome, a big tome with a thickness of 10 inches. I stored the tome inside my storage without looking and took out the strongest abode that had already been activated inside my storage and went inside it. I had already prepared for all the emergencies, and the best way to deal with the collapse is to take shelter in the strong abode, which is what I have done. I already have a prince-grade abode ready, and just as I heard the shaking, I've brought it out, entering inside. As I entered the abode, I activated its full defensive power without caring for the number of crystals it would burn every minute. Here my life is on the line. This abode is the only thing that could save me. I opened all the security cameras. The dust and stones are still falling, but their intensity has increased, and it won't be long before the whole roof collapses. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. Just as I thought that, the whole roof collapsed, and the roof above that, before I found the floor my abode on, also collapsed, and abode started to fall. The chair I was in enveloped me completely, casing me in a squishy, bubbly layer to protect me from the shock. The material that had covered me is thick but completely transparent, that I could multiple screens flashing around me without any problem. I could see the roofs collapsing, and the stone mountain is coming down, but not as fast as I had expected it to be. It is having a problem falling due to its huge size. It is getting stuck in a hard soul around the building. But that will not stop it, just slowed down its fall, which is enough for me. I had expected it to fall on my abode directly, and I don't know if my abode would have survived the direct clash. Thud. Finally, the abode crashed into the 34th floor. Even after enveloped in the protective layer, I felt a shock. My abode had crashed into the 34th floor, the last floor, but the danger is not over. The bigger danger had yet to come. The stone mountain is above me, and it will come down and fell directly on my abode, and the worst thing is I could not do anything against it. I am deep underground, and this abode is my greatest protection. Bang, bang, bang. Few minutes there was silence, except some dust, and nothing fell from above, and I've coined the idea of going out when suddenly the meteor shower had started. The stone mountain above had somehow started to break, and huge stones are falling down like a meteor. When I look at their footage, I couldn't help but feel fear. These meteors really big and coming down very fast. The first few meteors had avoided the abode before finally, a large stone crashed into it. The impact was very powerful that the abode needed to burn a lot of energy and protection against it. That was just a starting. After that, more and more stones crashed across it, until the whole abode got surrounded by the stones. I was able to see what is happening. I released a few hundred cameras, but these stones seem to contain something that is jamming the camera signal, so aside from my senses, I am completely blind here. The stones kept falling one after another like tide, but now that my abode is encased in stones, the impact is not as large as before. It is minor. Still, I filled the abode's energy storage full for any emergency that might come. An hour passed by, and the intensity of stones has lessened so much that there was barely any stone that was bigger than 1 meter fell down from above in the past 5 minutes. Choo-choo, I was thinking about sending Ashlyn out, which her smallest form for scouting when Ashlyn suddenly chirped. It is a warning of something coming, she said. Mountain big of stone is coming. Hearing that, I acted without hesitation. I upped the defenses of the abode manually after breaking all restrictions. This will damage the abode, it will give it a higher defense for a few minutes. I also increased the size of the protective layer on me. However, this mountainous stone will not crash directly as there are many rocks above the abode, but the impact would be massive. Boom! I finally sensed the mountainous rock, and my mouth couldn't help but open up in horror, and that is all time I got when I felt an earth-shaking impact. It was extremely powerful and even covered in a thick layer. I've felt it. It was a good thing I had my armor on, otherwise I would have been heavily injured. My abode got damaged by the impact, which also wiped out 60 of energy my abode possessed. Still, I am happy that I survived. The only problem I will have to face was getting out of my abode. It is buried a little deep in rocks, but I don't think that is much of a problem. My sword will easily cut through anything that is blocking us. Shake, shake, shake. I was having those thoughts when suddenly I felt the earth shake loudly, and that shake got stronger and stronger till I felt it collapsed, and my abode falling with the bunch of huge rocks around me. How is this possible? Earlier, when I expanded my sources, I saw a 100-meter-long thick layer of natural soil and rocks, but it looked like I was wrong to think that layer of soil and rocks continued downward. The abode is falling with rocks, crashing here and there but still falling downward. Encased in a protective layer, I looked at the percentage of the energy remained in the abode and the damage it is receiving. The damage to the abode is increasing, and its energy level is also going down speedily, seeing that I don't know if I will survive the fall or not. Boom! Bang, 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 bang. The abode finally crashed on the floor and with numerous stones which has hit on the floor in the abode. As the abode crashed, a forceful impact crashed on me, and the thick protective layer surrounding me had burst apart, and the remaining force entered inside me. Puh. My inheritance armor absorbed all the force it could while remaining one transferred to my body and started to tear it apart. It crushed my internal organs and broke my bones. The force was so great that I vomited for a minute. The power of the impact was soon spent, and my body started to heal itself speedily. As I stabilized, I opened my eyes and looked at numbers and graphs flashing in front of me. I am fortunate that mountainous rock did not crash directly above, or the cost of that would have been enormous. My abode had damaged very much, and its energy reserved went to 0.5. I have to fill its energy reserve to start the abode's self-repair function before finding where the hell I am. Well, I already have a pretty good idea where I am after seeing the speed of falling and the distance of fall. I am in subterranean space, and it is pretty deep, seeing that I couldn't help but sigh as getting out of it would be quite tricky. I got out of the broken chair and floated toward my mangled abode energy storage. If the abode had been in perfectly good condition, I would not have needed to walk. I would have filled its storage from any place I want. I soon reached the energy generator and opened its latch, which thankfully opened without any problem and dumped energy crystals until it was full again. As I added the crystal, another screen appeared in front of me and telling me 90 of the abode would be repaired with its self-repairing function. I am quite happy seeing it is the best abode I have, and the only thing better than it I have in my storage is my airship, which I do not want to use as an abode. With that done, I took out the packaged food and started to eat it. It is late into the night, and I have no wish to cook. I want to fill my stomach and get out to abode to see where I had fallen into and way out of it. This time to my abode is covered in the layer rocks, but the layer is a lot smaller than before and wouldn't take me 5 minutes if I chose the right rock. After eating, I rested a little bit before I opened my eyes and looked at the screens in front of me. Some of the cameras have come online, but I could not see anything as my whole abode is covered in rocks and dusk. I looked at screens before I walked toward the wall and tapped a few buttons on my holowatch, and the next moment, a small door appeared in the wall. I picked up my sword and activated the enchantment as I carved out a piece of rock from the stone. I continued doing that as I kept digging into stone. Whoa, 2 minutes later, I carved the way out of the rock and saw something which shocked me to the core. What I saw in front of me, vast glowing fields of plants, everything inside is luminous, from the smallest grass to the longest tree, and the other thing is that cosmic energy here is 4 times denser than above. The scene is opposite from above, where nearly all fauna is dried and looked like near-death condition, while here they are literally glowing. The only thing common about them, that flora of both sides is brimming with vitality. Especially that of here, the dense cosmic energy have filled them with the pure vitality. From the small hole I am in, I could see many herbs that are difficult to find outside as they are only found in the special environment. I took in the scenery for a while, extended my senses, and saw no danger. I walked out of the rock. With me fully coming out of the rock, I found this subterranean world even more beautiful. This place way bigger than I had initially thought. As I watched with optical skill, I see no end to it. Trees filled this subterranean world, but there are also monsters. There are clear signs of monsters here. I was looking around when I saw a thing covered in purple lightning coming toward me at a dangerous speed, giving off the fatal feeling. Its speed is so great that it grew more than a meter long within a second from the small purple ball. Seeing this thing could strike me at any moment, I activated the old set and whipped my sword at the thing that is coming at me. Clang, my sword clashed against the thing covered in purple lightning, and I felt like I've struck by the lightning storm itself. A massive amount of raw lightning energy spread over me, wanting to tear me apart, but fortunately, the inheritance ruins were ready as they sucked the lightning storm the moment it struck me. Step, step, step. Still, I had to take a couple of steps back to manage the attack's physical power. While taking a step back, I looked at my attacker, which is now covered in little less lightning. It is a stag, a beautiful stag with enchanting deep purple horns. The stage is about 2 meters long, has lightning flowing through its body, making it look like a monster that came out of artist design. It is a beautiful monster, but equally dangerous, or more so. It is only mid-duke, but held more power than any mild-level duke I've ever seen. I've never seen any duke stage being strong as this stage monster, be it grim monsters, humans or monsters, that include the monsters from above who I threw pretty powerful, are not as strong as it. 4 times, powerful cosmic energy has made these monsters extremely powerful, and made me realize how impossibly difficult it is for me to get out of this subterranean world. Snort, the stage monster snorted and came at me with crackling air, its speed so fast that I had barely got a chance to derive the counter against it. Clang, my sword clashed against it in antlers again, and this time I felt even more force than before, but this time I had been prepared and only shook during the clash before responding with my attack. This stage monster has given me quite a lot of raw power, and I will use it on a single attack. Now let's see how it survives this attack. My sword moves toward it with a swift speed which even Duke would find hard to track, but this monster moved back effortlessly without any panic before moving its lightning-covered antlers toward my sword. Clang! It quickly defended against my sword, and before smoothly attacking me with its antlers. Its speed is amazing, so as instinct it had used the force of counter to increase its antlers' speed. The runes inside me lit up, and I moved my sword at a breakneck speed that before its antlers could skewer me. Clang! We clashed again, and right after that, I launched another attack. It moved its neck like the last time. Seeing it do that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. My sword and its entrails moved closer and closer and closer, and when there were only 5 inches of difference between my sword and its antlers, a red sheen appeared on the edges of my sword, and at the same time a tricolor rose released from my chest and moved toward it. Snort. As my sword and tricolor rose about to touch its body, a loud snort came out of it, and at the same moment, thick burble lightning burst out of its body, fully covering it. Clang. My sword clashed against thick lightning-filled antlers, and I felt like I bathed in the lightning. It's a good thing my armor had sucked the lightning completely, otherwise I would have turned to ash. I still have to take a couple of steps back while my most powerful offensive turned to nothing. The attack I had launched has a total of 3 attacks. The first was my sword with the power of old set and enchantment. The second was the first move of the Rose Domination, and the third was my Eldritch Sword art, which I had activated right after seeing thick lightning covering its body. I wanted to make use of its powerful energy to kill itself by making it explode from within, but it did not work. Its powerful lightning had crushed the energy of art immediately as it touched the lightning. As for the rose, the first move of Rose Domination, the monster took great care of it, enveloping the rose in thick lightning that even its incorporeal form was not able to pass through. Lightning care. That lightning cage even held on even when I made it explode. One of my most potent attacking combinations was easily diffused by the mid-level Duke monster. Seeing that, excited laugh couldn't help but came out of my mouth. I had understood that this is the most challenging fight I am facing since I've became a lord. I rarely used my killing combination in a fight, and every time it succeeded only to fail today. Hell, not only it had not killed this stag, it did not even injure it slightly. I had to take a step back in the attack, and now it came at me with its antlers thick with lightning. This attack was potent. The lightning on its antlers is thick enough to make the antlers itself disappear, and now these antlers were coming at me. I want to dodge the attack, and with my speed I could dodge it barely, but I will not. Dodging will only prolong the fight. 2 monsters have already got attracted to our fight, and Ashlyn is fighting them, and the longer the fight lasts, the more monster it will attract. As antlers about to touch me, I summoned the rose cover and tri-colored petals came floating around me. Clang! The lightning-filled antlers crashed on my rose cover, and I felt as if the train had crashed over me. The thick lightning and antlers clashed against the rose petals covering me. It enveloped each petal to destroy it, but how can it be easy? It is easy to diffuse the offensive skill of mine. One needs to be pretty strong, but to null my defensive skill, forget it. It is a skill I use when my life in danger. How can I make it weak? The petals under the lightning shone, and the next moment they started to suck the lightning. The lightning is powerful, and it resisted, but their resistance became futile as it got wholly sucked inside. After sucking all the lightning power, the tri-colored petals started to shine in power. Sucking the power of all the lightning had upped their power even greater than before, but it had also reached its limit. It will not be able to suck more energy and only defend with what it has. With sucking all the energy, its power had reached quite high, that it would able to defend a couple of more attacks like this before it spent all the energy it had taken and sucked new energy again. It may seem like it took a few seconds, but it took less than a second, and now lightning on its much thinned own, my sword moved at it. It had moved when it clashed against the rose cover, and now it had reached its neck. Bang. When my sword was about to touch, thick lightning enveloped its neck and repelled my sword, which was powered by both of its enchantments. How much fucking power it has from the start of the fight, lightning after lightning has come out of it without end. I threw it and immediately started on my next plan. As the stage monster came at me after repelling my attack, the thorny vines shot out of the ground as it had reached me and enveloped it before it could move away with its swift speed. Just as vines enveloped it, an incredible amount of lightning shot of it and stated burn my vines at a visible rate that it will burn away the whole vines in 2 seconds. But how can I let it do that? I pour power into the vines without any reservation and at the same time activated the enchantment of my sword at full power. The rose vine is a healing move, but I am using it as the binding move to binding the monster. It is the only choice I have. I can't use my other moves. They all have their disadvantage and would not work against such an opponent. I have to make it quick. As I saw my energy draining at visible speed, I will be empty in 5 seconds. I charged my enchantment and pierced my sword into the vines, right when its neck is. The stage seemed to have sensed my attack and released even more lightning through her head, which started to burn my vines even more speedily, and I supplied it even more energy, so it would not. This is the only chance I have, and I have to make it worth, otherwise I will be in trouble. My sword kept pushing forward through the lightning defense and finally touched its skin. As that happened, the inheritance ruin inside me started to burn brighter than the sun as I activated old set at full power and used even bit of power I have as I drove down sword at stage's head. Puchi. The strength coursed through me and finally sword pierced through the monster's head, killing it immediately as the lightning had disappeared completely. Thud, the monster's body fell down as vines came inside me, and with it I too. I am exhausted and drained of energy too. If not for the vine that I had called back inside me, which had given me some energy, I would not have had any energy to use my inheritance, and that would have been a very bad thing for me in such thick cosmic energy. After resting for a minute, I looked at Ashlyn, who is still fighting. Watching her fight, my expressions couldn't help but change. She is fighting a prince, and not one prince but 2 price stage powerhouse that seemed her equal match. When I saw the power of their moves, horror couldn't help but appear on my face. The power of their moves is horrifying. If I had been receiving the end of these attacks, I had been finished in one move. To my horror, I realized my life in extreme danger from these monsters, and my dream of getting out of here before the ruin is close might be just a pipe dream. Even Ashlyn, who is very powerful, can only contend against initial stage princes, and there will mid, high, and peak level prince stage powerhouses here, seeing the concentration of cosmic energy here. After looked at Ashlyn's fight for a second before I went back to the hole. This place is extremely dangerous. I am quite lucked out that I have abode buried into the stones that monsters couldn't see directly. It could not be completely safe, but it is safer than other places in this subterranean. Through the tunnel I went back to my abode, which had been self-repaired and again needed crystals. The abode is not in the best condition, but after repairing, it had its utility functions, and most of its defensive abilities have also come back. I sat in my bed and closed my eyes in rest as I wait for Ashlyn, but I had fallen into sleep unknowingly. The lack of sleep and exhaustion from the fight had made me fall into sleep within a second. Choo-choo. Ashlyn's chirp waked me up, and when I looked at my watch, I realized I had slept for 7 hours, and it is an afternoon by the ruins time. You rest a little, I will wake you up when lunch is ready, I said as I patted her lovingly. She was awake who night, guarding me. She did not say anything, she just bobbed her little head before closing her eyes. I quickly freshened up and showered before going into the kitchen and started making lunch. I did not try to make anything elaborate, I just cooked simple food, which took me an hour as I used the meat of this ruins monster. When the food is ready, I did not have to wake Ashlyn. She woke up and on her own and came flying into the kitchen while eating. I had asked her a few questions about yesterday. It turned out when I fought against the one monster, she had fought against the 4. 2 were prince stage, while the other 2 were dukes. She fought them when I was fighting with that lightning stag. This means no monster had attacked us during the night. This is quite a good hiding place. After finishing the lunch, Ashlyn went back to sleep again while I closed my eyes and refined the energy. I am nearly empty. There is barely 10 energy left in my energy storage, which is grossly insufficient to fight against the monster here if it attacked. I started refining the energy, and an hour later, I finished filling my energy storage full of energy, but I did not open my eyes. I want to break into the second level of tower. I had tried it before but wasn't successful, but today I felt like I could be successful. Bang, bang, bang. So I began to build the momentum and started to crash it across the first floor roof. Crack. First there was nothing, but after the repeated tries, a crack finally appeared. Seeing the crack, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as success is just around the corner. Bang, finally, energy crashed through the roof and entered the second floor. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The second floor of the tower will increase my strength a lot. Now, not only my energy would be 3 times purer, but also I could make and store 2 different types of pure energies, which will increase the power of my moves immensely. Especially the healing moves of Rose Domination, the Rose Vine and Rose Protection, which uses only Curse and Healing Element and Rule Bending Element. With energy reaching the second floor, the refining even got harder. It took me 3.5 hours to refine my energy till my storages are full. After the refining, I tiredly laid on the floor to rest. The refining of energy is too hard. It had made me quite tired. On the floor, I started to think about my next plan. I don't want to stay in this place till the ruin closes. That would be disastrous, as I did not find anything in this ruin, and I don't want to return empty-handed. With my strength, I am no match for the monster here. With pure energy, my strength had increased, but it is still not enough. With my current strength, I could kill a mid and high Duke monster and even peak Duke stage monster, but the Prince stage monsters are still out of my reach. I have to reach the Duke stage. That is the only option I have. Only after reaching the Duke stage would I have confidence, go out confidently, and find a way out. Though I know what I must do, it isn't easy. I am currently close to upgrading my inheritance, but I am still not there. I need something more. I rested for half an hour and started to get up when suddenly stopped halfway. I remember something that I had forgotten for nearly a day. Sometimes I can be such a forgetful person. I sat down properly, and the next moment, a dusty tome appeared in my hands. It is one of the biggest tomes I've ever seen. It is 10 inches thick and about 35 inches wide. I cleaned all the dust around it, and to my surprise it became new. It looked like it had been made just a few days ago. Its condition is much, much better than all the tomes we have in the academy. It must be something special. If not, for it wouldn't be such excellent condition even after 50,000 years, while everything around it turned into the dust. The tome, except for its big size, looks nothing extravagant. It had simple brown hardcover on both sides, which back hardcover is blank. The front had something exciting written, which is not surprising seeing the place I've found it. The Records of Culinary Arts by Gourmet AM, Volume I said, this is what it is written in simple universe language. From the info I've seen so far, this world like ours has their language. Universe language is foreign to most people in this world. I am quite disappointed seeing the book is about culinary. Though I love cooking, it could not help me getting out or increase my strength. Still, one part of my heart that loves cooking is quite excited about, especially seeing how old there must be something special about it for it survived this long. Culinary arts are not just about mixing things up and cooking them up on the heat. It is something much more. Written on the first page in impactful handwriting. I read it a couple of times before flipping the page and found it is empty, completely empty. When I tried to flip the page, I saw it wouldn't flip, even when I tried enough strength to tear the whole book apart. I stared at the blank page, thinking this book might be a joke for some powerful being. It happens rarely, but some beings do that, giving one hope for a great treasure before bringing them down hard with the harsh reality. I was just about to close the book when I found my consciousness slipping, and before I could stop myself, I found myself getting sucked into the book. For a moment, everything went dark before I found myself in the light again. I found myself in the hall. In front of me is a big-sized kitchen counter of style I've not seen before, but it is not the modern one. There are different sorts of food plates on the counter, from meats to vegetables to spices to herbs, everything that one might need for cooking. Hello, a young one. Are you ready for your class with the greatest culinary genius of the whole universe? Suddenly a voice asked. I got startled by it, as the voice came from the man who appeared behind the counter suddenly. He looked to be in his early 30s, wearing black pants and a white shirt of a slightly different design than what we wear. He is quite handsome with long bright purple hair and aqua green eyes. His most notable feature is his pointed ears, and seeing his high cheekbones and the tall, lithe physique, the mystical elves come to my mind. They are the only ones that could match this man. Who are you? I asked the man, but there was no indication on the man's face that he had heard it. I again asked the question, but he did not seem to heed it. That is when I thought about the question he had asked when he first appeared. Yes, I am ready, I said softly, hearing that his soft earlier perked up slightly. Many people come for guidance for the way of culinary, but they don't get it. You are lucky enough to find this legacy book I've created. Now watch well," he said as he motioned toward the counter in front of him. As I had said at the start of my book, culinary arts are not just about mixing things up and cooking them up on the heat. It is something much more. It is a way like fighting, formation, curse, poisoning, dancing, painting, etc. It required finesse, control, and practice, lots and lots of practice. It said in a gentle voice, "We will start our lesson with a soup of goddess L. It is a simple 3-ingredient dish that was very popular in my world and only made in month of goddess L." He said and waved his hands, and nearly all the ingredients vanished from the counter. "The ingredients to make the stew are very common and found in nearly every world," he said and motioned toward 3 ingredients and started to say their name. When I saw those ingredients, my eyes couldn't help but flash in surprise. The material he has pointed at is Duke-grade ingredients, and he is right about them. Common materials. They are one most common Duke-level materials out there, and I have them in my storage. The first thing you need for cooking is energy control. If you do not have that, then you might as well mix everything up and cook them as barbarians do. He said the last line had quite a sharpness in it. I don't have to be a genius to know that he said the usual way of cooking barbaric, and since I cook this way, I am a barbarian. I am about to ask what is real when he started on his own, and words got stuck in my mouth. Cooking is more than heating stuff up, it is an art. One needs to have precise energy control and finesse to mold the energies contained inside the material one cooking. He said and cut the onion like a thing in precious motion. He had only used a simple knife coated in his energy. The knife was just a medium. The real deal is his energy, which he laid bare in front of me. He uses his energy, and uses his energy. He is using them in a very precious control. I don't think with this kind of control, he even needs to use a knife to do something like it. He could make the knife with his energy and do what he is doing with the knife. He had laid everything bare in front of me. I could see his energy nodes, and so his nodes of the onion and the way he cutting, making it not loose even a single speck of energy from the onion as he cut it. He would seal the node with the energy he is controlling. I've never seen something like it before, and that is just a star. As what he did next was even more amazing. I could not believe something like this could be done with energy. He had practically controlled the energies of 3 things when he added them in a pot and changed their nature with his energy as he cooked the way he wants. The way he played with 3 energies of 3 different things, I was completely enthralled by it. The 40 minutes flew by, and hot simmering soup. Seeing a soup, a bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I found it. I found a thing I was searching for, a thing I have come here for. I have been having a problem dealing with different kinds of energy perfectly, but seeing how he cooks it, I found a way to move forward with my inheritance. Now I have to do little research, and in 2 weeks, if my luck is good, I will be Duke and will find a way out of this subterranean in confidence without fear of any monsters. Try it. You will get only 1 spoon to savor it well," he said the voice when I was busy with my thoughts. Just as I heard it, I appeared behind the counter and picked soup spoon before dipping it into simmering light green souls. I took the spoonful, as much as I take, and move it toward my mouth before taking it all my mouth. A simple taste of soup entered my mouth. The 3 light flavors perfectly layered buzzed my mind. The soup did not have any strong flavor. It is very simple, making it so amazing. This soup is the most amazing thing I've ever tasted. Everything I ate so far is dust compared to it. As I observed the soup, I saw its energy very gentle, one of the most gentle energies I've ever seen. Means even if my sister drank it, she would be fine. The energies present in the soup will merge into her body to its limit while the rest would disappear. I said only 1 spoon. I heard, when I looked down, I saw the soup spoon was inside the soup. I was about to say something when the soup disappeared, and so is a spoon in my hands. Now, it is your time to cook. Show me what you have got from observing, he said and walked out of the counter, which is clean as before, with another set of ingredients appearing on the table. I had opened my mouth to say something, but when I saw his impassive face, I knew it would be futile. It will only answer me if I did what he had told me to do. I got behind the counter and started to cook the same way he did. I coated my energy and energy of the started to onion like Duke's stage material. From the first cut, I know I've done wrong, but I continued. I am sure he will explain everything. I started to follow everything he did, and if an untrained eye to see me now, he will think I am doing everything fine, but I am doing everything wrong, utterly wrong. 11 out of 100, have no technique, no finesse. The only thing you have is a little bit of control, he said as he took a drink of my soup. His expressions are the worst. His face looks like he had eaten a shit. I know it is bad, but never expected this bad to make him contort his face like he had eaten the shit. I took a spoon beside me and tasted the soup I created. I am quite stumped when I tasted it. It is the best thing I've ever cooked, but when I compared to what I tasted before, it tastes like shit. You have made many mistakes, and I will tell them to you one by one, he said before he directly looks into my eyes. At the start, you have directly cut through the central node of Kelch, not only of it, but you have cut the central node of other materials too and many minor nodes. Next he stated all my mistakes one by one, half of them I hadn't realized I had made. Now let me show you again. This time I will take very slow and explain everything. You can even ask questions mid-cooking. He said, and he started to cook again. This time he took real slow. He made his energies even more prominent. Not only that, but he also started to give me tips and tricks of doing things which I had immediately committed to the memory. Now, try again, he said, after swatting my hands and making soup disappear. I could taste one dish only one time. I have to commit the taste to the memory. I again started cooking, and this time too, I made the same mistake and cut the central node, but I did not stop. I continued, making fewer mistakes and repeating the same mistakes that I had made previously. But one thing is clear, I've made progress. 18 out of 100, progress but not much. There are still mountain worth of mistakes. He said before he started explaining everything again. I asked him to explain something in more detail, and he did. I observed that as long as I ask him a question about cooking, he will answer. As for other things, he will straight up ignore. After his explanation, I again tried, and this time I made the same mistake and got a score of 21, which was little improvement, but as he said, not much. Time passed by, and it is now my 11th try. After trying so hard, I learned so much under the guidance of this being. My control had improved tremendously in a short period. This being must be immensely powerful, that the shadow or runic program he left behind is this powerful. The teacher had provided me with guidance in energy control and other things, but her guidance was never this deep. This being is directly finding the root of my problem and finding a way to fix. He does not directly tell me what to do, just showing me the way. There's also one thing, I do not have to copy him completely. Everybody's style is different, and if I copy him, I will never be able to move forward. After the 8th attempt, I started to experiment with my style. I am following the recipe, but in my way. The first experiment was a total bust, but after that, my progress was rapid. I already had everything I needed to cook the recipe. The problem was that I was trying to follow him completely and not focusing on my way. This was my best attempt, yet it was the first time I could control my energy enough that I had not cut the central node of all 3 materials, which I did in every try. Try it, I said as I finally put off the fire. I have made a change in the fire too, and instead of using one from the counter, I've been using my fire, which I usually use and more familiar with. 56, you have made great improvements in this attempt, but there are still obvious mistakes. He said and again began to point out my mistakes, which were small but very difficult to fix. I need to get 80 points from it, and only then will I have to move to another recipe that is slightly more difficult than it. In this tome, there are 1,000 recipes, with each one getting slightly more complicated than the previous. When I was able to cook all the 1,000 dishes perfectly, I would call myself a cook, which is of the lowest level. They were his words, not mine. I tried by another 3 times and got a score of 64 before finally deciding to go out, as I have started to feel tired and just remembered, and I had been in the book for more than 12 hours without care for what is going on outside. Some monster would have gotten inside and had killed me, or it had already attacked me, and I am bleeding on the floor. I can't sense anything about the outside of this book. I willed my mind and got out of the book immediately there. I found myself in the same position as I was when Tome had sucked me inside it. Gasp. The first thing I did was check on time. I wanted to see how much time I had spent on the book, and when I looked, I couldn't help but gasp loudly. I am entirely gobsmacked. There is barely any time had passed, though I've seen time when I opened the book, but I don't think more than 15 minutes has passed. This couldn't help but put a bright smile on my face. The book taking less time means many things. I could now spend hours practicing, where there are barely minutes had passed here. It is such a good thing. I rested for half an hour before I opened my eyes, though I had spent more than 12 hours in the book. I had not felt much tired. I felt like my time in the book was a dream that I could perfectly remember. I got up and walked to the hole, filled it with even more rocks and other things. If the monster discovers an abode, it will need at least half an hour to break through the rock's defense to see my abode, which will be enough for me to know the mother's attack. I plan to stay in the book for a similar time as earlier to at max. I will be spending 15 minutes in the book, and I will always check if any monster found my abode or not. It is not the perfect plan, but it is the best plan to help me use the tome as much as possible while staying relatively vigilant against the monsters. With that done, I sat comfortably on the couch and opened the tome. I would have liked to go to my inheritance space and work on my inheritance, but Ashlyn is still sleeping. Still, it's good. By the time Ashlyn woke up, I will have the first recipe mastered and will able to work on the inheritance with better comprehension. Soon, I entered the tome and started with cooking. I felt very joyful when I cook, especially now when I could use my energy to cook. It felt amazing. I continued to progress with each attempt, and soon I've crossed 70 points and continued making progress when I suddenly stopped making any progress at 77. I've reached the big hurdle, or could say that I have reached the limit of my current comprehension and could not progress no matter how much I tried. I had asked him about the reason for stalled progress, to which he remained mute. The only thing he said was that I have to find the reason myself. It took me quite a while, more than 30 hours of tries or 30 minutes outside, but I had been finally figured out the reason. It is quite simple when I think about it. The reason is me. Till now I was cooking due to my experience. The skill I have gotten from years of cooking, it is some with energy control. I've cooked using them but did not try any different approach or create a different approach. The system I had been using had rigid and had outlived its usefulness, and now if I want to progress, I have to create a different approach. Otherwise, I will never be able to progress, no matter how many tips and tricks I try. It is quite a simple answer, but it is difficult to create a different approach to cooking and energy manipulation. It's a good thing I have time in my hand, and as long as I try, I will eventually find a good approach. I am fortunate to find this tome. If not for it, I would have taken years to learn about my narrow approach. The teacher seemed to know about it, though she did not say it directly. She often hinted at it. I started cooking to find a new approach, and I have to say that finding a new approach is even more challenging than I thought, as my cooking had directly dipped to 48 points. Still, I did not get discouraged and continued trying, and I tried for more than 100 hours before finally seeing the hope. I first had the breakthrough in energy control before in cooking after another near 100 hours. As I made the breakthroughs, my cooking started to progress. The progress is not spontaneous, it is relatively slow, but I am happy with it. 81 points out of 100. Congratulations on passing the boundary. Do you want me to teach you the second recipe then? The elf asked. To that I shook my head. No, I will continue with this recipe till I got the 90 points, I said. I'm not an obsessed achiever who wants to achieve everything, but I am not mediocre either. I will not satisfy for less when I can get more. So I had already decided that I will only move on to the next recipe when I get 90 or above points. The higher one goes, the more difficult it became to move after 85 points. It became very difficult to move forward. I had to try 10 times to get a single point. It's a good thing I have all the time in the world, but it is still very tiring to practice. But I continued despite the tiredness and difficulty. 90 points, you have reached your target. Do you want to get on with the next recipe? He asked. To that I shook my head. No, I am quite tired. I will learn the next recipe when I return, I said and returned. I messaged my brows tiredly as I opened my eyes before spotting now woke up Ashlyn. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my eyes, and as I put the tome down and laid down on my couch to sleep, I had only rested by half an hour in the intervals between tones, which is not enough, seeing I had practiced for more than 500 years. It was late afternoon when I slept and woke up in the evening after freshening up. I went kitchen to cook, though I had cooked for more than 500 times and many times tasted my food that was in the fantasy world, that was not real world no matter how real it felt. So I have to cook real food and cook what I had practiced for hundreds of hours. I took out the materials from storage and began to cook. My hands move at a practice speed. I felt no difference in cooking here or in a fantasy world. 40 minutes later, I opened the seal on the kitchen, which I had placed in fear of Ashlyn. I know how she gets when she saw something delicious. Like I had expected, as soon as I opened the seal, the smell drifted to her. She flashed before me. If not from even already prepared, she would have directly dipped into that soup pot. I am somehow able to stop Ashlyn for enough time before I put soup down on the counter. Once again, the sound came out of my mouth. The soup is delicious, more delicious than when I had tasted for the first time. Though he had crafted the soup better with much better skill, drinking it, I know it is not real. The soup I am drinking now is very much real. Its taste is fantastic, and its gentle, wonderful energies are spreading through every part of the body. This best thing about the soup, making roaring energy so gentle that even an infant could drink it. The only have skills to do something like this are alchemists, and now I could do this. I understand the value of the lessons of that man teaching me. I could feel my control over the energy strengthening, and my grasp over the world energy has increased as well. This control has given me the first recipe. I wonder what kind of energy control. I will have mastered the other recipes and reached the end. I soon shook my daydreams. The recipes ahead were going to be difficult, and as for reaching the end, I don't want to think about that too much. We finished the whole soup and still felt a little hungry. I had cooked soup in huge quantities. It was not only for today but also for tomorrow, and we finished it all. After dinner, Ashlyn slept immediately while I spread sensors in whole and around the abode. My Holowatch watch will give me a huge shock if anyone aside from Ashen and me. It is quite risky, but I do not have a choice. I want to go to my inheritance space and make changes to my inheritance. With that done, I laid on the couch and closed my eyes. For the next moment I am in my inheritance space, in front of my inheritance armor with golden ring above its head. If I wanted to, I could upgrade my armor within hours. In the day, I've got what I wanted and could easily make changes and upgrade, but I will not do that. The time I had spent in Tome had introduced me to new possibilities and widened my horizon to a whole new world. It had also given me some new ideas, and I want to apply everything I've learned into my inheritance. It might take time, but the result will worth it. With that, I tapped a few times on the inheritance armor, and the next moment it started to fall into pieces. I will do a complete overhaul, refining, perfecting, and changing the formations that need to be. If this upgrade went as I expect, it would be complete so impressive that even the teacher will get shocked seeing it. With armor separated into pieces, I went to work, and within a few seconds I forgot everything. The only thing I have in my mind is my inheritance. If others were to see me now, they would see me drawing the runes in the air before adding into formation sometimes. I would shake my head and destroy the whole formation. A few hours later, fields of runes appeared around me. There are hundreds of runic formations and thousands of solo runes floating around me. Buzz. Time passed, and before long I found my whole body shake. Seeing that, I looked at the sea of formation before disappearing from my inheritance space. There is no need to connect all of them. If I did, they would be turned into some deformed humanoid made of runes, and there is still a lot of work remained to be done on them before that. I will not connect them. I opened my eyes, got off the couch before awakening Ashlyn. With that done, I turned back to the bed and slept on it. Ashlyn waked me up in the late morning, where I again cooked the soup which Ashlyn wanted, and I also wanted to eat it. After we finished our lunch, Ashlyn slept while I laid comfortably on the bed and opened the tome. I opened the tome and reached the second page. Now that I had mastered the recipe, I could turn the third page. When I tried it the first time, I could not do that, but now I could. I stare at the third page, and a few seconds later, I found myself back in the familiar environment. The second recipe is bread, a simple bread made of common ingredients, he said, and motioned a few ingredients on the kitchen table. These ingredients are in the same grade as the bread's name is Ask Bread. It was a common bread made in every household of my world, he said, and started the process. He first mixed the yeast in water before adding some sugar and oil before adding the flour. He mixed them all till the mixture has become thick enough to be kneaded on the counter. His every movement looked smooth and practiced as he is doing it for every. If one were to see it, one would find it effortless. Feel he can do it too, but this process is anything but simple. From mixing the first material to the dough's kneading, he used his energy very precious, manipulating every aspect of the process according to his need. Especially in kneading, I could see his energy spreading inside the dough in every part of the dough, manipulating, driving the energies that a dough contains. The dough is ready. It had perfect elasticity that we need, and energy inside it also became the way we wanted. There is no need to keep it. We can directly bake it, he said before attracting my gaze toward the dough. We are not going to use any instrument for baking, but will create the heat cage, he said. An invisible energy covered the dough before it turned. The fan read slowly. Legs. It is ready, he said, and a small dome of red energy disappeared, and the place where the dough had before now had a golden brown bread. The bread looks fantastic. The golden brown color seems to be brought out from nature itself, and the smell it is even more amazing. He cut off a loaf of bread in perfect slices before he turned to me. You can take one slice, he said, and I nodded and appeared beside the counter and took the one slice of bread in my hands, which is still quiet. As I took the bite from the bread slice, I felt like I had tasted the summer. It was fresh and delicious, and I am sure if I eat it with the soup, it will taste even more amazing. Now it's your turn, he said after I finished eating the bread. I nodded and looked at the ingredients that had appeared in front of me. I looked at them for a moment before I started. I followed all the right procedures, used my energy just as he used at every step, but within a few seconds, I've made a mistake, and these mistakes kept increasing as I moved forward. When I started kneading, the real difficulty began when I noticed how difficult it sent the energy into every part to manipulate the energy present in the dough. Soon the dough is made, and I created the heat cage. This process I was most confident of, but to my surprise, I found that maintaining the same amount of temperature at an extended amount of time is not easy as it seems. Still, I made the least mistake in the head cage. 15 minutes passed quickly and called back my energy as the bread is fully baked, but the bread baked by me have no swag. It just looked like a normal break. I cut the loaf into slices and offered to him. He took one piece and took a bite of it. Immediately his face contorted and he looked like he had swallowed a fly. 21, how bad are you? Even after making near perfect soup, you made many silly mistakes in bread, it said, and threw the piece back on the plate. Hearing that, I couldn't help but shake my head. The materials needed for soup and bread may be of the same grade, but the required skill is far greater. After seconds of silence, he started explaining my mistakes to me, and they are a lot. Some of these are silly ones that could easily be remedied, while others needed to be worked on. After going over my mistakes, I started making bread again, and this time with even more confidence, but this time too I made a mistake. Though their number was a little less, they were still mistakes. I got 23 in the second attempt, 27 in the third, and 29 in the fourth. A few hours later, I continued. My speed of gaining points slowed visibly as I rectified all the small mistakes. The only I needed to do now is improve my skills. My score isn't increasing because of my skills, and as long as I became skilled, the score will improve automatically. To improve the skill, the only thing I could do is practice. Practicing is the only way to improve my skills. The more I practice, the better my skills would be. Time passed by and soon later afternoon came, and I finally stopped with my greatest score in bread was 64 points. Unlike yesterday, I've only rested for 10 minutes for every 15 minutes in tome, which is lesser than yesterday. It gave me more time in tome and made me quite tired, slept for 4 hours in the late afternoon, and woke up in the evening. After waking up, I again cooked the soup and entered my inheritance space to work on my inheritance. I continued working on it till late the midnight before I woke up Ashlyn for her shift. Days passed by, and soon a week passed since I entered the subterranean and 11 days in the ruin. In these 7 days, a great change had occurred in me. My energy control had reached the height that it usually would take me 1 to 2 years to achieve. And this just a start. I've only mastered the 4 recipes until now, and there are more than 990 of them remained. The progress in my inheritance is also going very smoothly, and if everything went well, then in the 4 days I will be Duke. It would be ready today, but I am working on a little extra, so 4 more days. After eating lunch, I again went to tome and learned the 5th recipe, a second to which involved the meat. The material requirement is very high that even powerful monsters at Subterranean can barely meet the standards. I practiced in the tome till Ashlyn woke up before I stopped. "Let's go out, Ashlyn, it is time for some monster hunt," I said. "Choo choo." Ashlyn chirped happily after the first fight. "We have been cooped in our abode. I needed to burn some muscles and collect some data. I am changing some things in armor, and I want to test how that changed its aspect. If it worked as I expected, it would be fine, but if it did not, then I will have to hash up the whole plan. I hope I won't have to do that. I have worked quite hard on these aspects." I walked out of the abode into the hole I had created on the first day I fell into Subterranean. I filled this small tunnel with quite many things, from rocks to cameras and various types of sensors. I stored them back in my storage. I will place them back when I returned. Finally, after 10 minutes, I saw the luminous forest again, and battle intent started to burn in my eyes. Ashlyn got out of the hole first in her smallest size to reconnaissance for any monster, and after some time seeing there are no monsters, she called me out of the hole. I stepped into luminous forest once again, couldn't help but get enchanted by its amazing beauty. The forest is beautiful, but it is also danger rounds in just 1,000 meters. 4 dangerous monsters are lingering. 3 of them are dukes, but one of them is a prince stage monster. I moved toward the Duke monster. It is peak-level Duke monster. If there had been a sane person beside me, they would have called me insane. Last time I was nearly killed by the mid-level Duke monster, and now I am going against the peak-level Duke, which is 2 small levels above. Though my energy purity and energy storage have increased, I am still feeling the fear. One could not compare these monsters with regular monsters. They are born in an environment where the cosmic energy is thick, making them many times stronger than the normal environment. My body is covered in killing energy tightly, and with my newfound control, every part of my body is covered in it. With such protection, even a monster would not. Soon I saw the monster, and my eyes couldn't help but widened a little. It is a rare chicken monster. It is entirely red with steely feathers, making it look like a monster made of steel. I couldn't help but lick my lips as I looked at the chicken monster. These monsters are known for their deliciousness, and their meat is rarely available in the market. Whenever it became available, it is zapped by others. It is due to their incredible tastes they have been hunted to extinction in our world. These monsters are now only found in private pens and realms of powerful organizations. Its size not big, about 2 meters long, like most of the monster here. Now, it is busy eating worm monster, which it must have not long ago, seeing the body's condition. It is eating very fast, and seeing its eating speed, it won't take much longer to finish up the monster. Seeing that, I did not waste any time. I charged the old set, and disappeared from my spot in an instant movement, and next moment, I appeared beside it and launched an attack at its neck. Clang! My sword had just reached halfway when suddenly its wing moved like a blur and appeared in front of its neck, blocking my sword attack completely. Cluck cluck, it cackled angrily, and the next moment, I saw a cannon of red-hot lava or molten metal shot out of its mouth at a very fast speed. With that thought, runes lit inside me, and I disappeared from my spot just as the cannon was about to hit me. If I hadn't refined my energy on the 2nd floor of the tower, I would not have been able to do that. That super-fast molten attack would have grazed me, but with pure and hurtin energy, I was able to move fast enough to avoid getting hit entirely. I appeared behind it, only to find its small, sharp, metallic tail blazing with heat coming at me. Getting hit by it means getting cut by it, and I have no plans to do that. Clang, my sword clashed against the steely hot feathery tail, and at the same time a tricolored rose shot from my chest toward its ass. The rose is not sending any energy fluctuation, but whenever one looked at it, they would feel fear. D-hub, right, when the rose crashed into a slight opening into its ass, the feather moved and covered it, but that did not stop Rose from working its magic. This is the strongest move of the Rose domination last time. That stag was better ability and control to counter it. Learning a lesson from last time, I had charged the Rose with quite a power that it could do maximum damage. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The damage is not visible due to already red feathers covering its ass, but seeing how loud it is screaming, the damage must be significant. Zup, zup, zup. Wanting to make use of this opportunity, I appeared above it and about to strike it with my sword when I saw a sharp feather coming at me with a breakneck speed. Their speed is so fast that they appeared before me in blink of the time, and about to skewer me when I disappeared from my spot, the feathers only able to hit the afterimage of mine. Fuck, it had nearly killed me. I thought inside my mind, those sharp feathers have nearly killed me, if not for me using all my power to dodge. Shit. I cursed as I looked at the big part of my shoulder that melted by its lava laser. A moment ago, I had to dodge its feather attack, and only when I appeared beside it to attack its neck, its attack had been ready. It was aiming for my head, but I moved enough that it shot through my shoulder, melting even a chunk of it. The melted layer even release a massive amount of berserk energy in me, which my runes inside me are busy dealing with. Fuck it. I said, in the next moment, the vines erupted and shrouded the chicken monster whole. With all its speed, it was not able to dodge my vines. I had planned to wait to use this move, fight the monster a little more, but seeing I got all the data I needed, and it not a good thing to play with an enemy lest you want to find yourself dead, I used it. It is the only move of mine which works against these faster and stronger monsters. It feels a little ironic that this move was not made for the purpose I am using it, or the way it's supposed to be used. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Just as I enveloped it, its feathers turned red hot and started to burn down at the same time it moving its steely feathers and beak to cut the vines. In simple words, it had brought down the decisive assault on vines. The vine is powered with 3 times more pure energy and has 3 times more energy. The most important thing is that vine is powered by only 3 types of energies, or 2, if one thinks differently. These 3 energies are curse energy, healing energy, and rule bending. The healing and curse energies are pure inheritance energies refined in tower, so a collection of this makes the vine very strong. Though the vine is strong, so is the monster, and I have to finish it off before it tore through the vine, which it can if I give it enough time. My sword burned red with pure energy. Its enchantment has gotten it even stronger. If I had faced the stage now, piercing through its defenses would be a piece of cake. But this red chicken is not a lightning stag. It is 2 levels higher with much tougher defense. Still, I think my enchantment is powerful enough to pierce through its defense. I powered up the enchantment, making nearly the whole sword red before piercing it toward the chicken monster's head. It tried to stop the sword with its molten attack before moving its beak, but vines had tied its neck too tightly to give it any flexibility. Putch. I sword avoided its beak before piercing through its small eyes directly into its brain. This attack may seem simple, but needed a tremendous amount of calculations. Not to forget, there is quite a chunk of the flesh of hand melted by its final attack. Still, I was able to kill it. That is all it matters. Thud, I called back vines, and the body of chicken monster fell on the ground. The chicken body is in perfect condition, except for its head, which had a hole in its eyes. I had quickly taken out the sword after killing it, so the hole sealed with passive vitality remained in the chicken monster, and due to that there was no blood loss. I licked my lips, seeing the chicken monster before putting it into my storage. I looked at Ashlyn, who is still fighting at a distance. Seeing she is in good condition, I walked back toward the hole stealthily. The fight with Chicken Monster was very short and lasted barely 3 minutes, but it took 80 of energy. This bastard was powerful, but it did not deserve so much energy. It is the fault of my moves that drink energy as if they have unlimited. I plan to testify that my moves will leaner, swifter, and stronger and require less energy to perform in the upgrade. I reached the hole without being discovered and climbed into it, and a few minutes later I reached the abode. 10 minutes after that, Ashlyn also came back. I again spread the rocks and sensors through the hole before going to shower. My injuries have been healed, but I am still feeling slightly weak. These injuries were not simple. It contains monster's berserk energy, which has a strong flavor of cosmic energy. After a shower, I cooked for us. I had cooked what I have learned from this tome past week from the tome. We both ate till we are full before Ashlyn went to sleep, and I to my inheritance space. I'm very close to upgrading. In 3 to 4 days. I will have the full upgrade ready, and that time I can level up the Duke stage. I am feeling very about it with the work I am doing. The Duke level inheritance's power will be amazing. I had tinkered with both sets of moves, bringing little changes and making them efficient, so I would not act as the energy guzzler as they are doing right now. Normal inheritances work on comprehension. The more you comprehend, the more power you can harness from it. It is true for the apex inheritance. They can provide one with unlimited power as long as they comprehend it, which makes them very dangerous later. The more time apex inheritance host, the powerful they will become. Samuel, whom I had fought with, was unable to harness even an ounce of power from his inheritance. If he had, I would have had a very tough time against it, and would have been difficult to win the match. But with my experience in the ruin, I've made many great changes in the inheritance. The upgrade will bring significant changes into inheritance. When I first started creating the inheritance, I only had a theoretical idea about it. Still, after fighting both grim monster and powerful monster, I got many great ideas to make my inheritance very powerful. 3 days passed by and today's 4th day. In these 3 days, I learned another recipe and most importantly, have completed the upgrade of my inheritance. Currently, I am going it over again the 3rd time to see if there is any mistake. The smallest mistake could kill me. These runes are going merge with my body, and if they did not assimilate well, they might turn me into meat paste. Even worse could happen. They could destroy my mana veins and make me cripple. It would be extremely horrifying if something like that happens, so I have to be very careful. This is the biggest downside of creating their inheritance. One must carefully take each step. The smallest mistake could cause one's life or something even greater. I checked each rune and formation, and with utter clarity, it is my life on the line, and I don't take any risk with it. Few hours passed, and finally, the 3rd inspection is over, and I did not find any mistake. The inheritance is ready for the upgrade. I looked at the humanoid made of runes. It is a little bigger than previous. There had been an increase of little more than 5,000 runes. After taking another look at it, I got out of my inheritance space. I created the aura confining formation so that no aura could leak out of alert any monster before taking out all the consumable resources I've in my storage. When I come to this realm, I had brought a huge amount of resources in case I have to level up to Duke here, and now I am leveling up. All these resources are coming in handy. After I put all the resources I have, I again entered my inheritance space and tapped the heart of humanoid and started the runic assimilation, and at the same time, I started my breakthrough into the Duke. I hope the level up did not take long. I thought as I have thrown out of inheritance. The formation would only mask aura for a while. When my runes started to suck on a huge amount of worldly energy, the monsters are going to notice. I would have loved to do in a safe place with having someone to protect and no powerful monsters coming to kill me, but I have not. I am in this danger rounds place with Ashlyn inside me, leveling up together. The only thing I have is the protection of rocks and abode. I hope it would be enough till my level up over. After that, I am sure I will have enough strength to deal with these monsters. Fuck. I cursed through the gritted teeth. Pain shot through every part of my me as the upgraded inheritance started to assimilate. Old runes getting destroyed, new are taking their place, formation changing the runes, or moving to different directions altogether. Many things are happening in me, and most surprising of all is resources. They're disappearing at a record speed, which had shocked me. These resources are very rare and packed an immense amount of energy, most of sent by the teacher, crafted especially for runic assimilation. Their quantity would have been more than enough, but seeing the speed it is disappearing seemed like it is not enough. I will need more resources to complete the resources. Seeing that, I started to take out other resources. These resources are not perfect for assimilation, but they are rare resources nonetheless. They will have to do. A few minutes later, I finished taking out all the resources I have. Now there's just monster meat, and some herbs have remained aside from the metals. I hope worldly energy would assimilate faster earlier. I would have not wished for this thing, but seeing how ravenously these runes sucking the resources around me, they will do. The cloud of worldly energy has appeared above me, but it is small. I hoped it would grow faster by growing faster to lessen my already depleting resources. Fuck me. I curse it again as another hand joined in consuming the worldly energy. My sword also started consuming worldly energy that is building above me, which decreased the share of inheritance runes, making them suck the resources even more ravenously. I'm watching everything and even focusing on the screens in front of me. Till now, sensors have not caught anything, but soon monster will get attracted to the worldly energy that is building around me. Soon the cloud of worldly energy above me became 3 meters, and change started to occur. Now, this cloud worldly energy not only gathering more worldly energy, but also started gathering cosmic energy. Fuck. I cursed in pain as injuries started appearing on me before. When cosmic energy hit me, there was my inheritance there to save me. But now it is going through assimilation, means this cosmic energy entering my body and soul before getting sucked by the runes and seeing its harsh nature. It is injuring me greatly. My body had turned entirely red with injuries, and each second it turns redder before becoming bloodier as the cloud above me gets bigger and bigger. Due to the healing power of my constitution and healing rule, I had been hanging on right now, but it is getting brutal as every second, more and more cosmic energy is coming to cloud and entering inside me. It is tearing through every part of my body before getting merged into runes. It is fucking painful, and there is nothing I could do about it except bear it and wish it won't go above what I could take otherwise. I would turn to dust before the assimilation process is over. Roar, cry, snort. I was worrying about cosmic energy when another dangerous aspect made its announcement by the furious roar. More monsters' voices rang out after the roar. Monster has come finally. I thought I would have some time, but it looked like I do not. The monsters have come, and soon they would be attacking. I am fuckid right now. I am completely defenseless. During the assimilation, I could not use my inheritance energy, which makes me weak like an ant in front of those monsters. A casual attack from those monsters could turn me into the meat paste. Bang, bang, boom. The monsters have started attacking, and I could feel shaking above, but I am not looking at that. I am wholly focused on the cosmic energy tearing through me. I had finally reached my limit. Ah. My bones have started showing under the assault of cosmic energy. Even my apex constitution and healing power are losing the battle against cosmic energy that had drawn me entirely and finally made me scream in pain. The only consolation in this fuckid up scenario is that assimilation is reaching the end. In a minute it will be over. I have to survive the assault of cosmic energy for a minute before it all over. Shit. I was consoling myself through this unbearable pain when I noticed something which horrified expression appeared on my horrific face. A monster is coming. It is coming through the tunnel, destroying any obstacle placed in the hole. The hole is small that even I barely able to move through it without feeling obstruction. I had intentionally made it narrow so that even if the monster were to discover it, it wouldn't be able to pass through it, but now the monster is coming. An initial level Duke stage snake monster. If I were in my prime, I would have easily killed this bastard, but now I am weak as an ant that this bastard will only have to flick the tail to cut me into two. It is coming at me, crushing every obstacle that came in its path, but it is no cakewalk for it. I had packed quite nasty surprises on the way that made me every inch very difficult to cross. The monster is now screaming in agony, but still crossed the hole in fury. It won't take long before it appeared in front of me and kill me mercilessly. Not only it, but the other monsters which are attacking from outside also won't take long before they destroy all the rocks and come knocking in my abode. The only thing that could save me is my inheritance, but the assimilation is going on, and I don't know whether I could survive the complete assimilation seeing the amount of cosmic energy entering my body. My life is hanging by a thread, and I am doing everything to save that thread, but it is getting difficult, very difficult as more and more cosmic energy kept assaulting me. The only consolation is that the assimilation is near completion. It could be over in a few seconds. I have to survive these few seconds. As long as I survive, then there will be no fucking monster in subterranean will have the power to kill me. Bang, bang, bang. Seconds passed painfully when I heard the banging on the abode wall. The monster had reached the abode, and now it is banging on its wall, trying to break. If the abode has been in the perfect condition, it would have easily defended for a while, but its defenses had already been damaged. Not to forget it, constant surrounding monsters have also been damaging to it and its direct attack, as I've said it in few seconds that my fate will be decided. Boom, shar. With a booming monster finally broke through the abode wall and came face to face with me. It screamed loudly as if expected big bad enemy, but when it saw me, it had stopped in its surprise. My skin's upper level had disappeared entirely. On some parts my bones could be seen. I looked like some freak from a horror show that seeing even a monster had got shocked for a second. The monster is a snake monster that is wholly covered in a blue rock layer, the only thing that is not covered in its deep yellow eyes. Shar. It continues to look at me several seconds before it had leaped at me. Its rocky mouth is open wide, intending to gobble my head. Dumb monster. I said with a bloody smile. If this monster had not wasted a couple of seconds, it would have able to kill me, but now it is too late. The assimilation is completed. I've formally became Duke, and now it is time to deal with these monsters. Armor started to appear on my body when the monster had reached halfway. The inheritance armor is still silver and has no design except for the multicolor wings, but if a familiar person looked at me right now, they say it is changed. The armor had changed a little. The silver color deepened slightly, and lines on it became even more prominent. It now looked even more impressive than before. By the time armor enveloped me completely, the monster had reached near, but there is no fear on my face. There was not an ounce of fear remaining in my heart. All I have is towering excitement. Shar, the rock snake monster had reached me, and now there was just half-meter distance between us. Seeing that, I was about to summon my sword but shook my hand at that throat and instead punched toward it. I did not use any move of mine. It is just my strength and passive strength provided by my inheritance. But when the punch moves, it threw through the air, and I started to feel head around. I couldn't help but feel surprised seeing that because the power is way above what I had imagined would be, and it is not just me who is surprised. Even rock snake monster is also looking quite surprised by the power, and tries to move away from the direction of my punch as sensing its power. Bam. A bamming sound rang out as I hit the head of the rock snake monster. It had tried to dodge the punch, but it was utterly unsuccessful. It had landed squarely on its head. Thud. I was preparing to launch another punch when I saw a snake's head hitting the floor, and it is completely dead. I couldn't help but feel stumped, seeing that. If it had been a common monster, I would not have been surprised. Hell, I would not have been surprised if it had been the monster from above, but this is not a typical monster. It is an underground monster, born in a very thick cosmic energy, and top of that, it was a defensive monster, and was of the same level as me. Killing its single attack is no easy feat. As I looked down at the monster, I found it's a head full of crushed and brain fluid flowing out of multiple holes of its head. The monster had died a second after my fist hit its head. The monster did not have any chance against my attack, even defensive skin. The punch was too much for it to handle. Strength, I said as I gripped my fist tightly. The cosmic energy passed through me had also refined my body and made it stronger than I had imagined. I am now strong enough that I could fight hand to hand against this dead initial Duke monster. I may not win against it, but it will not be able to win against me too. This is a huge thing as I am human, and this is a monster. Getting such a strong body is extremely difficult for humans. Normal humans of my stage could not bear such a massive amount of cosmic energy. Hell, even those hosts of apex inheritances would not be able to bear the amount of cosmic energy I did earlier. Even not all people with apex constitution could bear it. Only those with healing type apex constitution or constitution that is resistant to cosmic energy. Still, it was not all my constitution that helped. There is my healing type rule power and also the assimilation process, which sucked away cosmic energy as long as it entered inside me. If such amount of cosmic energy lingered inside me, I would be 100 times dead during assimilation. The monsters are reaching close. I thought and waited in my abode. I am excited right now. My inheritance has gone through significant upgrades. I've made big changes, and now I want to see how those changes played out in the battle. Bang, bang, bang. Few more seconds had passed when the first monster destroyed the wall of abode and entered. It is Ox monster. It entirely white except for big azure horns. It is also bigger and powerful than the monsters I've fought till now. It is mid-print stage and now looking at me very angrily, and it was about to attack me when another 2 walls of abode broke and 2 monsters stormed in. Of the 2 new monsters, one is boar monster and the other is lion monster. Both of them are a similar size as the ox monster and are at mid-level of print stage like it. The boar monster is an elemental fire monster. Its whole body covered fire, and its tusk is red hot like metal and smith fire. It would be very nasty if those tusks were to touch me anywhere. The lion monster seemed slightly different than all the lion monsters I've come across so far. It is entirely black, not the color I've seen on a lion monster. The only thing that is not black on this monster is its eyes, which are deep red. 3 monsters roared as they saw each other, their eyes blazing with power, ready to attack any moment. Shake, shake, shake. There was a staring contest going on between them when suddenly the abode started shaking heavily. I just looked up and understood why these monsters destroyed the abode walls, and now it can't bear a load of rocks above. See you out, little monsters, I said to monsters and waved before disappearing into huge holes they have made. Moo, snort, roar. They roared and followed me out immediately. When I reached outside, I found myself surrounded by even more monsters. There are 8 monsters were already waiting for me outside. Of the 8, 7 are dukes and 1 is Prince Stage monster. The Prince Stage is Snow Eagle at initial Prince Stage. It is not weaker than the other 3 monsters. Moo, snort, roar, cry. Soon 3 monsters came out, and as they did, the rocks have collapsed abode. Now I am surrounded by 4 Prince Stage monsters. As for dukes, they moved aside far, seeing the Prince Stage monsters take the stage. These monsters did not roar at each other this time, just looked at me with killing intent blazing in their eyes. Roar, it is a lion monster that attacked me first, and I have to say, it is the strangest attack I've ever seen. It had somehow turned to shadow and came at me. It could be said it is transformed into a shadow, and I have quite shocked seeing it. It is a very difficult thing to do to transform into semi-elemental or pure elemental form. One needs a very high concentration of that element in them. I would have very much loved to focus on this one monster, but others, too, have launched their attacks. The boar monster launched 2 beams of highly concentrated fire through its tusks and came at me, while the ox monster came me directly with its azure horns glowing. The last snow eagle has also flapped its wings and has launched snow arcs, which are as danger rounds as concentrated fire beams coming toward me. All these attacks are coming at me with a moment of difference between them. If I had been Lord right now, these attacks would have killed with guarantee, but now they are nothing. Zup zup. The fire rays and snow arcs came at me first. These two are attacks extremely fast and appeared beside in second. But as they were about to pierce through me, I moved shoulder right and took a step back, effortlessly avoiding both of the attacking. As I avoided the attack, 3 monsters were on me. The lion monster materialized in front of me with both claws coming at my chest. The boar monster had its tusk aimed at my waist, and last white ox monster wanted to impale me from the behind. Not to forget, the snow eagle is waiting for a chance to strike. As long as it saw the opportunity, it won't hesitate to dive down and tear me through its powerful claws. Seeing the 3 monsters coming at me at the same, I walked 2 steps forward toward the black claws that are coming at me, and right when they are about to strike my chest, I moved 3 steps left and dodged the claws and tusks of boar at the same time, and now only white only remained, whose horns are inches away from piercing my back if I did not dodge them next moment. Seeing the azure horns of the about to pierce through my back, I turned around and my eyes locked on the white ox. I could see victory in its eyes as it looked at me, but suddenly that emotion of victory transformed that of alarm, and azure energy from its horns started to spread from its body. Puchai, still before it could consolidate around it, its head pierced through my sword, killing it immediately. A moment later, its body has disappeared into my storage, and only my sword has remained. The killing happened so quickly that even Snow Eagle from above would have barely able to track it. Like my armor, my sword did not have a big change, but if one looked at it, they would think something about it had changed definitely. The enchantment's look, the dimension, and weight of the sword had remained changed. Even those who think the sword had changed will have a hard time finding out what had changed. Even I needed a moment to realize what had changed about my sword. Except for the power, it's the blade of my sword which had changed the most. It had become even more transparent. It was already transparent, but now it had become even more. Cry, sup sup sup. The killing had shocked the monster, but it did not take them long to recover from it and attacked with even more fury. The snow eagle above launched tens of snowy arcs, and the boar monster had charged also started to laugh one fire ray after another, and Shadow Lion transformed into shadows again and came at me. This time their attacks are even faster, but they did not feel dangerous to me. Zup zup zup. I faced the fiery bolts and snowy arcs with a smile as I dodged them. I did not move more than a step to launch the numerous attacks coming at one after another. I am dodging the attacks, the long rang attacks, and dodging the shadow claws that would come out of the shadow that lion monster had transformed into. This random claws attack of lion monsters is far more dangerous than the 2 long-range attacks. The semi-corporal state of its claws makes it attacks very tricky to deal with. If not for that, I would not have entertained these 2 monsters for long. This lion is very interesting. I have never seen such a monster before. I've read about such monsters, but they are rare and only found in higher stages, as only in high stage do they get such high elemental concentration to do something like this. At its semi-corporal state, it's very difficult to attack it, as most attack powers did not even touch it, so I did not try. I continued dodging the attack. I will only attack when I see the optimum opportunity, though I could still kill it, which will make me use more energy than I am willing to make, and it's not like I am not having fun. Dodging is fun, and it also helps me learn controls of my armor. In this upgrade, I have made very big changes, especially in the department of control. Earlier, I used to use a lot of formation to help me control my armor, but now in this upgrade, I have removed 60 of those formations and controlled the function I've used the formation for with my mind. It helps reduce the energy need and put a lot of stress in my mind with me controlling all the functions on my own and need high energy control. I am currently at my limit controlling all the armor functions. I wonder how long I could keep controlling it, seeing the stress I am feeling right now. I could have gone a little easy on removing some control aiding formation, but I wanted to go the hard way to train myself, and with the progress I am making in Tome, it won't take long before it would be a breeze for me to operate the armor. I plan to remove 95 of all control aiding formations. Whether I will remove it when I am Duke or when I reached Prince or above would depend upon the way my control progress. A chance. I said in my mind the Shadow Lion had to attack me with semi-corporal claws, and all of which I had dodged without question, and now getting frustrated, it had finally made its claw corporal. As its claw became corporal, runes inside me lit up, and my one hand released from my sword and moved at the speed it is invisible to it. Roar. By the time it realized what is happening, a silvery hand had already grasped its foot and yanked it above. It resisted, but it was no use. The surprise and power that I am using are far above what it can resist. Puchai. As I yanked it back, I pierced my sword directly into its head. I had started to go incorporeal, but my strike's power was too great that it had immediately vaporized its brain. That exact moment, the snow eagle swooped down to attack me. Till now the snow eagle had always attacked from the sky, never coming down, but now it did it, and it came with astonishing speed. It only took a moment to appear above me and used its powerful claws to crush my brains, but suddenly a look of confusion appeared in its eyes when it noticed I disappeared from my spot, and all its claw got was my afterimage. Looking for me, I asked from above and brought down my sword on its horror-filled face. Putch, it's tried to move away and use the defensive ability it has, but it did not get a chance to do that. My sword pierced through its skull before it could try any willy tactic. Thud. 3 are dead, only you have remained now, I said as I appeared beside the boar monster and brought down my sword at its skull. Putchai, my sword pierced through the fiery boar and it fell on the ground dead. Killing it was a simple thing in this fight. If any monster were a challenge, then it would be the Shadow's lion. Still, this fight had helped me very much. It helped me get control over my armor. If it had been a powerful monster, it wouldn't be an easy fight. D-HUD. I had just picked up the monster carcass in my storage when suddenly ground beneath my field collapsed, and mouth came out of it, sensing that I flew up, and it followed me with great speed that nearly eaten my foot up. So you finally came out, I said when my monster went up in the air. I did not care, my foot being very close to the monster mouth, and it is inching closer to eat my foot. I had known about this monster hiding in the ground. It had been one of the first monsters reaching my abode. If not for the snake monster breaking the wall, this yellow earth rat would have done it a second later. It had been hiding in the ground, waiting for the perfect moment to attack, and when I had just stored the body of the monster, it attacked, wanting to guzzle me up. The monster came down from Earth as a mutated yellow earth rat. It looked like a yellow earth rat in every aspect, except for its mouth, which opened unnaturally wide. This monster is about the same size as the monsters that attacked me earlier, but its power is far greater. It is a high-level Prince Stage monster, compared to those mid-level Prince Stage monster. With both of us up in the air, it is perfect for me to test one of my improved moves, Roos Vine. I said, and vines released from my hands, and this time there was an evident change in the vines. Could be seen vine. It is now very thin like a normal vine, not unnaturally thick as before, but it looked very vibrant as if it is born in the life energy-rich environment. Vines came out of me very fast and started to spread around the rat monster before it could do anything, and right when these vines bound the important part, the real magic began. Queue. A very squicky scream rang through the monster mouth as sharp thorns of vines dug into its hard skin, and the next moment, vines started to grow as if they are on steroid. In just 3 seconds, they have entirely enveloped it. It is struggling intensely, producing earth spikes all over its body to get rid of the vices, but vines are having none of it. The vines are way too tenacious since they have unlimited vitality to harvest from them. Yes, now the vines could harvest monsters' vitality to grow. This move is now not limited to special professional grim monsters. I've been working on improving vitality sucking formation ever since the first day of the Fort Ardan battle. My vine was able to suck blood and everything of the special profession grim monster because of my curse constitution, which derived from the sentient curse I've in me. Due to it, my constitution works well against special energies as they stem from the common source. But if I were to do that with common grim monsters, monster and human, which I never use this move on, its difficulty increases dramatically. Last time I was not able to perfect formation and have a limitation of levels, but after I entered Fort Ardan, I had plenty of time to work with formation, and cooking in the tome has given me much inspiration I needed to create this formation. Unlike the formation I used on Special Formation Grim Monster, where I used the curse element of the Constitution with rule bending power, this formation uses the healing element with rule bending power. For the past few months, I had been trying this formation with curse power, but it did not work. Only after practicing the cooking in tome did I get inspiration to use the tome. I touched the ball of the vine, and soon it produced the gaps, and in those gaps its head of the monster, which is wholly bound that not only could not move but also could not make any sound. Putch, with its head out, I pierced my sword into its head and give it release. As its head, the vines started to unravel from it and came back inside me while the monster's body fell dead on the ground. The monster's body is in fine condition. There is no sign of injuries except for the bloody hole in its skull. The vines took quite a lot of vitality off it, but no change could be seen of its body. If this had been a normal monster of a similar stage, there would have been obvious signs of the vitality drain. I looked at the body for a moment before I put them in my storage. The monsters born in cosmic energy-rich areas are always in high demand, no matter what species they came from. I wish I could harvest the monster into roses, as I do with Special Profession Grim Monster, but I am far from reaching there. Nor could I do this with a monster or normal Grim Monster. Only Special the Profession Grim Monster could be harvested by roses currently. Teacher would become very happy if I can harvest Battle Inheritance Grim Monster into roses. The Special Profession is good, but adds Battle Inheritance into that it becomes even more impressive. Just the types of totem artifact we would be able to craft from them would be amazing. The effects the totem artifacts will get from those roses will be envy-worthy, but unfortunately, that can't happen right now. Complete harvesting is wholly different from using vitality or blood for the growth. I will need to create an entirely different formation, which I am nowhere close to creating. All the monsters that had attacked me are dead, and the Duke-level ones, they ran away before my fight is over. In my immediate vicinity, I do not have any other monsters that I could kill. Seeing that, I closed my eyes and looked at the inheritance runes inside me for a minute before opening my eyes. I need strengthening, I muttered. The assimilation process is just over, but the runes already need strengthening. Before coming to Ruin, I had already gone through the strengthening, and did not think I would need to go through it again for a few months even after I leveled up to the Duke. A lot of organizations were buying my essence roses in exchange for many rare and precious resources, and through which sent me strengthening solution crafted by Tyrant Grade Alchemist 3. The last strengthening I've went through used some very rare materials, and some of them were even from Teacher's collection. Still, I am not sad but happy seeing my inheritance runes needed the strengthening. More strengthening means having more potential, and I need my inheritance to have great potential, so I could match and surpass the hosts of apex inheritances and bloodlines. And I know a place where I could find an optimum material for the strengthening. That place is one reason I decided to come to this ruin, but before I could think about going to that place, I should think about getting out of this place first. I looked up toward the hole where my abode fell into this subterranean, and it is filled as I had expected. On the first days after the battle is over, I asked Ashlyn to see if there is a way to reach up using the hole we have come from, but after a few minutes she said no. The hole is filled, not only in pieces of a stone mountain, but also in dirt and other things. It would be extremely difficult if we won't go through that route, not to forget if something terrible happens and all the shit fell down, I will be squished without the abode protection. The best choice for me is to find another way through this subterranean space, though it will be difficult. It will not be as dangerous and challenging to climb down the hole I had come from. Only 16 days have passed since the ruin had opened, and there are at least 18 more days before it closed. The ruin will be open for 35 to 38 days before we called back through our homing bands. Ashlyn picked the direction. I said to Ashlyn her sense of direction is way better than mine. Following Ashlyn will get us quickly out of here than my own. Choo choo choo. She chirped excitedly and flew north. I followed her slowly while collecting rare herbs found only in the subterranean environment. I have to say, there are a lot of herbs up here, and their quality is also superb. The thick cosmic energy makes it very difficult for anything to grow in it, but if any life could grow in it, it thrives in such energy. Every flora and fauna here is rare, even grass on the ground is very rare. If my knight self had found the common grass I was walking on, he would have been elated for the whole day. I did not pick everything I see, I only picked those rare and precious things, and the things I need. I followed Ashlyn while picking up whatever caught my fancy on the way. I came across many monsters which I had killed. Most of these monsters are dukes, but there are always some princes mixed it. Still, I did max-level monster I come across was mid-level prince. I was kind of expecting high-level prince or even a peak-level prince to test my power. I am not boasting, but there are very few monsters in this whole ruin contest against me now. I'm sure I can even defeat the peak prince stage monster of this subterranean. There is only one place where monsters could give me a feeling of fear now, and that of the crown tree. According to the intel I got, the most dangerous part of crown tree is not the extremely thick cosmic energy that exists there, but the monster. These monsters are born in the extremely dense cosmic energy that even host of apex inheritances had run like dogs from these monsters. That place is exceptionally perilous, but the place where the most treasures of this realm are present, and I plan to there. The crown tree has the thing I need very much. Choo choo. Suddenly Ashlyn called me through our link, saying she had found something interesting. Ashlyn is quite far from me, not only to scout, but also to fight the monsters. Hearing she had found something interesting, I increased my speed, though I would still pick up a thing or two if it is interesting enough. On the way, I noticed the concentration of energy is increasing consistently, which means I am walking toward the place where the origin of cosmic energy. 45 minutes later, I reached where Ashlyn is and couldn't help but get surprised seeing the thing in front of me. Wow, I said as I looked at the small lake in front of me. I've come across many ponds on the way, but not like this one. The pond's water has a high concentration of cosmic energy inside it. It is connected to the source of cosmic energy present in the underground. Through my observation, I was able to deduce that source of cosmic energy of subterranean in the underground. If it had been open ground, flora and fauna would not be as stable as it is right now. The water source is deep underground, and seeing how seamlessly cosmic energy fused with water, this water has become a treasure, and I fully intend to take it as the learning gourmet. I have to take it. I took out a special storage bottle and walked toward the small lake when I suddenly stopped, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I slowly walked toward small lake. As I reached the small lake, I crouched down and dipped the bottle into it and started to fill it. Sup, barely 10 seconds passed since I started to fill the bottle when suddenly, I saw a wild tail coming at me with extraordinary speed, a speed that even amazed me. Clang. A sword appeared in my hands, and right that moment and it clashed against the incoming while blew heavily, and that is just a start as the next moment, I saw more than 10 blurs coming toward me from the small lake. Seeing that sword disappeared from my hand and next moment, vines released at a breakneck speed, and before these white blurs could go back to the small lake in just 2 seconds, my vines have caught 13 mid-level prince fish monsters. A bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I caught such a big haul. These finishes grew in cosmic energy rich water. The cosmic energy inside them is far greater than the monster present on the ground. I killed all the fish monsters without damaging them even a bit before storing them before calling back the vine. Sup sup sup. My vine was about to go inside me when 3 white blurs came out of the small lake. These wild blurs are bigger than before and their speed is way faster. These fish monsters have made times their attacks well, but they made a slight mistake. Their every moment was under my gaze. Their perfect timed attack was no surprise to me at all. The vine, which was about to completely seep inside me, suddenly bloomed and transformed into the net, and before these 3 blurs could fathom what is happening. 3 fishes caught, I said happily as thin thorns bloomed out of vines and killed the fish monster before giving them a chance to counterattack. The one attacked me now was high-grade Prince Stage fish monsters. This attack of mine may seem simple, but it requires me to do in-depth planning within a few seconds. I wanted to catch these fish monsters without damaging them, and perfect planning was the best way. I stored the 3 monsters before I started to fill the water into the bottle. A few minutes later, the water level could be seen receding, and 10 minutes later, there is barely any water left in the small lake. Me draining the lake will not affect flora and fauna around this lake. The lake had an underground source. It will be filled within a few days. Let's go, I said to Ashlyn. Finding such a fish monster was quite a luck. I will keep these fishes stored in perfect condition and only cook it when I find a tome fish recipe. I am sure there will be a fish recipe in the first 10 recipes. Such treasures rarely come across. It would be a shame if I did not use them in the best possible way. As Ashlyn lead me deeper, we come across many lakes, but the underground source and I emptied them all with their fishes and water. But in all the lakes, the highest level fish monster I could find was high-level Prince Stage. Not only in lake but on the surface too, I've only come across many high Prince Stage monster, but not a single peak Prince monster, but I will soon. The density of cosmic energy is increasing, and with it, the power of the monster too. Now, most of the monsters I am encountering now Prince Stage monsters are barely any Prince Stage monsters. Growl. I killed another high Prince monster and about to store its body when I heard a loud growl. When I looked back, I saw ape coming toward me. An amethyst ape to exact, seeing how every part of its back covered in thick amethyst armor. Finally, I said, and was happy that Ashlyn at quite a distance as she could not take this monster from. A few minutes ago, Ashlyn had informed me about finding peak Prince monster, and when I asked her to keep it occupied, she told me she already killed it. I could sense the gloating in her voice. Now it is my time to fight a peak prince, the highest level this ruin could allow. That makes these princes very powerful, especially older ones who have reached the peak stage of prince for more than decades. The older they are, the more powerful they will be. They will have great battle experience and have every inch of their bodies stuffed with the cosmic energy, making them very powerful. I don't know whether this amethyst ape is young or old, but it is pretty powerful. I could sense its blazing battle power even from a distance, which is making my battle spirit burn higher and higher. Soon it reached 100 meters ahead of me, and I got a good look at it. It is little more than 2 meters long with a very beefy body covered in amethyst armor, which is especially thick at its fists. The thumping sound grew louder as it got close to me, and when it was about 50 meters ahead of me, it suddenly increased and appeared in front of me with its fist, which is bigger than my head, aiming at my head. Seeing that my sword also while moving, its weight is also increasing rapidly, and it's increased till it started to release the amount of pressure as the fist of the ape monster. Bang! A banging sound rang out as my sword clashed against the amethyst ape's fist. The ape monster has a clear look of surprise in its eyes, as if wondering how a puny human, who is complete stage lower, than it could counter its blow without even shaking. Growl. The amethyst ape growled in rage, seeing its earlier attack did not affect me and attacked again. This time its attack is stronger and faster, and it is also using its ability as its amethyst fist is shining. Bang! My sword clashed against the fist, and I couldn't help but get surprised. The attack is powerful, but the energy is released from its way to the peculiar flavor that if not for me sensing extremely thick berserk energy in the attack, I would have through it would have been inheritance energy. the berserk energy that monsters have also goes through a transformation as they level up depending on the environment they are born in. Their energy also acquires particular traits. Like in this subterranean, the monster's berserk energy have a very high percentage of the cosmic energy. Growl, it's growled again and attacked with more strength. The glow on its fist brightened up that when the fist is coming toward me, I could see the air breaking apart by it. Bang! My sword moved as its fist moved and clashed against its fist halfway and neutralized its whole attack and crushed and converted all the energies it had sent at me. As I neutralized its attack, it did not launch another attack right away but looked at me for a moment. Its eyes are filled with killing intent toward me, but there is also the hunger. I am sure that if I had died by its hands, it would not waste any time killing me. Growl. It looked at me for a second before letting out a loud growl. That exact moment, two amethyst hands materialized right below its original hand, which it banged across its chest loudly with its original hands. I looked at the two new hands in surprise. I have come across the four-armed ape, but those hands were its original hands, while these two hands which had just appeared are its ability. It had banged its arms to its chest before it attacked me with it. It had attacked me with four of its arms. From attacking me using a single arm to attacking me with the four arms, and power behind these powerful arms is shuddering. A single punch from these arms could blast any high print stage monster here in pieces, and I am about to face the four arms simultaneously. Such attacks couldn't help but made me really excited. The runes lighted up inside me, and so is the weight enchantment of my sword as I moved my sword toward the coming punches. Ever since I leveled up to the Duke, I had been searching for such an opponent which would challenge me to bring out my real strength, and now I have come across such opponent. Bang, 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 bang. Growl. My sword moved at a fantastic speed and clashed against all the four powerful punches that had come at me, but the monster has none of that as it had growled in anger and started attack me with punches at even greater speed. Bang, bang, bang. Ape monster is attacking me. Fury. Our attacks are now becoming completely invisible to the naked eyes, even people of the same level, as we will only see the after image. We have created a stand where we are fighting. We have created a crater around us. Except for the 2-meter long space we are fighting, everything else around us had been bogged down. Since it had started fighting with four arms, I had been trying to explode it with my art's power, seeing how every attack contained a huge amount of energy, but I had been unsuccessful till now. The second level of my art seemed insufficient to blow it completely. Now I regret not focusing enough on my art, but seeing how so many things bogging down on me, there no time to spend on the art. Still, it is not like I am hurrying to kill it. I am enjoying the fight very much, and currently old set is enough to fight against it. When I feel it had offered everything it could to me, I will use the moves of the rose domination. We were fighting when suddenly the front side became porcupine. Thousands of long, thin crystalline needles appeared on its body. Sup, 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 just as they appeared, they all released at me. Thousands of needles are coming toward me with incredible speed. This attack is too sudden, and seeing Amethyst's big beefy body, one would not expect it would launch some attack and probably skewed by the thousands of needles. These needles are very thin, which makes them look delicate, and one might mistake them as feint, which could be easily defended using normal defensive methods if it is got deployed in time, but they would be very mistaken about these needles. These needles may look delicate, but they are jammed packed with energy, and every single of the needles held power to blast a big hole in one's body, and one should also forget about defending them against them. By using an average defensive method, these needles are very fast and very sharp. Even if one successfully activated the defensive method before these needles have stuck them, they will still be a danger as these needles held power to pierce through anything. Rose cover. When needles were right in front of me, and the next moment, hundreds of rose petals have appeared around me. This move of mine had gone through the big change in the upgrade. The number of petals has been directly halved into half. From above 1,000 petals, now only 533 petals are surrounding me. Though the number of petals has decreased, its defensive ability has increased tremendously. I had removed couple formation and changed into a different formation, which helped me cut energy petals into half, while also increasing its defensive many times. It was a complete win-win solution. Ting, 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 thousands of needles started to clash against the rose petals cover surrounding me, creating sharp sound as they clashed and dissolve around the petals. Yes, these needles are nastier than I had thought. If they cannot pierce through the shield's defense, they will dissolve on it and attack it with their full power, like they are attacking now. But these petals are not as simple as before. They still can self-refining the energy that came at but if the energy too much, they can now send to me for refining and storage. The needles came at me in thousands, but the petals quickly dealt with all of them. Amethyst Ape had also tried to sneak an attack or two. It also failed, not to forget its attack was weak. The needle attack was extremely powerful. It launched thousands of them, even if it is a powerful peak prince stage monster. Launching such army-killing attack will make weak for at least a few minutes before it gathered enough energy to reach its peak. Let's end it, I said to it, seeing it will take him few minutes to recover, and even if it recovers, it will not have much to show me it had already used its powerful army-killing move on me. Growl. It seemed to understand what I mean and growled in anger before taking a jump back. Simultaneously, it seemed to have activated its defensive ability as a layer of amethyst energy covered its body. Seeing that, I shook my head, and the next moment, the vine erupted from the ground and bound it before it could do anything. The monster struggled, but the thin vine held on as multiple thorns erupted from it and pierced through its body, completely disregarding the defense of amethyst energy and amethyst armor covering its body. As the thorns pierced through its body, the single vine started growing explosively by using the vitality of ape monster that within 3 seconds, the vine had wholly covered the nearly 3 meters long monster. A second later, I killed the amethyst ape and stored its body inside my storage. A good fight, I said. The battle with the ape was quite satisfying. It was a very strong monster. After finishing the fight, I continued my journey toward the center of subterranean. By the evening or 6 am, since it is always night here, I've came across another 2 peak prince stage monsters who also gave me a satisfying fight. When the clock ticks at 6 a.m., I asked Ashlyn to find us a good hiding spot to set up an abode. I'm not feeling much tired, but I still decided to abide by my regular timetable. Not to forget, I am impatient to enter the tome. I need few more hours with the tome, and I will be able to master the 6th recipe that I had been trying for past 2 days. An hour later, Ashlyn had found the well-hidden spot, and we have set up the abode. After freshening up, I had cooked 2 of the dishes I've learned in the tome and ate with Ashlyn till our stomach full. I took the first shift while Ashlyn slept. I first spread the sensors around the abode heavily before seeping my consciousness into the tome. As such, time passed, and by the time Ashlyn's shift starts, I've mastered the 6th recipe and even tried the 7th recipe, which seemed very hard that I would need at least 2 to 3 days to master it. Ashlyn took over and I slept, and unlike my shift, her shift had some hiccups. 2 monsters were idiot enough to come sniffing it out abode, and Ashlyn finished them off before they could create any trouble. I woke up in the late morning after freshening up and eating the leftovers of the last night. We continued with our journey toward the center of the subterranean. I hope we found a way out of exit there. Even though this space has pretty powerful monsters, I don't want to spend all my time ruined here. After half an hour of starting the journey, I've come across the peak prince stage monster, which I had killed after 15 minutes of a good fight. An hour after that, I came across another peak prince, which was especially powerful, and I needed 20 minutes to kill. The deeper walk into the center of subterranean, near the source of cosmic energy, the more peak princes I come across, not only the monster, but I also found many rare precious materials. That now I am spending more time picking them than fighting the monsters. It's a good thing I've speed in my favor and quick hands. I could even pick the most delicate flower within seconds. There would have been a lot more monsters I am facing, but Ashlyn also fighting them. The ones I fight are her leftovers. Choo-choo. Suddenly Ashlyn chirped and called me to her, saying she had likely found out way out. Just as I heard that, an excited yelp came out of my mouth, and I sped toward her. On the way I even came across Peak Prince Stage Monster, which I had killed in a record 1 minute. I had directly let loose my vines on it before piercing my sword into its skull before it even gets a chance to resist the vines. 40 minutes later, I reached Ashlyn and saw what she had called me to see. River, I said out loud with a smile, we have finally found something that could take us to exit. There is river in the Radiant Grove, and I know it from its info that small river goes underground. This river is likely the same small river, and if I walk the opposite of its flow, I may get out of the subterranean, and my instinct is telling me that this is the right way. This river is flowing right through the center of the subterranean. The place where I am standing has 2 thick cosmic energy that normal monster could not survive here. Only mid and above Prince Stage monsters can live cosmic energy-rich place like this. I looked at the river and started to walk in the opposite direction of the flow. To get out, I will need to enter the water at some point, but now is not the time. I will walk by the river till I could before I jumped into it. I noticed something and saw a blue blur coming toward me, but the blue blur was 2 meters ahead of me when a green net made of vine came out of my hand and captured that green blue before a sword appeared in my hand, pierced through its head. It is a Peak Prince Stage fish monster. Against it, I have to act fast. Little slowness could extend the fight for a minute. The reason I am walking so near the river, not only because I want to catch the fish, but also because I want to practice the rose vine move. I want to become proficient in it, so proficient that I could use it as my limp. Though it would be possible to get limp familiarity, I would be fine if I reached close enough with it. This move had great potential, and I want to practice it more, so I could unearth and develop more potential from this move within an hour of walking by the river. I had caught 50 fish, 20 fish monsters, and half of them were peak prince stage monsters. Blop, blop, blop. Suddenly blooping sounds started to ring out river, and one after another crab monster came out of river. With 3 seconds, I found myself surrounded by 16 red crab monsters. These crab monsters are about 3 meter long with big sharp pincers that could cut through anything. Of the 16, 7 are at peak prince stage while the other 9 are at high prince stage. They have surrounded me and come closer to me. It won't take long before launching the coordinated attack and finishing me off in one move. It's good thing you guys have come in such numbers. I long wanted to test another move of mine. I said with a flourish. I moved my hands. Rose domination first move, rose blades. I said in mind, and that exact moment, 16 roses came out of my hands and quickly occurred in them as their petals transformed into a 5-inch long blade before the blades gently moved toward the crab monsters. Putch, putch, putch. The crab monsters stopped their charge toward me immediately. Seeing the roses came out of me and activated their defensive methods, just as their defensive methods got activated, the knives reached them before tearing their defensive shields and piercing their eyes. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, crab monsters fell on their legs, dead, all of them killed by my single attack. This the first move of Rose domination and the move I changed the most in this upgrade, including its name. The old first move was slow and took a lot of energy that I could not use too many simultaneously. Though this move still takes a lot of energy, it is still not as much as before. I could still use 35 of these blades at their full power before I became completely drained. So, it is still my most energy-guzzling move, but it is worth it seeing the lethality and speed it has. I started collecting the bodies, and during the collection I got sneak attacked, which I had dealt with effectively before collecting the bodies of the remaining crab monster, and the fish monster that sneaked attacked me. This trip to subterranean seemed very fruitful in terms of material. The monsters I am getting are incredible. I can't wait till I learn the recipe from the tome to cook them. Gulping the saliva that came to my mind just thinking about it, I continued my river journey. I killed the monsters that attacked me and collected the rare herbs that caught my fancy. I also did not forget to drain the lakes of their water and monster when I come across them. The river did not have a high concentration of cosmic energy as these lakes, and I will need the water very much in the future, not only for cooking but also for refining my body. Getting the inspiration from an assault of cosmic energy during the assimilation process, I decided to refine my body with it. It will be excruciating, but the result would also be amazing, and if I found that thing in the crown tree, then the result will be multiplied. Having a strong body and soul is a necessity for me. Only the strong body and soul will able to house the strong inheritance. How much strengthening my inheritance could go through depends on how strong my body and soul are. Teacher had ways to make my body stronger, but she said I am too fragile to use any of her methods. I need to be at least king stage before she would be able to use her special methods on me. I think she's a little lying about it. The person with her position and power has many ways to strengthen my body. She did tell me any of these ways. The help she gave me strengthening my body gave me some potions. This is one of the little tests, wanting me to find my methods to strengthen my body, and I am the only one she is testing. She also did not provide much help to even her daughter. I many times heard Alina complain about her mother being stingy with her. When I suddenly noticed something not far from me, I was in my thoughts. What is that? I muttered and sped toward the building a little far away, which looked to be semi-collapsed stage. I soon reached in front of the gigantic building, which looks to be some palace or a huge mansion. It is enormous, and many parts of it have been collapsed and some buried in the ground, but one could still guess what it was before it became like this. This is the first building I have seen the subterranean space, though there are signs of some building, but all of them have been turned to dust by the ravage of time and the cosmic energy. If my guess is right, then this subterranean space is new or did not exist when ruin was part of the world. Over the years, this subterranean space had formed, and many buildings collapsed in it as I did with my abode. While most of them have turned to dust, this one has survived, and its survival spoke enough of its specialness. Even facing mild cosmic energy for thousands of years, the buildings above have turned to dust. But this building, even after the ravage of such dense cosmic energy, has survived for such a long time. There must be something special about it for it to be surviving till now. I stare at the building for a while before I walked away from it. I plan to scour this building, but not today. It is already late, and I plan to rest and sleep before stepping into this building with a fresh mind. Half an hour later, Ashlyn found a well-hidden place to set up the abode. The night had passed with any incident on both of us shift, and after having early lunch, I walked out of abode with Ashlyn on my shoulder. I again stood in front of the building, but this time with the intention to enter inside. I chose to walk into the building through the left side instead of the center. I will scour the building whole from left to right, and I have to do it in 3 days. That's how much time I have given to myself. With that thought, I walked toward the left side of the building. As I reached left, I walked toward the building. As I got close enough, I saw many big gaps through the collapsed part of the building. Looks like I won't have to find a way inside, I said as I looked at big gaps in the wall and walked toward them and scanned them through my senses. To my surprise, I saw that my senses could not be passed through the walls. They are made of special materials that suppress the soul sense. Ashlyn, did your soul sense work on these walls? I asked Ashlyn, who was on my shoulder. I long before found out that Ashlyn's soul sense is a little special, that it even worked in a restricted environment. Choo choo choo, I got her reply from her second. Her soul sense is also suppressed, but the suppression is no way stricter than mine. She said her soul sense is working on half efficiency, and with time she will gain full efficiency. Which way you suggest? I asked Ashlyn, since only her soul sense is working. Choo, she chirped as she motioned toward the one particular gap. This gap is not big as others, but I could pass through it as long as I bend down. I stepped on the broken parts of the building and appeared in front of the gap there. I crouched down and walked inside. When I stepped into the other side, I found myself in what seemed to a hallway. It is a wretched condition. A pile of dust and rocks are everywhere, parts of the column that survived the ravage of time. It is completely broken down, but I am not disappointed. There are many rooms seen in front of me. I am hopeful if I check everything, I will fight something worth it. Let's start the treasure hunting, I said with excitement I could muster before I float toward the first room on the right. Learning from my experience, I did not walk but float an inch above the ground. This building seemed quite sturdy even after so much time, but some parts are very precarious and could turn to dust with the slightest touch and might collapse the whole building. Soon I reached in front of the room on the right. The room did not have a door, likely disappeared in the river of time. I slowly floated into the room, but stopped soon after seeing everything in the room have turned to dust. There are some scarp metals and stone pieces, but I do not have any interest in collecting them. Ashlyn, see if you find anything interesting there. I asked Ashlyn, though I did not see anything interesting. I am not willing to go out without trying. So I asked Ashlyn to scan the room with her senses in case she might pick something interesting. Choo choo. A few seconds later, Ashlyn chirped as she shook her head in disappointment. I couldn't help but sigh, hearing that I am not hoping to find a treasure in the first room before I float out of the room, but I would be quite happy if I found something interesting. With the crappy result, I moved to the room on the left, which have the door what left of it. There are metal pieces attached to the wall. I gently pushed them away before entering the left room. It is also filled with crap. Nothing as interesting was found there, only dust and stones. With a heart filled with disappointments, I started to check the other rooms in the hallway and found all of them filled with crap. Not a single one had anything interesting or valuable. 2 hours passed by, and I checked all 33 rooms present in the hallway, and all of them filled me with disappointment. Seeing that, I want to leave this crappy place, but I stilled my heart. This building is enormous, and what I explored is just one of it. And since I plan to explore for 3 days, I should explore, at least give it a day before giving up. If I did not find anything even slightly valuable within a day, I would leave this crappy place. With the first hallway done, I moved toward another. This place is huge, and what I had just seen was the tip of the iceberg. There are many more things that remain to be explored in this place. After I finished with the first hallway, I walked toward the right, as this is the only direction I could walk since I had entered the building from the end left. There is another big hallway with even more rooms at the right than the hallway I had explored. Is this hostel or something? I asked myself. There are too many rooms, and these rooms are also medium size, which made me think like it may be a hostel or something. This just my conjecture. It may be something else. I had made my deduction from my experience, which I had got from my world. This may be some training facility, with rooms having some exotic instruments in them. I kept an open mind, and kept my mind alert to notice anything that could give me a glimpse of what this place could be. With that thought, I started to explore the rooms in the hallway this time. I moved with precious and did not waste much time in any room if they did not have anything interesting. I started to check one room after another, but like the hallway I had explored before, I've found nothing but garbage. In little more than an hour, I had finished exploring another hallway. Choo choo. I looked another 2 hallways and thought which way to go when suddenly Ashlyn chirped as she motioned toward the first room of the left hallway with her little wing. Did you sense something? I asked with hope-filled voice, to which she nodded with little head, getting the confirmation from her. I floated toward the hallway on the left and stood before the first room. I couldn't help but feel excited. This is the first time Ashlyn had sensed something after we entered this palace. Seeing there is no door, I floated inside and stopped soon after in front of me, a big piece of roof covering the floor. Like many rooms, some parts of the floor had collapsed here. Is that the thing you have sensed under that block? I asked Ashlyn, to which she again bobbed her head in affirmation. Seeing her confirmation, I once again looked at the roof's piece, covering more than half of the room. I float beside the block and gently touched it. Some part of it crumpled, but not all, some remained. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appeared on my face as I turned to Ashlyn. Ashlyn, would you mind taking away that block? I said to her, hearing that she flew down from my shoulder and landed on the block of the roof, and next moment, the whole block has been disappeared entirely. Good girl, I said as I petted her. Ashlyn also has the storage that is where she had put that block away. I would have done thee if not for my soul energy being heavily suppressed inside the palace. Not only soul energy, but also my inheritance energy. I can barely use 5 of my capacity, which is enough for me to fly and use the moves of old set. As for using moves of Rose domination here, this is a dream. If any monster attacked me now, I would be in huge trouble. Though they may not use their energy, they still have their strong bodies, which had been refined under this thick cosmic energy since the birth. Still, I am not worried. I don't think there will be a monster in this palace. The monsters did not prefer to roam the place where they are restricted in any way, and this place restricts their energy and soul. They will not step inside this place, and even if I come across any monster by chance, Ashlyn will able to handle it with her strength. Blop. My thoughts came back to myself when I saw Ashlyn submerging herself in a small pond. I wanted to stop her, but seeing she has never done something which she had never been sure of. Blop. A second later, she came out of the pond and sat beside it with her eyes closed. The black tar-like substance she was covered in started to shine gently as it began to seep inside her slowly. When the block of roof disappeared, we come across a small pond filled with tar-like substance. This substance is very strange and does not release any aura, not even slightly. It just looked like a normal tar. But seeing how Ashlyn took a dip inside it and came back just as quickly, and now actively sucking up the tar that is sticking around her body, is enough for me to know this tar anything but simple, and not forget the warning Ashlyn gave me as came out of the tar pond. Before she closed her eyes, she had warned me not to touch the tar with my hands, so I will wait till Ashlyn finished before asking her what the hell it is and how I should handle it. I looked at Ashlyn for a few minutes, and seeing it might take her quite a while to suck all the tar inside her, I walked out of the room to inspect the other rooms to use the time efficiently. I started to inspect the rooms again, but this time without Ashlyn. When she wakes up, I will again go over these rooms with Ashlyn in case I missed something. I inspected one room after another, but unluckily, I did not find anything in the room I had expected, and 1.5 hours passed as such. Ashlyn was still not woken up, so I decided to explore the other hallway, where I also did not find anything. When I was exploring one last room of hallway in the right, Ashlyn woke up as she called me through our link, which thankfully is not suppressed in this palace. So what is it? I asked Ashlyn as I stared at the pond. The tar inside the pond is very mysterious and very dangerous that Ashlyn warned me not to touch it. Choo 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 choo, Ashlyn chirped, and hearing that I want to message my forehead heavily. She said she did not what this black tar-like substance is, but it contains an enormous amount of energy and some other things that are very harmful to the current me. I thought for a while before I took out a small runic bottle. It is just thumb size and has dense runic formation carved on it. It is one of the things that the teacher had given me, and it is best for this scenario. Bup, I added energy into the dark blue-colored bottle, and all the runes of it lit up as they did. I threw the bottle into the tar pond. It went inside the tar and disappeared a second later. I saw the tar pond's level decreasing at the visible rate. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. No matter how dangerous that tar was, it still got sucked into a bottle that the teacher had given me. The tar pond was deeper than I had thought, but within a minute, it got wholly sucked by the bottle that not even a drop of it has remained. Now in the place where the pond had been just a big dry hole and the small blue bottle. There is another thing, a broken tablet of about palm size. I first thought it was of a marble piece, but soon saw dense formations of microscopic runes covering every part of it. I first picked up the bottle and stored it inside before looking at tablet, which seemed fine except for very, very tiny runes carved on it. I felt no danger from it and picked up. I was about to store it in my storage when I realized how big a mistake I made by directly touching it. Just as I touched the tablet, a mournful scream rang through my mouth. The incoherent jumble of information assaults my mind, the information present in tablet in a colossal amount that I felt dying. I am going to be mad. I thought through the burning pain. The information in the tablet is too much and is very chaotic. I can see it is infiltrating my mind, and it is not a good thing. If it had been a knowledge crystal that contained a vast amount of knowledge, it would not have been painful at all, as the knowledge in a knowledge crystal is organized. It came with a special mechanism that did not corrupt memories or knowledge present in one's mind, and also very gentle when imprinting the knowledge. Unlike the gentle stream of knowledge crystal, the information in tablet is like a cold raging river filled with sharp ice that will destroy anything through which it is passed. That is why I am sure that if this broken tablet could transmit all the chaotic information in me, I would turn mad as everything would be corrupted by it. Choo choo. I was panicking when suddenly a familiar chirp rang through my mind, and all the chaotic information that is coming toward me being diverted. Instead of coming to my mind, the information is going toward my inheritance core. The new information, but old information, entered inside me and started to corrupt in different places, diverted into inheritance core. It continued for a couple of minutes when suddenly I felt the tablet in my hands turn to dust. When I opened my eyes and looked, I found the tablet had really turned to dust. I closed my eyes and processed whatever I have gleaned from that mind-breaking torrent of chaotic information. A minute later, I opened my eyes with a look of understanding filled in them. I now underground why this building survived under such thick cosmic energy for more than 50,000 years, and why it has of the materials that suppress the soul energy such heavily. Inheritance Palace, I said ecstatically, if I am not wrong. Then this building is Inheritance Palace, the most important place in any organization, and the piece that I had just picked up was a broken piece of Inheritance Cridle. This revelation couldn't help but bring a bright smile to my face. This discovery changes everything for Inheritance. I am even willing to spend a full week here. Discovery or creation of any new inheritance brings a significant change in any organization. If I can find an inheritance and bring it back to the academy, the power of the academy will start to rise in a few years. More inheritances means more choices. Even if I did not find a complete inheritance and found just a piece of it as I had a few minutes ago, the teacher would be ecstatic. The value of the inheritance is too great, and I intend to find one. This is why, despite feeling intense headache and tiredness due to an earlier incident, I moved to inspect rooms with Ashlyn. The first thing we inspected is 2 hallways I inspected earlier. I wanted to double-check them with Ashlyn's sense. I inspected the rooms with her, but found nothing interesting in them. With them done, I moved toward the new hallways and started to inspect them as such evening had come, but I continued in the hope of maybe I will find something, but I did not. Except for finding more proof that it is Inheritance Palace, I did not find anything interesting. I continued till late evening before I finally stopped. I found a good stable place to set up an abode, which fortunately got activated. I feared it would not, seeing my holowatch experiencing slight glitches. After setting up an abode, I showered and cooked before eating with Ashlyn and slept right after. I am feeling drained after what I had experienced with the broken inheritance tablet earlier. Ashlyn waked me up at 3:30 as her shift ended before sleeping, while I got up feeling completely refreshed. I am not feeling any tiredness and fatigue I had been feeling earlier. It's all gone. After freshening up, I checked all the working sensors before closed my eyes and entered my inheritance space. Earlier, Ashlyn had diverted all the broken inheritance from the tablet to my inheritance space. I wanted to check it, but I was too excited about finding other inheritances that I had left it for the evening. I entered my inheritance space, which now is a lot bigger than before. The level up had not only increased the size of inheritance space, but also have increased the time equation, which is helpful for my research. I took a glance whole inheritance space before I focused on the tablet made of dense runes. This tablet is a bigger copy of the broken tablet earlier, and it is also made completely of runes. The tablet is 6 meters tall and packed with dense runes. As I reached close to it, I noticed it had many broken formations, but there are many complete formations. This 6-meter tablet must have had about 1,000,000 runes, which is a way larger amount I am using in my inheritance, and not to forget it, this is but a piece of large tablet. This inheritance must have contained at least 5,000,000 runes. The better ones have more than 2,000,000 runes, only those truly exceptional have more than 2,000,000 runes. More runes does not mean better inheritance. Take my inheritance, for example, which I had designed for myself. It contains less than 50,000 runes, but its performance close to Apex Inheritance, which is guessed to be made from more than 1,000,000,000 runes. The number of runes is still considered a measure of the inheritance's power, especially the inheritances that are created by people of our world. I looked at the tablet in front of me, took out one small formation on the surface, and observed it. It took me an hour to understand the formation, and when I did, I couldn't help but feel impressed. It is the visual formation, crafted to make a piece of cloth, and it is brilliant in how it works and how less energy it consumes. Feeling excited, I visualized a comfortable couch and sat on it before bringing out a couple of formation from the broken tablet and started to study them. I even forgot my plan to observe the tablet for a while before entering the tome to learn the new recipe. I was lost for hours studying the various formations that I only came to myself when I felt the loud shock from my holowatch. The 15 hours in inheritance space felt like 15 minutes to me. After spending a few more minutes in inheritance space studying the last formation, I got out of the inheritance space. After getting out is inheritance space. The first thing I did after getting out is to freshen up before heating yesterday's leftovers and eating them with Ashlyn. With our early lunch finished, Ashlyn and I got out of our abode without wasting any time. I had underestimated the palace's vastness yesterday. There are more rooms than I had imagined, and more rooms mean more inheritances to search for. If I am right and each room contains one inheritance, then this organization has more inheritance than all the inheritances my world has. Just how fucking powerful this world was, and how big the war had destroyed such a powerful organization and its world it used to reside. Whenever I think about it, I couldn't help but shudder and think about our world's ending if we ever lost against the Grim Monster. Losing to Grim Monster is a fate worse than death. We will not be treated as humans, but as livestock that Grim Monsters could slaughter at any time they want. It's a good thing those who fight in Grim Battlefield understood it like our forefathers, and fighting against the Grim Monsters with their all. Time passed by, and soon afternoon came, and I have searched through more than 2,000 rooms, but I did not find anything. I felt like losing hope, but I continued. After knowing this is the Inheritance Palace, I had already decided to scourge it whole before going out. I could already see the immense benefits I would have from that piece of the Inheritance Crystal I've got, and if I got another of such crystal, then even if I spend 10 days here, all of it well worth it. Chirp chirp. I had just consoled myself with that throat when suddenly Ashlyn chirped, and motioned her little wigs toward the room that is in the middle part of the hallway. Ashlyn chirped. Is extremely clear she's saying she had sensed something interesting in that room. I did not waste any time and sped toward that room soon. I reached in front of the room and looked inside, and saw it similar to hundreds of other places I had inspected inside yesterday. It is in a wretched condition, and filled with dust and pieces of stones and metals. There are some shrubs in the corner, but they are common shrubs of this subterranean. There is nothing special about them. Chew, chew. As if sensing my doubts, Ashlyn chirped and flew out from my shoulder, and landed on the unassuming corner of the room, where she created a small shovel made of fire and started to dig. She digged for half an hour and created quite a big hole before she stopped and used her tiny claws on earth and dig out a piece of metallic of similar size as her. Chew, chew. She chirped excitedly, and an excited expression appeared on my face as I could see the tiny runes packing that broken piece of rod. Ashlyn had got me another piece of inheritance crystal. This new inheritance crystal looked like it is a piece of metallic rod. It is black and red with tiny runes all over it. I floated near it and observed it for a while before wearing the thick gloves I had learned my lessons from the last time. I did not let any part of my body, including my energy, touch this broken piece of rod. I picked it with gloved hands and put it in a small wooden box before putting it into my storage. I am delighted to get this piece of inheritance crystal. It had made the whole purpose of coming to this palace worthwhile, and it is just the starting. I am sure I will find many of such pieces as I scour the palace whole. With that thought, I started scouring new rooms of palace again, but by the time night came, I did not find anything except for that piece of rod. The night passed and another day came. It is my third day exploring the palace, and I started early, but to my utter disappointment, the whole day has passed, but I did not find anything even after scouring hundreds of rooms. The night had passed, and it is the start of the fourth day in the past 3 days. I was able to scour all the left part of the palace nearly after checking hundreds some rooms. I will finish with the whole left wing. I hope I find something good today. I don't want today like yesterday. I had not found anything yesterday. Checking room for the inheritance is a tedious task, but after doing it for 3 days, I have become some kind of expert that now, I did not spend more than a minute in a room before moving to another. Finally, after 1.5 hours, I had finished scouring the whole left wing and had not found anything except for 2 broken pieces of inheritances I've found in the first 2 days. With left wing finished, I moved toward the central wing. I plan to finish with it as soon as possible. According to conventional designs of this world, the central wing should be smallest and with no inheritance rooms. It would mostly have halls, administrative offices, and facilities related to the inheritances. It is my conjecture I made studying whatever material we have found in this ruin in a few hundred years. I hope I am wrong, and it will have some inheritance rooms, so I will have greater chances of finding the inheritance. Soon, I reached the central wind, and the first place I entered was the Grand Hall. Even in the dilapidated stage, I could imagine the majesty it's used to have when it was at its peak. I asked Ashlyn to spread her senses around the Grand Hall and see if she found anything interesting, but unfortunately, the Grand Hall did not hold anything valuable. Seeing there is nothing in the Grand Hall, I float deeper. I found numerous hall and rooms that are likely to administrative office and training facilities related to the inheritances. I checked every room and hall, but it seemed like my luck is still in the state of sleep, as I found nothing through. Still, I continued to scour this wing before moving to the right wing if I find anything or not. Finally, I reached the last part of the central wing, which seemed to have been a garden, a grand one that's seen the space it is taking. I started my usual exploration when I noticed something, a structure that seemed in excellent condition. So good that I felt like someone had put it here a few hours ago, but it is not the case. I could see the gazebo actively sucking cosmic energy to power itself, and not to mention the very faint aura I am sensing from it, which is unlike anything I've ever felt before. The gazebo is looked to be made of pure marble and which had floral designs carved on it. It also had beautiful big windows and an entrance, but unfortunately I could not see inside it. A faint radius came from the abode, making it impossible to see what is inside the gazebo. Seeing that, I walked toward the entrance. I don't know whether it will be safe or not, but I know that this abode represents a chance for advancement, and I will enter it with a leap of faith. Soon, I reached the entrance and stopped for a moment to take a deep breath before entering it. When I entered inside, I found radiance have disappeared, and I found myself in a small garden. The garden is beautiful. It had many beautiful flowers I've never seen before, but that is not the most beautiful thing about this garden. The most beautiful thing is palm-sized purple wings floating in the center of the garden. They are flapping in a gentle motion. The wings are magnificent. They are flapping in a motion that seemed to align with the world's rhythm. When I looked at them, I felt like I am understanding something important, but could not figure out what I am understanding. After so many years, someone had finally come. Said a gentle voice that startled the heck out of me, that instinctively charged my old set, and my sword, which I had touched for a few days, appeared in my hands. With sword in my hands, I looked toward the direction of the voice and saw woman standing not far from me with a mischievous smile on her face. The woman is so stunning that even the professor would pale in front of her. The women look to be in her early 30s and have faint purple wings behind her, which does not look artificial at all. They look to be part of her, just like her limbs. "Fear not, little one, I mean no harm to you," the woman said in a gentle, soothing voice. "Who are you?" I asked in a cautious voice. "Serena Sorianthum, leader Everwing's world." She introduced herself. When she introduced herself, emotions of grief couldn't help but appear on her face. "After so much time, I did not anyone would find this place," she said with slight wonder. "Well, this strand of the soul could say to be one of the luckiest ones to be able to find someone before it zapped up," she said in a mirthless tone, and her eyes glazed as if she remembered something. Soon her glazy eyes cleared, and she looked at me. "You have imprinted with the inheritance already," she said as she looked at me with her purple eyes before surprise flashed across her face. "Little one, you are quite ambitious to use the creation inheritance," she said, hearing that I couldn't help but feel startled. "It is extremely difficult to see through the reality of my inheritance. Even tyrants could not do that, but this person did, and if I understand her words right, then the one who is speaking to me is not a real person, just a speck of soul. This speck of soul was able to see the reality of my inheritance that even tyrants could not, just how fucking powerful this person whose speck of soul it is. You don't have to be surprised. Little one, I myself used the creation inheritance to create my inheritance," she said with a gentle smile. "This time it is my turn to get surprised. Not many people got successful with Creation Inheritance Academy, had the Creation Heart Inheritance for thousands of years, and only one person could practice it successfully. The inheritance looked good, but let me see in detail." She said, suddenly appeared in front of me and tapped on my chest, and the next moment, a runic humanoid came out of my body. "Hey," I raged, "the runic humanoid is my inheritance." She somehow summoned out my inheritance diagram. I couldn't help but get extremely angry seeing that my inheritance is my biggest secret and most precious thing I possess. I had created it with blood and sweat, and I do not like someone seeing it without my permission. "Apologies, little one," she said apologetically before focusing on my inheritance diagram. I fumed seeing it and opened my mouth to say something before closing it. This being is extremely powerful despite being only a speck of soul. I have no doubt she would be killing me without spending much effort. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Your design made complete use of your unique constitution and rules you possess. Though it is a little rough around the edges, it is to be expected to see the level you are," she said as she looked at me, and this time her eyes held something else as she looked me. "Little one, I had already introduced myself. Won't you introduce yourself to me?" she asked. I don't want to introduce myself, seeing what she had done to me, but seeing such earnest expressions on her face, I decided to tell her my name. "Mitchell Zar," I said plainly. "Still angry, hun? Well, I would be too if someone had seen my inheritance without my permission. It is one's deepest secret," she acknowledged. "Let me make up to you then. I've seen your inheritance. I will show you mine. It was my design when I was at your stage," she said, and the next moment, a purple color runic humanoid appeared. "It is bigger than mine, almost 10 meters long compared to my 6 meters, and it also has wings from behind." I tried to expand the inheritance, and to my surprise, it expanded, and so I expanded before breaking it by the formation before I started studying them. These formations are very easy to study as they are at the same level as the formations I created my inheritance with. As I study the formations, I couldn't help but get impressed. Her design is very amazing. The way she linked everything is impressive, especially the formations she had used to conserve the energy. Her attacks are also very amazing, each one with a specific purpose and with unlimited potential. Though her inheritance design is amazing, there are many flaws in it as well. The biggest flaws are the control aid formations. There are too many of them. She had created them to make her inheritance work seamless, but it had also become flaws. She seemed to know it is the flaw of the inheritance and designed it to consume as little as energy possible. This inheritance has opened my eyes to new possibilities and gave me much of the inspiration to keep me busy for the months. As I started studying the inheritance, I lost track of everything. I forgot where I am and what I am supposed to be doing. This inheritance, too amazing to let anything else occupy my mind. That's enough. I don't want my inheritance to affect your inheritance too much. I head as all the runes around me have disappeared. Let me give you a word of advice, little one. Keep your inheritance indigenous as possible. You can take study and take inspiration from as many as inheritance as possible, but don't copy them. Many people have failed by copying others. The more original your design is, the further it will take you in your path, she advised. I couldn't help but agree with her. The designs should be original, the one that is made to suit yourself. Only then will one project the maximum strength and have a lot of potentials to move forward. I will remember it, I said, and promised myself to never forget her words. You must be wondering about me, why I left a speck of my soul here, she suddenly asked, and I couldn't help but nod. I had been wondering about her for quite a while. It is clear that she is not a real person but a speck of soul left behind by a very powerful person. There was war, a war that was big enough that even bravest person will shudder seeing in the devastation it had brought, she said. Her voice has gone very soft that it felt like a whisper. After fighting with our all, we won the war but ended up losing our world. The destruction it had caused was massive enough that our world has broken into pieces, she said with a grief-filled voice. Just how powerful their enemies had been to break the world powerful as theirs into pieces. Breaking the worlds, they are among the most tensile things that will survive even if half it is destroyed. Her world was powerful. There were clear signs of it. The limit of power of their word had been far greater than ours, which means people of their world could reach a way higher level than the tyrants. I and some leaders survived the war, have saved as many people we can, but how can we save the world full of people? All of them died with our world, she said with tears welling up in her eyes. She fell silent again and did not speak for a few minutes before she opened her mouth again. Seeing world breaking, I and others have decided to leave our inheritance in pieces of ours a remembrance, hoping the worthy ones to find them, she said softly. I had already expected something like it, but did not felt happy when my guess held true. I was hoping someone of pre-inheritance establishing would come here, but seeing how thick the cosmic energy present in this broken piece, I don't think any pre-inheritance establishment pupil could survive here for even a moment, she said. Night would not survive here. Hell, forget even common lords. Duke and princes would turn to dust if they came to this subterranean world. Only those with special means and strong bodies could survive in this subterranean place. We again fell into silence before I felt her gaze on me. This piece of soul awaked the moment you entered the abode, and once it awakened, it won't be able to sleep again, she said while looking me in the eyes. So, little one, I hope you can take my inheritance, she said to me, hearing that I couldn't help but startled before a mirthless smile appeared on my face. As you can see, I already have an inheritance, I said. Ha ha ha. Hearing me, a smile appeared on her face before it turned into melodious laughter. No, I do not want you to imprint it. Little one, your path is that of creation. I will not restrict you in my inheritance. I hope that you can take my inheritance to your world, she said, hearing that bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I had understood the meaning of her words the first time, but I just wanted to make sure of saying that. One can guess these powerhouses' mentality, some of them super crazy. I come across enough of them to be careful. I am honored with such responsibility, I said while feeling giddy inside. The academy would become even stronger with this inheritance, and this inheritance is not common inheritance, seeing its creator was able to become the leader of the powerful world. This piece of the soul does not have much time left, so I will now be handling you, my inheritance, little one, she said and motioned toward the purple wings which are flapping in the center of the garden. At her motion, the beautiful purple wings came flapping toward her and soon rested on her fair palm. The name of my inheritance is Everwing's Descent, named after my world. It is my proudest creation. Find someone worthy for it, little one, she said as she handed me the delicate purple wings. I will, I said, and carefully stored the delicate purple wings in my storage. If you do not mind me asking, may I know who were the enemies you have fought? I asked after I put the inheritance in my storage. Hearing my question, her face hardened and fury appeared on it before it calmed down the next second. You know them as well and killed thousands of them, she said, hearing that I was stumped for a moment before understanding dawned on my face. Grim monsters, I said, and she nodded. We called them spawns of abominations. They are extremely powerful and cruel. Cut off that tumor from you before it spread and destroy it, little one, she warned. I do not have much time remaining. This piece of the soul will evaporate within an hour, she said before I could ask her further questions about the grim monsters. With the last bit of my energy, I will give you something. Consider as remuneration for handling the responsibility of my inheritance, she said, and the next moment, the scenery changed in front of me. I found myself outside of the gazebo. I'm not alone, Serena also beside me, and I opened me to say something when I found myself unable to form words. Serena lifted her hands, and a tsunami of cosmic energy mobilized before it morphed thousand when in gazebo. She's creating the runes from a tsunami of cosmic energy at an astonishing rate. Each second, hundreds of thousands of runes being created and seeped into the abode. A few seconds later, their numbers have increased so much that I could not see what is happening to gazebo as they have wholly drowned it. Shake, shake, shake. I was wholly entranced in such a display of power, but that was just a started as what happened next have completely blown my mind apart. When thick tsunamis of cosmic energy were turning into runes, another sudden change had occurred. Some pieces of palace started to fall apart and began to float toward gazebo, where then expectedly melted and fall where the gazebo is. She's not taking out all the pieces of the palace, but only those she needed. Thud, thud, thud. Still, her being taking pieces of palace made it unstable, and it started to collapse. While she and I remain floating, and so is gazebo, which I can't see clearly with all the shit going on with it. As time passed, the changes also started occurring in Serena earlier. She used to look like a normal person, a being made of flesh and blood, but now not so much. She had fainted a little, which made the corporealness vanish. She now really looked like the being made of energy. Finally, half an hour later, the process started to slow down. Tsunami of cosmic energy stopped, and so the melting of Palace's pieces. When everything is over, the result finally showed up. Gasp, I couldn't help but gasp, seeing what she has created. It is a house, a beautiful small house. It looked like it is made of stone and wood with beautiful glass doors and windows. I was watching the house when it started to shrink, and before I know it, it had shrunk to palm size and came floating at Serena, who now became so incorporeal that I could barely see her. Take this, it will make your life a little easier, she said, and handed me a house, and next moment, the last bit of soul that had remained had disappeared, and I remained standing looking small house she had given to me. Roar. I was about to look at a miniature house more carefully when I heard monsters roar and saw a peak print stage coming toward me, and behind it there are 3 more monsters, and all of them are coming at me. Ashlyn, deal with them. I said I have no interest in fighting the monsters. I am completely focused on the thing that is in my hands. I injected the energy inside it, and the next moment I got basic information about it, and like I had expected, this is an abode artifact. What grade of artifact it add, what it does, I will only find out after I went in. Soon Ashlyn finished her fight, and I had asked her to find a well-hidden spot for us to spend the night. I had entered the gazebo in the afternoon, and now it is an evening. 20 meters later, Ashlyn found a hidden spot for us. Standing in the well-hidden spot among the thick trees, I placed the tiny abode in the open ground, and the next second it started. Click. In the 5 seconds, it had grown to its original size earlier. I once again took the beauty of the abode before I opened the door and went in. Whoa. As I entered, I gasped in happiness, as I did not walk into a small room, but a spacious hall about the same size as the abode. Now to forget, I can see the spacious kitchen and doors to 3 rooms downstairs and the upper floor. This would not be possible unless this abode is a very rare space-type abode. Space-type abodes are exceptionally rare. The powerhouses could not make them of our world, as they could not mold the space. Only those powerhouses that could mold the space could create something like this. So one could imagine their rarity. The teacher had said she would give me one when I reached King Stage, but now it looked like I won't have to wait till reaching the King Stage, as I got my own space-type abode. I looked at the big hall, which had a very cozy interior with comfy couches, rungs, and a beautiful fireplace. When I went to the kitchen, I found it very spacious, filled with all types of instruments that made me very bubbly. The 3 doors below, 3 bedrooms, and having entrance to their practice room. The real treat came from the upper floor, where there are 7 doors. The 6 doors lead to 6 rooms similar to the ones below. However, the 7th door is a real fucking surprise to me, as it leads to a huge fucking arena where Duke Stage powerhouse like me could fight easily with my heart's content. It took me quite a while to explore all the abode before I came back hall, opened the command, and got even more shocked. This abode could do many things, and space could grow even bigger, but I can't do that. That powerhouse has restricted nearly all the functions. I will unlock them as I leveled up. Currently, I am stuck in this size and could only make minimal changes, and I am more than happy with it. The first thing I did was open the energy furnace of the abode and unloaded nearly crystals I had, which huge amount. Usage of abode cost crystals. Still, the amount of crystal I dumped in it will last me for quite a long time. After I dumped the crystals, I activated the camouflage mode of the abode. This abode may be extremely powerful, but it will not protect me from the strong enemy. Its protection also had restrictions. Currently, if 10 or so peak princes started attacking the abode, it will throw me out within an hour. With abode and camouflage, I went to shower and enjoyed its multiple relaxing functions for nearly an hour before I came out and started cooking, which I finished 1 hour later. Ashlyn and I ate the same food we have been eating for a few days, the one I learned in Tome. Despite eating the same food every day, we did not get bored. We still love it very much. Now that the dinner is finished, I can do a thing which I was not able to do due to safety reasons. I thought with a smile and went to the master bedroom. It is time for some experiments. The master bedroom is more spacious than the other bedrooms, and its interior is also more pleasant. I did not stay in the room instead. I walked into the practice room, which looked like it is made of wood and gave off a very calming woody feeling and felt like wood when it is touched. Walking into the practice room, I opened the command, and the next second a copper tub started to materialize. The beautiful copper tub had materialized. I took out a bottle from my storage and began to fill the tub with it. The water is not normal water, but the cosmic energy-infused water. I want to refine my body into it. It will be pure torture, but I will have to do it for the strong body, whether I like it or not. I did not directly get into it. I started to take out some stuff and throw it into the pool. These were some herbs and flowers I had picked up in the ruin. They are very useful in strengthening body and soul. See, some of the flowers and herbs directly melted as they contacted cosmic energy, while some did not have any change. With that done, I begin to take out my clothes, and soon, I am completely naked from head to toe. The only thing I am wearing is my storage ring and holowatch. Gulp. I gulped down saliva as I looked at cosmic energy-infused water before finally taking a step inside. Whether it hurts or not, I have to do it. Fuckng hell. I cursed loudly as I just dipped my toe inside the water. The cosmic energy seeped inside me and started to tear me apart from the cellular level. And since I had locked my inheritance, the runes won't suck any cosmic energy. It will tear through my body till it merges with it. I did not remove my toe despite feeling intense pain. Instead, I dipped my whole leg before bringing my other leg into it. As for both legs, I slid down and laid my body in the pool. Every part of my body is covered in cosmic energy, even my nose. Before dipping my nose in, I attached a small funnel to my nose to help me breathe underwater. Muffled screams rang through my mouth as my whole body is dipped into the water. I felt extreme pain, and at the same time, saw the cosmic energy tearing my soul and body apart. The upper level of my skin all but disappeared, making me look like a freak from the horror movie, and this is just starting. As more and more cosmic energy seeped inside me, its assault also became greater. My constitution and healing rule is working in full power, but assault is too much for them. Every moment, I am getting more and more injured and wanted to get out of the tub at any price. Each second I am squishing those thoughts as the effect of the cosmic energy is clear. It is tearing through every cell of my body, but it became even more reliant when that cell healed. Though it got destroyed again, it again healed and became even firmer. This is happening in every part of my body, and the more I stayed in this tub, the greater refining would be. Time passed as I continued to bear every increasing pain with gritted teeth. I don't know how much time had passed when I felt the water's effects are slowing and injuries on my body started to heal very slowly. The healing speed is very slow, and I still looked like a monster from the horror flick as the cosmic energy is still assaulting me. If I got out of the pool right now, my injuries would heal in a minute, but I will not. Another hour has passed, and finally, all my injuries have been healed, and the water also stopped affecting, so I got out of the pool. I feel quite tired with all the pain I had dealt with, but I could also feel the benefits it had given me. With the refinement of cosmic energy, my body has got stronger and firmer, but this is just the starting. The water I had refined my body with was the lowest amount of cosmic energy. I have water in my storage, containing more than 10 times of cosmic energy than I used right now. After I looked at the time and saw only 2.5 hours have passed, seeing that I walked into the hall and rested on the couch for a bit before went to my inheritance space and started to write notes on what I had observed in Serena's inheritance. Serena inheritance is amazing, and there are many points of which I inspired me. I want to implement some of these points to my inheritance. This will not be copying, I will be designing the formations which will be suitable for me. I spent about 2 hours in inheritance space before I got out and walked back into my room. I wanted to practice my cooking in the tome, but seeing how tired I was, I decided to sleep and practice in the morning. I slept on the most comfortable bed I've ever slept in. It just took me a few seconds to fall asleep, and when I woke up early morning, I really did not want to leave my soft and squishy bed, but I did as there are too many things I have to do. After getting up, I freshened up and showered before heating up and eating yesterday's dinner. With that done, I went to Tome and started practicing my cooking. Since the time I got Tome, I did not stay there for more than 16 minutes, but today I had remained there for 55 minutes, 55 hours straight. It had tired me quite much, but it was worth it. I got quite lucky and mastered another recipe. I would have liked to cook it outside, but now it is not the time. Is ruined, I said as I looked at the completely collapsed palace. There was no single room or hall that was standing. The palace was already hanging in the delicate balance, and after Serena took all the parts she wanted, it collapsed completely. I would have loved to check for any inheritance, but seeing it would take me days, if not months, if I checked all the rubble. It is simply not worth it. There are other places to explore in this ruin, especially the crowned tree. It is something which I need urgently. Taking one last glance at the palace, I again started to walk by the river. Unlike a few days ago, I did not fight all the monsters I've come across. Ashlyn deals with most of the monster. I only fought against those which I found interesting. Soon afternoon came, and I noticed the cosmic energy thinning out, and there are barely any peak Prince stage monsters coming to attack me. I've likely reached the boundary of the core area. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appeared on my face, and I started straight up flying. Currently, with my strength, there is no monster that I could not beat, so I might as well stop being too cautious. With that thought, I increased my speed again. I have to leave this subterranean. I want to explore other places before heading to the crown tree. I have to get that thing. If I get that thing, then I will get the greatest ingredient for my strengthening solution, and at that time I will not only have to not worry about strengthening at Duke stage, I might not even have to worry about strengthening at Prince stage. Time passed, and evening came, and I still kept flying, even increased my flying speed. The monsters here have become quite weak. Most of those who came to attack are Duke stage monsters. There are rarely any Prince stage right. To kill these monsters, I did not even have to spend many efforts. I'm not even using my sword to kill the Duke stage monsters. Only Prince stage monsters require me to use their sword due to their tough defense. Finally, at around 8 a.m., I saw something which finally brought an ecstatic smile on my face. I have yet found a way out. I could see the river's source, the huge tunnel or waterfall through which the water is falling. I wanted to swim up and get the hell out of here, but I refrained from doing that. It is already a night. I should spend this night here before getting out tomorrow. I thought for a while before I decided to stay and get out tomorrow. I asked Ashlyn to find a safe spot to spend the night, and 15 minutes later, Ashlyn found me a good spot where I set up my new space abode. The first I did after entering the abode was showering. I only spent 10 minutes there before getting out, as I am very excited to cook the new recipe I had learned. It took me more than an hour to cook, but the time and effort spent worth it, as it is beyond delicious. Ashlyn and I ate till our stomach full. After dinner, I spent a few hours in inheritance space before started painful refining under the cosmic water. By the time I got done with it, I was too tired to do anything, so I slept. Waking up early morning, I repeated what I did yesterday, but today I was not lucky enough to learn another recipe. Hell, I could not even score more than 40 in the new recipe that I am learning. This new recipe is a tough cookie. I will have to try harder to crack it. With everything done, I got out of abode and made my way toward the river. 10 minutes, I was floating directly in the front waterfall. The tunnel is jammed packed with water, and pressure is also great. It will be quite challenging to swim through it, I thought with a smile on my face as I moved toward the water. Blop. I entered the water, and just as I did, runes on my armor lit up, and I started to float up. And seconds later, I entered the tunnel and faced the pressure that had nearly sent me back. Not backing down, I burned even more energy and swamped through the tunnel at even greater speed, but I soon released. The greater the speed I have, the more resistance I will feel. That realization did not stop me from slowing down my speed. No, I did not slow down. Instead, I burned even more energy to increase my speed. I don't want to use the brain in this crossing. I want to face this pressure with sheer power. I continued to use more and more power, and my speed kept increasing. The pressure became so great that I started to harness it to increase my speed even more. It feels good to let loose sometimes. I am a control freak and rarely do something like this in fear of consequences, but there is no danger, only me and water that want to push me back, and I who wants to tear through it. I could feel I am close, and seeing that, I increased my speed again, and I became a rocket as I tore through the water. It is an amazing feeling. Flop. With a flop, I tore through the water and shot into the sky. I heard some curses and excited shouts, but I did not care as I finally saw the sun, which I had not seen for more than a week. Suddenly, I looked at the sun, enjoying its radiance, when I sensed 3 Prince stage monsters coming to attack me. "Fuck off," I said, and 3 roses materialized in my hands before they turned into blades and moved toward the grim monsters. Puche. 3 rose blades had pierced through the 3 Prince stage grim monsters. The blades did not give them time to put their defense before they reaped their lives. I was looking at the falling bodies of grim monster when suddenly I sensed danger. That very moment, the runes lit up inside me, and my sword appeared in my hands, and I slashed back. Clang. A loud metallic sound rang out when my sword clashed against the invisible blade, and the next moment a grim monster holding a thin green blade had appeared. "I did not think you would be able to block it," Mantisman said in a grating, raspy voice, which is very uncomfortable to hear. In front of me is a green monster from the rare Mantiman tribe. Members of this tribe are which makes them very good for quick assignation attack. The mantis man in front of me is just 6 meters tall with a completely green body. Its body may look soft with a natural green armor covering it wholly, but it is extremely sturdy. The surprising thing is about this Mantisman is that it is at Duke stage, initial Duke to be exact, just like me, but despite that, it was able to get 10 meters distance from me without me discovering it. You should work on your speed, I said flatly. What I had just said is lie. Its speed is amazing. The reason I was able to discover it because of its killing intent. It had done a very good job controlling it, but it was still present, and I had sensed it. Clang. As it did, I moved my sword behind my back, which again clashed against the invisible blade of the Mantisman. But unlike last time, this time it did no visible. Instead, its blade disappeared, and it appeared again, and this time it is coming for my chest. Clang, clang, clang. It continued launching attack after attack. Each of its attacks is invisible and right. If it had been normal Duke, even a price would have died 10 times under. Its speed is amazing that if not for the latest upgrade and changes I made, I would have stared at such speed in envy. The invisibility is not a method or skill of it, it is pure speed. It is not invisible to me. My senses have already locked on it and tracking its every movement, which is why I am so effortlessly countering its attacks. It continued to attack me for a few minutes when it suddenly stood 5 meters ahead of me, a perfect attacking range. I had not expected I would come across the holder of the Apex Inheritance. It said as it looked at me seriously. Likewise, I said, yes, this grim monster is a holder of Apex Inheritance, and I have to kill it. Killing the holder of Apex Inheritance is not the only question of pride or cutting off future trouble for one's race, but also of the prize. Killing it will get me a price from the pyramid. There is a fixed price on each stage of the holder of Apex Inheritance, and I have seen the list of prizes and already decided what I want in its exchange, and seeing its gaze, it is likely to have also decided what it wants in exchange of me. Like us, they also put a price on each human Apex Inheritance holder, and from what I know, the prizes they offer are amazing. Unfortunately for it, even if it can kill me, it will not get a price since I am not a holder of the Apex Inheritance. Shall we start then? It asked and attacked before getting my answer. A good strategy. 100 starry cuts. It said, and the next moment, I saw blades coming at me from every direction. They had completely blocked any way for my retreat. This bastard used a powerful attack from the start, wanting to kill me at a single attack without wasting any time. It seemed to understand the philosophy of, the only enemy is the dead enemy. Unfortunately for it, I would not die such easily, especially under such an attack. It looks like it is time to show the power of the upgraded old set. Old set first burst, I said, and the next moment a torrent-like energy spread into the runes, and I moved like I never moved before. Koch, koch, koch. I became a complete blur as my sword started to move at a very fast speed. It did not counter the blades, but cut through them in speed that is even Mantisman was having a problem seeing its clear. Star piercing. I had just destroyed its blade when I heard its voice in front of me, and sensed its blade descending toward my head like a shooting star at an incredible speed. Hee hee. A smile couldn't help but appeared on my face seeing that, and the next moment, I disappeared from my spot and appeared above it directly. It was above me, but now I had appeared above it. As I appeared above it, I brought down my sword with all my strength. Not only that, I even activated both of my enchantments at full power. The weight one especially made my sword akin to a meteor, as it increased the weight of my sword very much, which in turn increased its descending momentum. The attack speed caught Mantisman by surprise. It knew the speed my sword descended it will be hard for it dodges completely, so it had immediately activated its defensive method. A starry green layer covered immediately, and seeing I know it is a top-level defensive method. Seeing its smile couldn't appear on my face, I am using the full power of old set, every bit of it, and top of it are my enchantments with full power. I want to see such a powerful attack fare against the powerful defensive method of Apex Inheritance. Bang! Finally, my sword clashed against the starry green shield of it, and at first contact, it held on and made a banging sound before it pierced through the sword shield before it moved toward the grim monster. It had tried to move when my sword was descending down and near succeeded, but I too moved my sword at last moment and pierced toward its herd, and finally my sword touched its heart. Hun. My sword was about to pierce through its heart, when suddenly it disappeared. It only took me a moment to realize what had happened. Displacement talisman, I said with gritted teeth. This is a problem in fighting with a host of Apex Inheritance. It is damn difficult to kill them with all the talismans they have on them. Almost every FUCKING host of Apex Inheritance has them, not only on the grim monster side, but also on the human side. If one's organization could not provide it, the pyramid would provide it to them. The host of Apex Inheritances are the greatest battle resource. If they did not, they would reach the tyrant stage without any difficulty, with nearly all of them reaching the peak of it. so how can their organizations and pyramid not invest greatly in their safety? Thud. I landed a little unstably on the ground and sat down. I am feeling quite tired, and my body is aching everywhere. The power of the first burst is more than what I can handle right now. Just a few seconds of use have let me all tired in body and mind. This is the real reason I had started to go through the torturous refining. The move provided me with an awesome burst of power, but it also has a strict condition, all of which I am barely meeting. It requires not only a strong body and soul, but also requires to have strengthened runes. I am refining my body and soul daily with cosmic water-rich energy, but I could not do anything about my inheritance strengthening. First, I've used everything I have during the assimilation, even though I've found quite a good thing subterranean that could help me strengthen my inheritance by a little bit. I am not skilled enough to create a strengthening solution. Till now, all the strengthening solutions I used were specially prepared by Tyrant-level Alchemist. I use Tyrant-level Alchemist not just because I have access to, but also because they have the expertise I need. For assimilation, I could use any resource I want. It gets crushed and converted to energy for them to assimilate into my body, but the strengthening is different. Each strengthening solution I use serves a specific purpose. If I use any material for strengthening, then my inheritance would not be as strong as I want or work as I need it to be. It's not that I need to have only special strengthening solutions for strengthening. Of all strengthening materials, I could use 30 of any materials I want, but 70 had to be specially made strengthening material. The crown has produced something which I could directly use for strengthening. The material is so good I would not need alchemist's help, and if I had an alchemist, it would turn even more amazing. The first burst of old set may very be straining, but the power it displayed better than I had imagined otherwise. The fight with the apex inheritance holder would not have ended this soon. This mantisman I had fought was especially tricky, as it had speed in its hands. Those with speed are very hard to deal with. I rested for 10 minutes before I got up and flew high till I see the crown tree at a distance. I have about 11 to 12 days in this ruin, and will need 4 to 5 days to reach the crown tree, and for that, I will have to use significant speed. I had measured the time by the distance, not to forget obstacles. I will have to deal with the grim monsters, better yet monsters. The most dangerous aspect of crown tree is not, which is harmless itself, or the exceptionally thick cosmic energy, which may be more than 100 times denser than what I had expected in subterranean. It is the monsters that are the most dangerous aspect of Crown 3. These monsters grew under Crown Tree are extremely dangerous, far more dangerous, powerful the monsters of subterranean. Initially, I had planned to check a few sites before heading to the Crown Tree, but I decided to head there early. Getting the Crown Tree thing would not be very easy. Many people have died, including Supreme Inheritance hosts. If I got what I needed in time, I could always head toward the sites I had decided to check for the treasure, but before that, I should take the bodies of grim monsters. Timp, these are Prince Stage grim monsters. They were average, but they will still offer shit loud of mana crystal. So I quickly dumped them and about to move on when a sound was released from my storage ring. I have heard this sound only 2 times. It only rang out when that thing appeared in my storage. I immediately looked inside my storage and saw that thing on a specially assigned crystal shelf. Miracle fruit. The grim monsters have miracle fruit in their storage. When I stored their bodies inside my storage and automatically sorted it, it found the miracle fruit and automatically pinged me. I immediately took it out to observe it. It did not take me long to know that it is the most common type of miracle fruit. The level up one and seeing its level. It is for dukes. If I ate it, it would directly help me reach the prince stage. I am not an idiot enough to eat it. Level up is not important to me, or at least until I made enough improvements in my armor. This fruit will be very important for my strengthening. With the miracle fruit in my hands, the comic energy-filled water and herbs I got from the subterranean, I have all the materials I need for creating the strengthening solution. The only thing I need is skilled alchemist. I already had no problem getting the Academy's resources from what I am providing the Academy with. With this me giving them inheritance, I will demand any resources I want from the Academy. Till now I had been holding back on resources due to propriety, but now I will not. Academy had many rare and precious resources stored in a vault for thousands of years, and now they will all be for my expense. As long as I need it, I will have it, and nobody will say no to me. Not even a council will able to do anything against my demands. I looked at miracle fruit for quite a while before putting it back into my storage and moved toward the crown tree. I did not fly even though it will be much faster like me. Grim monsters will also be going to crown tree, and seeing this forest is filled with dry-looking short trees, flying will directly put a target on my back, which I don't want. Undisturbed travel will make me reach my destination quickly. 3 days passed by, and now I have gotten quite close to the crown tree. It will take me another 2 days to reach the 100 kilometers diameter of the crown tree. I would have been faster, but I have come across quite many grim monster that wasted quite a lot of my time. Still, at this distance, the numbers of grim monsters have fallen quite much, but their numbers are still higher compared to humans. Currently, the area where I am standing has a density of cosmic energy comparable to the core part of the subterranean, and it will grow denser as I reached closer to the crown tree. The crown tree is standing on the world's biggest forbidden zone. Its existence itself is a miracle. Many organizations have researched the crown tree, and many speculate that it may be born off from the miracle fruit seed. That would explain its growth and resources, but there is no concrete proof about it, so many people have contradicting views about it. Well, I do not care to know where the tree had come from. The only thing I care about is the resources I need from it. As long as I get, I will be satisfied. Puchai, I killed a monster that had sneaked attacked me. It is quite powerful, but so I am. In these 3 days, my strength had increased quite a bit. After fighting with that mantisman and the weakness I got from using first burst of old set, I started to push myself harder. The day I fought that mantisman, I nearly killed myself during the refining. The concentration of cosmic energy was too much. Still, it helped me get stronger, and now I could use the first burst with a little less strain. I ran through the forest when I was suddenly fighting sound. The fighting sound is not new. Monsters fight monsters. Grim monsters fight monsters, as they also love to eat monsters like us humans. But this one had humans' cursings mix in it. Seeing humans in such dense cosmic energy is quite rare. We do not have big, strong bodies like them, so only strong humans with special abilities to deal with cosmic energy come quickly. Feeling curious, I moved toward them sneakily. As I got closer, I heard some familiar voices. Hearing them, I immediately increased my speed. A few minutes later, I got close enough to see the fight and saw some old friends I haven't seen in quite a while. 2 people I know very well, but the other 3 I am unfamiliar with, but I know who they are. Teacher had me memorize their info. Humans' team is unique. One could hardly see this outside, as all 5 of them are the holders of Apex inheritance, but the enemies they are fighting are no slouch either. There are 28 grim monsters. Of 28, 4 are dukes, while the other 24 are princes. Of 24 princes, there are 2 curse masters and 1 poison master. As for the 4 dukes grim monsters, they are also the holder of the Apex inheritance, like the 5 humans they are fighting. The fight is very heated, and humans are in very disadvantaged positions, seeing they are getting attacked with cursed and poison from the background, but to be honest, I don't want to help them. There is one whom I don't like, and the feeling is mutual between us. The 2 I know are Jim and his girlfriend Sarah, who is also the sister of my ex-girlfriend Rachel. We have never seen eye to eye since we met for the first time. Still, I did not leave my place. Jim is having an extra hard time than others. He can fight, but he is not a fighter, and his performance clearly shows this. Compared to him, his girlfriend is quite a fighter. I hate to admit it, but she is what one call a natural fighter, and which is further enforced by her battle-crazy personality. I did not join the fight immediately, but moved from my position toward the grim monsters I want to target. It took me quite a few minutes before I reached the perfect position to attack my targets. Rose Vine, I said, and 3 thin vines erupted from the ground and bounded the 3 special profession grim monsters, who were quite high in the air, and just as they bounded it, they started to grow crazily, that within seconds all 3 special professions grim monsters covered thick vine ball which is growing bigger and bigger every moment. This attack was especially designed for the special profession grim monsters, and against them, this move works 3 times better. My sneak attack immediately stopped the battle as both sides separated and started looking for the assailant. Why stopped fighting? I said as I walked out of the shadow of the trees. As my voice heard, I found myself becoming the center of attraction between grim monsters and humans. Michiel, Jim and Sarah shouted, seeing me, but their tone had different emotions. Jim sounded happy while Sarah surprised. You human bastards, really a 1-price stage monster want to make surprise attack as it came at me, but tiny fireball struck him on its head before it could reach much close to me. Thud, it fell on the ground dead, under the shocked gazes of everyone as they looked at the tiny bird on my shoulder. The attack did not come from me, but Ashlyn she had attacked before I could say anything. Well, it's good she attacked, otherwise I would have to do it myself, and it would not have been easy for me. As these 3 special profession grim monsters are taking all my focus, my energy. These FUC curs are quite powerful. All 3 of them are at prince stage, which I had never harvested, and now I am harvesting 3 of them together, so one can imagine how much pressure I am feeling doing that. All you kill this bastard, we will deal with the rest of the group, shouted a Duke stage grim monsters to all princes before he and the other 3 dukes attacked Jim, and other whole 20 prince stage grim monsters came at me. Thud thud thud. A second later, bodies of grim monsters started falling on the ground, till all the 20 prince stage grim monsters that attacked us fell on the ground with thuds that made the battle stopped again before they could engage in more than one move again. Again, I found myself the center of attention, but I did not even look back at them. Instead, I focused on the 3 prince stage special professions grim monsters I am harvesting. Harvesting a Sing Prince stage Grim monster is not much of a problem for me, but currently I am facing one, as I am not only harvesting one but 3 Grim monsters. Still, their number would not be a problem with the progress I made. The real problem is extra help from the world I usually get, making the harvesting process easier. Now, I am not in the world, though I am in its sphere of influence and still getting help. I would not be much as I would when I am present in the world. So I closed my eyes and concentrate my all on harvesting the 3 special profession Grim monsters. As for the Grim monsters, I know Ashlyn could handle them if dared to attack me. I completely focused on the 3 vine spears, dividing my attention equally toward 3 platforms. I could feel the strain on my mind building as I worked on 3 spheres in this upgrade. I took a lot of control back, and now I am dealing with most of the things myself, which had put a lot of strain on myself. If my body and soul had not been this strong, I would have found myself bleeding in several holes in my body right now. Finally, after what felt like hours, I finished killing all 3 Prince's stage Grim monster. This FUC curs may not look much, but they have huge vitality, the 50-meter-long vine spheres they had created through their vitality before they died. There is still much vitality in their body that expands the sphere's diameters by another 50%, but there is no need for that now that the Grim monsters are dead. 3 spheres started shrinking, and when they were just 10-meter diameters, their shrinking speed started to slow down, seeing that I opened my eyes. The process will be a little slow, but pressure on me also lessened quite a bit that I could open my eyes. While I process 3 bodies, I also look at the battle raging that even powerful monsters nearby, which are usually attracted by the smallest sounds, are staying away from the fight. These people are really powerful. If I had not been tied down to harvesting, I would have joined the battle too. Of the 5 humans, 2 people stand out greatly. One Sarah and another is Mary St. John, who is from Blazing Spear. If Sarah's attacks were filled with technique and accuracy, then Mary's were pure power. The destructiveness of her attacks is even made of wonder if my rose cover will be able to stand against such destructive attacks of her. Only after Fiery Spear, one will understand why Blazing Spear knew their unbridled destructive might. Though her attacks are powerful, her energy control is not. Sorry, I am wrong. She has fine energy control, but it is not enough to control the nature of inheritance energy she practices. The nature of her inheritance energy is like a raging river. It is exceptionally hard to control. It is commendable that she is controlling her energy to this degree. If she could control this unruly inheritance energy in the future, she would become most of the most powerful people of her generation. From what teacher had made me memorize, the name of her inheritance is Blazing Spear, the core inheritance of her organization, which is named after this inheritance. She is the first person in 300 years to get this inheritance, so I was surprised seeing her here. I did not think her organization would come to this ruin, seeing the importance of this inheritance to them. The battle continued as 3 vines speared continued to shrink. Both parties seemed to be hell-bent on killing each other, using every bit of move they have in their arsenal. It is quite an experience for me. I was able to see the apex inheritance holder's power. Every one of them is powerful, including Jim. The force behind every move made by them is amazing. Even though I don't want to admit, I was quite impressed with Sarah. She is really powerful and looked very good with those beautiful metallic wings behind her. These wings are incorporeal but still looked amazing. I can't imagine how beautiful they will look when they became corporal at King Stage. Rachel had told me their angel set would become fully corporal at the King Stage, and that is also when they will be to harness the real power of their inheritance. Not only them, but most of the Apex inheritance hosts and other inheritances also started to show their real power at King Stage. King Stage is middle point in practice or the actual start of becoming a world powerhouse. Though they are fighting with great power, I was not attacked even once. Hell, even a stray attack did not come in my direction. Whether it is intentionally or unintentionally, they stayed steer clear of me. Suddenly, the all-out of fight stopped, and humans and grim monsters separated and looked at each other. Humans, you're quite good. Next time we meet, it will be your death, said leading grim monsters haughtily before it looked at me, and surprised expressions flashed on their eyes as it did not notice Ashlyn on my shoulder. HMMPH. It gripped its weapon tightly, as if contemplating whether to attack me or not before it helped with the humph. Mitchell, I did not expect to see you here, Jim said as he landed next to me. Me too, it's a pleasant surprise to see you here, I said while hugging him. Hello, I am Mitchell. I introduced myself to 3 others. Of the 3 one is a young girl and 2 young men about my age. Mary is a violet-haired girl. She is tall with an enchanting figure and extremely beautiful features comparable to that of Rachel and is from Blazing Spear. One of 2 young men is Jacob Madsen. He is a very handsome young man with brown skin and black hair. And another young man is Nick Ferruggio, who has average features like me, and both of them are from the Silverstone Academy. Hello, 3 of them replied and introduced themselves. I talked to Jim a few words before turned to 3 small vine spheres, which now have less than the 1 meter diameter. Seeing it needed my attention again, I turned toward them and focused all my attention on the 3 vine spheres after excusing myself. As I put all my focus on them, they again started to shrink rapidly, and half a minute later, the vines began to unravel and come inside me. Gasp! I heard a few gasped when the 3 essence roses unveiled themselves. These roses looked beautiful, the most beautiful essence roses I've ever harvested. The grim monster was at peak prince and very powerful as they could fight in such an environment without any problem. So these are the essence roses seniors were praising so much, Mary said as she walked closer to the essence rose. Your academy is charging a pretty penny for them, especially us, Jim said as he observed the roses. Except for Skysaber, every other organization is paying about the same price for these essence roses. On the other hand, the Skysaber is paying double it as a take it or leave it offer for them. If any other person had made it of academy, including the headmistress, they would not have accepted it. The supreme tag isn't just for the name, but it also held power. If not for personal animosity of them trying to kill me, they would not have accepted the higher price than the other supremes. Can I? Jim and Mary asked in unison. They wanted to pluck the roses, and seeing they already thickly coated their hands, I nodded. 1 cure rose and poison rose plucked by Mary and Jim, while Jacob, who asked late, plucked the last one. It is amazing what your inheritance could do. Harvesting the essence of grim monster in such pure form is not an easy thing, Jim said as he observed the essence rose. Keep it, I have enough of them in my storage, I said when they were returning the essence roses. Since I am already selling them to their organizations, they already know about it, so I might as well gift them a few essence roses. Would not affect me much. Choo choo. While we were talking, Ashlyn came back from wherever she had gone and attracted the attention of all of them again. This is not the place where the normal monster lives. Even powerful prince stage monsters would die here in a second. But Ashlyn, a mutated gray spark sparrow, is fine and dandy, and not forget her earlier performance where she had easily killed princes with the single attack of hers. Ashlyn, it's nice seeing you again, Jim said, seeing me landing on my shoulder, and quickly fished out candy to her, which she expertly took from his hands and ate. I've always expected Ashlyn is special, but not expected this special, Jim said softly as he looked at Ashlyn, who have pure joy written on her face as she ate the candy. That candy must be quite special to put such a look on her face. Well, then I should get going now that the battle is over, I said and started to leave. I have already wasted enough time, and I don't think Sarah will appreciate seeing how she is giving me an evil eye from the back since the battle is finished. Mitchell, stop. Jim asked when I had just taken a step. You are heading to Crown Tree, right? He asked. To that I nodded. Why don't you come with us then? We are also heading to the Crown Tree as well, Jim asked earnestly. Hearing that, look of hesitation appeared on my face. It would be a lie if I said his offer did not impress me. His offer is very good. With such a powerful team, not only I will be safer, but I would get what I want with the less efforts. But there is Sarah. The look she is giving is making me fear getting murdered in my sleep. Yes, Mitchell, come with us. Having a healer like you will save us a lot of trouble if we get injured, Mary said suddenly. Right, how can I forgot? Your qualified medic. Your addition will increase our survivability 2-fold in the Crown Tree, Jim added. I could feel the glower of Sarah becoming fiercer, but I did not care. These people can help me get what I from a dangerous place like Crown Tree. To get what I want, I could suffer a few days with a person like Sarah. Okay, I said finally, and felt an intense glare from Sarah. Good, with you with us. Chances of any of us dying have lowered quite much, Jim said happily. Let's go. We have already wasted enough time with the grim monsters. We will have to increase our speed if we want to reach the Crown Tree within 2 days, Rachel said coldly and took the lead. Jim looked at me apologetically before he sped up behind his girlfriend. He is quite a courageous fellow. Not many people dare to make their girlfriend angry. It had been 6 hours since I had started my journey with Jim and others. In these 6 hours, we have come across 2 groups of grim monsters and numerous monsters, which are getting stronger and stronger. We have to deal with every monster we have come across, as they are one crazy bunch, and the 2 grim monsters group. We did not fight, they just moved away, and we had no intentions to chase them. Except for we did, or Ashlyn did, just like that group of grim monsters which fought the Jim and others first. At first, Ashlyn had attacked 4 of the grim monsters, in which Ashlyn got lucky and was able to kill 1 for them. As for the 3, they got away due to their talismans. As for the other 2 groups, Ashlyn wiped out 1 group while some 3rd group members could get away due to talisman. All monsters that attacked, I did not lift the weapons to deal with them. My teammates dealt all of them in a very quick speed. Ashlyn and I just watched the show. 4 more hours had passed, and evening had come. The whole forest has become dark and cosmic energy very dense. I could see all my teammates using their special methods to deal with it, and their methods are quite good, as the cosmic energy did not seem to affect them any bit. Enough for today, we should find a good spot to rest for the night, Mary said as she stopped the team. Nobody had objections. It had been 2 hours since the evening had come, and we had continued with our journey to meet our target. This spot would do, Jim said 15 minutes later after seeing a well-hidden spot, and took out a model of a beautiful brick house and placed it on the ground before taking a step back as the model started to grow bigger. A few seconds later, the brick house model had transformed into a tiny house. Jim opened the door and everyone went in. Nice, Skysaber must value a lot to give you a space abode this early, I said appreciatively as I entered the big hall. To that he just smiled gently. This hall is wide as the hall of my abode, but the interior completely different. It had a minimalistic design with light colors opposite my abode using the dark colors, but it looked just as comfortable. There is another reason why I had asked you to come with us. Mitchell, I hope you cook us a hot, fresh meal. We have grown quite bored eating the packaged food, Jim asked. Sure, I replied with a smile before going into the room that is assigned to me. The interior of the room is also minimalistic comfortable. After taking off all the clothes, I went to the shower and came out 20 minutes later. After wearing comfortable clothes, I went out of my room, only seeing Mary also coming out here looking fresh. I did not. You could cook. You seem to be a man of many talents, Mary said, clearly in a flirting tone. It is a hobby, I replied with a smile. Do you need any help? She asked. No, I am fine, but I will appreciate it if you give me some pieces of that bull monster you have killed earlier. I want to cook it, I said, hearing that surprised expressions couldn't help but appear on her face. Do you want to kill us something? The meat of the monsters contains enough cosmic energy to blast us into pieces, she said playfully, but she is serious about the question. Don't worry, I know what I am doing, I said with a smile. She continued to look at me with a playful smile before finally taking out a storage bag from her storage and giving it to me. I will be waiting to see what you do with it. She said that I had smiled and walked into the kitchen before sealing with my energy, so there will be no disturbance. I took the spacious kitchen view before taking out stuff from my storage, including the whole bull monster that Mary had given me. I would not need an entire bull, just some pieces of it. With every ingredient out, I started to cook it, and by the time I had finished, nearly 2 hours had passed. I had thought it would not take me more than 1.5 hours, but it took me almost 2 hours. Dinner is ready, I said as I brought down the energy shield. All of them were already in the hall waiting for food. Good, if you hadn't called 10 minutes, I would have broken that flimsy energy layer that you had cast, Mary said before she appeared at the dining table and looked at the food that covered in the crystal cloches. Let's start, I said and removed the cloches from the food. As I did, and the smell of food wafted in the air, all of them became dumbstruck, including Sarah. Why are you guys not eating? I asked as I took the bite. My voice brought them out of their dumbstruck state, and they took a bite out of the food in front of them. Hum. All sorts of sounds rang out as they took their first bite, and Mary's cheeks had reddened quite a bit that if not for seeing it happening myself, I would have thought she had applied too much makeup. This is seriously good. I never had in my dreams think you would know cooking secret art. Jim said, seriously, where did you learn this? As far as I know, your academy did not have a great cook, Jim asked, to which I remained silent. This type of cooking is known as secret art cooking. Any profession that does not get used in combat but requires a specific type of skills are known as secret arts. The dinner was really good, Jim said as he laid back on the chair. His plates were clean and stomach full. If not for that, he would have taken a bite of whatever that is remaining. I am feeling full. The last time I had eaten this much when great cook have cooked for my welcoming ceremony, Mary said as she also laid back in the chair like Jim. One by one, everyone laid back on their chairs after stuffing themselves full. They have eaten all I cooked. There barely anything remained in pots. We talked for quite minutes, and I got to find some interesting things about these people. Sarah is now Jim's fiancée, which is not surprising, seeing how hopelessly in love he is with her, and even if I don't want to admit, she also loves him just as much. On the other hand, Jacob and Nick are in a relationship. While Mary had gone through a bad breakup a few days before she came to this ruin, she had no specific reason to come here other than clearing her mind. How are you guys preparing for the battle, King? There is barely 1.5 years remained to that. Suddenly Jacob asked when I was about to excuse myself to my room. Battle King, he is referring to his world championship, the greatest competition in the world, where nearly every person is excited for, including me, but unfortunately for me, I don't think I will participate in it. I'm very excited. I am sure I could reach the peak level of King stage at that time, Sarah said excitedly. For others, crossing 2 big stages in a single year quite a feat, especially the King stage, whose comprehension even talented struggled to get, but it is not a problem for this bunch. Me too. I don't think it will be a problem for me to reach the peak of King stage in 1.5 years, Nick said with the same excitement as Sarah before Mary also chimed in. These people are hosts of Apex inheritances, and these inheritances chose them for a reason. These people are already at the mid and high level of Duke and could level up rapidly if they wanted, but they are not doing that. They wanted to level up step by step, harnessing the power of their inheritance to their limit before level up. Let's retire, we will be leaving quite early tomorrow, Sarah said, and we all got up from our seats and walked toward our rooms. As I entered my room, I directly walked into the practice room and opened the control. Jim had given everyone partial control so that they can manage their rooms their way. As the marble tub appeared, I filled it with the cosmic energy-rich water before adding some herbs and other things. After everything is ready, I stepped into the tub while feeling the torturous pain. The seconds of entering, I became injured, but I kept hang of that state by circulating my healing energy and healing rule, not to forget the power of my constitution, also helping me very much. In a few days, I've noticed that as I put myself into the torturous training, I am digging out more and more potential from my constitution. It is becoming more and more active. I am using all of my constitution's power through my inheritance, and now I have found a way to harness it more. The greater potential I harness from my constitution, the powerful it will become, the stronger my inheritance will become. The three of my powers, healing inheritance energy, healing rule, and healing power of my constitution, are fighting against the raging cosmic energy trying to tear my body apart. It is an intense struggle with my body and soul as a battlefield. They ravaged it and made me experience the pain greater than before during the training. I sometimes wondered if I became a masochist of something who likes to training in as much as pain as possible. No, I am not a pain slut or anything. If it is my control, I would not even experience such pain. The only masochist would like it. I do it because it is the fastest, most effective method of body refinement I currently have. I stayed in the water for little more than 2 hours before I stepped out of it with my horrific body, which healing speed increased instantly just as I got out of the tub, and I was completely healed within a minute. The refinement had made me so tired that I did not even wipe off the water and directly went to my bed to sleep. I slept within a few seconds. My face hit the pillow and woke up in the early morning feeling completely refreshed. I got up and walked to freshened up and showered before walking out of my room. Jim, I said in surprise when I saw him sitting in the hall. I did not think he would wake up this early. The sun had barely risen yet, and he seemed to be waiting for me as a smile appeared on his face before it became serious with slight nervousness. Mitchell, I was hoping if you let me watch you cook, he said. His question had caught me off guard and also made frown a little. Any secret arts art is deeply private and passed down to the select few. Him watching me cook asking to take a gleam at my art, even if he is my good, I would think twice before allowing that. I know it is quite rude, but I urgently needed inspiration as I am stuck in alchemy for a while. I would not ask you to do without benefits. You can watch me concoct a potion. As you know, my inheritance is alchemical type, he said while looking at me nervously. He is right, watching him doing alchemy will benefit me a lot, but currently I do not need that. There is one thing I need in which Jim can help me. Can you craft Morosky solution? I asked, hearing that a look of surprise appeared on his face before he looked me seriously. I can craft it, but I can't say it will be of the best quality, he said, and now it is my turn to get surprised. It is not anyone who can craft Morosky solution. It is a very complex solution that needs specialized skills. Only Emperor or above grade alchemists could craft it, and from what I had read, there has been very few alchemists who was able to craft it while they are in the king stage, but now Jim said he could craft it. It is quite shocking, but I do not doubt him. If he can say he can craft it, then he surely has the skills to craft it. When do you need it? He asked. In the evening. I replied. He thought for a while before looking at me. I can craft it in the evening. I am sure you have all the materials that it needs, he asked, and I nodded. We have to reach the range of Crown Tree today, Rachel said as we got out of the abode. Everyone nodded, hearing that. Only around a week remained till this ruin closed, and we have to harvest the things we need from it. If we did not, then it will defeat the whole purpose of coming to this ruin. With that thought, we started our journey today. We kept our speed higher than yesterday. We were killing every monster that came in our with the quickest speed without holding anything back. I've even asked Ashlyn take a activate part, and now she is ahead of us, killing most of the monsters that coming toward us. Because of Ashlyn, we only facing 3 out of 10 monsters that coming at us, while the rest of them dealt with by the Ashlyn. It is not just monsters we are coming across. We have even sensed teams of grim monsters and humans. I had stopped Ashlyn from killing grim monsters. These grim monsters would turn very helpful when we reached the Crown Tree. As we grew closer to the Crown Tree, the comic energy grew denser and denser till we started to see very faint golden yellowness around us. This is a sign we have grown closer to the Crown Tree, and due to that, monsters got even more powerful. Mitchell, now would be time to lift your sword, right? Sarah said finally when 6 monsters came in our way. Till now, no matter how powerful monsters have gotten, I have never raised my weapon, but seeing 6 powerful mid-prince monsters are coming, Mary finally had to ask me to fight. Except for Sarah and Jim, I don't think anyone thinks much of my fighting ability. They did not look down on me or anything since I am a medic and doing fine under such a dense energy environment, but I could still feel their gaze. Sure, I said and despaired from my spot, and as I despaired, the vines erupted below the bear monster I am targeting and bound it completely. Putch, as the vines completely bounded it, I appeared beside it and pierced my sword into its head, killing it immediately before storing its body. When I looked back, I saw my teammates still fighting, and it took them a minute to finish off the monsters they were fighting before they look at me in surprise. The only people who were not surprised were Rachel and Jim, but a slight astonishment can be seen in their eyes. "You are quite fast," Mary said with a gaze that made me quite uncomfortable. "You can do it too if you used your real strength." I told her sure, she said with a smile before we continue on the journey again. As the monsters' numbers and strength increased, I started to join the battle more actively, and I killed all the monsters the same way I killed the first monsters. The bind and kill is the best way to kill the monsters. It can help me even kill the much stronger monsters than one. There are two key elements in this move. The first is timing, and the second is the bind. Timing is required for all the best attacks, and this move is no different. Here I have to launch the attack at the perfect moment, and as I did, I have to bind them with my vines as soon as possible. The bind I used against the monster depends on what type of monster it is. If I bind them with any binds, they will easily break the vines with Herculean strength. I have to bind them so they cannot use huge force on vines to break free. I had practiced for some time in subterranean, and now it is helping me quite a bit. At my current ability, I could use this skill on a max of 3 monsters simultaneously, but the number will increase as I progress further into the future. We kept growing closer and closer to the crown tree, and by the time twilight came, we finally reached our destination. The forest of short and dry trees has gone, and now in front of us, a thick green forest filled with tall trees, and if one looked at the sky, one could see some branches of the humongous crown tree. The crown tree is still hundreds some kilometers away. The vibrant forest I see in front of me right now wholly made of saplings of crown tree. No other species of plants in this ruin could thrive in such a thick cosmic energy density. Such vitality, I muttered with the rest of my teammates. The species of crown tree had a specialty. They used thick cosmic energy to create the field of vitality around them. This vital field is so strong that it could heal even serious injuries within a few minutes. Many people have taken the sea back to grow them into the forbidden zones for this specialty, but the results were not so good. This tree seemed to born for this ruin as it requires this particular flavor or diluted cosmic energy. This forest is amazing with such thick cosmic energy mixed with this heavy vital energy. It is a paradise for herbs, Jim said as he picked up a very rare kind of herbs from the ground. This forest is paradise for herbs and monsters, too, and the closer we get to the crown tree, the denser this vitality and cosmic energy would become. Crown tree, the father of these trees itself, has the most powerful vital field, which can heal injuries within seconds, making the monsters living in the forest and crown tree mutate in a certain direction. These monsters have less need for the vitality. They have transferred that quality toward offense and defensive. The monsters here in this vibrant forest are crazy defensive, and their offense also great. Well, it is quite hard to kill them. We are now standing at an impasse, at a spot where dry and small trees end, and sprawling seedling trees start. In this impasse there are very few monsters, as monsters from the rest of Crown Forest did not come here due to a weird combination of cosmic energy and vitality. Though it may seem like one could remove their protective measure due to the thick vitality, then one would be utterly wrong. There is indeed dense vitality that could heal any injury. There is comic energy, making the boy stay in a weird limbo of injuring and healing, which is very uncomfortable, and the normal monster did not want to bear it. While others may have a problem with experiencing the limbo, I don't. I very much want this vitality, and that's why I opened the small gaps around the armor to refine my body with vitality and cosmic energy. See. As I opened the holes in my armor, I barely stopped myself from hissing in pain. The cosmic energy is too strong that the pain it has given me is immense if not for daily refining, which got me used to such pain. It is a good thing I have armor covering my whole body, otherwise my teammates would have gotten quite a shock seeing me currently, who is 1 second man horror before another second, completely by vitality before turning man horror again. It is getting late. We should find a safe place to set up the abode. Jim said nobody has a problem with that, and we started searching for a safe place. On the way we have come across a couple of pounds, which we emptied. Everyone understood its value. Finally, half an hour later, we have found a safe spot, and Jim had brought out its space abode. Inside the abode, I first showered, and before going into the kitchen. Jim was already waiting for me, and with him in, I sealed the kitchen and started to cook with now and then, asking me some questions which I am very happy to answer since I will be getting what I want tonight. Here, all the ingredients for Morosky solution, I said as I handed him the pouch. He took it without question and looked at them before nodding in affirmation. It will be ready before midnight. he said, to which I nodded happily. A few minutes later, the dinner began, and the sounds of appreciations began to come out of their mouths again. An hour later, the dinner is finished, and Jim excused himself while I stayed for an hour chatting before I excused myself with the rest. In the practice room, I looked at a tub of water with bated breath. This water is different from the other water I've used for the refining before, is from the seedling forest, which has thick cosmic energy and dense vital energy mixed in it. The cosmic energy is very thick inside the water, and normally, it would be suicide for me to refine the body in such thick cosmic energy infused water. I will die less than a minute under it. I am only taking a chance because it had dense vital energy mixed in it still. I had taken enough precaution that if something went wrong, I would be able to save my life. Blop. With everything done, I pushed my legs inside the water and felt like I had pushed my leg into acid as my skin had nearly all dissolved, and bones of my legs started to show before skin began to appear on my leg. Seeing such a scene, I had a huge urge to take out my leg, forget the pain I could deal with, but the potency of cosmic energy in this water is too great. It might turn to the skeleton and die before I got a chance to heal with vitality. I took a couple of deep breaths before I dipped my whole body into the water in one go, and 3 energies woke inside me to save me. Still, healing energy, healing rule, and my constitution only slowed down the skin melting into the water. While the skin is melting, I am biting a piece of wood in my mouth with all my strength, that my gums started bleeding. My skin was still melting, and bones started to show when suddenly I felt a faint coolness around me, and my skin started to grow back. Seeing that, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief as if the damage had crossed limits. I would have flown out of the tub as that time, the damage would be irreversible. My skin healed and it seemed slightly more vibrant, but before I could take a careful look at it, the cosmic energy assaulted again, and my skin started to melt in water. It keeps happening every second, and it's beyond painful that I want to get out of the tub every moment, but I did not. I stayed there and experienced hell as nearly every part of my body get destroyed before reformed again. While Mitchell is going through this hell-like refinement, someone invades his privacy and watches everything he is going through. How does he bear something like this? She did not know how many times she had asked this question when she looked at him going through his hell-like refinement. She had no intention of spying on Mitchell. She did not even like him, but she got curious when he asked Jim to craft Morosky solution. Having been with alchemists for a few years, she knows about quite much. Crafting Morosky solution is no simple matter. It requires rare ingredients, including miracle fruit, and not to forget the skill is needed to craft it, which Jim has. He may not be much of a fighter, but her man is damn fine alchemist that barely anyone has the same level of skill as him at his current level. I was very curious about what Mitchell needed Morosky solution. It had a fair range of use from refining the body to increasing the libido, and it is because of last use she got curious about him. Her sister always praised Mitchell's nature and still do, but she never truly believed. She thought he was a country bumpkin who was latching on Mitchell from the first time they met. She did not think so, seeing who his mother is, and he became a student of one of the best healers in the world. However, she still has prejudiced him, so she decided to stoop on low enough to spy on someone else's practice, which one most forbidden thing to do, and Jim would not like it if he knew I did that. Still, I am happy I did that. It had given me the best reality check. She used to think she is forcing herself to challenge her limit, but seeing what Mitchell doing, she knew her training is nothing in front of him. While she basks in self-glory, people like Mitchell training like madmen, pushing through every limit they had. If she did not push her to her real limit, she would be left to dust by them. Blop. Finally, after 1.5 hours later, I got out of water. This time the refinement took less time, but its effect far surpassed the other cosmic water refining I've gone through. The benefits kind of shocking. I could feel the strength coursing through every fiber of my body. My soul has also become even firmer as I could perceive the world around me at even greater clarity. Though going through such refining nothing but throwing yourself at fine, its benefits are beyond compare. If I continued with such refining, I would get a body strong as the monsters. Though for it I will have to go through such painful refining for months. Still, nobody will stop me from having a strong body as the monsters if I persevere through it. This 1.5 hours of refining had tired me out very much, but I can't sleep yet. From tomorrow, we will face exceptionally strong monsters, and for them, I have to prepare. All of them are at a higher level than me, and in the Apex Inheritance, even a small level grants a huge boost of power. I don't want to be left behind or become a burden to them. If Jim can successfully concoct that potion, I will get a good boost in my power. Knock, knock. I was busy with my thoughts when I heard the knock, hearing that I got up happily and wore a robe since I was naked before I walked toward my bedroom door. Click. I opened the door with a click and found Jim on the other side, holding a small bottle with dark red liquid in it. Have you able to craft it successfully? I asked expectantly, looking at the bottle with dark red liquid. To be honest, I was half expecting he would fail, seeing how difficult it crafts this potion, but Jim did it, and now it is time for me to use it. After talking to Jim for a few minutes, I again went back to the practice room and materialized the tub. I took a special diluting solution from my storage and filled the tube with it before emptying all the solution into the tub a second later. My robe fell on the ground, and I submerged myself into the tub. The solution is quite cold, but is not at the level I would feel uncomfortable with it. As I unsealed my inheritance, I started to feel this coolness spreading through my whole body as the runes began to suck the energy ravenously. The runes are acting like they hadn't eaten something for a long while, and now they got something delicious, which they are eating up ravenously. The cooling sensation feels very great and relaxing, completely different from the hell I've experienced earlier. I could feel my runes are getting stronger and stronger with them becoming stronger. My runes will also become stronger. The strength this solution would grant me would help me very much to get the things I need from the crown tree. My runes are not the only ones that needed the solution's energy. There are Ashlyn and Nero, who are also taking their share. The solution contains a huge amount of life. It is more than my runes could manage. Those who use the solution use it by drop while I directly use the bottle, so one can imagine how much energy they contain. A little more than an hour has passed, and finally, every bit of energy contained in the solution had been sucked apart by 3 parties. This strengthening had given a good boost to my runes. It will be very helpful in getting what I need from the crown tree. I got out of the tub and directly walked toward the bed and sleep, without even taking a shower. The only thing I did was to dry my body with my before sleeping on the bed naked. I woke up in the early morning and showered before going to the kitchen and cook in the presence of Jim. When everyone had the early dinner, we all left the abode. From today, stopped holding back. We have to finish every monster that comes across us as soon as possible. We don't want them to gather in a single place, Mary repeated once again. We have already discussed our strategy during lunch and nearly covered all the aspects of it. We have to be careful from today. I have read their organization's intel, which is much more detailed than mine. I have read the account on how their seniors had to run away when they let too many monsters gather. With everyone understanding today's plan, we advanced. Like yesterday, I opened the few holes in my armor to the left, my body refined slowly. We did not come across the monsters for 15 minutes, but we finally got attacked by 2 mid-Duke Bear monsters, which were even stronger than peak Prince stage monsters I've encountered in Subterranean. They are also different than the rock bears we have encountered outside this forest. They have the same size, but the rock defensive layer covering them is double sized than usual rock bear has. The quality of the defense also seemed greater. As we spotted the monsters, Jacob and Nick disappeared from their spot, and when they appeared, they had their saber and sword pierced through their heads. The attack there was fast and clean. The power behind their attack was unquestionable. It was so amazing that I couldn't help but became impressed. These two had not used this move of theirs when they were fighting against grim monsters. Like I had expected, all of them were still holding back when they had fought against the grim monsters. After the monster attacked, we kept dealing with them quickly and efficiently as we kill most of them in a single attack. My teammates have started to show their real power as they kept killing monster after monster in their quick speed, even after the monsters kept getting stronger with each step. It is not only monsters, the cosmic energy in the environment is also getting denser and denser. I have all the holes in my armor except for 3, which allows cosmic energy and vitality to allow in my body for refinement. There are a group of 10 gray wolf monsters are coming toward us, I said to the group slowly, and they became alert. It is not my first time informing the group. I have been doing that for 3 hours. Ashlyn is ahead of killing and scouting. Her help is great for the team, but she could not kill the monsters that came in all directions at best. She could inform me of all the monsters that come in our directions. Zub zub zub. A minute later, a group of gray wolves attacked us from the shadow of the thick trees. Their attack had been almost silent, and if not for the Ashlyn informing us about them, they would have been sneak attack us. There are an awful lot of monsters in this forest which have the ability to evade the soul sense, this group of gray wolves one of them. As their sneak attack came, we acted. Everyone moved toward the wolves in coordinated fashion without any hint of chaos. Like everyone else, I also launched my attack. I moved toward the wolves, and at the same time, vines erupted from the 3 places and wrapped 3 wolves before they could even do anything. Putch, putch. Just as the vines bound them, I appeared in front of the wolf and pierced my sword through its skull before I moved to the another and pierced its very defensive head easily with my sword. As for the third wolf, it was killed by Jim. We have been working together for quite a while. Whenever there are many monsters, he finished off some of them. Within 3 seconds of the attack, all the monsters are dead, and we collected their bodies before moving forward with our journey. It won't be long before another group came, and we have to cover as much as distance possible. We are already very slow compared to the usual speed, but we still have the target. We have to reach the crown tree today. Hun, I was moving along with my teammates. Ashlyn informed me about her sensing another group of grim monster. There seemed to awfully lot of grim monsters coming toward the grim monsters going the crown tree, far more than intel suggests. Perhaps intel had been wrong in the first place, where soul sense quite suppressed due to thick cosmic energy that they have never been able to document the right numbers of grim monsters. Compared to teams of grim monsters, teams humans are awfully low in numbers. Till now, Ashlyn, I had sensed only 4 groups around the same numbers as us. 2 more hours have passed, and it is afternoon till now. We have been able to keep with the targeted distance, gone even further than it, but we are slowing down in the past 2 hours as the monsters' numbers increase. We have been getting attacked by a big group of monsters even more than before, taking more of our time. Still, it is expected, and my team should feel lucky that there is Ashlyn. If not for her, we would have been mobbed by the really big groups of monsters by now. The big group of monsters has mobbed many seniors who have crossed the same distance as us. It's not like there were no mobs of monsters came, but most of them diverted by Ashlyn towards some unfortunate groups of grim monsters. For this reason, I had asked Ashlyn not to attack the grim monsters. They have come in handy when diverting the trouble and will help even more when we reach the crown tree. Our team moved with as much as speed we could while killing monsters that attacked us. By now we have covered around 80 of this small, vibrant forest, and now we only have to cover about 20 and we will come across the crown tree. It won't be easy, but we will have to do it to reach our destination. Stop, I said to all my teammates when I heard the news from Ashlyn. There is a big group of monsters coming toward us. I said, how many are there? Mary asked. Around 30-35. I said, their level. Sarah asked, princes, all of them. I replied, which made the mood of all of the youth serious. Most of the monsters we have dealt with till now were dukes. We fought prices, but there were not much, 2 to 3 per group, and now total more than 35 of them coming toward us. What type? Asked Jim. I thought for a moment before answering. Ravaging hounds. I replied, and this silenced team further with them gripped their weapons tightly. This was the reason why Ashlyn was not able to lead the monsters toward the other direction. It is near impossible to change their ravaging hounds' mind when they decided on target. They have caught our scents and will not leave till they kill us all. Well, let them come. I had planned a very good surprise for them. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The rustling sound rang around us simultaneously, and within a second, we have found ourselves surrounded by 33 ravaging hounds. Growl, growl, growl. These hounds are 2.5-meter long brown dog built like buffalo monsters with sharp claws and spiked teeth through which saliva could be seen dripping from their mouths as they growl at us. They paint quite a gruesome picture that any weak-hearted man might faint at the sight of them. Growl, growl, growl. Unlike the other monsters who directly attacked us with the intent of finishing us off as quickly as possible, these ravaging hounds did not do that. Instead, they started to growl with their spiked mouth as they took slow steps toward us. It is quite a tactic to make an even battle-hardened person fumble for the right time to attack. Should we attack? Jacob asked. Leave them to me. I want to test my attack on them. I said. That got me a questioning look from everyone. Only Rachel seemed to understand something. She's the only person who had seen that attack or the first version of that attack. The upgraded one even more powerful, but I've yet to test it. I've never found the right chance to do it. These people did not seem to believe my words and had their weapons out if something goes wrong. Growl, 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 growl. The ravaging hounds continued to take a step toward us when and then there is only 10 meters distance from us they suddenly jumped, and at very fast speed. As the hounds jumped, my teammates looked at me with doubts and charged their attacks, which they would launch the next moment if something concrete did not come from me. Rose refinement. They were about to attack the hounds when they saw big rose petals coming toward us very fast speed. There are 12 rose petals, and they assembled into the huge rose when the ravaging hounds were just 5 meters ahead of us. As the rose is assembled, all the hounds stopped in rows as if some power is binding them. They tried to struggle free, but they could not work free of the binding no matter what they did. A second later, they were bound. The chest area of the hounds started to light up. First, there was no reaction from the hounds before their struggle before even fierce, but like before, they could not free themselves from their bindings. 3 more seconds have passed, and how their chest is shining like the brightest star, and they're howling like mad in pain as their bodies started to light up. First, it was gentle, but how long their bodies also started to shine brightly, with their heart glowing most brightly. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. They started to grow brighter and brighter when suddenly, the hounds began to turn to ash one after another before all the hounds burned to ashes. The petals separated and turned to 12 rows before they came back inside me. 9 seconds. I muttered. It took 19 seconds for the rows to kill all the ravaging hounds. It is a little faster than I had expected. Wow, what was that? Jacob said in astonishment. What is your inheritance? It is strangest moves I've ever seen. Mary said before she went where roses were and touched the ash that hounds had turned to. There was no proof of battle, except for the ash. Not even a blade of grass had been damaged in my attack. Your move had used their own cores to turn them to ashes, Jim said as he dusted the ash off his hands, which he had picked up like Mary. One of the changes I made was using monsters' own core to burn them when they are too powerful to be killed by Rose's power. Though this way wastes monsters' bodies, it is still a better choice than monster escaping the hold Rose. Yesterday's strengthening has a big effect on this move. If not it, I don't know if the Rose would able to keep all 33 Prince Stage Hound monsters long enough for their cores to burn them into the ash. Let's go, we have a long journey ahead, I said. That brought my teammates out of their stupor, and we again continued with our journey. Time passed as we moved toward the crown tree while killing any monsters that came into the way. Ashlyn diverted most of the monsters' big group, but 2 still came at us, and I have to use the Rose refinement on them. It was a good thing that there was some time distance between their attacks, and I had enough time to refine my energy to full again. Otherwise, they would have emptied my half energy storage if they attacked back to back. Rose refinement is powerful, but it takes a lot of energy. Just a single Rose refinement attack takes 25 of mana, which is huge when one sees how big is my energy storage is. Still, I am happy to spend it with the result it gave me. It helps me defeat a group of powerful enemies which otherwise might waste more time and energy to defeat, and it is very quick. Soon the evening came, and we continued as we grew closer to the crown tree. We reduced our pace not to attract too much attention. We did well. We have the proof of what happened when you are not careful enough. On the way to the crown tree, we have seen the bodies of grim monster, which were torn to shred. The monsters seem to have taken some such pleasure tearing them. There was not a single piece of them bigger than my pinky. That's how bad it was. Seeing such a mess, we have intentionally slowed down. The monsters tore the grim monsters apart because they could not eat them, but if we lost to the monsters, we would directly end up in their stomach. No monster is dumb enough to play with their food. We finally stopped at the same time as we reach our destination, and the look of utter amazement appeared on our faces. Wow, I came out of my mouth as I looked at the humongous tree in front of me. It is extremely tall, so tall that some of its branches came out of the cloud and truck that is wide enough not properly to measure it. Wow, I came out of my mouth as I looked at the humongous tree in front of me. It is extremely tall, so tall that some of its branches came out of the cloud and truck that is wide enough. I could not properly measure it by looking. The roots of it stretched for miles. They looked like they have had of crystals as they released the vibrant light. As we reached near it, we felt like we are bathing in water-like thick vital energy. If not for there is just as thick cosmic energy, we would have been opening all the ways of our body to suck this vital energy. The crown tree looked majestic, and also, what makes it even more amazing and filled with life are monsters. There are too many on the tree, one spot anywhere as they laze, hunt, and move around. Their presence on the tree makes it look even more alive, but these cute-looking monsters are extremely dangerous, far more dangerous than the monster we had faced in the crown forest. They were born in this tree and breathed this thick cosmic energy and vitality since the first day, so one can imagine how powerful they are, and we will have to deal with them if we want to get what I want. This close to the crown tree, my friends have finally started to feel the strain of thick cosmic energy. Their methods have started to work quite faster. I closed all the hole in armor a few hours again first. I only kept 3 holes open, but when this started to affect me due to the thickening of the energy, I closed one before closing another one and finally closing the last one. The cosmic energy has become so thick that my armor could not be able to handle it. We should find a safe spot to spend the night, Jim said. After that, we began to search for the spot and found it soon enough. It is a tree, a very thick tree. Jim placed a driller artifact on a tree trunk, and within minutes we got enough space to house a small abode. The abode's size is very small that we have to crawl to enter the big hall. Once in the abode, we did what we usually do. Read all the intel your organization has provided carefully today. We will discuss the strategy of Crown Tree tomorrow, Jim said as we finished dinner. Like every day, we did not chat for an hour or two. After a brief conversation, we have retired to our room. Have to bring it, I asked Ashlyn in the practice room, and the next moment, a palm-sized red fruit that looked like a combination of cherry and apple and 5 hand-sized leaves appear before me. Good girl, I said as I petted her. The fruits and leaves are from the crown tree. I had asked Ashlyn to get it from me. It isn't easy to get these things, but Ashlyn did it. The fruit and leaves are not from the optimum place of crown tree, but they are more than enough for today's use. Whether it is root, bark, leaves, or fruit, every material of crown tree is top-grade material. I filled the tub with cosmic energy and vitality, rich water. The cosmic energy inside is slightly potent than yesterday, but I am sure I can bear it. Crush, crush. After adding the water to the tub, I did not enter inside it directly. I picked up fruit and crushed it into the paste. I wanted to eat the fruit, but refining the body is more important. After crushing the fruit into the water, I crushed the leaves into a paste. These things grew in thick cosmic energy, and I needed to put quite a lot of energy to turn into the paste. After everything is done, I floated above the tub before sliding down inside, and just as I did, cosmic energy and vitality started to drill inside me, giving me pain beyond belief. This time there is no melting of flesh. The fruit and leaves did not let that happen. Instead of the comic energy drill inside me and hammer every cell of mine. The melting of flesh used to waste quite a lot of energy and much of the already refined flesh and the fruit and leaves. It reinforces the flesh without destroying it is like hammering the piece of iron. The pain is immense, but I bore it as more and more cosmic energy and vitality drilled inside me with the energies of fruit and leaves of crown tree. Time passed, and soon more than 1 hour passed when water's effects started slowed till they stopped 15 minutes later. Seeing that, I got out of the water and walked into the shower to clean myself. Usually I don't clean myself after refining as it is just water, but today some other stuff is mixed, making me feel icky. So I first showered before I let my tired body fall into the bed. We have finally reached the crown tree, and now it is time to get what we want from it, Jim said as we sat for the meeting the next morning. I am sure there are 2 things we all want. First is the root from the central roots of crown tree, and second is its fruits, Jim added. I have come for the root juice. It is the best material for everything. From refinement to strengthening to cooking, it could be helpful in all. It contains a fraction of primal energy, which makes it useful for everything. It is so useful that I could directly strengthen my inheritance through it without making it go through alchemist's processing. I was even drinking a few drops of it could save someone from near death. The main reason I want it is for my research. I am sure it will give me enough data to make better improvements in my inheritance. Going with such big teams would be like putting targets on our heads. Going alone is too much of the risk seeing the numbers of monsters that are present. Rachel said, I think we should move by the teams of 2. That is the best option for our current stances. She said just as she said it, Mary and I looked at each other. Jim and Rachel are engaged so that they will team up with each other, and so is Jacob and Nick, who is in a relationship. That left Mary and me. As we have discussed, our top priority is to get the root juice of the central root, which is not going to happen within a day or might not even possible 2 days. We will need at least 3 days to extract the root juice of the central roots. I said to that. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Mitchell is right, we will need at least 3 days, said Mary. Half an hour later, we all got up from our seats. I don't know if we will see each other in this ruin again or not. As no one knows how much time it takes to extract the root juice of quality we need and other things, and nobody will wait for others. So we decided to make it goodbye. One by one, we got out of the abode and stood in a group of 2. Best of luck to you all, Nick said before leaving with Jacob, and Jim also waved as he left with Sarah. It's just 2 of us, hun, Mary said. I smiled before changing the color of my armor to forest green. Silver is too eye-catching. Walking silver armor is like becoming a live target for everyone to shoot. I don't want that. Here, wear this, it will help us make even more inconspicuous, Mary said as she handed me a camouflage suit. I looked at the suit and found a skilled artificer who crafted it. Just looking at it gives me the feeling that one-looking piece of shrubs, not a suit, the visual phenomenon of it produces is really amazing. A tyrant stage artificer of my academy crafted it. It not only creates a very strong visual phenomenon, especially when you add mana into it, but also produce the scent of the plants and hide sounds of steps. If we remained unmoved wearing this, even the most powerful monster here would not be able to tell the difference. She explained, her expression arse very proud when she informed me about the suit. It's very nice, I said, sounding impressed as I wore the suit over my armor. It had completely packed my body, even the eye holes were covered in the specially crafted glass. I could open any part of this suit. It is not viable to keep it completely packed. I practiced opening some parts which would be needed to perform some of my attacks. Let's go, I said after I got familiar with the working of the armor. We both walked side by side toward the tree. They may look close, but it was 20 kilometers ahead of us, but it seemed closer due to its widespread branches. We will have to walk about 2 kilometers before coming in its shadow and 4 more before seeing the roots. It is such a short distance, but it might take us an afternoon or more to reach it. Many monsters are roaming around. Attracting one will mean attracting several. If any monsters spotted us by mistake, we have to kill it before it let out a roar, or it will hell for us. It is a good thing the whole area around the trees is filled with shrubs and other things that will help, but us hide better from the monster. Time passed, and 2 hours later, we reached the inner show of the tree. We could see the long branches of the tree above us. Though they are kilometers above and most of them are in clouds, they are still there. Do you feel it? I heard as Mary spoke through her armor. There was no sound outside if she spoke, but could be heard through the suit. Both of our suits are connected, and we could talk to each other as long we are in a certain range of each other. Yes, I replied to her as we entered the shadow of the crown tree. There was a sudden spike in the density of the cosmic energy. Its density increased by 6 times, which is fucking huge. It is gentle wind becoming a tornado. Feeling such change, I made the sealing of my armor even more powerful, that no single particle of cosmic energy would seep inside. It would not have been possible without the upgrade that I made when I first entered this ruin. The cosmic energy was able to seep inside my armor in some amount, no matter how much I tightened the seal. In the upgrade, I had especially worked on the seal, knowing I would be coming here, and the time I had to spend worth seeing the density of cosmic energy far greater than I had expected. I had expected to encounter this dense of cosmic energy when I reached the crown tree center where cosmic energy was thickest, but that seemed too far from the truth. This is just a beginning. I believe the cosmic energy we will face ahead will be something out of our nightmare. Though the cosmic energy is thicker, there is one silver lining in it, vitality, which is just as thick. I could literally see the very faint green mist of vitality here, and they're like golden brown cosmic energy. After reaching the shadow, we continued, and as I had expected, the cosmic energy kept getting denser and denser, and so is vitality with it. Mitchell, look, said Mary suddenly, and pointed toward a thing. When I saw what she is pointing at, a smile couldn't help but appear on the strained face. We have finally come across the root. It is vibrant, and looked like it had been carved out from the crystal. When we reached closer to it, we felt a slight change in the vitality density. It is slightly denser near the crystalline root. As we noticed that, both of us had seen silently took out a spindly device and placed it on the root. Next second, runes on the device lit up faintly, and the glass tube above it started to fill with green liquid. The devices stayed active for around 20 seconds before they died down, and both of us took the devices back. I looked at the vibrant green liquid inside the tube like a root. It also has a slight crystalline feel. This green liquid is the root juice of the crown tree, a very wonderful thing. It is filled with concentrated vitality and many other things that made it the optimum alchemy material. I could feel the bursting gentle energy of root juice, and it is diluted root juice as it comes from the furthest root. The closer I get the crown tree, the better quality root juice I will get. I want to get the best quality root juice. Getting a single drop of it will make my coming here worthwhile. Caught you. As we were observing the root juice, a small snake monster had gotten closer to us. I had noticed it a little while ago, and seeing it is not making any noise, I let it come closer to me, and now I caught it when it jumped to attack us. The vines started to strangle the monster, and at the same time, needle-thin thorns from the vines pierced through the tough defense of the snake and started growing around it. A few seconds later, it died. I stored its body inside my storage. A few minutes later, we have come across a small pond of cosmic water between the roots, and seeing no monster around, we emptied it. We may have collected tons of cosmic energy-rich water till now, but there is always space for more, and not to forget this water is in the range of crown tree. The amount of cosmic energy inside it is off the charts. A few minutes after that, we come across the big branch of dried wood, which is clearly from the crown tree. Mary quickly pocketed it. It is no doubt that wood from the crown tree made it very valuable. We started to find more and more things every few minutes while collecting root juice every half hour. It is like walking on the treasure street. Whenever you look, you will find some treasure. It would have been perfect if there had not been so many dangerous monsters around us that would attack us frenziedly if we made the slightest sound. Mitchell, look, Mary said, and I slowly walked toward her and saw what she is pointing. On our way, I saw a small group of monsters. They looked like an insect monster with bright glowing eyes, and mouth couldn't help but give me a shudder. I will handle 3, you deal with the closest 2. This will be our first time dealing with the monsters together. If it were up to me, I would have taken another way rather than fight monsters, but bastards, right on our way. If we take a different route, we might get discovered by the other monsters. So we have to kill these monsters whether we want or not, and kill them as soon as possible, so they would not make any noise and create any signal that could attract monsters nearby. With nodding at each other, we acted. 3 sets of vines erupted from the ground and bound the 3 peaked duke insect monsters. I had especially covered their vocal cords and any other parts which could make a noise. Right after I bound them with the vines, numerous thin sharp thorns pierced through the insect monsters. As the thorns pierced through them, the vines started to grow crazily until they completely covered the 3 monsters before killing them by tearing their heart and brain apart with needles. On the other side, Mary moved like a streak of lightning and pierced her short spear through the heads of monsters before they even formulate what is happening. Mary had changed her weapon size. She made it shorter, and I was surprised to see she is more proficient in using the short spear rather than the long spear she had been using till now. We collected the bodies of the monsters even when we do not have a wish to, as leaving them open would attract the monsters, and some of them might even track us, so we should collect the bodies of all the monsters we have killed, no matter how ugly look. After collecting the bodies, we resumed our journey toward the tree while collecting all treasure we have come across. From fallen fruits to leaves and branches of the crown tree, we swept everything clean. Another group. I heard from Mary and saw a group of 7 lizard monsters. Seeing the monsters little, we first made a plan before attacking them like the previous group. We have killed this one within 10 seconds before moving on. Time passed by, and soon the evening came, and we became more careful. The nocturnal monsters are very tricky to deal with. The camouflage suits that Mary brought are really amazing. It had helped us a lot. One time we had seen a prince stage monster coming toward us speedily and stayed stationary on the spot. That monster passed just 1 meter distance from us, but did not notice anything odd about us and passed by us without giving us any glance. Not only that, when we attack, it gives us precious few seconds as a monster does not see us people but plants, and by they notice the threat we represent, their souls would have already reached the underworld. "What is that?" Mary asked when she also noticed some commotion above. Hearing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Ashlyn had finally made a move, and we better make use of it. "There will be little commotion on our left. We should make use of it, cover more distance," I said, and a second after that, cursing of grim monsters rang out, and I could see many monsters moving toward it. Mary looked at me in confusion and question, but all I did was smile and quickly start making my way forward. We only have a few precious minutes, and in that time, we have to cross much of a distance as possible, especially across that gathering point of a big group of monsters. Ashlyn had told me, and there is a big group of monsters on how we cannot fight without attracting attention. So I asked Ashlyn to attract the attention, and who would best attract the attention of monsters other than grim monsters, which monsters hate with zeal. We have come across many grim monsters groups during the travel here, and except for a few, Ashlyn did not attack others. She just left them with her strange tracking a mark, a new ability she got after leveling up to Duke stage. Whenever I need distractions, I could ask Ashlyn to use those grim monsters without being noticed, but this plan is not foolproof. In that big group, I had Ashlyn attract attention for having some of the monsters left behind. 20-some monsters have left their place, but there are still 9 of them have been left behind, and all these 9 monsters are Prince stage monsters that we will have to kill before we could move ahead. The monsters are thunder goats. They are known for their speed and offense, but I could also. I and Mary hid behind the giant root and discussed the plan of dealing with them. "It's decided them. I will handle 4, and you will handle 5, Mary said, and I nodded. With the plan made, Mary disappeared from her spot, and 3 vines erupted from the ground and bound the 3 monsters at the same time. 2 roses came out of me and turned into the blades before flying toward the 2 lightning goat monsters who have just become alert. Pachai, pachai. The rose blades pierced through the eyes of the 2 goat monsters before they could scream from their mouth and launch the attack they were charging. And as for the monsters bound in vines, they are now completely covered in vines and hundreds of needles piercing their brain to kill them. In 3 seconds, I killed all the monsters I've attacked, but it made me very tired. Using 2 rose domination moves simultaneously is not easy, especially when I am using rose vine at full capacity. It already takes all the focus I have to control 3 vines, and on top of that, launching 2 blades of rose death is too much. I am currently feeling a splitting headache that makes me like someone is banging on my head repeatedly with the hammer. It is very painful, but I bore it and marched forward with Mary. Ashlyn had brought us some precious time. I am not going to waste it because I have to rest. I'm very much aware that this is just the starting, and I will probably have to use the duel moves again soon after, so I should get used to such pain because it will happen again. The only consolation is that the move Mary had used also seemed to have taken some toll on her. Earlier, she used an amazing move that she killed all 4 goat monsters in a single move. The move of her packed an explosion power like all her attacks, and a speed that even I can barely keep an eye on the blade of her spear. The move had impressed me from the bottom of my heart. Soon the commotion died down, and from what Ashlyn told me, of the 6 grim monsters, 3 survived as they used displacement emulate, while 1 was able to run away with its like in its hands, and 2 got killed by the monsters. The 1 ran away also got killed, but it is not the monsters that killed it, but Ashlyn. She finished it off when monsters stopped chasing it at the edge of the forest. We slowed down our speed again and started collecting anything and everything that we found useful. Soon the midnight approached, and we are continuing. We are not going to sleep till we get what we want. There is too much risk even we use the space above, so as long as we are in the shadow of the crown tree, no sleeping. Still, with the help of Ashlyn, we are moving very fast, that even Mary is quite surprised by the speed we are moving. We had predicted it would take us 2 days to reach the center roots, but with speed we are going, there is a very high chance that we would get to the central roots by tomorrow afternoon. Till now, Ashlyn had led the monsters to 9 of teams grim monsters. These bastards were quite tough and made a lot of sounds, which helped us very much. Still, I don't understand why is these fucking grim monsters are moving in groups. With their huge size, which is double that of the monsters present here, they should move alone. Well, it might be because of the stealth method. These grim monster have a very strange stealth-type method that helped them meld into cosmic energy. From what I heard, very dense cosmic energy is needed for this method to work. It is because of this strange stealth method of theirs they were able to move this further into the crow tree. Otherwise, given their size, it would be near impossible to do that without getting noticed. Mitchell, we are close, Mary said excitedly as she looked at gigantic crystalline roots a few hundred meters in front of us. The central roots are different from the other roots. They have a faint golden sheen in vibrant green color, and they looked a lot more crystalline than the other roots we have seen so far. We have reached closer to the central roots a few hours earlier than expected. It is just a mid-morning of the next day. It only took us just about a day to reach here. Let's walk toward it slowly, I said, and she nodded. We crawled toward the central roots under a mesh of gigantic roots thicker than the house, and central roots are even bigger and thicker. Our small size is very convenient to walk sneakily under the roots, and if not for the crazy thick cosmic energy present around us, everything would have been even more perfect. Spacecrack is right below the tree, and the tree's gigantic roots cover it like a package and harnessing the cosmic energy that is released from it. But some energy still leaked out, and that cosmic energy is coming from the source that is below us. The density of the cosmic energy is now so thick that some cosmic energy still infiltrates the seal I assumed to perfect. It is injuring me every second, and if not for the dense vitality that is healing my injuries next second, I would have died 10 times over. It is not just me who is having a problem. Mary is too having difficulty dealing with the cosmic energy. It is clear from her bloodshot eyes. Still, despite facing such challenges, we move towards the central roots where the cosmic energy is extremely dense. The risk is very much worth it. It is the central roots that are enveloping the space crack and harvesting cosmic energy from the space. So one can imagine what value the root juice contained. People would LUSD for its single drop of it, and I am planning to harvest a tank. I need this root juice for my research, strengthening, refinement, and a host of other things. I needed it very much. We moved slowly, avoiding any monster that is sitting above and stopping if it is not moving. In such times I asked Ashlyn for help, as there are a shocking number of grim monsters that had reached near the tree. It also helped that we're traveling from the ground, not above like before. Here in ground, due to denseness of energy, very few monsters prefer to live, and those who live on the ground had their eyes closed if they are dead. When I first saw such a scene, I was startled not because I thought it was dead, but because of seeing it taking thick cosmic energy inside it and refining its body with it, and it is doing it with such natural fashion that I had a scare. That time Mary had informed me that these monsters are the powerhouses of this ruin. They are very old, and are trying to break the limit that this ruin had placed on them. Most of them meditated for months, even a year. With them being born in this dense cosmic energy and vitality, they could live off on it for a year and two before they need to eat the real food. Till now, we have come across 3 meditation monsters, or 4 if we count the snake on the left. Seeing the snake, we slowed down our steps a little before moving forward. Though these monsters are lost in meditation and would not wake up even if we banged the drum in front of them, I don't want to take the chances and prefer it does not wake up from the meditation. We continued moving forward and came across another 3 mediating monsters when we reached the central root. The density of cosmic energy here is off the chart, and now consciously using my armor's power to block the cosmic energy. Mary and I looked at each other before we took out the extractors to extract the root juice. Golden emerald crystalline roots. These extractors are different from the extractors we have used before. High-level artificer specially made these roots may look like they are made of crystal and gentle. When touched, that anyone would assume piecing them is like piecing into a thick jelly, but they are anything but that. These roots are extremely tough that even if I used all my strength and powerful full enchantment of my sword and attacked the roots, then at most, I will be able to scratch it. That scratch would also heal in a second. Taking out extractors, I place them on the root. I choose the place a little further from Mary, so our extractors extract the root juice without getting into each other's way. As I placed the extractor on the root, the runes on it lit up gently, and a small drill started to make a drill inside the soundlessly without creating the slightest vibration. This extractor is made of very rare material and crafted by the Tyrant Powerhouse of Wisdom Tower. It runs on a piece of Emperor Stage Monster's core, so imagine how powerful this small device is. In half a minute, the extractor finished drilling the hole in the root, which is bigger than the house, and started extracting the juice through the thin pipe. It has huge space storage and could store thousands of liters of the stuff. With the extractor working, I found a place beside it and sat in front of it as I activated the highest stealth mode that thus suit had to offer. The suit had a powerful stealth function, and the most powerful of them all is the stationary one. As long as I did not move from my spot, even the most powerful monsters here won't be able to see me with this camouflage suit. 15 minutes passed by since I attached the extractor in the root, and I couldn't help but wonder how much juice that thin pipe had sucked by now. Feeling bored, I looked around on my left. About 15 meters ahead, Mary sat without moving in front of the extractor just like me, and about 70 meters from us ape monster. A copper-armored ape, to be exact. It is a little different from a normal copper-armored ape. It had a thick coppery layer covering it. The layer is a little thicker than the copper-armored ape monsters found outside. It is not strange, as all monsters here have to survive against cosmic energy. The strange is a small red crystal on its forehead, just like Ashland normal copper-armored ape monsters did not have that. It either due to the mutation or had eaten some miracle fruit, which gave it that. Ashland had gotten it from the monster, which had eaten multiple miracle fruits. It had tried to eat Ashland, but Ashland ate it. Like most of the monsters down below, it is also meditating. When I concentrated on energy, I found it is taking a lot more comic energy and vitality compared to other monsters. I focused my concentration and even used the ocular ability, and I was faintly able to see the root of cosmic energy. Seeing it, I couldn't help but become surprised and slightly jealous. This monster uses its mana veins to transfer the cosmic energy and vitality to every part of its body, which very few monsters could do before reaching the king stage. Circulating normal through mana veins is fine, but the circulation of highly dangerous energy like cosmic energy is pure suicidal even when there is dense vitality. This ape monster is doing that. From what I can see, there is no damage to its veins. In fact, its veins take some of this cosmic energy and strengthen themselves. And I noticed another thing, its mana veins are quite wide. I've never seen such wide mana veins in either humans or monsters before they reach the king stage. In my research for my inheritance, I've saw the mana veins of both humans and monsters, as half of the inheritance ruins carved on my mana veins. As I said, we don't circulate any harmful energy through our mana veins before we reach the king stage. I was quite lucky that some of the nasty happened to me. My mana veins have not been damaged during it. Even now, when I refine my body and soul, I never take the energy through my veins. I just in the tub and let the energy do its work. If I circulate the cosmic energy through my veins, it will spread properly through all my body, and refining will take a lot less time, but doing it extremely dangerous when I am in just Duke stage. I had heard that some Supremes have special methods that let them circulate harmful energies at Prince stage. Only Supremes have this method, and they only let their core members use it. The value of such a method is too great. It can help refine one's body properly from the Prince stage, and when they level up to King, the advantage they get due to that is huge. Due to the many unfortunate accidents I had gone through, my veins are a little stronger, and with me getting Apex Constitution, they got even stronger. That I might be able to try it, but I will not. I like taking risks, but I will not circulate cosmic energy through my veins until I am sure that I don't want to damage my veins and become a cripple. I watched the ape's energy circulation, hoping to glean something out of it, but even after looking at it for 20 minutes, I gained nothing, so I moved my eyes away. Time passed and another 20 minutes and I talked with Mary through the suit link when suddenly, I felt a big change in the environment, and at the same time, Mary also stopped talking. Mitchell, look, Mary said in a shaking voice, and I did not have to ask her where she wanted me to look. I could feel a death-like stare weighing on me. I slowly craned my neck and saw the coppery eyes of copper-armored ape staring at me, piercing it. Its eyes are holding enormous killing intent, and its aura of peak Prince stage, which was calm as water making one think it is a weak little Prince stage monster, is bubbling explosively. All the hairs on my body couldn't help but stood up, sensing such explosive aura and vast killing intent that is targeting us. We have invaded its territory, and for it is extremely angry. Murderous would be a better word for it. While it is staring at me with mad killing intent, I asked how it discovered us. With the suit we are wearing and its Prince stage power, it should not be possible to discover us, but us no matter how extraordinary it is. I only had to think about the question for a moment as I understood the answer soon enough. The answer crystal, which is now shining faintly, I could clearly sense the soul fluctuations coming from it. We continued to stare at each other without moving when suddenly, I sensed an intense spike in its already very high killing intent. Mary, run. I shouted as I sensed old set first burst. Just as I felt the killing intent, my body burst extreme power. I've never felt so much power inside me. The time seemed to slow down at the moment, as I saw Mary and myself shooting toward the sky at the intense speed as the monster stood up and moved. GRWLLLD. It let out a loud growl, which felt slow to my ears as it punched toward Mary. The punch speed is swift and contained raw physical power I've never seen in an attack before. A look of horror appeared on my face as I saw the attack as I moved Mary without thinking, even knowing unconsciously that I am not fast enough to save her before Punch could strike her. Seeing the punch coming toward her, a look of horror appeared on her face, but the next moment her expression changed to that of calmness as the short spear appeared on hand, and at the same time her body burst into dense purple flames which made her look like goddess of fire. With calm eyes that seemed to hold infinite fighting intent, she swung her spear, which is covered in a fire, toward the monster's coppery fist. The copper fist and blazing spear struck against each other, the blazing purple fire covering her and her spear muffled away like a lamp in the storm. Bang! For a moment I did not hear anything before a huge banging sound rang out, and with it she flew out like a shooting star. She's seriously injured, but nothing life-threatening. She used the moment of her attacker increase her speed to get away, leaving me alone with this fucking monster. I am not angry at her if she had not done that. All that raw physical force would have popped her up like a balloon. I couldn't help but curse when I saw the bastard of the monster looked at me with its death stare, and the next moment it disappeared from its spot. Seeing that, I started to run. There is thick energy coursing through my body. I power up the speed runes of the old set with booting power to increase my speed once more, but it did not seem to be enough. Growl, the copper-armored ape, and growled it loudly as it appeared behind me and punched. Its punch is even more raw physical power than earlier, and coming toward me as it tore through the air. I can't let myself hit by that punch, I thought, the ape likely to be one of the oldest monsters here, and seeing how he is sitting right next to Central Root, and refining its body with most pure cosmic energy, I am no match against its punch. My armor won't be able to refine all that raw physical energy, and if it entered my body, I would pop up like a balloon, so I should dodge the attack, but it easier said than done seeing the speed of the punch. As the punch comes at me, I started to move sideways, but to my horror, I found that its punch is following me perfectly, but seeing no choice, I gritted my teeth and put more power into a couple of formations. ZUP. Suddenly I moved sharply. The turn was so fast that punch that was about to hit my back missed by a couple of inches. Still, I could feel sharp wind by my shoulder, and seeing its intensity, I know I had dodged a death sentence. I dodged the attack, but it had cost me a couple of bones. Taking such a sharp turn has brought pressure to a couple of my body parts. Though most of the pressure bore by my inheritance, some of them were still left to my body, which had cracked many bones. Growl. I was enjoying the dodge when the loud growl of the monster had brought me back to reality and saw another punch coming. Seeing that, I ran like hell and dodged the sharp way when the punch is about to hit me. It had been less than 5 seconds since the monster attacked, but I had already crossed a quarter of the distance earlier. We needed more than 6 hours to cross this much distance, but with boost, I had crossed it a couple of seconds. I could feel the eyes of the hundreds of monsters, if not thousands, but not single dare to take a step toward me. Seeing the big boss is chasing me, which is a good thing. I don't want to be chased by the thousands of monsters, seeing all of them are pretty strong. I have read all the intel and knew that I have to survive until I reach the verdant range. From what had been observed by the past seniors, monsters of the crown tree don't chase anyone outside of the verdant range, and seeing the speed I am running, it will not take me even a minute to reach the verdant range and get out of its boundary. But to do that, I have to survive this bastard whose punches are becoming stronger and faster. It is becoming quite difficult to dodge them, but I am still dodging them, as getting hit by even a single one means death. Growl. Soon we get out of the shadow of the crown tree and move to the verdant forest, and seeing it being unable to kill me, it's growled loudly in its rage, and Crystal, its forehead, started to shine brightly. As it shone brightly, I started to feel suppressing feeling coming over me, and it is increasing strongly at every moment. This suppression is not physical but mental, an unskilled soul attack. Feeling it would not be wise to let such suppression build on me, I created a strong layer of killing rule and killing type inheritance energy around my body, and the suppression I am feeling has vanished. FUCK soul attack. Just how much king level abilities it has. First, it was circulating a crazy amount of cosmic energy through its veins, which only kings could do, and now suppression sort of soul attack which only kings above could do. It is FUCKING blogging my mind and scaring the hell of me. It was my luck that this monster does not know anything about soul attack. If it knew how to concentrate that suppression and used it as a stun, then I would have been FUCKID. It would have stunned me for a moment, and that all it would have needed to finish me off. GROWWL. It again growled loudly, and this time in frustration seeing its attack had failed and punched toward me again with more power than before. Fallers did not seem to discourage this bastard, instead, encourage it as every attack of it stronger than before. I couldn't help but wonder where the hell it brings out such immense power for every attack. The chase continued throughout the forest, and if someone looked at our chase, they would have a funny expression. As I am taking sharp turns to dodge its attack, it looked like I am moving in a zigzag fashion, and since it is chasing me, it too looked like moving in the same manner. The verdant forest boundary is getting closer and closer, but I feel that this bastard will not stop chasing me when we reach there, which is very bad for me. The first boost that is giving me this strength will not be available for longer, and that time I will be fuckid. Ashlyn, where the hell are you? I asked her 100th times through our link since the chase began. I had been calling her, but there is no reply from her whatsoever. Choo-choo. I had just called her one more time when I heard a familiar chirp above me. When I looked, I saw Alan's chubby form in the air. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face, but next moment, a smile on my face disappeared when I noticed some different about her. She's not in flesh-blood form, but in strange energy form and fluctuating strange energy, which reminded me of the bull monster, which seemed to have tens of abilities from eating miracle fruits. When we tried to kill it, it has changed into something like this and entered Ashlyn's body to consume her, but Ashlyn consumed it instead and got many strange abilities even now. She sometimes awakened new abilities, like that strange tracking ability she awakened a few days ago. Choo-choo-choo. I had just understood what is happening and opened my mouth in caution when Ashlyn chirped and flashed toward copper-armored ape. The monster also seemed to understand something bad about to happen to it as it diverted its punch that is coming me to Ashlyn. Grroo. Copper-armored ape monster growled and punched Ashlyn, but to its surprise, Ashlyn had directly passed through its arm as she went inside it, making it cut its growl abruptly. The monster stayed in the air in a weird fashion of its arm out for a few seconds before it had transformed that of energy from the fleshly body and started to shrink. The shrinking speed is quite fast as, within a minute, a 3-meter-long, dangerous-looking copper-armored ape monster had turned into a palm-sized looking monster. It looked like one of the stuffed toys that my sister has. It stayed just like that for a couple of minutes before suddenly it transformed into a palm-sized energy ball, which started solidify. Pop! A popping sound rang out as the solidifying energy ball popped up like a ballon, revealing Ashlyn. When I looked at her, I found no change in her. She looks the same, and her aura also the same. The only difference I could notice that the silvery crystal on her forehead has slightly bigger and a little shinier. I did not know she had gained that consuming ability of that weird monster, and now she had consumed the copper-armored ape monster. I don't know how to feel about that. So I consoled myself that she had eaten the ape monster, just without cooking and alive. And as for why she did it, it is likely related to the crystal on the forehead of the monster, which seemed to be related to the soul. That crystal on its head is also likely why the monster has discovered us with natural visual abilities. It is impossible to see through the suit's camouflage, and only through special soul related to mean, a prince stage monsters see through it. Choo-choo. I wanted to ask Ashlyn some questions, and opened my mouth to do it when suddenly Ashlyn chirped and came inside me, but not before her wings touched my storage ring. Ashlyn said she is tired and she's going to sleep. Speaking of being tired, I am also feeling very tired. There is pain coursing through every part of my body and soul as I overused it, and not forget the injuries I had received, which are rapidly healing. Hun. I stayed in the air a couple of seconds, thinking before I went down I had just landed on the ground about to find a safe place when I saw something coming speedily toward my direction. Mitchell, are you all right? Where is that monster? Mary asked as she came out of thick trees. Her face looked bloodied a little, and her aura is still unstable. It is very clear she had been heavily injured, and her injuries are healing up rapidly. I am fine, and as for the monster, it left as we reached the boundary, I said. She looked at me inquisitively, knowing it is a lie, but she did not ask further after giving me a look. Let's rest, I am tired, and you must be too, she said, and walked toward the inconspicuous place before taking out her small house model, which looked like a brick home, and placed it on the ground. A few seconds later, a small brick home appeared in the cover of thick, tall trees, and she went in, and I followed behind. When I entered the abode, I found myself in a big hall. I am not surprised seeing she has a space abode. The inheritance, she is core inheritance of her organization, and being first person to get in 300 years, avail her some of the perks. The inside of her abode is looked like a brick house. Like outside, it has some rusty feel to it, but it seems very cozy, and like my abode, it also has a huge firehouse. Let's rest for a few hours. We will discuss everything later, she said, and opened one of the room's door and went in. I looked around for a minute before I opened the door next to her room and went in. I am feeling a little hungry, but I am feeling more tired. So after taking a quick shower of 5 minutes, I laid on the bed and fell asleep a moment later. When I woke up, it was afternoon. I got up from the bed and freshened up before going into the kitchen. When I looked inside my storage, I was quite surprised seeing the amount of stuff there. It is far more than I had thought she would collect. It looked like Ashlyn raided the whole crown tree, but of course, it is not true. The stuff inside the storage is not 0.001 of what the crown tree has to offer. I am very happy seeing the stuff Ashlyn got, and with the 151 liters of central root juice the extractor has extracted, this trip to the crown, or this whole ruin, seeing the things I got, this ruin could said to very successful. It could even be said that I am a person who profited most from this ruin. seeing the inheritance and tome I got from it, and adventure is not over yet. There are still 3 to 4 days before the ruin is closed, and who knows, I might find something worthwhile in such time. An hour later, I finished cooking, but Ashlyn has not come out of me, so I kept her share before placing everything on the table and removing the thin energy screen I put on the kitchen entrance. Food is ready, I said to Mary, who is sitting in the hall. She has arrived quite a while ago and was in the hall waiting. Thank God, I was afraid you would keep me hungry till the evening, she said, and she came to the dining table. Her injuries seem to have been healed completely, no marks remained on her body, and her skin looks as radiant as before. I am full, Mary said as she cleaned her plate. I am full too. All the hunger I am feeling earlier has vanished. There is only satisfaction now. We have got a quite great haul in the juice of central root. It would have been amazing if we were able to get some fresh fruits too, she said. I wish we could go back for the fruits, she added with regret. Going back would be no less than suicide. No matter if we are sneaky, we will get caught. Our auras have spread far and wide, and even blood has spread to the ground. Normal monsters won't be able to track us, but there is no doubt those oldies meditating in roots will surely able to track us. In that time, we will not face one but several monsters of copper-armored apes caliber. Here, these fruits will help you some, I said, and a pile of 20 fruits appeared in front of the Mary. Gasp. A gasp couldn't help but come out of her mouth as she saw the fruits before she started to check all of them, and the more she looked, the more surprised she would become. These are all the top-grade fruits of the crown tree. Where did you get them? She asked as she looked at all the fruits. Ashlyn did it. She brought all these fruits, I said. Since she already saw Ashlyn's strangeness, her plucking out fruits from the crown tree would not sound strange. Ashlyn, hun, she said, and I smiled before we fell into a comfortable silence. You have pretty good energy control, right? She asked suddenly after some time of silence. I would not say pretty good, but it is good, I said humbly. Honestly, I am pretty proud of my energy control, and with cooking in tome and taking control of many parts of my inheritance armor, it had improved quite a bit. Well, now have time. Let's have a little competition, Mary said, and she took out 2 yellow-colored metallic balls. Seeing I couldn't help but surprise, I have a couple of them in my storage. The teacher had given them to me a few months ago. We will test whose control is better with these king-grade fluid balls. She said. She threw one of the yellow metallic balls to me before she tapped a few buttons on the dining table. The dishes disappeared on, and in the center dining table, a projection of iron rhino appeared. It is a projection, but it looks like a real one. The test is simple. The one who could make a replica of the rhino to the smallest details in the shortest time will win, she said. Okay, but what the wager without wager? It wouldn't be any fun, I asked, hearing that a strange smile appeared on her face before it turned into a normal smile. Sure, if you win, I will take you to a place where we might find some good things, and if I win, you will give me something. It could be anything, she said. I am not the only one she had done this competition, but she had also done with Jim and others and got pretty good things from them. Seeing her battle and her uncontrollable energy, people would not have much energy control as I thought at first, before seeing her energy control very amazing. The problem is her inheritance energy, which is very wild and hard to tame. Seeing she is talking about the competition, I mentioned the wager that she would have mentioned it right before we start. She had done it with other 2. Everyone lost to her, except for Jim, who had tied with her. Despite being an alchemist known for their superb energy control, he could not win against her. She might say she would accept whatever we will give her, but she would not. She would like her background, and her being the only person in 300 years to have the core inheritance of her organization and demand things benefiting her status. She had bled dry 3 of them, and now it is my turn. I want to see how I fare against her. Let's start them, she said, and I nodded, and the next moment the yellow liquid turned to puddle before it started to take the shape of a rhino. I did not start immediately. I first observed the rhino for a while before I put the yellow ball down, and I pressed my finger on it. As I did, the ball started to change its shape. It did not turn into a puddle, but directly started changing the form. What I may seem simple, but it required an immense amount of energy control. The shaping fluid we are using is king grade, not duke or prince stage. Its difficulty is enormous. Just the slightest injunction of mana will turn into a puddle, and when one tried to reshape it, they will felt like they are dealing with extremely unstable and heavy material. Mary, who had a smile on her face earlier, is now looking at shaping fluid in extreme concentration, and if one looks clearly, they will see small beads of sweat on her forehead. Mary, who slaughtered hundreds of princes with one swing of the spear, was sweating when she worked on it, so one could imagine how difficult it is to work on king-grade shaping fluid. Mary, I said gently, not wanting to disturb her, but I did, and her concentration broke, and fluid, which had taken the shape of rhino, become a puddle before turning into a sphere again. Michiel, if said my name to disturb me, let me tea. She stopped herself when she saw the exact copy of the iron rhino in front of me, seeing that word stuck in her mouth, and a look of shock appeared in front of me. Little rhino, go say hi to Mary, I said to the yellow rhino in front of me, and the next moment the yellow rhino walked toward Mary in tiny steps, and when it reached in front of her, it opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Wow, Mary said as she looked at the yellow rhino that is moving in front of her. I had thought my energy control was better according to my stage, and then I met your friend Jim who had a similar level of energy control, but now I met whose control is beyond belief. She whispered, "It is one thing to shape this fluid, but it is another thing to making it move this smoothly." She said to that, I just smiled. She is right, moving it in such smooth motion is far difficult than shaping it, but I am not having any problem doing that. It is far too easier than controlling the numerous energies when I am cooking. Before I got the tome, I had enough control over the energy to shape the rhino. Moving it was like climbing a tall mountain, but after cooking for thousands of hours in the tome, my control got good enough that I could make it move. Where is the spot were you talking about earlier? I asked. She talked about her knowing a good spot for finding treasure, and since there are still a few days, I am up for finding the treasures. When I transported to this ruin, I had been transported above it, and just as my feet landed on it, it collapsed, taking me that place. She said, hearing that I couldn't help but feel jealous. Landing directly above the treasure, one would rarely have such luck. It seemed to be some treasure shop of treasure storage, I can't tell, but I found some good things there, and if not for Crown Tree, I would have spent all my time in the ruin there. She said, who wouldn't? I asked myself if I had found myself in a treasure house, I would have too not got out of it unless I have to. How long will it take us to get there? I asked. I don't plan to move out of this abode no matter how great treasure is. It shouldn't take us more than after tomorrow if we leave in the morning. If there were interruption, it might take us evening, she said. When she said the time, she especially emphasized the word morning, making it clear that she too does not wish to leave the abode before morning. Okay, we will leave in the morning, I said before I changed the topic. 2 hours passed by without me realizing as I continued talking with Mary. By the time I realized what time it is time for dinner again. I cooked something light for dinner, seeing with his late lunch for a few hours. Dinner was fun, and after dinner we talked for an hour before we retired to our rooms. Like always, I went to the practice room but did not materialize the tub. Instead, I took out a big log of wood with a curvy hole inside it. I planned to make the tub out of it. Since there is already a hole, I furnish it little to make it comfortable. After I went back home, I will make a proper tub out of it by the professional carpenter, but it will have to do with my work for now. I took out a couple of tools and started to carve out some parts I needed, but to my surprise, the powerful tools I am using barely make a scratch. The wood of the crown tree is one of optimum timber for making the furniture. It is soft yet firm. Not to forget, it had many amazing properties for which I am making it my tub, but it looks like one needed to have not only strength but extremely sharp tools to work with it. Seeing no other options, I took out my sword and started to use it to shave it a little. Even using my sword with its full enchantment, I am having problems shaving it. If not for shaving only a small part, I would not do the hassle still. That small part took the better part of an hour to do. With my work done, I filled the hole with cosmic energy and vitality-rich water before crushing the leaves. I did not add the fruit. I have done that because I did not have the other option yesterday, but today I have it. I took out a small bottle and dropped a few drops of vibrant green liquid inside the water. It is root juice of crown tree roots. It is not from central roots. I am not ready to use them. Using them now would be a waste. As I dopped the root juice inside the water, it thicked the water like the mist and made it a little greenish. Seeing the thick water, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I floated over the tub before gently slid inside. Immense pain hit me like a sledgehammer. The root juice had not decreased the pain by comic energy, but increased it much fold. It is due to my sheer willpower stayed in the tub. If it had been any other, he would have flown out of the tub. It is not pure cosmic energy that is tearing through my body and hammering it, and the root juice's special energy. I could see them hammering my cell and making them stronger and stronger. But the next moment, vitality came, too mixed with the special energy of the root juice, and all the pain I am feeling disappeared. Soothing energy spread over the cells, healing all the damage they have received during the hammering. The soothing continued for a second before intense pain came at me and hammered my cells again. The feeling of soothing and pain in circles is unbearable. Before they're only used to pain, and believe it or not, it was bearable that the pain that hit me every other second. It knows when the nightmare is coming and waiting for its peace. It is the work of root juice, and I don't like it at all. I wanted to fly out of the tub, but I stopped myself seeing its amazing effects. I will bear this discomfort and pain for the amazing benefits it is giving me. Seeing it will only irritate me more if I focused on the discomfort and pain. I began to focus on how my cells are going through the hammering and soothing process. I put my full concentration on it. It seemed to help. In just a few minutes, the irritating discomfort has lessened noticeably. I continued watching the process when it suddenly clicked inside me, and everything seemed to become clear, and I started to see life everywhere. I could see how much life energy is contained in the water and how large the special energy of root juice is vitality. Not only that, the dried piece of wood in which I am laying also seemed to be filled with life energies. It took me a while to realize what is happening, but an ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face when I did. My healing rule had advanced, and the advancement is not small at all but a whole grade. The advancement of rule by the whole grade is huge, and I did not think I would have such quick advancement. All my rules had reached peak of intermediate grade before coming to this ruin, but I did not have hope of them leaping into advanced grade. Rule advancements need a lot of comprehension and time, and I had thought I would need to leave half a year before my healing rule advanced, and 9 months to a year for the other rule powers. I had hoped for quicker advancement of healing power because of patient's daily healing, but such fast advancement is still out of my expectations. The change has occurred in my core space, and now that the clover leaf became even bigger and more vibrant, and faint crystalline patterns could be seen on the leaf, my rule's healing power also reached the next level, and it will help me very much. The first advantage I will get off course is healing. Any injuries I would receive would heal instantly, but it is the second advantage I am most excited about. The healing rule will help my inheritance become even more resilient. Every rune of my inheritance uses the rule power, one way or another, and the healing rule is one of the most important. It increases my armor and attacks resilience. Now, attacks like Rose Vine would become stronger. It will be even harder to break through it. Not only Rose Vine, other moves too would benefit from this advancement. The joy of level up had dwarfed the pain for the moment before it came back in a blimpy moment, striking me with the curdling blood pain every second. As the pain kept striking me, a sudden idea comes to my mind I would not even think about if my healing rule had not advanced, but now those thoughts came back in full force. I have the Apex Constitution, which takes my body's potential to a completely different level. The Constitution has also made firmer, it that area my elements of Constitution focused most. So at Duke's stage, there is barely anyone who had strong veins as mine, but despite that, I did not dare to circulate the cosmic energy through them because the danger is too great. The slightest mistake could cripple them. With them cripple I would too turn a cripple, but with healing rule, that hope has rekindled as benefits of its are just too great. With such powerful healing power present, I could stop any damage that could happen and retreat. With immense benefits in mind, I decided to circulate the cosmic energy through my veins. As for the method I am going to use, it is the most common method in the world, and nearly everyone knew it. Supreme Combat Exercise. Yes, I am going to circulate the Supreme Combat Exercise. The best method to circulate mana through every vein means taking the energy through every part of my body. After I had leveled up from the night, I sort of lost contact with them, and only sometimes practice knowing it is one of the most important methods with unlimited benefits. Till now, I had only created about 220 seals of it, which means 22 amethyst seals or 2 ruby seals. If the circulation is successful, then there will be rapid progress in it. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I took a tiny amount of energy from the water and took it to my veins. Just as I did that, I got hit with unimaginable pain that I nearly let off the energy of energies I am holding in my veins. The mana veins are very sensitive. If I feel 1 unit of pain outside them, I will feel 3 units inside. Still, there is one good thing: my veins did not react too badly to cosmic energy. The place where I gathered energy has heated up like molten metal, but there is no damage. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my pain-filled face before I started circulating the energy. It is extremely painful, especially when I did not get that second like earlier, the root juice working very differently inside the veins. As I circulate, it takes both comic energy and vitality with it and fuses with veins while releasing half of it into my body. The amount of energy it is fusing is too much to draw out more and more energies from the water constantly. It is the reason why I am feeling the hell-like pain, because too much cosmic energy is hammering my veins, and also due to that, I had to circulate faster, so too much energy would not spend one part of the vein and damage it. The funniest thing about this, I am not feeling one bit of that damn resistance that I had felt when I circulated before. It is like it is not there, but I am feeling too much pain to care about any resistance. I am circulating faster and faster so that cosmic energy would not affect a single part of it, and for it, I am drawing more and more energy from the water. When I first started, I had not thought I will be drawing this much energy every second. I plan to use this much energy in whole sessions while letting the remaining energy work conventionally, but there is no need to rely on conventional energy again. The energy circulation is the best way I could feel how energy reinforcing my veins makes them stronger, and half of the energy released from the veins spreading through every part of my body equally, strengthening it one by one. It is not the only body that is affection, but the soul too. The veins are inexplicably connected to the soul also, and when I circulate the energy, it spread into it as well. Before I know it, I had circulated 24 moves of Supreme Combat Exercise, and the creation of the 221st seal of Supreme Combat Exercise has started in my temple, and this is just the starting. 3 seals, I said ecstatically as I got out of the wooden block. I had created 3 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise, and I did that within 25 minutes before the energy in water is finished. I could have added more water, but I did not. My veins had reached their limit, and I did not want to overexert them. If I did, I might crush them, and that would be the end of me. The advancement I got from these sessions was quite good. Not only I created the 3 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise, but I also refined my body and soul through my mana veins. If I continue doing that, it won't be long before I got a strong body. A body that is even stronger than that of Mary's. Mary had an amazingly strong body. If not, she would have burst out like a balloon. I was lucky enough to see how her defensive method burst out like a balloon, and enormous physical energy entered her body. Her body bore it all. That enormous energy, even though she got seriously injured, her bearing it with her body is enough proof of how amazingly powerful body she has. These members of Supremes never cease to amaze one. It's no wonder no one dares to challenge their supremacy when cultivating the excellent seeds. I emptied the wooden block before storing it in my storage. This wood of crown tree is amazing. It kept the balance of different energy and insulated the water from the outside interference. With that done, I walked into the shower before lying on the bed. I am quite tired, but I have no intentions to sleep this early. There are too many things to do, and see how I have to run like a dog from that copper-armored ape. I do not have any wish to hold back on my training. It is one of the reasons I took the risk of circulating energy through my veins. If not for the pressure I feel, I would have never taken such a risk, but I did, and it was worth seeing the results. I rested for half an hour before I took out the tome and started practicing my cooking. Since I began to refine, I got less and less time for cooking, and for 2 days, event even practiced. I practiced in the tome for an hour with a half-hour break before I finally slept with a very tired mind. When I woke up, it is early morning. I followed my usual routine of freshening up, showering before cooking. When I finished cooking, Mary was already waiting for the hall. I served 3 of us. Ashlyn had woken up just a few minutes ago from her long sleep, and the first thing she needed was food. How can she eat so much food, so fast? Mary asked as she saw Ashlyn eating speedily and finishing plate after plate of food. I have no answer to Mary's question about Ashlyn, so I answered with a smile. Don't hold back on speed after what we experience in Crown Tree. There is nothing much that could threaten us except for some grim monsters, Mary said as we took the air. Okay, I said, seeing that she shot out like an arrow. I also activated my speed and flying runes and flew beside her. Though her speed is fast, I have no problem in keeping with her speed. She tried to increase her speed to make me chase her, but I always match my speed to her, so she never was able to go ahead. I could tell it is irking her, but I don't care. I am having too much fun to see her irked face. Many monsters tried to attack us, but most of them never matched our speed. Most of their attacks fell before they could touch us. As for those who were come closer to us, killed without exception. We have spotted quite a few grim monsters, but not a single one of them had chased us or attacked, and we did not antagonize them either, as we have treasure house to raid, which is currently more important than the grim monster. Though we did not attack them, it doesn't mean someone isn't. Ashlyn is attacking these grim monsters sneakily. Most of them killed, but some survived due to various means like talismans and other things. Time passed by, and we continued flying, getting further and further away from the crown tree, but no matter how further we go, we could still it from a distance. The crown tree could be seen through every part of this ruin, as long as one goes high enough. We reached it, Mary said suddenly, and stopped. When I stopped and looked at her angrily, the only answer I got was laughter. I don't know why suddenly, I had urged to kiss her juicy red lips to shut up her laughter. I had even taken a step toward her in my trance before stopping myself. Idiot. I cursed myself. I don't know what had come to me that I was flying toward her, kiss those kissable lips of hers. If I did that, I would have got beaten to every inch of my life. When I first met her, I found her extremely beautiful, but attracted her as I did with Rachel when I saw her first time. I think the first time I had got attracted to her would be yesterday when she transformed into a fire goddess to fend off against that copper-armored ape monster. That scene was amazing and still itched perfectly in my mind. Mitchell, I heard a sudden shout from my Mary and found her looking at me. Where have you been lost to? Let's go. She said and landed on the ground, and a second later I landed beside her. The next moment she crouched down, picked up an invisible thing, and yanked it, and the next moment a huge sheet became visible, which seemed to be hiding a big hole beneath. I had placed the camouflaging sheet over the hole in case I return here, she said with a sneaky smile as she collected the huge sheet before storing it in her storage. Let's go, she said, and she jumped in the sky, seeing that I couldn't help but shoot my head before following her behind. I jumped, and to my surprise, the hope is deeper than I had thought as we kept falling for about 25 seconds before Mary stopped herself in the air, seeing that I also stopped my free fall and appeared beside her. When I looked around, I found myself in a huge hall or maybe a floor. There are signs of shelves in this near-collapsed shelf. Seeing how she had shuddered, she likely have triggered one of these nasty formations and suffered. Okay, I said and followed. The first 8 floors are a complete waste. They seem to have borne the brunt of cosmic energy and are most damaged. The floor below the 8th had suffered little less damaged, and some things in it have survived, she said as she leads me down. 8th floor. I couldn't help but sweat hearing it. If these floors were to collapse, then one surely gets squished, but I did not think someone like her have to worry about collapsing of the building. I am sure she would have 100 ways to survive something like that. As Mary said, this building seemed huge. It is either a huge shop or treasure storage of some organization. Both options are good as long as I find something useful here. Floors had passed, and now finally, we have reached the 10th floor and are at the entrance of the 11th floor. Mary had said she had cleaned the floor above when she was here previously, and the 11th and below floors are completely untouched by her. We slowly float toward TH11 floors, and when I reached it, I found it a little different from the above floors. Many things are seen on the collapsed floor and shelves. Most of these things collapse when you touch them, but if you are lucky, you might find something did not fall into a piece of turned to dust when you touch them and worked just fine, she said. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. The familiar came out of things as they turned into dust, which did not turn to dust into pieces. I am not disappointed. Mary said she has to check the huge floor before finding something useful, so I have to keep sticking my stick to things before I found something useful. It is a lengthy work, but for the treasure, one has to do it. 40 minutes have passed by, but I did not find anything useful on the Mary. Also the same, she did not find anything valuable yet, but she did not seem discouraged, just kept touching the things at a very fast speed. Ting. Suddenly a metallic ting rang out from the thing. My stick had touched something hard. The thing, it did not collapse and turned to dust. Hearing the sound, I stopped immediately and carefully picked the thing that brought out the sound. A brush. Mary said suddenly, I don't know, when she appeared beside. Inject your energy inside and see what this brush is useful for. Mary said excitedly. I nodded and injected a slight amount of mana, and the next moment, I come to know what it is, and I immediately connection of mana to it. It is quite a dangerous artifact, I said and handed to her without answering her curious gaze. She took the brush in her hands and carefully injected the mana inside the brush before her expression turned stiff, and she, too, cut off her connection with it. You are right, this is a Dangerounds artifact, she said as she hands me back the brush. The brush has no defensive power or an offensive one, but it is still dangerous when used in front of others. This brush is what we called mind projection artifact. Through it, one can project what one is thinking or seeing inside one's mind, and seeing how difficult it is to control the mind and how easily it reacts by the slightest word. Not better to use it in front of others. The artifact fell into the soul category, and Pyramid had put restrictions on using such artifact. Only a selected few tyrants have permission to possess them legally. They put in the restrictive category as one forces another to use it and get what they want from their most precious thing, their minds. It is quite an artifact you have found, Mary said before she went to her place and started searching for the treasure. I observed the brush for a second before placed it carefully in storage. I have not decided what I will do with it. The restriction pyramid involves only when you found out. And this might turn useful against the grim monsters, but still invading something this personally just feel wrong. I kept it in my storage before think about what to do with it when I got out of this ruin. Time passed by, and an hour later Mary found 2 things back to back, one storage artifact while the other was a hammer. Half an hour after, I found my second treasure, which was a really nice dagger. It is extremely sharp, and current me did not have enough strength to power up fully. 3 days had passed, and this is an evening of the 4th. Just a few hours ago, we finished sacking up the whole store, and now we are sitting in a simple tent, eating dinner. We did not want to use space abode or any other abode that might interfere with the homing device that will call us back home. I have been in this ruin for a month and got many good things, but it is now time to go home. I will miss the food you cooked very dearly, Mitchell, Mary said as she puts her fork down and laid back on her chair. The other food is trash compared to what you cook. It will suck, she said in a complaining voice. You will be fine in a few days, I said. The regular food will taste bad for a few days before she gets used to it. What are you going to do after you return? Stay in Fort Ardan or return to the academy? She asked suddenly. I have not really thought about it, but now she asked, it made me think. I will stay in Fort Ardan for a month before returning, I replied after a minute of silence before turning to her. You? I asked back. I will return to the organization. I had been in Morristown for nearly 4 months. She replied before we fell into silence again. I would have returned to Academy too, if not to fight to collect some data in my upgraded move. I've barely healed and harvested the monster, and use some other moves I want to see their performance and collect data on them before I return. Ruins Harvest is great. Everything I got from it will keep me busy for at least a few months before I would need to come for another of such adventures. Buzz. We were sitting in comfortable silence when my homing device suddenly buzzed and waved at Mary before I found myself disappearing from her view and before finding myself in the space tunnel. My heart couldn't help but beat faster when I found myself in a space tunnel. Those memories have left a quite big scar that I don't think will fade. I calm myself from my unstable emotions and look at the space tunnel. I will only have to stay here for a couple of seconds before I return to Fort Ardan, where I will be safe from any accidents. Time passed excruciatingly slow. Each second felt like an hour before I found everything going dark in front of me. Next second, everything in front of me had brightened up, and I had found myself beneath with more and more people appearing around me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I quickly moved away from the platform and silenced all the notifications that are coming to HoloWatch. I did not open any of them and directly went toward my quarters. Now that I had returned, there is one thing I had to do. Click. A few minutes later, I opened my apartment door and closed it from behind before I opened my HoloWatch and sent the teacher a mail. It is the most encrypted mail I have and only to be sent in a very specific condition. With that done, I heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the couch waiting. There will be a person coming in a few minutes. Knock, knock. There I was, a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I found Professor Josephine on the other side. I did not think it would be her. I thought it would be a teacher, or one of the old guys from the academy would come, seeing how she is always moving around. And there is one surprising thing: she is wearing a dress and not her usual suit, a long black dress with a deep neck and slit around one leg. She looked ravishing that I got lost for a second before I forcefully pulled myself back and welcomed her in. She must be either at some party or on a date when the teacher had sent her to me. Ting, ting, ting. She came inside silently before throwing 4 silvery balls around the room, which created near invisible fields in the room. So what extremely important you find to use that mail? Professor asked as she sat across me. I did not answer the question. Instead, I just took out a box that had heavy runes carved all over it, another teacher's gift, and placed it in front of her. She arched a brow at me in question, seeing the box, wanting me to tell her what it is, but I did not. I remained silent. After a few seconds of staring contest, the professor looked at me angrily before taking the box in her hands and before opening it gently on her lap. Gasp. As she opened the box, small, delicate purple wings revealed themselves. As they did, a loud gasp couldn't help but come out of the professor's mouth, and her face is filled with shock. She is so shocked that her body is shaking up and down and needed a few minutes to come to herself. There are very few things that could shock a tyrant stage powerhouse like her, and these wings are one of those. There is no seal on it, she muttered as she gently touched the wings before she turned to me. How do you get it? She asked. Her voice is a little breathless when she asked this question. I thought for a while before telling her. I did not hide much since she already knew everything about me. She, Professor, and that cursing old man, which I think is someone important and not just a guard of inheritance, knew about my inheritance's truth. I have to say you are very lucky, Michiel, not only because you got the inheritance, but you got an unsealed inheritance, she said. Nearly all of the inheritances found in ruins have very nasty seals on them. It is extremely hard to solve those seals without destroying the inheritance itself, Professor said as she put the box down. Professor, to the list from my hands and look at it carefully. Though the things in the list are nothing compared to what you provided, still what you are asking is also a lot. Those old guys will want to see them in case you are asking these things for others, she said while arching her brow, clearly asking if I am asking them for someone else. They all are for me, and they will see the result when I return to the academy, I said. She looked at me for a while before she stored all stuff in her storage. Well, I will leave now. Your teacher is a little busy currently, but she will call you in the evening, she said before she left. She did not take her isolation balls, so she had left them for me. I picked them up before started to reply to all the messages and call my parents. I talked to them for a while before hanging up. With that done, I walked into the practice room and took out the abode. Since I have the abode, why would I like in a normal apartment? And as for it consuming quite a lot of energy crystal, I could minimize them by only keeping a few rooms active. Crystals are not a problem for me. I had already made plenty of them since I came back from the ruin with the body's eye stored in runic discs, and will make when I join the battle in a few days. Not to forget, I could always exchange the normal roses I have for the crystal. I am sure many organizations would be immediately ready for such an exchange. I went inside the space abode, and the first thing I did was shower. After I have done that, I laid relaxedly on my bed and opened the tome. There is so much to practice in tome. This new recipe is something. I remained in tome for 1 straight hour before I got out tired. Though I am tired, I had practiced the recipe that had been giving me quite a stress. It had really taken a long time to master this recipe. I rested for a half hour before I closed my eyes and went to my inheritance place. If I want to keep improving, I had to keep working on inheritance, and to be honest with the inspirations and data I have, there's so much to do. So I started my messy work without wasting any time where the runes seen are floating around me. Some runes were lone, while others were in formation, broken or otherwise. Though working on inheritance make me tired with all thinking, I very much enjoyed it. Sometimes hours passed by with me noticing the time, and this time is also something like that. I was so busy that I lost track of time. If not for me keeping my holowatch in intense vibration on teacher number, I would have never noticed her call. Seeing call is coming, I stopped my work and got out of the inheritance space. Before receiving the calls, I spread through the balls that professor had left me. Though the abode has a very powerful feature, I still want to be double protected. It is a nice surprise you have gotten us, Mitchell. Teacher said as her projection appeared in front of her offices, and me she is not alone aside from her. There are 3 other persons. One is professor, and the other is an old man and woman. The old man was the same one who was guarding the creation of hard inheritance, and the old woman is completely unfamiliar to me, but seeing how she is holding inheritance in front of her and looking at it with her shiny blue eyes, she must be someone very important. Like professor, teacher is also wearing formal dress, but hers seemed to be on the conservative side, not as bold as that of professors. I was right. I hope there is no problem in the inheritance. I said I don't think there is any problem, but who knows, that nice lady may turn out to be an old witch and left some nasty surprises there. It is okay to trust, but one should always verify. As far as we can see, there seemed to be no problem with it. Teacher said and looked at the old woman in askance to say something, but she seemed too busy inspecting the inheritance to say something. There was a little uncomfortable silence before the old man spoke. Brat, I've seen your list, and the things you are asking quite much for loan you. Is there a woman or man you are hiding in a closet behind you? The old man asked. Don't worry, sir, only I will use all the resources I am asking. I half-lied half of the solutions I've asked to have miracle fruit, and since it has miracle fruits and the miracle fruits, it will be shared between the 3 of us. Okay, we will not haggle over these solutions you have asked for nothing compared to what you brought, but don't forget, we will test you after you return, and if you do not show the results of those solutions, don't expect to get them in such amount again. Old man, to that I just smiled. I have nothing to worry about with the progress I am making and the aid of solutions that the Academy will provide. My progress will be amazing. After talking to the teacher for half an hour, sharing some of the things I have gone through in the ruin, I have hung up the call with my teacher. With that done, I went to the kitchen, cooked dinner for Ashlyn and me. I made the new recipe that I had mastered today, and I have to say, it tasted delicious, very delicious. I walked back to the practice room with dinner done, took out the big wooden piece, and filled it with cosmic energy-rich water, root juice, and other stuff before getting in and starting the painful practice of circulating the cosmic energy through my veins. It had 4 days since I had started circulating energy through my veins, and the results had been beyond amazing. My body and soul are rapidly getting stronger, and not to forget the 14 seals I had created. Yes, in 4 days I had created the 14 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise that include 1 amethyst seal, and I plan to make at least 3 more tonight. I gritted my teeth and started to circulate the energy through my veins, and unlike the first time, this time I circulated the double energy, and that's not all. The veins and body now suck more energy actively on their own, so I have to circulate faster and faster whether I want or not. As I circulate, I watch energy reaching every corner of my body as it traveled through the veins, strengthening every part of it. I couldn't help but get excited. This circulation is strengthening my body at an amazing rate, and if I continue with path, it won't be long before I get a strong monster body. Many people dream of having a strong monster body, but very few can get it. Even when they reach the king stage and circulate powerful energy through their veins, very few put in the effort. That time they need to put 100 times more effort than now. Mana veins may strengthen significantly at king stage, but they also became more sensitive. They would feel more pain than they are comfortable with. A half hour later, I got out of the tub creating 3 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise. I wanted to create the 4 seals like yesterday, but it had not been possible. The energies in the tub finished before I could do that. Every day I increased the density of energies in the tub. I only increased them by 10, no more than that, and constantly kept my eyes on my veins. If they are feeling even slightly distraught, I am ready to stop the circulation. I had not needed to do that yet, but I am always ready to do that. Getting is important, but my veins are even more important. Everything depends on the veins. If there are no veins, there would be no strong body. Hell, there would be no practice without veins. After getting out of the shower, I wore new clothes and walked out of quarters. There are many things to do, and most important of them all is healing. I have to go to the hospital and heal some patients that need healing. Mitchell, finally you have come. It had been quite hectic without you here, said Nina, the new in charge of the ward after Georgina leveled up to king stage and moved to higher. This ward's responsibility fell onto Nina's hand. Nina is pretty-looking short girl with bubbly energy. Unlike many healers who usually stoic-face due to their daily contact with death, Nina always smiles on her face, and her smile and enthusiasm are quite infectious. She's not only an exceptional healer, but also an exceptional leader. You have leveled up. Does that mean that you can now heal princes? She asked. I should be able to, I replied. Earlier, I could only heal Lord and Duke, but now that I had leveled up, I should be able to heal Prince. Good, there are more Prince's patients that we could handle now that you have come. Healing all of them would be no problem. She said and led me toward Princes, and I have to say, there are too many of them. I could see many Prince stage healers healing them, but there are too many of them for them to handle, and I sure this just tip of icebergs. Many more of them would surely be kept in other wards. As I walked with Nina, many healers and enforcers noticed me and started whispering among them. Some smart ones even blocked their eyes actively. You can start now, Nina said as she took a step back. I nodded, and familiar vines released from hands I had become quite proficient in using, rose vines, though I had not used for its main purpose of healing. Thin vines divided further and started to pierce through the bodies of one prince after another. After piecing 10 people to get a feeling of pressure and feeling, I stopped for a moment. I could still go. I pierced the vines of 10 more people before stopping. Suddenly the ward filled with mournful screams. The screams did not affect the regular healers. They know how my healing works, and even had a smile on their faces, but those who were visibly new were quite shaken hearing such torturous screams. Thank God the same enforcers are here. Just a scream started. They tightly blocked the way to the wards, not letting in any worried parties. Their screams became even louder as the beautiful roses started to grow on the vines. It makes one feel very weird to see beautiful roses in such mournful cries. As more and more roses started to grow, the experienced enforcers quickly covered their hands and began to pluck the roses before storing them in boxes. It feels good to be back, I thought as I saw the familiar scene happening around me. Your vines have changed. They have become leaner and made the healing much faster, Nina said after I finished with healing. Yes, I had received a big upgrade during the level up, I said. I had healed not only the princes but also dukes and lords. At my current power, I could heal max 20 prince stage or 50 dukes or 100 lords simultaneously, which makes my speed fucking awesome, especially when it comes to lords, as I could 1,000 in an hour with my current speed. Well, it's good you have returned. It had taken a lot of pressure off us, Nina said. To that, I just gave a smile. I talked with her for a few minutes before I walked back to my quarters. It is quite late, but I don't mind. It feels good to heal again. With weak battles, thousands of people got afflicted with curses and poisons and other stuff, and it has come to these always understaffed healers to heal them all. Charlotte seemed to be making good progress. She had been transferred to other wards where she exclusively deals with poisons. Her inheritance worked better on poison than the other affliction. Soon, I reached my quarters, and after taking a shower, I laid on the bed, and within a few seconds I fell asleep. I woke up in the early morning, freshened up before went to cooked for Ashlyn and me. After eating, I went back to the practice room, filled the wooden block with cosmic energ-rich water and other stuff before dipping myself in. In the ruin, I did not have the luxury of refining my body twice a day. I barely do that once a day, but here in the safety of Fort Ardan, I could refine it twice a day, and since I could do it, I will do it. Good, I said as the fourth seal started forming in my temple. This fourth seal is the 240th seal. Just as it finished forming and releasing its energy, it gathered with the rest of the seals and started spinning, create an amethyst seal. The amethyst seal sucked a lot of energy from my energy storage before it formed and released cool, refreshing energy throughout its body. The strength boost it give me is not much, but the special energy it released will help my body in the long. People did not practice supreme combat exercise for its visible effects, but they practice its invisible effects. Nearly all the powerhouses practice it. My teacher and Professor Josephine are one of those. With me creating an amethyst seal, I became very happy. If I progress with such speed, I would be able to create more than 200 seals a month. But it likely won't happen. I could feel how quickly veins are sucking energy, and due to them having a limit, I couldn't practice with too much energy. Still, no matter how slow I would become, I will always be able to create 2 seals with daily practice, which would be more than 50 seals a month, which is 6 speed if one thinks about it. Not forget how my body and soul will strengthen through such practice. My heart couldn't bubble when I think about these things. I shook my head with those thoughts and went to shower before I became left my apartments. It is time to meet my teammates. There's a battle in the late afternoon, and I want to join it. It had been quite long since I fought in the bloody battle, and I couldn't wait to march at Grim Monster's fortress and harvest those bastards. A few minutes later, I reached the Adventurer's Paradise and walked inside. When I returned from the ruin and got messages from all my friends, I was quite happy. The Grim Battlefield is a dangerous place, and especially to those of the Hunter Division who dealt with the special profession Grim Monsters, there is a very high mortality rate in them. The last time I saw them, it's a day before they went to ruin when I went to Castello ruins. They were still in the ruin. Click, I opened the door with a click and found 3 of my teammates sitting in their seats. Mitchell, welcome back, said Gina as I entered. It feels good to be back, I said as I hugged them one by one. All of them have made great advancements. Jimmy had reached the high level of Prince stage. When I met him the first time he was peak Duke. So was Gina, and Rove was at the high level of Duke. Now all of them have made the huge improvements. Jimmy had reached the high level of Prince while Gina and Rove are at the mid-level of Prince. Still, my progress is greater. I may not have a great level of improvement as them, but my battle power is progress like a rocket, and I have the confidence to take them all together. The ruins seem to be very fruitful for your guys, I said as I took my seat. Yes, it was great we all had our encounter that made us progress rapidly, Jimmy said with a happy smile before he turned to me. Your progress seems to greater than us, your levels seem to low, but the feeling of danger you are giving me quite intense, Jimmy said. I couldn't help but smile hearing that. Jimmy has quite a sense. It may be the natural ability or rule power. He is quite good at guessing others' level. Enough of that, let's discuss the battle we are going to fight today, Gina said, and everyone nodded, and a serious expression drowned on everyone's face. The battle we are going to fight today going to be very dangerous. It's grade 5 battle. The emperors will lead the battle, Jimmy said, and silence descended into the room. The grade 5 battle is on a completely different scale than level 4. One has to be extra careful fighting, otherwise one might die before one knows what happened. Since we have discussed everything, let's go, Jimmy said. After a few minutes, we finished the discussion. Jimmy and I walked out of the room, and a few minutes later we are out of city gates, looking at hundreds of thousands of people who have already gathered. We looked at our hollow watch and moved toward the position that is assigned. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, we landed on the ground. The Hunter Division teams were never placed together in a single place. All the teams are placed in different places across the mobility for better access to the target to hunt. Thousands of people gathering every minute, and before I know it, more than 1 million have already assembled on the field in front of the Fort Ardan, and more are still coming. Finally, an hour later, 3 million people stood in neat formation from Duke to Kings. Everyone is standing on the place neatly. In this battle, there is no participation of Lords. Grade 5 battle is no place for the Lord unless it is an exceptional case. Previous to most of the battle I have participated in, there were no more than the 10 Lords, but 50 of them were standing in front of us. 50 Lords are such a huge number. Fort Ardan could say using 1/4 of their kings for this battle, which is a great risk, and this also means the scale of the battle will be great. Though only 3 million are participating in this battle, they are battle-hardened. They did not call any rookie that had not big battle experienced. As we were waiting, 3 people flew above us and stopped in front of us. The leading of 3 is a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his late 30s, is Joseph Agnes, the commander of this battle. The grim monsters are attacking wildly, without caring for cost. If we did not teach them a lesson, they think we are a pushover and might even dare to attack the fort directly, Joseph said in a soft voice before hard and look of fury appeared on his face. Do we want that? He asked loudly, sounding furious, a stark difference from his earlier soft voice. No number. Millions of people started shouting in resounding no. The voice was so loud that I am sure that even grim monsters would be able to hear it from their fortress. What an excellent commander. In just a few seconds he had roused the battle spirit of all the people standing below, which is very important. It gives us an extra edge. Then charge with me and teach this bastard grim monsters lesson for their impetuous, he said loudly and started to flew with 2 other emperors behind him. Seeing his charge, the kings flew up from their place in there before dukes and princes in the complete effortless fashion. We moved toward the fortress of grim monsters. Our speed is fast, and even at such speed, our formation is perfect. There is no strain, no breakage. Soon we saw the fortress of the grim monsters and army millions already waiting for us. The ground seemed to be filled with large grim monsters at one glance. Their numbers seemed endless, but one could estimate their numbers on a closer look. Their numbers are about 7 million, and the aura they are emitting together seems to blot the sky whole. One could not bear such fearsome aura alone. If such aura bore down me, I would die in second. They are not the only one that is projecting their collective auras. We are also bringing down our auras on them, and now both of the auras clashing invisibly in the middle of the battlefield, trying to push toward other. No, grim monsters' huge aura trying to drown us all, but our aura is resisting tooth and nail. It is an undeniable fact that they have double the number of us with having similar power as us. Thud, thud, thud. The staring contest lasted for a quiet while before we started to land in millions till all of us landed on the floor. The only ones that are still in the sky are the kings and emperors. Charge, charge, charge. A second after we landed, Joseph ordered an attack, and we charged toward the grim monsters. As I charged toward the grim monsters with millions of people, I felt like I am walking on an earthquake. The steps of us and the huge grim monsters left the earth shaking, and countless small cracks started forming on the earth. The earth's reaction is mild, seeing it had experienced thousands of battles. It hardened to an unbelievable degree. If it had been normal earth, it would have split apart hugely, seeing the pressure falling on it every second. Clang, clang, clang. Finally, both sides collided, and the battle started to reality. Both of the armies tore through each, and fighting started en masse. The battles had started not only below, but also up. The earth-shaking sound began to come from above. The kings and emperors are fighting above. The emperors are fighting so high that I could only see the dots. It's a good thing they're fighting so high. Seeing the power of their attacks, they would only need to launch a few before they raised the ground whole and wipe off the whole armies. When I saw the power of the emperor the first time, I was quite shocked. I had come in contact with many emperors in the academy, but I had never seen their fight. Watching their destructive power was really an eye-opener for me. Down below, we are also cutting through the grim monsters as they are grass. Others may have a problem dealing with these grim monsters, but we did not. The Hunters Division only accepts elites, as only the elites have power to kill special profession grim monsters, seeing how heavily protected these bastards are. There is Prince Stage Poisoner at 3 o'clock, I said to my team while cutting. Several grim monster came at me. It has 25 peak Prince Stage bodyguards protecting it, but we will be able to handle them if we are fast enough, Jimmy said. We will attack with our usual plan then, I asked. Usual plan, Gina and Rove said before they started moving toward the Poison Master. I was a few steps behind them. They will be the main attackers and deal with guards while attacking the Poison Master itself. I had already given them protection, so poison would not be a problem for them. They have to deal with pesky protectors that are always around the special protection grim monsters. Soon my team reached the range of black armored lizardmen range and got attacked by the 15-7-meter tall black armored lizardman and Poison Master, which under the protection of 10 grim monsters also started launching attack their directions. The battle started, and my teammates started to fight the grim monsters. Each is contesting against 5 black armored lizardmen, and 2 more joined against Jimmy after some time, seeing he had no problem dealing with the monsters. The battle raged between them while I remained on the sidelines, waiting for the perfect moment to attack while dealing with some pesky grim monsters that dared to attack me. Finally, 2 minutes after the battle started, I found the opportunity. The guards monsters protecting the grim monster have created some distance from the Poison Master to give it greater mobility to attack. Rose Vine, I said in my mind, and the next moment, the vine erupted from the ground and bound the black armored lizardman who was flying in the air. Shit, the protecting grim monsters cursed and moved toward their boss to release them from the vines, but as they moved toward their boss, the thorns emerged from the vines and pierced through their boss's body. Just as the thorns pierced through their body, it's like life had come to the vine, and it started to grow wildly that by the time the grim monsters reached their boss, the vines have fully covered their boss and now growing it rapidly. Ever since my healing rule advanced, the vines have received a big boost, and now whenever they get in touch with the essence of grim monsters, they grow extremely fast. I watched the grim monster wrestle with the ever-growing vines. The vines are growing at such a fast speed that no matter what they do, they could not be able to do anything against it. A sudden idea emerged in my mind as I saw the grim monsters fighting the grim monsters. I don't know why I hadn't thought that if I can successfully create what I am thinking, then binding and killing hundreds or thousands or even millions would be impossible. I would need to attack with a single move, and vines will do the rest of the job, but creating such a move would not be easy, and the energy I would need would also be immense. I would need to at least the king or emperor stage before I could have enough energy to power such a move, and more important of the runic formation I would need for such move. It would be very complex seeing what sort of destruction I have in mind to create such move. I finally moved toward the grim monster with my sword in my hand. The grim monsters, who were still attacking the ever-growing vine spear, finally noticed me. You bastard human, you did that to our boss, didn't you? The leading black-armored lizardman asked. Yes, I did it, and by the way, your boss just died when you were talking to me, I said, which immediately made them furious. It is not a lie to enrage them. The Poison Master had its all energy sucked away by the vines, and now vines shrinking and conjugating all the energy they sucked from the black-armored lizardman Poison Master to create an essence rose. You wretched human. All 7 grim monsters screamed in unison as they came at me. Seeing them coming, a smile appeared on my face as runes inside me lit up and disappeared from my spot. Putch slash. A bloody sound rang out as I appeared behind the grim monster before I disappeared again with a bloodied hole in its heart. I appeared behind another grim monster and decapitated it directly. You bastard, the group leader shouted at me, seeing me killing second of its friend, and by the time it had reached me, I had long since disappeared from my spot and appeared behind another grim monster. Putchai. I pierced through the chest of another grim monster and disappeared. This one, like the rest of the others, have activated the defensive method, but I did not have any problem in piercing its chest. Puch it, puch it, puch I. The enchantment of sword and strength I am using is a deadly combination. These grim monsters may be strong, but they are not strong enough to resist me. I killed all the black armored lizardmen except the leader. Only you have remained now, I said to the leading grim monster. Bastard, why are you attacking in the back like a coward? He said, and come at me. I could tell he is using all his power in that attack. Puch I. From the front of it is then, I said, and appeared in front of it and pierced its heart directly before its sword moved an inch to defend. Its eyes are wide with shock as looked at me as if it could not believe how fast I've killed it. I removed my sword from its chest and stored its body in storage before worked on harvesting the essence rose, which was happening very slowly. As I took control over it, it turned fast, and within a minute, it had a scene rose in my hand. It had been 3 hours since the battle started, and we have killed quite a lot of special profession grim monsters, and all of them had not taken less than 10 minutes to die. The battlefield is not where we could take our sweet time fighting. We have to finish the fight as soon as possible, before moving on to the next target like we are right now. We have been moving around the battlefield since the battle started. All of the special profession grim monsters are spread across the battlefield, though finding them is no problem. Getting to them took time. There are too many pesky flies flying around that want to take a bite out you. You have to cut them before you go on your way. I was moving toward one of the targets we had selected when I suddenly stopped, and a bright smile appeared on my face before it turned very serious. I've found the target I wanted to fight for so long. I did not expect to find it. A battlefield of Fort Ardan. Fort Ardan is too small for them. We are changing the target. I've just a sensed apex inheritance holder special profession grim monster, I told my team, and their expressions couldn't drastically. Apex inheritance hosts special profession grim monster. Isn't it very dangerous? Jimmy asked. Apex inheritance hosts are no joke, and add special profession grim monsters on top of that, it became a deadly combination. They are harbingers of deaths, could kill far more than the normal apex inheritance grim monsters. It is killing hundreds of humans each minute. Nobody can get close to it, much less fight it. The curses of it are extremely dangerous that anyone who goes 200 meters near it gets cursed automatically. I have not only fight it but also saved the few hundred people that had been inflicted to curse by it and now withering in pain. You guys are no match for it. I will deal with it. Just make sure nobody got close. Make sure no human get close to fight. It is going to turn very dangerous around soon, I said, and moved speedily toward the grim monster. This grim monster was playing around till now, but if we started to fight, it would get real, and that would be very dangerous for those who got caught between it. Soon I reached close to the apex cursemaster and couldn't shudder by what I saw. It had created a 100-meter-long field of curse energy around it, and a person even slightly touched by it would fell on the ground and scream in pain while the curse will slowly eat their bodies. Its curse energy, extremely powerful if it wanted, could have killed it second, but it had left them in torture. Petal protection, I said, and as I reached close enough and next moment, hundreds of petals released from me and like a month went toward the people who are withering in pain. It is an aspect of my healing move, Rose Stamp. It is very useful in healing a large number of people together, or in this case, stop the effect of the powerful curse energy for 2 days at most. After that, the energy will attack them at full force and killed them in minutes. More than 600 people stuck by my petals, and their screams stopped as they looked around in surprise. I motioned my teammates back before turned toward the werewolf cursemaster, holding a gemmed staff, and walked into its curse field without fear. I did not think a healer of your caliber would come to this small battlefield. The werewolf said politely. There is no hint of anger in its eyes seeing me heal all the humans to it. They are lesser than ants, which it could kill in thousands with a single attack. I also did not think I would find a curse master like you here, I said with the same polite tone as it. We stared at each other for a while before it opened its mouth again. That move of yours is quite amazing. It must have cost quite a lot of energy. It asked. Yes, it emptied 65 of my energy storage, I said, to which he seemed surprised hearing it. That exact moment it got surprised, I disappeared from my place and appeared behind the grim monster and swung my great sword at its neck. That civil talk was just a chance for us to gauge each other better and attack the moment they found the perfect chance. My telling it about my energy expenditure to it was me creating a chance to attack. I did also lied a little about my energy expenditure. The healing move I had used took about 60 of my energy, not 65, and I started working my refinement tower extra hard to fill my energy storage full again. My sword was half a meter away from it when suddenly, its huge 7 meters long, gemmed staff covered shiny black energy appeared in front of my sword. Clang. Its staff clashed against my sword as it defended while at the same time, the thick curse energy that attached to its staff stuck out like a snake as it sneakily entered inside me. I had kept track of that energy, and as it came at me, I did not stop. Hell, I have a wide berth to it, and when it touched my sword, it sucked away by my inheritance and formation which hadn't used before shine as curse energy entered inside it. It is filtration formation I had created for such pure curse energy. The curse energies I got before did not fit my criteria, only pure curse energy as such would fit criteria, and get to me activated the filtration formation. As for what formation does, it do what its name says, it filters unsavory elements, and offers me pure curse energy its inheritance has to offer. It is not easy to sneak attack me, human, the werewolf said and swung its staff at me, the power of the stuff so great that I felt as if the warhammer is coming at me, and that's not even the most dangerous this about the attack. The most dangerous thing is the shiny black curse energy around the staff, which morphs into tiny runes and creating a formation around it. Seeing that, I swung my sword at the staff, wanting to break the attack before it even happened. Edom's shackle. Grim Monster shouted as its staff reached very close to my sword, and as it shouted the name of the attack, and as it did, the runes started to glow even more brightly as the staff came at me. Clang! The werewolf's staff clashed against my sword like a hammer. I felt like the hammer stuck me, not a staff. The clash sent a huge amount of force and the curse energy into me, and the most dangerous of them was the runic shackle made of dense curse energy that came at me. It came at me like a snake, wanting to wrap itself around me and seal all my movements, but right at the time, it was about to do it when earlier formation inside me lit up and sucked inside. It had resisted for a moment before getting sucked into it. That formation is not a simple sucking formation. It is connected to the whole curse aspect of my constitution. Activating that formation will suck that shackle of the curse energy. The curse energy, which my curse aspect is derived from the tyrant level curse energy, and not to forget it was from an apex constitution, so it is not surprising that it can bind formation. Still, I have to be careful. The attack just now was more dangerous than the offensive attack. Even if they directly hit me, the offensive attacks have a chance of coming out alive, even if it is a battered state. But if I had bound by such attack even for a second, then there would have only been a death. Such an attack did not give one any chance to survive. The grim monsters will not take the chance with you. The Cursemaster was surprised by me effortlessly dealing with its attack, but it did not affect its momentum. It brought back its staff and attacked again, this time with even more power. Another set of the runes appeared around the staff, but these runes are different from the previous, and are represent clear offensive power if one goes by the aura it is emitting. Clang. Its staff came down on me heavily, and with it came a dense spike of curse energy. The spike is fast and powerful, and it had lasted a little more time binding runes earlier before it fell apart. Clang, clang, clang. Attack after attack came, and I only defended against them as I kept storing more and more energy I am continuously refining. I wanted to use some of my attacks against this bastard, but seeing the energy they need, I decided to wait for a bit before I launch my attacks. You are quite strong for a healer, the werewolf said. You too are stronger than the average Cursemaster. In the same plain tone before, we moved at the same time faster than before. It moved its staff against me, having another set revolving around it. My sword also moved toward it with a sharp edge and feeling of heaviness that would make one feel like a whole mountain on waiting on them. I had used the power of both of my enchantments if it had been normal grim monster of even peak prince stage, but this, tens of them died by now, but this mid-duke is taking very long. As my sword and its staff were just inches from clashing when suddenly 4 roses came from my back and turned into the blades before they went toward the grim monsters. Alarm flashed into the eyes of Grim Monster, seeing the blades coming toward. Its strength could easily gauge its power, and knew how danger rounds it would be if it hit it. Clang! As our weapons clashed, a shimmering black layer enveloped it. The latter looks thin, but it is extremely powerful. There is a very dense runic formation enveloped in this dense curse energy. This defensive method of it is the most powerful I've ever come across. If it were cast by the non-special profession Grim Monster, it would not have been easy to pierce through the shield. But it is very bad for this Cursemaster to use the curse-type energy to cast the shield, the energy which I could most easily deal with. Soon the 4 blades reached the werewolf and touched that shimmering black thing. Just as that happened, a great change appeared on his face, as if it finally realized what is happening. Realizing the dangers of blades, it had used some strange method to shift the blade's edge, that they would not pierce through its fatal points. Though it had dodged it, it will have to deal with nasty energy, but it is not life-threatening for it. Seeing that, it couldn't help but take a sigh of relief, feeling it is out of danger when suddenly it felt intense danger coming over it, but before it could do anything, it found itself bound by the vines which seemed come out of nowhere. It reacted speedily, but not speedily enough. The vines bound it before it could get away and pierced their thorns inside its body, and their growth exploded like crazy. I've never seen my vines grow so fast. They exploded in growth, though my vines have grown very fast that they covered one fully within a second after piercing one's body with thorns, but they were never this fast. Their growth speed is simply unbelievable this time that it had shocked the hell out of me. The vine sphere had reached 20 meters in diameter, and it is still growing explodingly. Every second, it is growing by 10 meters by it. One can imagine the vine's speed of growth. Soon sphere had already grown over 50 meters, and it is still growing every second I looked at it with anticipation. The essence rose made of Apex Inheritance will be something the help it will give me will be huge. It will not only for research, but also powering my inheritance and create even higher curse resistance for me. If Essence Rose is harvested, I plan on feeding it fully to the special formation. The formation had been collecting curse energy during the battle and purifying it because I want to fuse it with my body and inheritance. I could feel the curse inside me is growing stronger day by day, and if I want to survive when it erupts, I will have to increase the curse resistance of my body and the soul. Like other curses, it will not be easy to fool the curse. It is a sentient bastard. Even if my curse aspect derived from it, it would not help me survive from its wrath. I could already feel its nascent emotions when I concentrated and its urge to consume me. This urge will not lessen even if it finds me being part of it. I am very sure of it. The apex inheritance it was part of must be something really to make curse have this urge to consume. After getting sentient, it had multiplied hundreds of times. Fuck, the bastard got away. I cursed in frustration. The vine spear had grown more than 100 meters in diameter, and when the vines were about to suck the last bit of its vitality and transformed into the husk, the bastard had disappeared. It must have some life protection talisman. These talismans are bugging me. When I return to the academy, I will have to find something which could help me stop these bastards from escaping. There is something that could stop them from escaping. There is something, but it is far above my level. I have to find something which is my level. Still, all hope is not lost. I had harvested huge essence from the running bastard. I think it would be more than enough to harvest the essence rose. With that thought, I concentrated, and the vines started to shrink rapidly at the visible speed. Soon the vine spear has been completely disappeared, and its place is glittering essence rose. This essence rose is different from the other essence roses that I had harvested. The energy density and grade of power are far above the essence roses I had harvested from the Peak Prince. Once again, I reminded myself that I could not compare Apex Inheritance to the normal inheritances. They are on a completely different level. The rose is quite beautiful, more beautiful than the other roses that you have harvested, Gina said, who was beside me. I nodded in affirmation before storing the rose in my storage. The battle is still raging, and we have many enemies to kill. After storing the essence rose, I had thrust myself into the battle again. Time passed by, and soon at even morning the battle started in the evening, and now it is morning. It had lasted the whole night, and there is no signs of stopping could be seen. The battle is raging at full power, everyone using all power to kill the enemy. The more we kill, the sooner we will win. We were fighting when suddenly I changed the battle's mood. 1 second, I could see thick killing intent flowing around, and the next moment I feel it dampening a little on the human side. Guys, look. Both Gina and Jimmy shouted at the same time, and they both are pointing toward different directions. When I looked at where they were pointing, a drastic change couldn't help but appear on my face. This was bad for us. On both sides, armies of grim monsters are coming, and they are huge. Each has at least 5 to 6 million grim monsters in them. They contain the same number of grim monsters we have started to fight. These armies either have come from 2 grim monster strongholds nearby, and stronghold we are in front of, which I think likely. We are fighting in front of it, and not to forget, moving such a big army invisibly is quite difficult. If they had moved the 2 armies before we came here, we wouldn't have come with only 3 million people. So these 2 armies came from the other 2 strongholds of grim monsters that are nearby. Fuck, I couldn't help but curse, but seeing what I am seeing, if it had been 1 army, we would have been able to deal with it, albeit barely, but they will massacre us with 2 armies. I was feeling despair like rest when suddenly I again felt changed in humans' emotions, and this time they're leaning toward the positive side. I looked around and saw everyone is looking at the back. When I looked at the back, I was an army of humans coming toward us. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This army not only came from the right time, but it also had a slightly larger number compared to one when we have come here. They have about 4 million people. It would have great if they had 6 million or more, but we could make do with 4 million with such a number. We could not only fight back but have chances of turning the table and win this battle. The 2 armies of grim monsters and 1 human army moved closer and closer to the battlefield where we are fighting until they merged with us, and now the battle has become bigger than before and even more chaotic. Both sides started fighting. If earlier they are fighting with tooth and nail, now they are fighting like cats and dogs, wanting to kill each other at any cost. The arrival of 2 armies broke the accord, which is not rare but not common either. The despair they had felt earlier had made them fight harder. use every ace they had not used till now against the grim monster that has more than 2 times numbers than us. Puch puch slash slash. My team and I are moving across the battlefield, killing any grim monsters we have come across. Earlier, we did not care about these small fries, but now we got out of our way to kill as much as we can on our way to the special profession grim monsters. Soon, we come across another Peak Prince Cursemaster, and my teammates moved toward it without consultation. As the guards of the Cursemaster spotted them, they immediately went toward them and attacked not only them, but the Cursemaster itself started to attack. Rose Vine. I waited for a few seconds before enveloping the Cursemaster into my vines before joining the battle. I started to cut one guard after another, and within half a minute before focusing on the grim monster bound in the vines. From starting a fight to harvesting the essence rose, it only took us 3 minutes before we moved to the next special profession grim monster. We killed one special profession grim monster after another. Our speed is so fast that if one were to realize this, they would be shocked. We are killing at least 20 special profession grim monsters every hour. It is completely crazy as it is danger rounds before. We used to access the threat for a minute and discuss, but now we don't do that. Our only goal is to kill as much of these special profession grim monster as we have. These bastards are past killers, can kill hundreds at a time with their nasty attack. The more we kill them, the more humans we save them, so we made a goal of killing them as much as possible. We are not the only one who has gone crazy. Many powerful Hunter Division teams have also doing it, and the same of them have even lost their lives for it. But nothing can be done about it. This is the way war works. The lives will be lost. The only thing we could do is keep on getting stronger, so less and less will die. 3 hours passed, and the battle became even more frenzied, people fighting like they have lost all the reason, using every move, every bit of the energy they have, and it seemed to be working. The grim monsters are getting killed at a much faster pace than the humans. We moved toward another target when suddenly I overcame an intense sense of danger that I had instinctively activated defensive methods. The leaves were appearing around me when I finally understood what the crisis is, and it was worse than I had thought. Something is coming down toward me at a very fast speed. Its speed is like a rocket. For a moment I had thought it is a stray attack, which made me completely pale, as this attack could only come from Emperor and Kings, which I have no power to resist, but it was not a stray attack. It is far more dangerous. It is Grim Monster itself that is coming down, and it is very much alive as it is trying to slow down its momentum of falling. I tried to run away with all my speed, but for some reason, my speed of running away seemed akin to ant compared to the meteoritic speed it falling. It suddenly appeared in front of me. It finally stopped its fall momentum and avoided hitting the ground by inches, and to my horror, there was barely 3 meters distance between us. I looked at Grim Monster in front of me, a ratman. It is bloodied, and multiple injuries could be seen on its body. Some of them are very deep. Fucking human. It cursed loudly as it looked up before shooting into the sky. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face, but the next moment my face couldn't help stiffen in sheer horror. A shockwave is coming at me. It is small and crafted in the form of attack, likely from its sea tail. Seeing the size and precision it is coming at me, the ratman had not left without attacking. It had left me nasty surprise before leaving. Seeing a fatal attack is coming at me, and there is no way I could survive from it dodging, so in a split second, I decided and transferred as much energy as I could in the rose protection. Crush! Shockwave hit me finally first. It had struck against the rose cover, which had stopped it for a moment before getting crushed by the sheer force and turned into dust before Shockwave came at me. Bang! The shockwave hit squarely across my chest and immediately broke my bones, and transferred a slight trace of king-level energy contained in the shockwave into my body, which had started to tear me apart and flew back like a rocket in a crowded battlefield. Bang, 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 puch, puch, puch. I crashed across many people, be it Grim Monster or humans, and cracked their bones, and despite that, I continued flaying back in high momentum so that one can imagine the raw power contained in that shockwave, but the momentum is no threat to my life. The threat to my life is a trace amount of king-level energy in my body, tearing my internals apart. If I did not do anything against it very soon, the consequences would be unimaginable. So I better get control over it, as if my life depends upon it, because my life does depend on it, and it is a good thing I had thought something like this might happen, and prepared something. I just hope it works. Gritting my teeth through the pain, I activated several small formations around my inheritance. The formations lit up with the blinding light and created a sort of net inside me that nothing could escape from it. The net closed on the king-level energy, which is tearing my body apart, and finally captured it, but it is king-level energy. If it is easy to deal with, then I wouldn't have had to create such formation in a precious space I have. As the king-level energy caught into the net, it started to struggle fiercely, and may time have broken the net it had been captured. When designing it, I knew dealing with the energy would not be simple and reinforced with 6 layers. Even if the energy could destroy the first, second, and third layers, there will always be fourth, fifth, and sixth layers to deal with it. Despite its fierce struggle, the net had finally bound that energy and locked into a very strong vault formation. This formation is the strongest in my inheritance. It used the full power of inheritance, rules, and constitution once it entered inside. It will not be able to get unless it destroyed all 3, which means killing me. It is very dangerous, but it is the only option I have to deal with in my current power. It's not like I will keep the living bomb inside me forever. This vault has a whittling formation that will whittle that energy slowly and make it disappear within a day. As the energy dealt with, runes in my body lit up, and I dealt with the momentum I am flaying back with force. And at the same time, my injuries started to heal with the unbelievable speed with the power of my constitution and advanced healing rule. Die human. I had stabilized myself and healing my grievous injuries when suddenly a Prince Stage Grim monster appeared in front of swung its hammer at me, wanting to take a chance at the easy kill. Pachak, Fuck off. I said as I decapitated it and avoided its hammer easily. No matter how weak I am, I could easily deal with these bastards. Thud, I landed on the ground and took a deep breath, which also felt painful seeing the extent of my injuries, but the next breath felt a little less painful, and the breath after that even more. By the time it was 7th breath, I felt no pain at all. All my injuries have been healing. Mitchell, are you fine? Jimmy asked as he appeared with others. It was their good luck that I was in front. If any one of them had been in the receiving end of the attack, they would not have been able to stay alive for even a second before popping up like a balloon. That attack was really something. I don't think any one of us would have survived that attack, Rove said shudderingly. Let's go, we have grim monsters to kill, I said as I killed another grim monster that came at me. 3 of them nodded, and we again started our killing frenzy. In the first hour, we were a little slow due to me focusing more on gathering the energy and not using any heavy move other than the rose vine, but as my energy storage got full again, our team had become even more reckless than before. We started to finish the special profession grim monsters and their whole guards within 10 minutes. Have you noticed? Jimmy asked. Yes. I affirmed that it is midnight and people are fighting crazily, people dying on both sides, but it is grim monster dying the most. And if it continues, it will not take more than a few hours before battle turn completely in our favor, and that is what is wrong with battle. Normally when a battle started to get in favor of one side, the other side backs down, but now we saw no sign of that is happening, which means that the battle might last till one side won clearly, which is a bad thing. Ending a fight when one is gaining is the greatest strategy to avoid higher casualty. As the battle progresses, one side's advantage will continue becoming greater and greater. The other will also fight with tooth and nail, bringing both sides' casualties to very high numbers. I don't want to see such high casualties, but there is nothing I could do. Everything is dependent on the decision of higher-ups, and seeing how Grim brought 2 armies, I don't it will be the human side that will make a retreat, and so wouldn't the Grim monster for that same reason. The battle had come to honor. One side has to win it at any price since they broke the rules of battle, and another side to have to win to show that no matter how many numbers one will bring, they have the power to defeat it. The morning came, and we have killed some more special profession grim monsters that now we have to actively search for them as their numbers and dwindled quite much. We and the other teams of Hunter Division are hunting the special profession grim monsters aggressively due to their mass killing power that now we have to search them for minutes or 2 before finding them. Through the night, the advantage we have become even greater, but higher-ups of grim monsters did not seem to see that. Not only are they losing down on the ground, but they seem to lost some at above it well. There were 7 grim monsters emperor at first, but now there seem to only 6, but grim monsters did not seem to realize it as they are continuously fighting like mad. My team and I are killing as much as grim monster we could, but there are too many of them. Even though we are an advantage, we are still losing people en masse. Seeing so many deaths happening every minute, I wished for the fight to end as quickly as possible, but that did not seem to be happening. Another morning has come, and now we have a very clear edge over the grim monsters and cutting them like grass, but grim monsters are also fighting with their all, making us lose many people too. I wish the battle would end soon and wishing that since I knew the battle would prolong till the end. There are too many deaths happening around me that I, who had fought over 100 battles, started to feel suffocated. I am not the only that is feeling that. Many people are feeling suffocated seeing so much death, but they could not do anything but fight like an emotionless machine if we did not fight with our all, the grim monsters, and seeing they still have a higher number than us, it will take them minutes to flip the trend of the battle. Any human on the battlefield did not want to see it happen, so they are fighting. Despite knowing more people will die, holding back even slightly will result in grim consequences for all humans. My team and I also killing any grim monsters we are coming across with the constant fighting of the 2 days. We are quite tired and like to sleep, but we could not. There are still millions of grim monsters present on the battlefield, and we have to kill them in considerable numbers to make them concede. The special profession grim monsters have become quite rare on the battlefield. We had to search across the battlefield before finding one. Instead of wasting too much time, we started to focus on stronger grim monsters, who have a similar level of destructive power as special profession grim monsters. We target them this way. We did not spend too much time tracking the special profession grim monsters across the battlefield, but we always kept our senses active so that if we come across any special profession grim monsters, we would kill it first. The afternoon came, and soon after the evening, the bodies of both grim monsters and humans littered across the battlefield, but there is no sign of battle ending could be seen. Seeing so much death, I somehow have shut my emotions and continued fighting. If I had continued to see such deaths longer, I don't know whether I would have been able to remain sane or not. Retreat. Suddenly at midnight, the word I was hoping to hear throughout the battle finally rang out through the grim monster's mouth, and second after that, they started to make a retreat. I watched silently as the grim monsters made the retreat, counting all 3 armies of them. Grim monsters have about 20 million strong fighters, and now only half of them have remained. I looked at grim monsters before turned toward our battlefield and bodies littered on the ground, massive numbers of bodies littered on the ground. I was seeing bodies of hundreds of thousands of dead humans, near million. All the emotions I had been suppressing till now suddenly burst out, breaking the dam that I had built to suppress them. I felt all the death, and tears couldn't help but stream down my eyes. I never cried on the battlefield, but now I am crying. The flood of emotions I am feeling had been transformed into tears. I rarely had any emotional outburst in my life, but seeing so many deaths, it came, and I am in no position to stop it. Hell, I am barely in a state of control of my own body. On this deathly battlefield, I am riding an emotional roller coaster, and I was drowning in the emotions of death present all around. I felt like I understood something about death. I can't explain what it is in words, as I could not find the current words for it, but I know I understood something profound, and just as I understood that thing, I felt a change in me. It took me a moment to realize what that change is. It is my killing rule. It had leveled up from intermediate grade to advanced grade. The ribbon inside growing and the blood-red glow that it used to exclude have become a little gloomy like a death. The killing is rule is an offshoot of supreme death, so I am not surprised that my rule advanced when I understood something about death. My killing rule had advanced immediately, but the advancement did not make me happy. I would have preferred if these deaths did not have happened. The deaths here are too much for me to be happy about my rule advancements. Feeling I should focus on something other than death, I looked at ribbon growing inside my source. As it grows, it brought more power to my killing rule and some new abilities. A few seconds later, the advancement stopped, and I get to see the full glory of my advanced grade killing rule, and that moment I wish it had not been advanced. Sensory powers of the killing rule have multiplied manifolds. I could see everything, hear everything, feel everything around me, especially killing intent and death. Before advancement, I used to feel death, but it was nothing compared to what I am feeling right now. If it had been trickle before, it floods right now. The overpowering feeling of death had overwhelmed me so much that I had to clutch my head tightly. It had taken me a while to get control over myself, and I saw myself on the floor with my teammates calling my name worriedly. I am fine, I said in a raspy voice as I got up, and when I look at them, I saw some shadowy or gloomy darkness around them. Not only them, but all the humans around me have it. Death imprint, I thought inside me when I looked at the darkness that is enveloping them. I know what it is instinctively. I did not even have to think about it. The darkness represents the people they have killed, and the more they killed, the darker will dark mist around them. Let's go, Mitchell, Gina said softly. Understanding what I am going through, I nodded and flew back with the rest of the army towards Fort Ardan. My emotions have stabilized right now, but I still feel that pain, more since my rule leveled up, since it let me see the death even more clearly. I wish I had not comprehended that tiny death aspect, but I know it is the right aspect. Death is the supreme rule, and I comprehend some very tiny part of it is a huge thing. Many tyrants have tried all their life to get a hint of the death, but they never did, and I did it. I will be very helpful for my future. Like before, the killing rule is still non-offensive, but its sensory powers have received big boots and got some strange good abilities. Like a death aura, which let me sense the numbers of people one has killed. It is different from the killing intent, or I say better. There are other things which I've got the hang of it, but with time I will do. For now, I have other things to worry about than rule power, than fiddling with my rule power. As we reached Fort Ardan, I did not fly down like the rest, but directly enter the city from above the gates before entering the teleportation formation. I walked out of the plaza in front of the hospital and walked inside. Like I had expected, the hospital is more crowded compared to when there is a normal battle. We have battled for more than 3 days and lost quite many people, so it is not surprising we get many more patients than usual. I walked into the familiar ward and saw all the healers healing patients, crazily looking at the faces. One could tell they are doing this for a while. I looked at Ward before walking toward my spot and silently releasing my vines, and second later, everyone who is busy know that I've arrived as the mournful screams started to ring out across the ward. My healing method is painful, and these days when the battle is just over, it became even more painful. Other times I am a little mindful of the pain my vines cost and tried to reduce it as less as possible, but in such rushing time, I do not have time to care about how much pain they are feeling. The only thing I care about is healing them as soon as possible. The quicker I am, the more lives I will save, and that's what matters the most. So matter how much one screams at me being the devil during the healing, I do not. Only saving lives matter and nothing else. With that motto in mind, I continued healing with unmatched speed. I am most proud of two things about my healing. One is the number of patients I could heal, and the second is the speed I am healing them. There is no healer here in the Fort Ardan who could match my speed, not to think my level. Even those Prince and King stage healers could not match my speed of healing. The morning passed and afternoon came. The 4 days have passed, and I am not feeling as tired as I should be, or it could be even said that I am not tired as I am when I arrived at the hospital. I was quite surprised when I first noticed it, and the reason I am not feeling tired because of the killing rule that just advanced. It is not a killing rule, but a combination of killing rule and healing rule. After seeing I am not feeling as much as I tired, I should be feeling due to the constant healing I am doing. It took me quite a while to find the reason, but I did. I saw that when I circulate the healing rule and killing rule together in my body, the elevates slowly. The tiredness did not vanish, it just relieved for a time, and will come back again with stronger force. Still, I will be able to stay woke without losing my performance for a few days before I have to sleep. I had circulated both rules thousands of times before, but my tiredness had never been elevated even a bit, so I could only say it is happening due to a specific way of advancement of the rules. Both rules are the opposite of each other. One is an offshoot of life rule, while the other is an offshoot of death rule, but despite that, they create this amazing effect when circulated together. Soon the evening came, and I continued healing. While doing that, I took out fruit from my storage and munch on it. I may go without sleep and rest, but I don't like to go hungry. During the healing, I would take out some fruits and other things and eat them to elevate my hunger. They are not as good as my freshly cooked food, but they are the only things I have in this condition. The patients seemed to endless. The more I heal, the more they came back. I am now sitting on the chair, releasing vines from the hands to the new batch of patients that came. A team of 7 enforcers helps me heal. These enforcers would bring the patients to the bed, remove them, cut the roses that sprout on them, and store them in the boxes. Everything worked like a well-oiled machine, perfectly efficient without wasting a second of time. A second could decide the life and death of the patients that are getting healed. Soon the midnight came, and it's been a whole day since I am in the hospital, and I finally feel the rhythm of patience is slowing. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I may not be as tired as I should be, but I am still very tired and want to sleep on my comfortable bed for a long time until I forget some things I saw on the battlefield. It is now under control. Mitchell, you can now go to your quarters and get the sleep you need, Nina said as I finished healing another group of patients. Take care, I said before walking out of the ward. I am tired both mentally and physically, though not as much as tired I would be when I go through the long battle and healing the patients after that. Still, I am feeling a heavy weight on my mind from what I had experienced in the battle. I want to go to my quarters and sleep on the soft bed to relieve my mind from all this I am feeling. A few minutes later, I reach my abode. There as usual, I set up my space abode and went inside. I wanted to sleep directly, but I forced myself into the shower before sleeping on my bed. Choo-choo. The chirps of Ashlyn wake me up. She is standing on my chest and chirping while pecking her tiny beak at my face. I petted her lovingly before looked at my holowatch and was quite surprised to find that it is 8 in the evening. I had slept for 15 hours straight, and it helped quite much. No tiredness has remained in my body and soul, but I am still feeling the weight of all those deaths I saw in the battle. That weight will not go away after a little bit of rest. It is something I will have to learn to endure and live with it as millions do. It is grim battlefield. I will see deaths far worse than I had seen in the previous battle, and the worst part is I will have to get used to it. The deaths are sacrifices we make to fight the grim monsters, stopping them from invading our world further. I took a large breath and put my palms on my face for a while before getting out of bed. I went to the bathroom to freshen up and after that walked into the kitchen. It had been 5 days since I ate something cooked, and now I want to cook something delicious and ate it till I feel satiated. With that thought in mind, I took out multiple things from my storage and started cooking. It took me 1.5 hours to make dinner, but there is quite an assortment of dishes in front of me when I finished. I put everything on the table before Ashlyn, and I started to eat. It was delicious as always, and tasted even more delicious since I am eating it days. Finally, we finished, and when we did, we have wiped everything clean. There was nothing remained on our plates or in the pots. With dinner done, I immediately went to the practice room and took out a wooden block and filled it with cosmic water, and added leaves and the root juice of the crown tree before entering inside the small pool of water. It had been 5 days since I had not refined my body and soul inside it, and I wanted to do that as soon as I came back to my quarters. In the battle, I had learned the importance of the strong body, especially when that tiny bit of king-level energy tore my body apart. If not for my apex constitution and strong body, it would have popped me up like a balloon. With the apex constitution, my body is like extremely precious, or it needs to refine under the strong hammer. Cosmic water and root juice are like a hammer as long as my body goes through their constant refinement. Nobody will have a body as strong as mine. The pain of refinement is intense, but I bore it with gritted teeth as I circulated the cosmic energy through my veins and created the seals of the supreme combat exercise. When I came out of the wooden block half an hour later, there was a smile on my face. The refinement had been very fruitful. I showered and rested for half an hour before I took out the tome and went inside to practice the cooking. Energy control is extremely important to me since I have taken most of my inheritance functions into my hands. With my current energy control, I can control my current inheritance, but when it upgrade even a smaller one, it will be problematic. Forget about the big ones that will turn downright impossible. Just like my body and soul, I will have to keep refining my control too. It is part of my strength, and it will be foolish for me to leave behind. I could forsake body refining, but I could not forsake the refining of control that is important. The control is important to me. I was in tome for a full hour that when I came out, I was quite tired and just wanted to sleep, but I did not. I rested for another half hour before I went to my inheritance space, where I had worked on my inheritance for a few hours before getting out and sleeping on the bed tiredly. The next morning when I woke up, I repeated what I did in the evening last night. I cooked and ate before going through another body refining session, and then entering into tome to practice cooking. When I came out, I went into my inheritance space and worked on my inheritance. I had not spent the whole day in my quarter. I went to the hospital and healed patients, and went to the market to buy some things I need before going back to my quarter and repeating what I did in the morning. It may feel boring to someone, but constant repetition is good. It motivates me to improve on the things I do daily and calms my heart. Say everything is normal, even if it is not. 3 weeks passed by, and today, I am returning to the academy. This will be the last time I am in Fort Ardan in the immediate future. I am not coming back to Fort Ardan. It had served the purpose of me introducing to the grim battlefield of the central continent. The next battlefield I will choose will be something danger rounds, where I will get to really strong grim monsters. I have not chosen which grim battlefield I will go to. I plan to think about it in a month, or so I will spend in the academy. It's sad you would not come back. The hospital will not be the same without you, Nina said as we all stood on the roof of the healers' quarters. You all do fine without me. There are many talented healers present in the hospital, I said as I turned to Charlotte, who is beside Nina. Charlotte had made huge progress in just a few short months. She had transformed from a fumbling, clumsy girl to an expert healer who had very few who could match her in healing arts. I looked at my teammates or former teammates and gave them a last hug. Take care and don't take too many risks on the battlefield, I said. Death is a friend of the hunter division. They never know when it will come for them. Don't worry, with our personal healer gone, we will not take any needless risks, Jimmy said jokingly. That brought a smile to all our faces. Waving at them one more time, I walked into the black airship in front of me, and a few seconds later, the airship flew up from the roof of the healer's quarters. Sitting on the chair, I looked at the route I had selected. Through this route, it will take me 8 days to reach the academy. The route is direct. I am not planning to stop in between. I would have loved to meet my parents on the way, but they are not present in the Mistson. Both of them had gone to a ruin and will not be returning soon. They even took my little sister to ruin, which I had thought was an extremely dangerous decision. But mother said that ruin is not dangerous. It is a Lord stage ruin. I've confirmed it with the professor. My parents have gone there because it has something my father needs. Mother did not tell me what is it that my father needs, saying she would tell me when I meet them in person. The airship passed through the hole opened in the protective shield of Fort Ardan, and just as it did, its speed increased and it streaked through the sky. I watched the airship pass through the cloud for a while before opening the tome and entering inside it. In these past 20 days, I've made quite a progress. I had created the 3rd ruby seal, which gave me a huge boost, and also with constant refining, my body had also become stronger. Not to forget the breakthrough I had made yesterday, I am now at the mid-level of Duke stage. It was earlier than I had thought. The daily working on my inheritance has helped a lot. Not everything went smoothly a week ago. I had learned the 10th recipe and received the test, and unless I could pass the test, I would not be able to learn the 11th recipe. The test is simple. I have to modify one of the 10 recipes I had learned and cook them with 75 marks. It may sound simple, but it is extremely difficult. I was able to cook these recipes due to having clear-cut directions. I've not made even the slightest change in them, as making even a small change is changing the whole dynamics of the recipe. The test wants me to modify the recipe, which will be very difficult, especially when he decided not to give me any guidance or help. I know that test is important, and for it, I am trying my all, practicing hours daily but not making even the slightest progress, which started me thinking my blindly practicing may be wrong, and I should find a different method. Currently, I don't know what I should do, but I am sure I will find a way soon. Till then, I am practicing all the 10 recipes over and over to get even more proficient in them than I am already is. An hour later, I came out of the tome and walked toward the cabin to sleep. It is in the night I am leaving, and now is my time to sleep. The next day, I woke up at my usual time and did what I do in my quarters on a free day. Nearly everything went the same except for the tub. The airship cabin is too small for me, bore out the wooden block that I usually use for my refinement. So I had to use the normal tub, which had diminished the refinement effect a little, but I could accept that. When I reach the academy, I will find a master carpenter and commission a tub, which to be crafted from the wood of crown tree. I would have done it in Fort Ardan, but I found no master carpenter there, though I had not expected to find one still. I got pretty disappointed when I did not. I came back, I said as I looked in front of me. 8 days had passed, and I finally reached academy. As the airship entered its airspace, it slowed down, and I asked permission to enter, which I got immediately. With me getting permission, as the airship reached near the invisible force field surrounding the academy, a hole opened in it, and an airship entered inside into the campus of the academy. "Welcome back, Mitchell," Elena said as she hugged me. "When did you return?" I asked. From what we talked about a week ago, she wasn't supposed to return to academy for a few more days. At my question, a way too familiar smile appeared on her face. "Mom asked me to come early, and you know how she got when she did not get her way," she said. To that I couldn't help but give her an affirmative smile. Teacher tends to get forceful sometimes, not only with me but with her daughter too. She and her sister are the same, so you should just put a smile on your face and do whatever she told you to. If not, she will get even more forceful. "Let's go," Mother had asked you in her cabin. She said. I stored the airship back into my storage and flew with Alina towards the teacher office. Thud thud. A few minutes later, we landed in front of the teacher's office and walked inside. The academy is the same. Nothing had changed much since I had left 4 months ago. Click. Soon we reached the teacher's office, and Aline opened the door without knocking. There I saw the familiar scene of the teacher sitting behind her desk while Professor in front of her with legs sprawled across the table. I am very well aware that the teacher did not like it when Professor put her feet on the table, but for some reason she did not say anything about it, or maybe she said it, just not in front of me. "Mitchell, you have made good progress," teacher said as she inspects me with her sense. "Reaching mid-duke this early with your inheritance is very good." She said. I could tell she is really happy about it. "Compared to others, my speed is slow. Many of my friends have reached peak duke stage and prince stage, but inheritance I have is different. I am creating my inheritance and not following others so that the progress would be slow, and I had already accepted that fact when I selected the inheritance. Otherwise, why would I not even think about World Championship Battle Kings when everyone is so crazy about it? How are the effects of solutions we have sent you?" The teacher asked as I took the seat beside Professor. "They are good. Just yesterday, I had gone through another strengthening, and I had been using the refining solutions regularly. Their effects are great too," I replied. The teacher had sent me a couple of solutions 2 weeks ago, both strengthening and refining, and their effects are quite good. "Good, keep using them. The old guys will want to see the result of them before you leave," she said, and I nodded. I already prepared for them. Even if they checked the result right now, I am sure they would be quite surprised. Teacher asked me some more questions about my progress, and I had answered them one by one. She also gives me some tips, which she usually does when she finished with all questions. Seeing her questions have ended, I took out tome from my storage and slid toward her. Seeing her questioning look appeared on all 3 of their faces, and the teacher even arched her brow in question, looking at tome in front of her. "What is it?" she asked as she looked at the tome. "An early present for your birthday. I am loaning you this for a month," I said with a smile. Normally I would have kept this tome to myself, but I am stuck, and due to my crazy practicing to find the solution to the test, that guy finally had some mercy on me and gave me a small tip. He said I should practice more outside where I could connect with the world better. I have all the skills I need to create a modified recipe. I need to get inspiration on how, and that I will not get that inspiration while practicing like crazy inside the tome. What does it do? The teacher asked when she opened the tome and found the pages blank. "You have to stare at the blank page, and teacher, you don't have to worry about time. 1 minute outside is 1 hour inside," I said. That seemed to confuse her further, and she again looked at me in question, but all she got was a smile from me. Seeing she will not get an answer from me, she huffed a breath before staring at tome. First few seconds, nothing had happened when suddenly a glazed look appeared in the teacher's eyes. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face, she had entered the tome. "Mom," Alina said. Seeing the glazed look in her mother's eyes, she got no answer. She tried again, but no response. She turned to Professor, who also called the teacher's name, but received no answer. I could see some worry appearing on Alina's face seeing that. "There is a world inside the book, right?" Professor asked. There was no worry on her face, just curiosity. "Yes," I replied, affirming her question. "What does this world have?" she asked. Now curiosity is blazing in her eyes, and when she looked at me, I had the feeling of her opening my brain to get information out of me. "You will have to ask that to the teacher when she comes out," I replied with a smile after calming my heartbeat. "How long does one can stay in the world inside tome?" She asked again. "It depends. When I first time entered the tome, I was only able to stay inside 16 minutes before coming out very tiredly, but seeing how powerful teacher is, staying few hours inside it would not be a problem for her," I said. The answer little startled her before she nodded and looked at her sister in silence. "There is nothing we can do other than waiting. Teacher might come back in 10 minutes or 10 hours. It depends on her when she wants to come out." 2 hours passed, and teacher still had a glazed look in her eyes. I had expected she might stay in the tome for hours, but was still surprised seeing she hadn't come out, as she could any time if she wished. Seeing the might spend a few more hours inside the world in a book, I decided to stay for half an hour. If she did not wake up in half an hour, I would leave. There are many things that I wanted to do. I had just thought that when the teacher moved, her eyes turned normal, and she looked fine. There was not a hint of tiredness that could be seen in her eyes despite her spending 120 hours in the book. "Amazing, simply amazing," the teacher said, staring at the tome before she turned to me. "I guess you have found this in Castello ruin," she asked. I nodded. "First, the inheritance, and now this looks like we have to reevaluate the value of the Castello ruin," she said, and about to open her mouth to something more when the professor chimed in. "Marina, what is in the tome?" Professor asked. A palpable curiosity from her voice. The teacher looked at me before turning to the professor as she slid tome at her. "Why don't you find out?" Teacher said. The professor looked at her sister before she brought her feet down and stared at the first page like her sister, and before long the same glazed look appeared on her face. "Mom, what is it?" Lena asked while looking at tome. Her aunt is staring. "It is a cookbook, dear, the greatest cookbook of our world, I might say," teacher said with a smile. "A cookbook?" Alina asked back as if she could not believe it. "Yes, don't worry, darling, you will understand when you go inside it. You should also thank Mitchell in advance. This cookbook will help you very much with the problem you are having with your bloodline," teacher said to her daughter before she turned to me. "How far have you gone?" she asked. "I learned 10 recipes, and now I am stuck on the test," I said. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and before it transformed that of the smile, "Your energy control is far better than I had imagined, but it is to be expected when you have this," she said. "How far did you go, teacher?" I asked. I am sure she had learned far more recipes than I had in the 2 hours she had been in the book, seeing she is at tyrant stage, and a powerful healer and healer are known for their expert energy control. 27, she said, and I was blown away. I had expected her to learn more recipes seeing her level, profession, and experience, but 27 is quite shocking. I am not surprised about learning 27 recipes. She could easily learn many more. I am surprised about her learning 27 recipes within just 120 hours. She is something. "Mitchell, have you had dinner?" the teacher asked suddenly, and I shook my head. "Well, then let's have dinner," she said. She got up from her seat, walked toward the door on the left, and beckoned us in. There are small quarters behind her office. She uses them for rest sometimes. We walked inside the quarters, and before entering the kitchen, which she sealed with her energy before any one of us could follow her. "You got to tell me what that tome is," Alina said. Gone was the friendly voice. She had now become a replica of her mother, and that is scaring me a little. "You know, you look just like the teacher when you look at me like that," I said jokingly, but she seemed to have none of it as she continued looking at me with that stare. "It really is a cookbook, albeit a little different one. You will understand when you enter inside it," I said. She continues to look at me before she nodded. "I will see how that cookbook is when Auntie is finished with it," she said. We both sat on the couch and talked about our days in grim battlefield. Alina had returned to normal self, and now we are talking like an old friend. Click, an hour passed, and the teacher is still in the kitchen when we heard the click and saw Professor coming in with tome in hands. "It is quite an impressive thing you have found, Mitchell," Professor said as she came in. "How many recipes did you learn, Professor?" I asked. 12, she said, again surprising me greatly. She had just spent an hour inside the tome and learned 12 recipes. These tyrants are really something. "Auntie, let me have a take a look at the tome," Alina said, and took a tome in hands and about to stare at its first page like her mother and aunt, when suddenly stopped as teacher voices rang out from behind. "Dinner is ready," the teacher announced, hearing that. Alina put the tome down with a huff and walked toward the dining table. "Wow, what it is that you cooked." "TTS smelled something incredible," Alina said halfway before appearing beside the dining table. "Are these the recipes you have learned in the cookbook?" she asked her mother, who nodded. "Wow, they looked amazing," she said and sat on the chair and took a deep breath. When I looked at dishes, I was slightly disappointed. All the dishes teacher had cooked within 10 dishes, or I might say, they are 5 dishes of 1 to 5 ranks. It is no coincidence she had only cooked the first 5 dishes. She had done it deliberately. If she wanted, she would have cooked dishes of 11th and above, but she did not. I am starving. In the tome was only able to eat a single bite of everything, Professor said as she took the seat and started looking at all the dishes hungrily. It's amazing, no wonder you got so amazed by the tome, Alina said after taking a couple of bites of the food in front of her. Honey, it is not the deliciousness of the food that had amazed us, but the process of making it, that is the real catcher, teacher said while taking a bite from her plate. I don't understand, she said. You will need it when you enter the tome, teacher said. The dinner lasted for a while before I left the teacher's quarters and flew toward the lake house. It is a beautiful night, just like the day I choose the lake house. The moon is beautiful, and clear stars twinkling in the sky. My lake house in the middle of it all looked very beautiful. Thud, I landed on the porch before walked inside and gritted with the familiar interior. I looked around the beautiful hall before sitting on the couch and opening the documents. These are a list of places on the grim battlefield where I could go. Most of them like Fort Ardan, but some of the places are extremely dangerous, right in the territory of the grim monsters. Getting into these places is very hard. There are 2 things these places have required. One is strength, and the other is loyalty or a clean record. There are spies everywhere. One needs to have an extremely clean record down to the generation of grandfather and great-grandfather to get into these places. Recommendations don't work there. Even people from Supreme Organization have to go through the same vetting process as others to get into those places, which means if I want to go there, I will have to go through extreme vetting. I studied the list for 2 hours before I closed my holowatch and went to the practice room. There I took out a tub and filled it with cosmic energy-rich water before taking out a small bottle. Tip, tip, tip. I opened the small bottle and dropped 9 drops of liquid into the water. As I dropped the 9 purple drops in water, the clear water turned completely purple. The purple drops are specially crafted refining solutions using root juice of crown tree and a bunch of rare materials like miracle fruit. It is an extremely precious refining solution. I gritted my teeth in pain as I submerged inside the water and started to circulate the energy through my veins. The refining solution is extremely painful, especially when I circulate through my veins. It felt I was circulating thousands of blades through my veins. The assault that cosmic energy felt like a light pinch in front of the purple refining solutions. Though it is painful, its effect also great. It is at least 4 times more effective than using simple root juice in the cosmic water, and not to forget, the seals of supreme combat exercise I am creating. Teacher knew I am using the refining solution to refine my body, but she did not know I am using my mana veins for circulation. If she knew about it, I am sure she would freak out. She may be forceful, but her way of doing is always careful. If she knew about me circulating this purple energy through my veins, I am sure she would have a heart attack. I will not tell her. I will say to her when I reached Prince stage time. She will be able to accept it due to me having the apex constitution. Time passed and finally, 20 minutes later, all the purple energy from the tub vanished, and I stepped out of the tub and walked into the shower. I washed the solution off my body before coming out and lying on the bed. From tomorrow, I will get very busy. Due to my contribution, the teacher and council have decided to open 2 more inheritance notes for me, and now I could research from the 3 inheritance sources. It is extremely good news for me. The more research material I have, the greater advantage I will have, and this inheritance material is the greatest as these people have created the inheritance. I had not expected the old guys will allow me to visit it. Even tyrants can't read these notes without getting contribution and permission. Those old guys have not only permitted me to read notes of 1 inheritance but 2 inheritances. I fell asleep while thinking, and when I woke up, it was an early morning the next day. After freshening up and eating breakfast, I once again refined my body before I flew toward the inheritance palace. Flying toward it, I observed the academy, which is filled with people of every level flying and walking around everywhere. They seemed lively, completely different from the bloody scenery and gloomy faces I am used to in the grim battlefield. Whenever I see such a scene, a smile appears on my face, and I remind myself that this is the reason I am fighting, and if humans relax, then all of this will be taken away. I don't want it to happen as long as I am alive. I will fight with all to see it never happen. A few minutes later, I reached the inheritance palace, and as I got near it, I felt the same suppression I had felt when I had come here for the first time. As I got closer, the suppression became greater and greater, and by the time I climbed the step of the palace, I found all my power sealed, but this time I am not feeling like a weak as last time. I can't use my mana in this huge suppression, but I have a strong body this time. The suppression does not affect my body. With my current strength, I will have no problem dealing with the normal dukes, which I had got from a little more than a month of refining. If I continue for the year, then the body I will get will be unmatched. I will not be completely defenseless in such suppressive conditions. I stayed in the inheritance palace for a day, and when I walked out of it, there was a smile all over my face. The day had gone better than I had thought. I had learned many important things and gained much of the inspiration I needed. If not for me wanting to return in the evening, I would have stayed there for the night too. Soon I had returned to the lake house. I freshened up before I cooked dinner, which I ate with Ashlyn. After then, I went out to meet the master carpenter and commissioned my work to him. It took 2 hours, and when I returned, I directly went to the practice room for my usual refinement. When I am done with that, I showered and slept. 3 days passed as such, these days spent in contentment. Not only my research is going well, my practice too. I am making slow and steady progress, and for someone of my inheritance, it is a very good thing. Usually, those who choose the creation heart inheritance have a very hard time making progress. Most of them abandoned it and start anew once they stopped making progress in it. I have not reached that point yet. My mind is bubbling with inspiration, and I had enough ideas that I could take my inheritance to the king stage. I am sure by the time I reached king stage, I will have even more knowledge and inspiration to craft the next stage. Professor, I said in surprise when I found her sitting on the porch. I had just gone through the refinement, and now I was leaving for the inheritance palace when I spotted the professor sitting on the porch. Professor, do you need something? I asked again, seeing her riffling through the file on her holowatch. My voice seemed to wake her up from the reading, and she turned to me. Yes, there is a mission for you. She said, I am sending a file at you. Take a look. She added, ting. A file arrived my holowatched, and I opened it before I started reading it, and soon a frown appeared on my face as things have become very tricky. The chances are that it will become dangerous. These things have a habit of becoming dangerous. The energy is acting weirdly around strong powerhouses, and lower level one can't bear the pressure of THD energy, I muttered. As I read the last paragraph, which made it very hard for someone like her or Alina to go near this energy, it reacts strangely to bloodlines. When do you want me to leave? I asked. As soon as you can. As you can see, it is kind of import. She replied, okay, I will go change. I said and went inside the lake house. An hour later, my airship was streaking across the clouds toward the Hez forest. It will take me 2 hours to get there with my current speed. 12 days ago, a forbidden zone inside the Hez forest started having problems. First, its energy had become dense before it began to act strangely, like converging around the powerhouses. When people responsible for keeping an eye on the forbidden zone noticed it, they immediately informed the academy. To our luck, there was an emperor-level powerhouse in a nearby area. He went to look into it and barely able to run away with his life. According to him, all the energy of forbidden zone converged around him, pressuring him, wanting to tear his body apart. Academy sent a tyrant-level powerhouse after that, and he too suffered the same fate and had to run away from the forbidden zone to avoid the fate of getting crushed by all the energy. Seeing that, the teacher decided to send Professor when she entered. She said she found her bloodline heating up strangely, and a huge amount of pressure came at her, way more than others. It also happened to Alina when Professor brought her here. Her bloodline too reacted strangely. Seeing this happening, they started on a different approach. They began to send low-level powerhouse like lords inside under cover of protection suit, and strangely, the energy much react to them, but they could not go deeper due to limitation. The Duke and Princes are also the same. The energy reacts slightly heavy to them, but not too threatening, but they also were not able to go much deeper either. And as for the King stage, the energy reacted to the same as it did to Emperor and Tyrant, pressuring them to the breaking point. So that leaves me. Unlike Supreme, the Academy did not have anyone with Apex inheritance at Lord, Duke, and Prince stage. I am the closest thing they have to the Apex inheritance holder and also Duke. The teacher will not have sent me on such a danger rounds mission if there is no other choice. Hez Forest is a small forest, and there are many cities around it. If even a small part of cosmic energy is released to the public, it will be disastrous for them. So I have to collect the data in Forbidden Zone for higher-ups to decide whether it will be dangerous for the general public and perform costly evacuation and relocation. Professor also given me permission to deal with the problem if it is within my ability. I hope nothing bad happened in Forbidden Zone, but hoping that is a fool's dream. In most cases when Forbidden Zones react strangely, it either means the space gap is contracting or widening. And seeing how energy became denser and started spreading, they are signs of space gap widening. The Academy already evacuated smaller towns around the Hez Forest. The 2 hours passed, and the airship landed in the watching post responsible for keeping an eye on the Forbidden Zone. The door of the airship opened, and I walked out and found 3 people were already waiting. The leading woman seemed to be in her late 30s and a king stage powerhouse, and the women behind her appear to mid-20s are at peak prince stage. Are you Michiel Czar? The leading dark-haired woman asked. Yes, I am here on the order of headmistress. I replied and opened the order on my holowatch. I am Regina Cast. I've been asked to provide you all the information you need about the forbidden zone of the Hez Forest, she said and was walked toward the 4-story building beside her. The building is a standard watch post building. It may look unimpressive, but once its protective wards are activated, even the king stage powerhouses would have a problem breaking into it on short notice. Soon, we enter her office, which is medium size with a thick wooden desk and a couple of cabinets to keep the stuff. Are there any changes today? I asked after I had got the latest info in the professor's report, but I still wanted to check on the changes that might have happened in these past few hours. Yes, since midnight, the density of cosmic energy has increased by 0.12, and it's spread 2 kilometers south and 3 kilometers north, she said, looking at her tablet. It is clear that the gap is widening, and seeing such an increase in energy, the gap is widening at a very fast rate. If this continued for a few days, we would have to evacuate the cities surrounding the Hez Forest. The range of the Forbidden Zone will increase, and it won't be long before the whole Hez Forest becomes part of the Forbidden Zone. Professor had sent me here to find the reason for the strange behavior of cosmic energy and deal with it if possible. Cosmic energy is always weird, and its properties depend on the level of filtration it had gone through when it enters the world, but no matter how weird it is, it would not react to bloodlines. It would have been fine if it reacted to one bloodline, but it responded to 2 different bloodlines the same way, and the professor herself told me that her bloodline and bloodline of Alina are starkly different. This had got Professor very excited that if not restriction this energy creating on her, she would have gone there herself, and the reason I am in, despite my teacher's birthday in a few days. Wait, she said when I was about to reach for the door, is there something more you want to tell me? I asked, seeing her calling me out. Cosmic energy had become very different when it converged around you. It felt like you have been stared down by the beast. She informed me I could feel a slight tremor from her voice when she said it. She's likely one of the 3 king stage powerhouses that the Academy had sent inside for survey a few days ago. Thud. 15 minutes later, I reached the edge of the Forbidden Zone walking a few hundred meters. I will come in contact with the strange cosmic energy. Activating my inheritance, I walked toward it, and a few minutes later, I finally came into contact with the cosmic energy, and it made me stop in my tracks. Strange, very strange, I muttered at one glance. This energy did not felt any different from other cosmic energy except for having its own flavor. But as I observe it for a moment, I couldn't help but notice the way it is lingering around my body, checking every inch of it. It couldn't help me make a shudder. It felt like some being is watching me, checking every bit of my body. It has even tried to enter my body, but my armor's seal is too tight for it to do that. In the Castello ruin, my armor had gone through a huge upgrade, and I had created a few formations to seal my armor against the cosmic energy. That time, I had thought the seal was perfect, and no cosmic energy would be able to seep past inside it. But I was wrong. When I reached near the crown tree, some cosmic energy started to seep inside me. During this upgrade, I especially worked on the seal to not a speck of foreign energy seeped inside me. I walked in the Forbidden Zone in the relative steps at each step. I would feel the energy getting denser and this lingering feeling stronger. To be honest, I don't like this lingering feeling. It is extremely uncomfortable and gives me a huge sense of danger. Since my killing rule leveled up to advanced stage, my sense of danger had taken a huge leap, likely because of a fraction of the death aspect I had understood. Suddenly that feeling of danger had vanished as it was never there. The strange thing is, like the feeling of danger vanished, no change had occurred to other things. I'm still feeling the weird cosmic energy, and it is still lingering around me, wanting to get inside me. Fucking strange, I muttered. If the change occurred in the cosmic energy with a feeling of danger vanishing, I would have found nothing strange here, but everything is the same and making my instinct scream danger. I had comprehended the rule, but the instinct I was born with. There are many things and other rule powers that could mess with one's mind, but they could never change or manipulate one's primal instincts, which one had sharpened during the countless battles. The gray mist has started to appear around as I entered quite deeper into the Forbidden Zone, the deepest anyone had entered since the strangeness of this Forbidden Zone has begun. The cosmic energy in this part is quite dense, and it covered me fully, trying to drill inside me, but the ceiling of my armor is too tight for any energy to seep in. On the way, I observed how this energy applies to pressure directly dependent on the level, not one's battle power. Ashlyn and me are at Duke stage, but we could easily kill above average Prince stage powerhouses. It made me think there may be a sentient thing involved in whatever is happening, but this sentient thing is not intelligent. Even dumb monsters could identify aura, but not the battle power. As I said, to measure battle power, one required intelligence. It is my hypothesis alone, and one of the theories mentioned in the report that the Academy made. Seeing all proof, one would be an idiot not to come to this conclusion. There is another contradicting theory in the report too, which many people will be more inclined to believe that this is just the cosmic energy nature. Cosmic energy could be said on the weirdest energy out there, and its nature depends on the layer in which it is filtered. I say space gap, it does not imply an actual space that would be catastrophic if real cosmic energy enters the world. Space gap usually implied to place where the fabric of the world is a little thin. The world's fabric had hundreds of thousands, millions of layers, and through which energy of the cosmos filtered by the world. The mana we used is also one type of cosmic energy, filtered and refined by the world to suit the organisms that live with it. Sometimes the fabric became thin, to which lesser filtered energy came out, which is cosmic energy, and what property it will have is depend upon the layer it is being filtered. This is not the perfect theory, but it is close to one, and most people accept it. Boy, let me tell you, the strangeness you are experiencing is not a work of filtered cosmic energy, but something else. A voice within me rang out, the voice which I hadn't heard for quite a while and had not thought, I will hear it for a few more years, and honestly I had nearly forgotten about a powerful being living inside me. It is sentient being then, I asked, keeping spiked heartbeat steady. When its voice rang out inside me, I had gotten quite shocked and barely stopped myself from yelping out like a little girl. No, the strangeness is neither a work of cosmic energy nor of any sentient being, it is work of something in between. It explained, and I could hear a faint excitement in its voice, which it is trying very hard to control. And what is this in between? I asked back, hee, you will know about it when you see it. It said, I wanted to ask it back again, but I know it will not answer, so I calmly walked deeper. Thing must be great to arouse the powerful being's interest. Till now I have come across many amazing things, including miracle fruits and treasures of the same level, but it had never slightest. This is its first time reacting after so much time. Boy, you should count your luck that you have met me. I have sealed your real constitution. If not for that, you would have died the minute you have come contact with this energy. It said, it is also searching for the body, but you said whatever responsible is not alive. I asked back immediately, using the word alive in place of sentient. I perfectly aware of my perfect host body is very alluring to some bastards. I barely saved myself from some instances where I got caught due to this perfect host body constitution. Boy, your definition of one sentient and alive is too narrow. You will understand their real meaning when you see the vaster world, it said before falling into silence again. Time passed by and soon the evening came, but I continued heading deeper without slowing my speed. The energy has become extremely, it is far thicker than it recorded before the strangeness happened. Everywhere I see, it is gray. The whole area is covered in gray mist, which made it look quite ominous, and bones and withered trees didn't help much in changing the scenery. The small ecosystem, which was built after hundreds of years of specific cosmic energy, had all but been destroyed. If this continues, it will take a few hundred more before flora and fauna get used to this energy and start to flourish inside it. I continued walking and getting deeper and deeper where the energy got even denser. Its density had reached near what I had experienced in the crown tree. This forbidden zone never had such dense cosmic energy. If it had, then its grade would have been much higher, and it is right now, and this is not its real energy density. I have quite some distance to walk. I'm sure when I get deeper the energy density will be much greater than it is right now. I was right. By the time midnight have come, the energy density had reached above what I had experienced in the Castello runes. Seeing the energy reaching very dangerous density, I had activated the rest of the ceiling formations that inactive. Small stream of this extremely dense energy could turn me into dusk within a second. The strong body which I am started to get proud of will wither within a second. By the time morning came, the cosmic energy had become so dense that it felt like I am getting attacked from every corner and reinforced my armor with defensive runes. My destination is now very close. I have to walk 2 hours before I reach the space gap and see what the hell is causing the cosmic energy to act such strangely. Another hour passed and I again looked at the map, telling me that my destination is very close. It better be. I could feel the strain that my armor is feeling, though the seal is extremely strong and could endure far more than it is enduring right now. I still like to stay on the safer side. I had just walked for 5 minutes when suddenly I noticed something which made me stop in my tracks. As I was walking, I saw a dark gray mist present everywhere was thinning out, but on the other hand, the energy purity continued getting denser. It is like a gray cosmic energy is turning transparent for some reason, which I do not like. The more stranger things I come across, the more my instincts scream at me to run away from here as fast as I could. I suppressed the running through and moved forward. Since I had come all this way, I will not get back before seeing the reason for this strangeness, and so I continued walking. Minutes passed as I walked, and the further I got, the more clearer it became till it became extremely clear. It is bright as day, not a speck of gray mist could be seen. If not for crushing cosmic energy and withered tree around me, I would have thought I was walking in a regular forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I stopped, and a moment later, the band that Professor had given me gad started to buzz. I had reached my destination and could see thin like of about half a meter long floating midair. it will be seen like string, but when one looks closer, one will notice that is lying stationary in its place, and from that thin string, very dense brown energy is releasing or more like flooding in. The 10-meter-long huge bone on the ground is sucking all the brown energy coming from it before releasing the invisible energy. If one looks carefully, they will see that the bone itself is controlling the flow of energy. It is the one that is creating suction force on the space crack that is bringing out a huge amount of cosmic energy. I look at the crack for a few moments before I turned at the bone. I did not have to be a genius to know that the reason for strange happening in the Forbidden Zone is related to the bone. It is the one that is sucking the huge energy and releasing transparent cosmic energy that had a weird feeling. This bone is about 10 meters long and pure crystalline. I could see the strange crystalline bone's twinkling stars. Looking at the structure, it seemed to leg bone of some feline monster. As for how it had come here, I don't know. It could have come through the space crack, or it had always been here, and just now it is reacting. The bone is the reason for all the strangeness, and if I deal with it, all the problems with the Forbidden Zone will go away. But when I thought about dealing with it, I come with instinctive fear shackled my body that I could not move an inch. Boy, this is bone of primal star royal tiger. It is not something you deal with your puny strength. A voice inside me rang out. It had been silent since yesterday and finally spoke again. Isn't it just a bone? I asked. I know it is more than bone, but I want some answer, for I am not beneath asking a dumb question. Yes, it's just a bone of beast who has the power to eradicate your whole world with a simple swipe of a claw. Still, that did not matter, as it is just a bone of the beast. What matters it is in this dead bone. There is very faint bloodline of its powerful ancestor who is at its last leg and refused to dry out. It got close of it. It will materialize and wipe you out. It said, bloodline. The bloodlines have always been mysterious. No one much knows about it, but everyone desired them as, unlike inheritances, there are quite high chances that one's children will inherit bloodlines. But unlike inheritances, everyone could not get. Very, very few people have it and able to activate it. There's the option of getting a bloodline, but one has to very, very lucky like Professor to find a bloodline miracle fruit. Is there no way to deal with the bone? I asked. There was silence for a few seconds before it spoke. Sure there is. I could suppress the bloodline, making it weak enough that you have 1/4 chance of defeat it. Do you want to fight it? And of course you will not get any help from me or Little Moon. You will have to fight it alone, it asked, and when it said it, its voice was taunting. Hearing that, I couldn't help but smile. It is taking its little revenge for my little questions earlier. Still, I did not answer its question immediately, as I know the fight will not be easy, and I will not get any help, as it said. Okay, I will fight it, I said. It may be dangerous, but I will be able to deal with the bone and solve the problem, saving the fortune that will cost the Academy to move millions of people. Not to forget, I will get to fight something otherworldly. I could feel myself getting excited just by the thoughts of fighting something otherworldly. Just as I said yes to the fight, I felt faint, invisible energy released from me, and the next moment, the bone started to shine in the starry light, releasing the aura that makes me stopped on tracks that I could not even twitch my finger. It felt very primal, like it came from an apex hunter, which sat on the highest seat of the food chain. R-O-A-A-A-R. It was a primal roar that brought me out of my fear-stricken state, and when I looked in front of me, I saw a huge beast. Yes, beast, not a monster. The bone is gone, and now there is beast in its place, a real beast, not some phantom. It looked real, and I know I am the real world as I could sense the worldly energy and world rhythm. The beast is magnificent, completely different from anything I've ever seen before in my life. I have seen bigger and more scary-looking monsters before, but unlike it, all of them were dumb monsters, but this one is different. It is beast. This is one beast, one that apex hunter with exceptional intelligence. The beast in front of me is a tiger type with a 15-meter-long elegant body, black as night, and had the starry design all over its fur. It also had 2 meters of sharp teeth coming out of its mouth, which looked they could tear through anything. The most notable feature about it is the onyx crown it had over its head. It is clear that the onyx crown is not natural, but it looks like it suited it perfectly to its regal figure. The one thing that surprised me that this beast in front of me has very level, a knight who had just started practicing. I could not sense its battle power, but instincts are screaming at me, telling me that this beast has the strength to kill me. It is now looking at me with murderous, which help raw killing intent, which millions of times greater than my mother, which it was not projected, if it would have easily killed me and everyone else present in the world. Still, its sealed killing intent had frozen me into my place. ROAR. Suddenly, it let out the roar and came at me with a speed that seemed like a blur to me even with my advanced grade killing rule. Seeing, I knew I am the extreme danger. I have to get out of my fear state and face its attack, otherwise I will be torn to shred without having a chance to fight back. Aha. I screamed out internally as I pushed all my will into the fear lock I had been stuck into and broke free. Just as I did, I found the beast has arrived very close to me, seeing that runes inside me lit up, and a sword appeared in my hands and swung it toward extremely sharp claw that is coming at me. Clang, crack, crack, crack. My sword clashed against its claws, and the next moment, I flew back like a broken doll with blood in my mouth containing pieces of flesh and bones that were broken by the impact. My attack was very powerful, but despite that, I was flung back with broken bones. My inheritance's swallowing formations got overloaded. In an instant. I had to activate all crushing formation to release excess energy, and when even that wasn't enough, I took some excess energy into my body. I had to do that. If I had not, the excess energy would have strained the formations of the armor, and that would have turned very bad for me. Like sealing formation, if one of the seals had the problem and stopped working for a moment, it would have been disastrous for me. The cosmic energy entered inside me and finished me off. The battle would have ended before it even started, so releasing the excess energy into my body was the best option for me. Still, my problems are far from over. It could be said they have just begun. The beast is coming at me with blurring speed, coming closer and close to me with each step with speed. It is coming at me. It wouldn't take a second for it to reach me. ROAR. It let out another roar and swiped its extremely sharp claw at me with very fast speed, and the worst thing is with speed it is coming. I could not dodge. I have to defend against it head on. The runes inside me became even brighter as I used all the converted energy I got from it on the counter. When my sword was just inches away from its claws, a cruel smile flashed across its eyes, and it increased the speed of its claw, and it hit my sword with even more power than I had predicted. Clang. Crack, 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 pub, pub. My sword clashed against its claw, and the next moment I shot back with even greater force with blood in my mouth and more broken bones. This fucking monster performed the mischief at the last moment. Just thinking about that, a bloody smile couldn't help but appear. Since I had fought a life and death battle against the opponent, it had been a while who could use the brain in a fight, not just raw power. This beast may be smart, but I am not a dumb shit either. After tasting its power and knowing about its intelligence, I had put all aspects into consideration. Though its using more power was unexpected, but I was prepared for it. I had all the formations ready for the huge force, and when it came, I diverted it across all the right places, but still, I got even more injured than before due to it using more strength. Clank, clank, clank. Attack after attack came. The bastard was too fast. Not a single time I was able to dodge its attack, and the worst thing is, it is using more power in every attack. It is highly intelligent. Instead of using its full power, it is attacking me slowly, with each time its attack getting more powerful than before. This way, I could reveal all my trump cards, and when it became sure I have used all my trump cards, it will attack me with all its power. It is a great strategy. I know it because I applied it in my fights hundreds of times. Clank, clang, clang. It is attacking me without giving me any chance to attack. Every attack is faster and stronger than before, which makes it harder for me to respond. It is observing my every moment and attacking based on that. Every attack is calculated. Not a single swipe of claw is attacked in rage or pleasure. It is fighting with cold, hard logic, surviving every claw of its challenge to me, from distributing its force to realizing everything is done in a split second. Still, even after surviving so many attacks, I was able to find a way to mass discharge its force. I am discharging the attacking force, but not in the quantity I want to be. It is due to that I still have to take a huge amount of force in my body. I am lucky that I have healing constitution and healing rule on top of that slight stronger body, which immediately started to heal any injuries I get during the attack. Clang. I flew back again with a bloodied mouth and broken bones, crashing through the many trees which would break away just as I crashed into them. It can't continue happening. It won't be long before it determines that I had no trump cards or my trump cards mean nothing and attack me with its full power. In that time, I would be in real trouble. I know I have to act, but I don't know how to act. I feel like it will deal with every move of mine with strength. It is the reason why I hadn't attacked any of the moves of Rose domination yet, and I don't want to throw attacks and waste needless energy. It will be more disastrous. Suddenly, I had a strange idea, a combination move which I hadn't used before or not used in a way I am thinking of using. This idea is only slightly better than others, but it gave me a feeling of hope. Clang. I flung away another time, and this time, just as I shot back, 4 vines appeared from my back. These 4 vines are different as these 4 vines. 4 sharp rose blades are attached to their ends. I had used rose vines and rose blade together, and now I just hoped they would work as they should be, and I am fast enough in operating them. Whether it will work or not will depend on how fast I operate it. I am flaying back right, and like always, it is coming at me with even faster speed than before. I could slight cautiousness in its murder-filled eyes. It will be cautious of my vines, which is another challenge for me to use these vines faster. Its claw came, and my sword and vines moved at similar speed toward its claw like me, observing its every movement with the full strength of sensory abilities and killing rule. it is doing the same to me. My sword and vines move toward the claw of the star tiger, my sword at the front, and my vines are just in behind it, with both of us watching each other moves for any mischief. Clang, my sword and its claw touched, and at that exact moment my vines, which were just inches behind the sword blade, erupted with force like never before and took a swift turn toward the neck of the star tiger. Everything seemed to slow down at that moment. I could feel the immense forces coming at me as its claw clashed against my sword, and at the same time my vines moved toward the neck of the star tiger. It had noticed the vines coming toward it, and instead of crazing its neck back, it is moving it toward the vines that are closing it. As it does that, I have not missed the very faint, barely noticeable shine spread across its body. It made it feel that it had become tougher. The attack force came inside me. Multiple functions of my armor got activated and started to spread the flood of force toward multiple parts of my armor. At the same time, my vines reached the neck of the beast. As they reached it, they did not pierce into the neck of the beast. Instead, they started wove around its neck, which surprised it slightly, and that starry shine around its have become a little more intense. As the vines bind across its neck, I started to fly back in like a rag doll like usual, but this time it is different. This time, there are vines involved. Bang, I flew back 2 meters when suddenly I stood due to vines connected to the next. In that instant I used whole 5 of my energy at my legs and pushed it down. It's created torque which diverted the force that is flinging me back and moves me up, and like the rope performer, I curved with the help of vine and moved toward the beast's back. To all that happened, it barely took more than a second, but I had done it, and that was the easiest part. The hardest part starts now. ROARRR. The beast is not going to let me land on its back this easily. It roared and came at me with its open mouth. I could feel joy in murderous eyes as it moved its eyes to eat me up. If others were to this move, they would think it as idiotic. I bound myself to the dangerous beast and also diverted the momentum to land on the beast's back. It looks like I have a death wish as I had served myself to the beast. The beast also seemed to think that too, though it's sufficiently cautious. It still feels that I will end up in its stomach. Unfortunately, it is wrong. Today, I do not want to be on its platter. Instead, it will be on my platter. Old set, first boost. I finally activated the move I had stored for all this while. If I wanted to, I would have used it before. It would have saved me quite a lot of beating, but that was not the right time to use it. As I activated the first boost, I boosted my legs with all my power. I had to use all my strength. If I did not, I would be chomped down by the star tiger's big mouth, which had come dangerously. Everything slowed down. I could see its mouth coming at me from a 1 meter distance while I was moving up under the strain of vines, making me move in a curved fashion. As the star tiger coming closer to me, I could see its speed is getting faster. Seeing activating the first boost, it had also used its real power. FUCK. I cursed when I saw I would not be able to make it. It will be able to chomp on my legs, and once it did that, it will not have a problem in chomping on the rest of my body. So I used the trick that I had been holding back. Thousands of thorns erupted from the vines wanting to pierce through the body of the star tiger, but not a single one of them has been able to pierce through the skin of star tiger. I could see the laugh in the eyes of the star tiger, seeing my attack failing when suddenly a surprised expression flashed across its face. Yes, with the star tiger's strong defense, normal thorns are useless, but not the special thorns made from rose blades. When vines bound across the neck of the beast, the 4 blades of rose blade tried to pierce its neck, but they were unsuccessful. That was an act to disarm it a little about the vines. Its defense and vitality are extremely powerful that even if the blades pierced through them, they would not have much effect. So I did not even try to use them as an attack. Hell, I had never planned a direct attack on it. After experiencing a few blows from it, I had completely understood that I could not kill this star tiger through the conventional mean. I could not hack its neck, and finished it in a single move even if I used the full power of enchantments of my sword and first boost. So I decided to use my brain, and a combination of 2 rose domination moves was the crux of my plan. I am going to such it dry, but for that, normal needles won't work even if they are in thousands. After my fake attacks with the blade, I had transformed them into very thin needles, and just now the beast had a change of expressions before 4 very thin needles have pierced through it. These needles have surprised it and also me, which I don't know why despite guessing it already. As needles pierced through it, I noticed there was no blood inside the beast. It's all energy. With its delay by surprise, I was able to get a precious moment that I needed and survived its mouth by a thin margin. ROAR. My dodge had angered it immensely, and it let out a huge roar, but I have no wish to care for it, at least not for the second. All my focus on the raging energy inside the beast. I had been deciding what to do with it. If it had regular flesh and blood being, I would suck it without question, but now I am dealing with a strange energy. I thought for a moment before going with the usual plan and activated sucking. I had already made a plan to suck it dry and only stopped to think, seeing it is completely made of energy, but time is running out for me, and I see no other option but to go with my usual way. As I activated the suction using all my power and next moment, the vines exploded in growth in less than a second. It covered its whole neck. I was enjoying the growth of vines and directing toward other parts of beast while preparing to land on its back when I felt the energy coming toward me. Someone, or I might say many people, are feeling hungry for it, that they decided to suck this energy with vines and me as a medium. Fuck, I cursed inside me as I felt three consciousness, pulling the strange energy from the beast tower me. The three consciousness from hidden being, Ashlyn, and Nero. Nero consciousness is quite weak that I could cut it from the vine's connection, but I have no power over that hidden being and Ashlyn's consciousness, partially controlling the vines to such a strange energy. When I had attacked with vines, I have not expected this to happen. My plan was to use whatever I could get from the beast to grown vines, make them big enough to bind beast enough that it became incapable of moving before killing it by making it fertilizers for the vines. But my plan had changed without me knowing now. Not only are vines growing explosively by sucking off that strange energy, but that energy also coming toward me through the vine. The reason I am so fearful of this energy because it is giving me a feeling of extreme threat. I am sure if it entered my body, it will kill me within a second. I wanted to stop it from coming to me, but I have no control over it. The two bastards inside me are lusting after it too much. The energy finally entered my body from the vines, and I felt pain like I had never felt before, but that pain disappeared as it came. The hidden being in Ashlyn had formed a connection over it and protected me from its hard, seeing that relief couldn't help but wash over me. Suddenly, a feeling of intense danger came over me, and I noticed a black energy beam right next to me. Sup. I instinctively moved away and dodged the beam by centimeter distance, but that was just the start as, from its mouth, 12 thick as hand energy beams released with the intention of putting a hole in every part of my body. Sup. Horror couldn't help but appear on my face as I saw 10 dark, thick energy beams coming at me. It had finally used its trump card, and I have to say it horror-worthy. The energy beams are extremely powerful that if any one of them went to my heart and brain, I would die immediately. If they went through other parts, I would die slowly. These beams contained very thick energies that destroy my body from within, so I could not let any of these beams pierce through me. I have to do something very quickly. If I did not, then all of the beams would be pierced through me, which would be very bad for me. Seeing all the options, I have to disappear one by one in front of these beams, including my defensive methods. I decided to use the option I had never used before. I activated the nondescript formation behind my back, and just as I did, it nearly sucked all the energy present in my energy storage. I had created this move when I first created my inheritance in the big and small upgrades. I've never removed it. Instead, I furnished it further. This formation is supposed to give me enough power to launch the attack with the far above power. Earlier, I had thought about using it to kill the beast, but did not as I was not confident I could kill it, seeing I've never fought against such beast. It is a good thing I did not because it is not a live beast made of flesh and blood. Even if I had hacked its head, it would not have died. The formation did not take even a moment to suck all my energy. It is created with the intention of my final move. I had spent no efforts in creating the formation, which could suck the energy fast as it can. Zub. The formation finished sucking energy right when the beams appeared next to me and pierced right through me before flying up into the sky, and me, which they passed through, slowly disappeared as if it is light. The dark rays had struck my after image, not me. Right when they were about to pierce through me, I disappeared from my spot. I used to move last to dodge the attack. I did not move far away, just a meter into the thick vines growing at a tremendous rate and now spreading from the neck to other parts of the beast's body. I am fully exhausted with less than one energy inside me and now desperately refining energy from the tower. My body had completely turned pale white and I want to sleep, but now it is not the time. Hidden in the vines, I covered myself into the thick aura to kill energy and made the vines release a thick aura to cloak my own. It will not hide me for longer. I will not be able to stay hidden for more than 30 seconds, which is enough for me to fill my mana storage. It is roaring like mad and releasing dark beams everywhere while spreading its powerful sense around it. However, it was still not able to find me while my vines are growing continuously and have already covered its legs, and in 10 seconds, its whole body will be covered in thick vines that it will not be able to move like it right now. The beast seemed to understand that, and its movements became made that it even rolled on the ground to crush me if I was hiding inside the vines. It is right, I am hiding in the vines, inside a thick vines cocoon I made around its neck. What that saved me from getting crushed, but I don't want to experience the roll of the beat again. The cocoon had reached the limit when the beast had put all its weight on the vines. If it not for it rolling back again, the cocoon would have collapsed, and I would have crushed under its weight. Thud, the vines have covered the beast wholly, and even with its tremendous strength, I could not move its limbs and fell on the ground as now is roaring muffling. As I used vines to bind its mouth, whole screams of its were getting too much. Hun. As the beast fell on the ground, I moved from my spot, as even though I've had it completely bound, I don't close to its body. It might launch some weird desperate attack. I don't to be receiving end of such attack. So even though I had barely gathered 2 of energy and every part of the body is aching, I want to create the distance from the beast. Hun, I was about to jump out of a vine-covered beast body when I suddenly stopped as I noticed something happening inside me. The strange energy is being released from the ashland, and it is merging with my runes. When I carefully looked at the energy, I found it is giving off a similar feeling to the energy that the beast is made of, but it is not giving off a sense of danger to me. The hidden being and ashland are giving me a tiny bit of energy they are sucking off from the star tiger. It is filtered and is completely safe from me. This filtered energy is directly merging with the runes. I first did not notice anything special, but I started to notice the change as time passed. My runes are getting strengthened, and their strengthening seemed to go deeper than what strengthening from a normal strengthening solution could. I could feel them getting stronger, and with them getting stronger, my moves are getting stronger. Ashland and Hidden Being are now sucking more energy from the vines as a result. Seeing such strengthening, I couldn't help but turn happy. For quite a while, I searched for something that does some deeper strengthening like this energy, but I could not find anything at the current level. My runes were too delicate to go through the powerful strengthening, but now they are getting strengthened from their very core. I looked at the strengthening for a while before I stepped out from the beast body. The vines are still connected to me. I am not going to break the connection without it. Ashland and Hidden Being will not be able to suck the beast's energy. 5 minutes passed by, and now the vines on the beast's body have grown even bigger. Now it looked like a small hill. The beast had completely disappeared under this huge load of vines. My inheritance has also strengthened greatly and still going through the strengthening. 2 more vines with needle-thin ends came out of my back and burrowed into the vines. Doing something like this before would have been impossible, but now I could do this with a slight headache. As the 2 more vines burrowed inside the beast, more energy started coming toward me immediately. My runes started getting more energy from Ashland and Hidden Being for my inheritance strengthening. Ow. As I attacked 2 more vines into the star tiger's body, its muffled screams became even greater, and it launches multiple attacks on its body, aiming to cut the vines. If it had done that before, it would have easily survived from the onslaught of the vines, but now it became too late. The vines are now attached to every part of its body no matter where it cut. They will grow back immediately, like now they are growing. Since the sucking begins, I had not stopped the vine's growth. I am not the one to cut corners to get more filtered energy for my inheritance strengthening. In any battle, killing the enemy is the most important thing. Once one forgets that or decided to overlook that because of benefits, that person would surely lose the battle that one is winning. Every second, the vines are growing explosively, and they will continue to grow with such explosive speed till the beast is dead. The beast will not die soon. It still had tremendous energy inside its body, and due to me having only 6 vines piercing inside it, I could not take out too much energy at the time. Till now, the energies I have taken had not much affected the beast. If these vines disappeared, it would still have the power to kill me. This powerful beast would not have been in such a condition if it did not underestimate the vines at first. It had through it can remove them any time. It wanted and decided to focus on me. If it used the numerous attacks it is using right now to get rid of the vines, it would not have taken it more than a second to get rid of them. It is roaring while using every type of attack it had on vines, but not a single one affects the vines much. It is especially targeting the 6 base vines, which are sources of the whole mountain full of vines, but its attacks did not affect them too much as hundreds of huge vines protect them. As my inheritance is getting strengthened, the vines are sucking more and more energy. I wish I could jam hundreds of thousands of thorns into the body of the beast, but its defense is too tight for normal thorns to protect it. At such speed, it will take me hours to such the whole beast, which is too much time, but I don't have any choice since normal thorns couldn't pierce. An hour passed by, and the trickle of energy have turned into a small stream as my inheritance became stronger while the beast is struggling as intensely as before. Suddenly the beast stopped struggling. Not only its body stopped making movements, but its muffled roars have also stopped, and strange calm had appeared descended. Seeing the sudden stop of struggle from the beast, my heart couldn't help but start beating wildly. I am not naive enough to think that beast, which was struggling with all its power, would suddenly just stop and let me suck all its energy without any resistance. Suddenly a loud muffled roar rang out from the beast even when its mouth is bound. It was able to scream loud enough to make me deaf for a second. Fuck, I curse it as right after its roar is finished. I saw a change in its energy. It started roaring and healing, seeing that I couldn't help but curse. It is boiling its energies, making them wild. It is a clear sign of self-exploding. This bastard is a speck of what it was in its prime, but still had enough energy that once it exploded, the explosion will wipe off the whole forest and surrounding cities. I can't let that happen and immediately asked for help from the hidden being, but I got no reaction after asking for help several times. It did not intend to help. Ashlyn is the same. It is like she had become deaf to the pleas she, and hidden being just continued to such off the energy like nothing is happening. Boy, depending on the others is the biggest sin one can commit against oneself. It is self that one should always rely on. A voice of hidden being rang through my head. As I heard it, I stopped panicking and started to think with a calm mind, even knowing death will come at me within a minute. Even if I want to curse it very badly, it is right. Depending on others is the greatest mistake one can make against oneself, and since it had said it, then there must surely a way for me to survive other than running away with all my strength. I started to think, and soon an idea comes into my mind, and it is a thing I had been dreaming of happening since I began to suck off its energy. Since it had begun boiling up its energy for self-exploding, it discarded every attack and defense, which means it had discarded the defense of its body too. That means I could now pierce hundreds of thousands of thorns into the beast's body, suck off its energy. If I could successfully suck all the energy before it self-destructed, I will save myself and the millions of people of surrounding cities and towns. As the idea came into my mind, I did not waste any time, and I directly activated the thorns. A faint sound rang out as hundreds of thousands of vines plunged into the body of beast with slight resistance. Fuck. As thorns plunged inside of beast, 6 base vines that connected me and the beast started to shine and become crystalline instantly as a huge amount of energy came at from the 6 vines. The energy was hundreds of times greater, at the complete limit of what the vines could transfer, and as the energy came at me, it instantly got sucked by the hidden being and Ashlyn. Nero also took it, but what he took was nothing compared to what Ashlyn and hidden being are taking. As they have begun taking a huge amount of energy, they started to give me back some in the filtered form, and it is huge. Every moment my runes are strengthening with a huge amount of energy, hundreds of times more than before. This started to bring a rapid change in my inheritance, for as my inheritance got strengthened, my moves too. As the vines got stronger, they began to bring back more energy, and thus I started to more filtered energy to strengthen them more. It all went into a cycle. I suck energy for Ashlyn and hidden being, and in turn they would give me some filtered energy, which in turn strengthened my inheritance and which will help me bring back more energy. Few seconds passed by, and I noticed a huge problem, and that problem is that even though I am sucking a huge amount of energy from the beast, it is nowhere by the time a minute is finished, and its energies boiled to the point of explosion. It still can wipe out the whole forest and surrounding cities. Taking out more vines is possible due to the strengthening of inheritance, but I couldn't do that to pressure my body too much. My body is not strong enough to bear such pressure. Taking out one more vine will have consequences. I am already at my limit with these 6. I started to think of the other ways, and soon a daring idea flashed into me. Since I could not take more vines out of me, I could connect to those already outside. With that thought, I appeared beside the vine hill and placed my hands on it, and the next moment, vines started to climb on me, spreading on every inch of my body till they covered my whole. It is time for some acupuncture, I said in mind, and the next moment, thousands of thin thorns pierced through nearly part of my body, and to be honest, it was not painful at all. I had thought thousands of thorns piercing through me would be an extremely painful process compared to what I had experienced, until now it was nothing but a gentle touch. Now comes a hard part. I said and opened all the channels on the vines, and the next moment the floodgates have opened, and an immense amount of energy flood into me. The energy was in huge amounts, and if it not for it is getting sucked the moment it touched my body, I would have died the moment it entered inside me. Such an amount would have torn me 100 times over. The amount of energy coming at me immense beyond comprehension, which made the filtered energy they are also giving me immensely. My rules runes are drinking up a huge amount of filtered energy transmitted to them, and I could see the change had started happening to them. Earlier they were getting strengthened from the core, but now they are going beyond that. These runes are getting upgraded beyond their existence, and I couldn't help but become ecstatic by it. What is happening is a huge thing for my inheritance. I had never thought my inheritance would go through such a change. After looking at my runes for a while, I looked at the beast, which again started roaring as I began to drain it at a visible speed and started to boil its energies faster for quicker self-exploding. Seeing the speed of their boiling, worry couldn't help but appear on my face. If it kept boiling at such speed, it wouldn't be long before it explodes, taking me with it. I can't let that happen, so I pierced some more needles into my body. Except for the eyes, heart, and other delicate parts, I pierced needles into whatever space I could find on my body and also enabled vines to suck the energy beyond their limit. I could see the crystalline emerald vines around me glowing brighter and brighter, and smoke started releasing from them as they are getting damaged, but I did not care. They only have to last for a few seconds till I drain the beast up completely. The beast immediately noticed what is happening and started to expedite the self-destruction further. We are in a race it wants to self-distrust, and I want to suck it off whatever happened. It will result in its complete annihilation. It knows that and wants to take me with it. It is my luck that I am dealing with beast made of energy. If it had made of flesh and blood, self-destruct would have taken all but a moment. It would have light up its core, and next moment, boom. Seconds passed by and a flood of energy continued to come inside me. The beast is getting drained at visible speed, but its boiling energies have become a problem as they began to damage the vines faster, but there is nothing I could do about it. D-Hub. Finally, the boiling energy of the beast had reached a tipping point and exploded, but only able to damage the few vines. By the time it had exploded, I had sucked all its energy, whatever it was died, leaving behind only some pieces of withered gray bones. Dead, I said tiredly. The battle was really something, especially the last few seconds where I didn't know whether I would survive or not, but I had survived, albeit by a second. If I had second late in sucking the energy, I would have been vapored with the vine hill that beast was trapped in. The first thing I did was remove the thousands of thorns pierced into my back before calling back vines inside me. A few seconds later, the mountain full of vines has disappeared inside me. The beast has disappeared, and the only signs it had left behind are the gray bones. An hour ago, these bones were crystalline, and thousands of stars could be seen in them, and now they have withered gray and broken into thousands of pieces. I started to pick up these bones. These are the bones of a very powerful being. So even if they are withered, they are still useful, and I am taking them. I am sure they will turn helpful someday. Hair. I said as I was picking a palm-sized bone piece. Around that bone piece is silvery hair. When I unfurled it, I found it as long as my hand and extremely silky to touch at. I've never felt something so silky. Without a doubt, it is not normal. Even the hair tyrants will turn into dust in such dense cosmic energy. It had likely come with bone from outside, might be the hair star tiger. This hair, said the being inside with a sigh. There are some complicated emotions seem to have hidden behind that sigh. Is it the hair of Star Tiger? I asked immediately, seeing it speak. No, it belongs to a completely different race. The owner of the hair is the one that killed the primal Star Tiger, said the being inside me, and he seemed quite sure of it. He likely has noticed some things which is far beyond the current me. Give this hair to the little fox. It will give her relief from her suffering, said the being, little fox. I asked back in confusion. If it had said little Titaness or little moon, I would have thought it is referring to Ashlyn, but this little fox is completely unfamiliar to me. That little girl with unstable aura, give her this hair. That being said, and I immediately understood who it is referring to. You want me to give it to the professor? I asked, but I got no reply from it, which means it wants me to give it to the professor. As for it saying the fox, the professor likely has some fox-related bloodline. I observed the hair one more time, but found nothing special about it other than being extra silky. I want to try pulling hard, but I stopped myself from doing that. Even though it will not damage seeing the powerful being it belongs, but I still don't want to risk it. I carefully put the silvery hair into the runic box before collecting all pieces of bones soon. I fished collecting them all and surveyed the whole area. Nothing special could be seen around it. Now the space crack again came to omitting black cosmic energy, and will take a few months before the extra thick cosmic energy dissipates, and everything returned to as it was before. Seeing there is nothing special, I took the air. The problem had been solved. I could now go back to the academy. While flying, I concentrated on my runes and saw them completely changed. The runes have gone through a big transformation. They have become completely crystalline, with every inch of them projecting powerful energies contained inside them. Some other runes had a bigger change than all other runes of my inheritance. In the formation block containing 5 rows domination moves, 2 blocks in the 5 blocks are shining in the gentle emerald light. All the other runes are white crystalline, but the runes in 2 smaller blocks are gentle emerald in color. These 2 smaller blocks contain formations for rose blades and rose vines, the 2 moves used to harvest energy from the star tiger, and got something extra. Still, I am incapable of using these extra powerful runes. Hell, I won't be able to use all the power of my runes, much less extra power provided by these special runes. My body and soul restrict me. The stronger they are, the more power I will harness from these special runes. So from now on, I should put my focus on strengthening my body and soul. I have now got these amazing runes, and it would be a waste if I did not use them as their full potential. Half an hour later, I flew out of the dense cosmic energy-rich area, took out my airship, and flew toward the academy while also started writing the mission report. The report is mostly true, except for the tiny part like bone and the beast that it had become. By the time I had finished writing the mission report, I had reached the academy. Thud. Soon the airship landed in the academy I stored in my storage and flew toward the teacher's office. Knock, knock. Come in, teacher said. After I knocked on the door, I went inside and found both teacher and the professor inside. How was the mission? Teacher asked as I took the seat beside the professor. Good. I replied and took out the box. I had already sent the report, and I am sure they both have read it. So this is the bugger that had created such big trouble, Professor said, and took the small box from my hands. I had blamed everything on the hair in my report, with no mention of bone and the beast. Just one small hair had created such huge Professor said as she opened the box. She took it from my hands and stopped suddenly when her gaze fell on the silvery hair in the box. Professor stopped mid-speaking as she looked at the silvery hair. Her eyes are so fixated on her that one might feel like she got enchanted by it. Maybe she is. Gasp. She looked at hair for a few seconds before she took it in her hand. A second after she took the hair in her hands, a gasp rang out in the office. The gasp has not come out from the professor, but from the teacher. She looks at the professor with wide eyes. Josie, your aura. She said in a whisper-like voice. That is when I noticed the aura of the professor, which is always going high and low like a roller coaster, has now become calm as water. I failed to notice it as the professor always keeps her aura on mute. One has to try to put conscious efforts to sense her aura. This hair somehow resonates with my bloodline, Professor said softly, which surprised the teacher, and I too put a surprised expression on my face aptly. It was right, the hair did stabilize her aura somehow, but I wonder why he used words suffering though. It is quite a heavy world which one did not use lightly. Michiel, I've read your report, but could you elaborate on what you had observed when you entered the Hez forest? The teacher asked. It is an elaborate way of asking me to tell things that I might have omitted in my report. I started, and of course, I said what I had written in my report and nothing more. I may trust the teacher very much, but there are some secrets I very much preferred to keep to myself. It's just as your report states. The teacher said while directly looking into my eyes. She is insinuating that I omitted something but did not press. I stayed in her office a few before I walked out of it. Thud. A few minutes later, I landed on my lakehouse's patio and walked directly toward my practice room, where I took out a tub from my storage and filled it with cosmic water before dropping a few drops of liquid from the small bottle. I took off my clothes before slipping into the tub. I would have liked to sleep before going through this painful process, but seeing the change my runes had gone through, I did not want to be held behind other aspects. I want to strengthen my body to the maximum degree. Only then will I be able to use my runes at their full potential. 20 minutes later, I stepped out of the tub and walked toward the shower. The refining was painful as usual, but I got used to it, so it did not affect me. I only wish to use more solutions to refine my body and soul, but that will not happen. The veins are too delicate. That slight careless could immediately turn me into a cripple. My current refining is a slow process, but I am getting the results. I have to continue without stopping, and it won't be long before I see the result of that. 10 minutes later, I walked out of the shower and laid directly on the bed. A few seconds later, I was in a deep sleep. I woke in the evening with a hungry stomach. I got up from the bed and freshened up before cooked something for Ashlyn and me while also practicing for my test. Today's experience has given me some inspiration for the test, and I plan to follow through with it. I hope that end of the month, I would create something which would help me pass the test of the tome. With me finished eating, I spent a few hours in my tome studying the 7 books and working on my inheritance before I came out and gone through the refining again before sleeping. 2 days passed, and in these 2 days, I've changed my timetable a little. Now I had not only started to go through the refinement in the morning and evening, but also the late afternoon. Whatever strain my veins suffered during the refining process, it got healed completely within a few hours. Then, I could easily go through the next refinement after that. Ting. I was changing clothes when I saw a message that appeared on my holowatch. I had been a busy whole day and barely able to sneak some time in the guise of changing, so I could go through my afternoon refinement. Today is the teacher's birthday, and since morning, I had been very busy making arrangements. It is not just the birthday of Marina Charleston, but also the birthday of the headmistress of Riverfield Academy. Means the celebration has to be grand whether she wanted or not. Many powerful people are coming from Supreme to Tyrants. There is also envoy from the Pyramid, so we can't hold back on the celebration. The Academy had already issued a decree that every student and professor have to be at their best behavior, lest they embarrass the Academy in front of all these people. It is especially for Alina and me that she is the headmistress's daughter, and I am her student. Our behavior will directly reflect on the teacher. I had received the message from Alina. She is asking me to come as soon as possible. We have to be at the gate of the Academy to greet the guests. Seeing her message, I immediately came out of the shower, dried myself with my ability, and wore the tailored suit that had arrived in the morning. The black suit is perfect. It is cut in such a way that it highlighted all my plus points and even made my average face look a little handsome. If you CK, that old man is going to glower me to death. I said. I flew out of the cabin. It is only 40 minutes since I had asked break for a change. Alina said that old had asked where I am. Benjamin Carlos is one of the old tyrant of Academy and also responsible for welcoming guests with us. He is very strict and likes to glower at anyone who made the slightest mistake. Even Emperor stage professors would shudder under his gaze. The only person he talked to like a normal person is Alina, and that is because he knows her grandfather, and not to forget her mother is headmistress. Thud. I landed near the gate with a loud thud, but not crinkle appeared on the suit. I had covered it with my energy to protect against wind and other things. I want it to be perfect until this birthday celebration ends. You look good. The suit brings out all your hidden points, Alina said as she appeared beside me. To her compliment, I just smiled before turning to her, who has become a goddess in shimmering black gown. You look ravishing. I complimented her. Long shimmering gown made her look extremely beautiful. Her gown is made of some silky material that highlights every part of her body, and that daring neckline adds another charm to it. Let's go. The guests will start arriving in a few minutes, Alina said, and we moved toward the gate. A minute later, when we reached there, everyone was already there. I was the only one that hadn't come. We appeared and stood beside Professor Angelica, who smiled at us, but the next second I felt myself shudder when I saw old man Carlos glaring at me with his sunken eyes. He continued looking at me for a few seconds before he looked away, and I heaved a sigh of relief. His glower felt like the gaze of the powerful predator who could eat me in a single bite if he wished. We stood by the silence for 20 minutes when finally, the guests started to appear. The first guests were from Emperor-grade organization. They arrived every few minutes, and we welcomed them according to their designation. There is strict etiquette who should welcome who. The professor and tyrants welcomed Emperor stage professors, also welcomed the people from Emperor-grade organizations. But if the attendee is tyrant stage powerhouse, then one of two tyrant stage professor and I and Alina would receive them. Old man Carlos would only welcomes people from supreme organizations. He is a council member. It will be beneath his station to welcome anyone lower. There are some exceptions, like some old monsters of tyrants or the people he knew at the personal level. We continued to receive the stream of Emperor-grade organization members for a while before tyrants, and similar level people started coming in. All the tyrants' grade organization have sent tyrant powerhouse for this function, which alone shows how they respect academy and teacher, as the official designation of academy is Emperor-grade organization, and tyrants' grade organization rarely sent tyrants at such celebration. Though our official designation may be Emperor-grade due to political reasons, that does not mean our strength is equal to Emperor-grade organizations. Academy is very powerful. We are no less powerful than the top tyrant organizations. Soon the guests of the Emperor-grade academies stopped coming, and only tyrants and independent people continued. It lasted for an hour before the stream slowed down, and barely anyone is now coming through the gate. Nearly all the guests have come. Only people from Supremes and some powerful individuals have remained to come. They will come. The evening has come, and the celebration will start within an hour. The guests from Supreme will come before that. So we waited, and 15 minutes later, the first guest has come. They are from Silverstone Academy. There are 5 people, and man's lead in his late 30s. As he came forward, old man Carlos himself received them. He talked to them for a few minutes before sending them inside with one of Emperor's stage professor. A few minutes later, another group of Supreme came and welcomed by the old man. One by one, they came and were welcomed by the old man. To be honest, I am feeling quite bored. All this smiling and talking pleasantly getting on my nerves. I would rather suffer the torture of refinement. Still, I have to do it, and it will not be the last time but the first of many. Such functions are parts of life and have to be celebrated to get some relief from the horrors of the war that we have been fighting for thousands of years. Mitchell, I was busy with my thoughts when suddenly I heard the familiar voice and saw Ellen is coming toward me. Seeing that ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It had been a long while since I have seen her. The last was in the native continent. Ellen, I said happily as I hugged my friend. It's a nice surprise, I said as I eased the hug. Her coming was a great surprise to me. When I had talked to her a few days ago, she did not mention anything about coming here. Well, I missed my friend, so tagged along with Sir John, she said as she motioned toward the tyrant stage powerhouse she had come with. Where is fiancé? You did not bring her, I asked her when I did not see her fiancé with their group. She's busy practicing something important, she said. Well, welcome to Rivefield Academy, I said as I welcomed her. I'll talk to you later then, she said, seeing me receiving duty, and left after giving me one more hug. I did not know you know Ellen Ashford, Alina said. A clear surprise is written on her face. Not only her, but others too seemed quite surprised by that, which felt quite strange to me. One by one, all the people from the 9 Supreme have come, including those from the detestable Skysaber. Now only a few independent powerhouses and envoy of the pyramid have remained to come. They will also arrive within 15 minutes before the celebration starts. Welcome, said one tyrant professor as independent tyrant have come, and asked one of the emperor's stage professor to take him inside. In the next 10 minutes, few more people have come except for the envoy from the pyramid. I had just thought that when suddenly 3 people materialized, one tyrant and 2 emperors wearing a red and long coat that only envoys from the pyramid wore. I looked at 3 people as their faces became clear, and when I saw the face of the leading woman, I got completely stumped for a second. It had been 9 years since I saw her, and she looked just the same or just more radiant. Welcome, Lady Catherine and envoys of the pyramid. Old man Carlos said, and there was slightly more respect in his eyes when he looked at the women than others. Mitchell, it's been a while, isn't it? She said as she comes toward me after excusing herself with old man Carlos. Yes, 9 years, Aunt Georgia, I replied. She is the mother of a childhood friend, Rose, whom I thought was dead in a monster horde, along with her family, but it was all just an illusion. She had lived in the same town as us for nearly 10 years. Mother had hired her after I was born to seal the curse inside me, as this woman is one of the best in the world in the sealing arts and also the one who had sealed my curse. If not for her, I wouldn't be here. Wow, you have all grown up, she said and ruffled my hair with familiarity, and also got great inheritance. Your mother and teacher seem to be very proud of you, she said. You're polite as ever, Mitchell. I wish Claire had learned something from you. She is still in her rebellious phase, Aunt Georgina said with a sigh. Hearing her mention Claire, I couldn't help but remember the friend I had thought dead for years. We are about the same age, and with Tyrant's powerhouse as a mother, her progress would not be worse than me. How is Claire? I asked. She is fine. I would have brought her if she had not been in the grim battlefield, she said. We will talk later, Mitchell. She said. She walked into the academy, seeing another guest appeared by the gate. Okay, I said and put a smile on my face for the next guests that had come. First, Ellen Ashford and now Georgina Morse. You seem to know a lot of important people, Alina said after the guest went inside. She is a family friend, I replied. 10 minutes before the celebration, we left the gate with Sir Carlos and flew to the ballroom. When we entered the huge ballroom 5 minutes later, it was filled with guests. Everyone chatting with each other held drinks that had cost Academy arm and legs, while stuffing a pero into their mouth. More than half of the conversation about the food was going around. Teacher and professor cooked these aperos and food that will come later. Both of them have learned recipes above 100. Teacher wanted to leave everyone impressed and forced professor to cook with much to her dismay. It is good that Alina and I had learned too low that all the food that is served at the party is above the rank 100. Why don't you take a bite? I said to Aline softly as she looked at the tray of apero passed by us. Hearing this question, Alina looked at me angrily. Do you want my mother to flay to my skin? She asked me angrily. We are not allowed to eat most of the food at the party. The teacher did not want to taste this food, which would hinder us from making progress in our current stage of cooking. The food served here is above 100 in tome. Eating such high-grade food would mess our senses a little. The tome may not look much, but all the recipes are deliberate. Each one would improve one energy control by step, and since we are learning from the tome, eating a high-level recipe would not be good for us. So we just took the drinks and enjoyed them slowly, as they are one of the things that we eat or drink. I wanted to talk to Ellen, but the tyrant powerhouse she had came with, taking her to meet one important person after another, that I did not even get a chance to approach her. It is the same with Aunt Georgina. Many people have surrounded her that I don't think I can talk to her without getting disturbed by others. Are you prepared? Alina asked when I was tracking Alina that it took me a moment to release her words' meaning. Of course it should be they who should be worried about, I said with a cocky smile. It is the birthday celebration of the head mistress of Riverfield Academy, which means traditions will be followed. Whenever the birthday of such an important person happened, there is always duels. Since the important person is too powerful to fight a duel in such a small place, this responsibility falls on their students, which are technically considered their successor. It is the reason why nearly all the people who had come brought at least one Duke-level person with them. Tonight, there will be a lot of duels that I will have to fight. If I had not been the only student, then this responsibility would have fallen on Alina. Still, she is not completely out of danger. Some people might challenge those who wouldn't want to fight a beautiful woman so that they can impress her with their power. As we were chatting with the guest, suddenly all chatting quite down as the teacher finally made an entry, hand in hand with Alina's father. Both of them looked perfect, especially the teacher who is wearing a long violet gown. She looked extremely beautiful that as she made an entrance, everyone's eyes got glued on her. Professor invited the teacher and her husband to the center of the ballroom, and at that moment the band stopped playing, which gathered attention to the central stage. Happy 45th birthday, my dear elder sister, Professor said, and the whole ballroom cheered, including me. Usually such speeches were given by spouses, but Alina's father is a member of the Supreme, and it would not do good for Academy's prestige to have him give the speech. Phew, I was finally able to get away. Sir John is too much sometimes, Ellen said as she appeared beside me. I wanted to come to you, but I couldn't see how he is taking you from one person to another, I said. To that she just smiled. How are you feeling? Any nervousness? She asked. No, I am quite looking forward to it. I said I had never fought the duel in a traditional sense, and seeing so many people of the same stage as me, I couldn't help but feel excited. Be careful, the duels are not like a fight. Duels require far more brains than the fights, she said. I couldn't help but nod at her advice. Duels are fought in limited space, which makes the battles even more complicated. Here, a strategy is very important in the duel. Those with slightly weaker strength have a chance to win over their stronger opponents if they use their brains well. This is seriously good. Why aren't you eating any of it? Ellen said as she took another bite from her dinner plate. I can't. I am practicing something which forbids me to take the foreign energies, I said. Hearing that, she arched her brows in doubt. She clearly did not believe my excuse, but she did not press it when I did not answer. 2 hours passed, and nearly everyone finished with food and chat, and now everyone is waiting for the last segment of the celebration. The teacher had realized that she walked into the center of the ballroom. Just as she did, a circle of 150-meter diameter lit up with her as the center. There are very things I have done which I am most proud of, and one of these things is accepting Mitchell as my student. He has all the qualities that I wanted in my student and some more. He had made me proud at every step, teacher said as she looked at me. Hearing such praise, an unexplainable feeling couldn't help but arise in my heart, and my eyes became misty. Mitchell, come, let these friends challenge you to the duel. Teacher said. Yes, teacher, I said, and walked into the ring of a rite that had been created when step inside. Who will challenge the Mitchell first? As she appeared beside me, Professor asked. I, Rock Johnson from Red Lava Fort, will issue the first challenge, said a voice right after Professor finished. It is from stocky-looking young man around my age, with a powerful peak Duke stage aura radiating from him, and as I had expected, he is from the Emperor Grade organization. Usually there are 9 challenges in the duel, 3 from Emperor Grade organization, 3 from Tyrant Grade, and 3 from Supreme, and sometimes Independent squeezed between them. The stocky young man soon appeared in front of me. There is only 50 meters distance between us, as runes regulate. You both know the duel rules, so I will not bore you with it. The duel with when I said one, Professor said. The rules of duel are pretty simple. There are 2 ways to beat the opponents. First, thoroughly beat him like a normal fight, or make your opponent cross the line, and you will win automatically. 3, 2, 1. Just as Professor said 1, a blazing red aura burst out of my opponents like a dam, and a red lava spear appeared in his hands as he came at me screaming. He speeds remarkably, and seeing him using all his strength, he likely wanted to finish the duel in one move, a bold strategy, I might say. If I am not wrong, he has core inheritance of Red Lava Fort, which I don't remember correctly, but I know that type of thick blazing red aura created by their core strategy. His speed is good, so is his strategy, but unfortunately, it is far from enough to beat me. Sup. I let him came halfway when emerald green vines with a faint look shot out from my back. Its speed is so great that most of the dukes only saw it as an emerald blur. The vine moved with the speed of lightning, and soon it reached the stocky young man, and before he could do anything, or too slow to do anything, he found himself getting wrapped by green blur. When it comes to himself, he found himself stopped and completely bound by thin emerald vines. The vine had tied him in such a way that he could move even an inch. The complete silence descended into the ballroom. All of them seemed quite surprised by my strange move, and the way it tied him that he was not even able to move an inch. The stocky guy struggled for a few seconds when he finally stopped struggling and looked at me. My vines have been fully covered in that lava, and I could see he is concentrating on them, wanting to burn them with his power. But unfortunately, these vines are not things he could burn, at least with this kind of power. I let him try for a second before I activated my vine's most famous ability for it. They have been created. As I activated my ability, his expression changed suddenly before he screamed and lava blazed around him, making him the lava monster. But a few seconds later, the lava started to reduce at the visible pace, till not a speck of it remain, or it is getting sucked by the vines before it shows itself out. Another change had also occurred in my vines that are tying him. If earlier they have been tying him like a rope, now after sucking his energy, they have covered it like a cocoon. His whole body is covered in vines. The only visible part is his head. He's looking quite angry and still releasing a huge amount of lava from his body, but all that is coming out is instantly getting sucked by vines and used as fertilizers for its growth. Earlier, I could not do something like that. The energy used to unpure compared to what is found inside the body, but now that my vines have got the big upgrade, they can now suck any type of energy. If it had been Grim Monster or a monster, my vines would not have been such restricted. I would have just pierced the thorns inside and sucked their energy to make my vine grew. This stocky guy is no challenge. If I wanted, I could have easily tightened vines the first time and make it concede, but I don't want to seem like too harsh, and my opponent also would not be satisfied with his defeat, so I gave him time. He continued struggling, using more and more lava, but nothing changed except for the cocoon of vines, which continued growing by feeding off its energy. He finally stopped after a minute, releasing there is no way to get out of these vines. His face looked quite bad when he realized that he could not do anything against the vines. I concede, he said finally, and as he did, the vines unfurled themselves immediately and came back to me. It was a good duel, I said politely, to which he gave a mirthless smile before walking out of the ring. Others seemed quite surprised seeing such an end, usually duel quite fast-paced where one would launch attack after attack to finish off the opponent as fast as they can. Well, the duel had ended quite differently than expected, said the professor before she looked at everyone. Who is going to challenge next? She asked. Gillian Rim from Lightning Trench would fight the next duel, said a purple hair girl with a punk look. The punk look looked amazing on her. I've never seen anyone pull a punk look as good as her. Like my earlier opponent, she is also from the Emperor Grade organization and is at peak Prince stage with an impressive deathly aura. She must have killed quite a lot to get such aura. She appeared in the ring and stood in front of me, watching me carefully with her purple eyes, which I am sure is not her real eyes color as her hair. 3, 2, 1. Purple smiting, she said just as the professor said one, and purple lightning covered her body, and a purple sword appeared in her hand through which she launched tens of lightning strikes at me, while coming toward to at amazing speed. These purple lightning bolts are meter long and thick, as my hands one couldn't help but shudder when seeing them. She had learned quite a lot from my past opponent. It is good to come directly at the opponent, but don't make yourself a direct target of their attacks. Always have something for a cover. These powerful lightning strikes are both her attacks and her cover, and according to her, by the time I deal with her attack, she would reach close to me. Unfortunately, she had underestimated me too much. A vine released from my back and moved faster than the lightning strikes coming toward me. The vine moved fast, and instead of going directly at the punk girl that is coming toward me, it went toward the lightning. Kutch, kutch, kutch. A moment later, the vine reached the first lightning bolt and pierced through it while sucking all its power before moving toward the second lightning bolt and third after that. The vine moved like a deadly snake, piercing one lightning bolt after another before sucking them up. It did not take long to decimate all the lightning bolts and move toward the punk girl. She saw the vines coming toward her and decided to dodge it, but increasing her speed further. Still, unfortunately, the vines touched her and within a second tied her up completely while sucking up all the purple lightly that has been covering her. Lightning eye, she did not want to go down easily, and just as vines tied her, she summoned a huge amount of lightning from her body, nearly using all her energy wanting to the vines to ashes. The amount of lighting she had summoned is huge that within a second, an area of 10 meters around her was completely covered in thick purple lighting. No sign of her and vine could be seen in such thick lightning. I couldn't help but be impressed by her move. Not everyone has the will to use all their energy in a single attack. People always tend to hold for emergencies and never able to take their attack to its limit. This girl did it. She had used all her energy in a single attack, and it would have been enough to damage my old vines a little bit. But to new vines, this sort of attack is nothing but a trickle. A few seconds later, the concentrated lightning field started to recede at a visible pace, and before long, completely disappeared, revealing the punk girl completely cocooned in vines with a disappointed face. Her whole body is covered in thick vine cocoon. The only part that is opened is the head, which is hanging in disappointment. I concede, she said after looking at me in the eyes. All the disappointment she had been feeling a moment ago had disappeared, and now there is only resolve in her eyes. Seeing such resolve, I know this girl will work hard when she returned to her organization. The third opponent from Emperor Grade was the dumbest one. He thought it would be a great idea to run along the ring's edge. I don't know why he thought such a weird idea, but I let him move around the edge for a while before whipping him with my vine and sending him out of the ring. With him out of the ring, I have finished all the challenges of the Emperor Grade organizations. Usually, this time, there is a break, but seeing I had barely fought, I decided to continue with the battle. The next ones to challenge me were from the Tyrant organization. They were much better than those from Emperor Grade organizations, but all of them still lost to me, and like those from the Emperor Grade organization. The upgrade my inheritance ruins have received is beyond amazing. I did not have to put much effort into defeating them. I beat them all within 10 minutes. Now, only members of Supreme have remained their cream and crop of the world, only below hosts of the Apex Inheritance. The guests from Supreme did not bring hosts of Apex Inheritance or someone of those levels. Only Ellen is that level had come, but I already know she will not going to fight the duel, which is quite disappointing. I really wanted to fight her to test my strength. Still, I am quite excited about my next 3 fights. These people are from Supreme. Their battle power is far from what members of other organizations could compare. Only Supreme could be compared to Supremes. Who would call the challenge next? Professor asked as she looked toward the groups of Supreme. I Miranda spell from Miss San would fight the duel, said the girl, beautiful tall girl, as she walked into the ring. As she did, the red dress she is wearing had transformed into a red battle suit which had covered her whole body. She also takes out the red-colored gemmed rapier, which looked exquisite. I had come here to fight you specifically, and I have to say, you have proven to be the son of your mother, she said as she stood in front of me. 3, 2, 1. As the professor said one, a beautiful sky blue armor appeared on Miranda's body, and as she came at me, and the speed method she is using is unique. Interesting, I said in my mind. Her speed method has an illusory element in it, making it very difficult to track her movements. Not forget, the speed this method provides is also extremely fast that past challengers could not be compared to. Seeing the dense, deathly aura around her, I am sure this method would have helped her gain some. I finally became serious in duel. All the opponents were nothing in front of me, but I could not consider Miranda anything. She is dangerous, and I have to be serious when attacking her. Sup. A vine shot out of me like a snake. I could see her eyes flashed in surprise as it moved toward her with accuracy, as if her illusory method is not working on it, and truly her illusory method is not affecting me much. Though it is good, it is far from enough to distract me. I have Apex Constitution with Killing Element, and also advance my killing rule to an advanced stage, not to forget the boost I am getting from my inheritance. With all these elements combined, her illusory trick is nothing in front of my eyes. Soon my vine reached her, seeing that her armor started to glow and blue energy covered her rapier, which she swung at my vine. Her rapier's speed is very rude. Normal Peak Duke would cut into two before knowing what had happened, but in front of vines is nothing. As the rapier was an inch away from her rapier and moved toward her legs, she tried to stop the vine with her sword, but she has been grossly unsuccessful. Mercurial burst. Seeing there is no stopping the vine, she used her defensive method, which created a thick light blue layer around her. The vines did not seem to care about that, climbed over the layer before tying itself into familiar fashion around Miranda's body. As the vines wrapped around her, Miranda moved toward me with a confident smile, as if the vine is not affecting her at all, and in reality, the vine truly not much affecting her movements. More than 5 inches thick defensive layer is between vine and Miranda. This defensive layer is extremely hard to vine but water-like to Miranda, through which she could easily move her limbs. She seemed to have studied my vine from previous fights and how it attracts energy, but unfortunately, she seemed to forget something about the vine. I don't know whether she had not studied my battle record or forget it before she came here intending to fight me, because if she had studied my battle record, she would have easily able to find the way my vine work and would not have such a confident smile on my face. I am sure there would be a detailed file about me in every Supreme and other leading organizations. They make a file on everyone who stands out. I let her come toward me, and when she was just 5 meters away, I brought out the thorns. Everybody who studied my battles would know my vines have really sharp thorns, which are used in sucking up essences of grim monster. The thorns pierced through the solid, thick defensive layer without a problem and sucked it all in a moment, and used that energy to form a vine cocoon around her that by the time Miranda stopped forcefully by vines, she is just a meter away from me. You lost, I said. Yes, I lost. Miranda accepted it with a sigh as she did. Vines unfurled from her automatically. After Miranda left, a person from the Silverstone Academy had challenged me, which was quite disappointing as I was hoping someone from the Sky Saber would challenge me. I wanted to collect some interest on them. Even though it is completely different people who had harmed me, I still want to take some of my revenge on their members. I still could not forget the fear I had been feeling in the space seal. If not for me, Professor, I would have turned to the dust there with no one knowing how did I die. My battle with a member of Silverstone Academy finished within a minuet, just like that of my fight with Miranda. He was powerful but not powerful enough. He conceded right after my vines wrapped around him. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the rules, this the last duel Mitchell will fight. I hope you will make it memorable, Professor said, directing a taunt at the Supremes, seeing 2 of their members lost without putting even a decent fight. Hearing that, expressions of Supreme members changed for a moment, and Ellen looked at Sir John again, asking for his permission, but the man gently shook her head, saying no. Seeing that, I couldn't help but be disappointed. These easy fights have bored me quite much. There was no challenge in them. I wanted to fight someone who had some power, made me take out my sword and use my old convectional set. Like Rose Domination, old set also received quite a boost from the crystal runes. I want to test its powers against the worthy opponent. I, James Radcliffe, like to issue last challenge. A voice said. I looked toward the voice and saw an unassuming young man by the beefy middle-aged. Seeing how similar their faces are, he is likely a middle-aged man's son. If I am not wrong, then this middle-aged is Lord Mike Radcliffe, an independent peak tyrant powerhouse. He was on the guest list but hadn't come when we were receiving the guests. He had likely came when the celebration had begun. He had a powerful bloodline of some beast, and according to intel, his son seemed to have inherited that bloodline as well. Unlike his father, who would get to remember whoever saw him, James had an unassuming face people would forget about him after taking a glance. It's not like he is ugly or anything one could say. He is handsome with blonde hair and an angular face couple with tall stature, but people would not easily notice this kind of people would easily become invisible in the crowd. Seeing him entering the ring, I couldn't help but get excited. I could not sense his battle power due to his bloodline's restriction, but I know it is very powerful, and I had to be very serious if I want to defeat him. Unlike the opponent I had fought before, who were all at peak Duke stage, he is just at high Duke stage, one small level higher than me. The duel will begin when I said one, Professor said and started the count. 1, 2, 3. As the professor said one, explosive aura shot out of James' body that made all the hair on my body stood up and made me shocked from the core. I had expected him to be powerful, but not this powerful. From his aura, his strength seemed to be on the same level as Rachel and others, top seeds of Supreme Organization. I will have to try very hard if I want to defeat him. I will have to give my all. As the explosive aura shot out of him, purple and black lines started appearing on his body, and his hair also turned half purple and half black. His eyes also changed, one has turned black while the other purple, with both having designed white intertwined lines on their irises. Seeing such great transformation at an early stage, I couldn't help but get surprised again. It is common knowledge that the greater the host's transformation, the more power he will be able to harness from the bloodline. You should use all your power from the beginning, otherwise, you will be thrown out of the ring before you know it, he said. His voice was not mocking when he said it, he is very serious when he said it. Don't worry, I will not hold back, I said, and the next moment, silver armor with multicolor wings appeared on my body. The upgraded runes had brought a change in the armor too, gone with the metallic feel. Now my armor looked like it is made of pure white crystal. It looked more delicate than I am comfortable with, but I could not do anything about it until the next upgrade. Ready? He asked. I nodded, and just as I did, he came at me with a speed that felt blurring even to me. As he came, purple-black 1-meter-long spiked mace appeared in hand. This again surprised me. Mace is not a common weapon. It requires immense strength to use, and not everyone could use it. Seeing him coming at me with such amazing speed, a smile appeared on my face, and the next moment I disappeared as a whole old set lighted up inside me, and my totem artifact appeared in my hand. My speed is no less than him, and it only took a moment for us to meet halfway in the ring. As we appeared opposite to each other, we swung our weapons at each other. Clang! A defining metallic sound rang out as our weapons clashed, and a shockwave arose which had swept the whole ballroom. Some powerhouse has to stabilize some weaker duke from the shockwave. They all have surprised their eyes seeing the power of the first clash. It is great, especially the one that came at me. The force coupled with strange bloodline power came at me like a tsunami, wanting to tear through every part of my body, but before they could do anything, they became the food of my runes. Especially, the bloodline power runes directly consumed it without purifying it. You're stronger than I had thought, he said with visible surprise in his eyes. The clash just now was very powerful, but not one of us had shaken up a little. But it is just a beginning, let's see how long you last, he said with confidence before swung his mace at me again with incredible power. The strength he is using is 3 times more than the last time. He is fully confident in his win. If I had been in his place, I would have been too with such a powerful bloodline. Its mace came at me with extremely fast speed, but I am ready. The whole old set is shining glitteringly inside me, ready to provide me as much as power I need. Clang! Our weapons clashed again, this time with even more force, which created a bigger sound and shock wave and sent more energy toward each other, and that was just the beginning. Clang, clang, clang. Clash after clash rang out, creating bigger and bigger shock waves that spread through the ballroom. But we did not care for Maya that we want to overpower each other with pure strength and energy that we are sending towards the other's direction to crush the other. But both of us have our means to deal with. While I don't know how it is dealing with my inheritance energy, on the other hand, refining it and reusing it to attack it back. Unfortunately, I am only doing that with force. The bloodline energy, on the other hand, is getting sucked apart by my runes ravenously. Sup. We were fighting when suddenly, I noticed a faint spike in his aura, and its strange eyes shone, and 2 condensed beams of energy shot through his eyes. These beams are condensed with concentrated bloodline energy, and if they pierced through me, it would be game over for me. This attack is very powerful and very sneaky, launched at the perfect moment, and at the same time it attacked me with the mace. The strength he is using behind the mace attack is immense. He had never put behind such attacks before. I couldn't help but marvel at my opponent's ability while I am focused on fighting the fight he is on winning it, and like an expert fighter, it weaved the attack to keep his opponent busy before launching 2 powerful attacks at the same time that are very difficult to dodge. Even when one uses a defensive method in such scenarios, there is no guarantee one will come out unscathed. Those two energy beams condensed from concentrated bloodline energy, having the power to pierce through the strongest defensive method. I have confidence that my rose cover can defend both attacks, but I don't think I would need to use my rose cover. I may have enjoyed it too much, but that does not mean I was not alert enough to deal with unexpected stances. As the condensed beams fired from his eyes and mace came with enormous force, a smile light up my face when two tiny roses released from my eyes and turned into blades. Simultaneously, runes inside me lit up more brightly, and the weight of my sword increased so much that it created momentum great as the mace. A surprise flashed across its eyes as it saw my attack coming right after he launched, and the next moment defensive method covered body, and the same moment hundreds of rose petals have surrounded me. I may not need the defensive method to deal with attacks, but I do need it to survive the aftermath, especially when my rose blades clashed against the two condensed beams of bloodline energy. Bang, clang, the condensed bloodline energy and rose blades clashed at the same time as our weapons. The clash of rose blades and condensed bloodline energy have created an explosion which was supplemented by shockwave created by the clash of our attacks. It created something very dangerous right after the clash. I found myself swept in the blast of colorful energy that would have torn me apart if not for me being in the rose cover's protection. The blast is extremely powerful that the professor had to defuse it just as it got out of the ring's boundary. We are still under the protection when I felt him move, and seeing that, I moved too and swung my sword with even more strength than before. Clang, our weapons clashed with even more power than earlier, and its shockwave has swept away all the residual energy of the earlier explosion that is lingering around us. "You are quite powerful," James said as our weapons locked. "You are not that bad yourself," I replied while also spread my senses over the ring, watching for any powerful attack it might launch, which I am sure it will. "Good, I want to see how you dealt with the next move of mine," he said with a laugh, and he did next has completely blown my mind apart, as I have never seen anything like that before except for in Grim Monster. 4 arms. He shouted and lines on his body lit up, and 4 purple arms appeared below its original arms before black energy blades materialized in those 4 arms. "Hee, how do you like my look? It is my first time using it against someone of my level," she asked while giving me a devilish smile. "Lethal," I said while desperately thinking about ideas to deal with new development, because I sure as hell knew that my 2 arms would not be able to deal with the 6 arms of it. I just thought that when an idea emerged in my mind, and of course, my opponent chose the same moment to attack me with 6 limbs with each weapon aiming at my one fatal spot. Seeing I have no time to waste, I activated my move. He is not the only one who could produce 6 arms. I could summon them too, albeit in a different way. As he launched the attack at me with his 6 limbs, for vines erupted from my back and began to grow rapidly, as they began to grow rapidly, till they became twice thicker than the normal limbs. As vines took the shape of limbs, meter-long blades started to appear on their ends. They are rose blades. I attached them to rose vine's end, as I did when I had fought against the beast. A look of shock flashed in James' eyes as she saw my planty limbs appearing, but that did not make him stop his attack. Instead, it made him intensify its attack more. Seeing there is not enough time to launch the counterattack, I did not even try it. I just moved blades in the defensive formation to defend against the attack, 1 mace and 5 blades. The attacks came, and they directly went for my body. How I can let them go for it? I moved my weapons according to their tracks and stopped them from landing an attack on my body directly. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed against each other, created shockwave after shockwave, and sent huge energy into my body. If it had been before, my inheritance would have been unable to take such an amount of energy and sent me flying back in a bloodied state. But now, I mere shook a little, and that is because of force but because 2 mu bloodline energy entered inside me and made me feel like a drunk. It still surprised me that my changed runes had such a huge amount of energy. It made me feel like they are bottomless hole, and it is a good thing for me. This way, I will not fear the physical attacks that could send me flying in a bloodied state. You seem to surprise me more and more," James said as he attacked again, and this time, his attack is even faster and stronger than before, and he seemed to use some weird method on his 4 limbs as it had become harder to distinguish them. Concentrating, I also attacked, but my attacking style is different than before. While my sword is moving just as before, but the vine limbs are moving in a defensive manner instead of offensive. I do not have experience in using vines as limbs, and if I tried to emulate him and started using them as James using his 4 purple limbs, I will lose. A look and one would tell that James had quite an experience using these 4 artificial limbs in the battle and will easily outmaneuver me, which I did not want to see it happen. When fighting an opponent of the same level, it is very important to know your strength weakness. Both of them are very useful if one used them wisely in the battle. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed against 1 second after another, creating huge shockwaves and sending massive energies around. It was a good thing that my vines have become very strong. James's purple limbs are seriously strong, strong as the real limbs of his, and they don't have limitations that natural limbs have and could move in any direction at any angle. Fortunately, my vine limbs could also do the same otherwise. This fight would have turned disastrous for me. Time passed and we continued fighting, and now the strength we are projecting through our attacks are immense. I could not believe the strength I am using through my attacks. It is comparable to the first boost power I used against the beast. It feels unbelievable, but it is true, and it is also true that I had reached my limit. This is the greatest strength I could project right now with my current physical and soul strength. If I want more strength, then I would have to use the first boost. I couldn't but imagine what sort of strength it will provide to me. Well, I will find of our soon enough. He too has seemed to reach the limit, though his attacks are stronger than me. I'm defending against them well without taking a step back, so unless he increases the power of his attacks by a huge margin, it will be impossible for him to make me take a step back. Suddenly his expressions changed as if he noticed something, and at that moment, an immense aura burst out of me like never before. The old set lighted up like a sun as I finally activated the first boost. I smiled, swung my weapons at him with the power of the first boost. He looked surprised by my sudden burst of power, but there is no fear in them, and I understood why a moment later. A dense purple and black aura had burst out of him. The aura is so powerful that all the hair on my body had stood up. He has no fear because he too has something like the first boost to increase his strength immediately. As the aura burst out of him, he also swung his weapons at me with the same power, my weapons going toward him. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Our weapons clashed with the force like never before. It was so powerful that shockwave created through our attacks started to move like a tide, and if not for Professor diffusing it right after it went out of the ring, some dukes would have swept away it. Attack after attack came, and during the attacks, blood started to drip out of my nose before getting vaporized. It may not look much, but I am under immense strain. Using all these moves together is not easy. James seemed to notice the blood, and his attacks became even wilder, wanting to finish me off as soon as possible. It is not surprising seeing such a powerful boost of strength have a time limit, and once that limit passed, a period of weakness would come, finishing the fight in a single move. It is time to end the fight, I said in mind, and everything became ready. Suddenly 12 palm-sized tricolored roses rose from the ground and floated up while spinning gently. This sudden development caught off guard many people. Most duke and princes have no idea where these roses came from. Only kings and above had sensed them when I am sneakily releasing them in the underground. Releasing these roses has put me under immense strain. I've using 4 moves simultaneously. It might now be shown on my face, but it was like torture to me. James also noticed them and instantly become alert. The lines on his body shone even more brightly, and aura of his exploded further as he came at me like a furious tiger which wanted to tear me apart. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. He launched one furious attack after another that my body started shaking by the sheer force of it. There's too much energy coming at me, though the runes are sucking up all such attacks, leaving an impact on my body. If this continued for a few seconds, then it won't be long before I had to take a step back to manage the impact despite my runes accepting all energy coming toward me. But unfortunately, he won't get those seconds he needs to build enough momentum to start pushing me back. The roses have already turned into huge petals, and now they are coming toward us. Soon the petals covered us as they transformed into the beautiful rose in the center of which we are fighting. Buzz, as Rose assembled, it shone lightly, and next moment all the movements of James had stopped. That is barely able to twitch, able move an inch despite using all its power, which is quite surprising seeing the Rose. They became statues and barely move their throat muscles to let out the guttural roars. Ah. James let out a roar, and a powerful aura burst out of him. It was extremely powerful that it gave him the energy to take steps toward me. I was shocked seeing that, and instantly moved 4 vines and bound him. The vines sucked the blazing aura releasing out of him and formed a cocoon that now, except for his head, James could not move anything. You lost, I said to James, with him completely bound in vine and rose. There is no way he could get of it unless he could burst out with the power of King Stage. James did not seem to hear the voice and continued trying to break free. While roaring wildly, it appeared to have entered some kind of state. It will be wise for me to keep him bound till he released from whatever stage he is in. James' strange state lasted for a minute before he suddenly calmed down. The lines on his body disappeared, and his eyes and hair turned back to normal. I lost, James said. There was no disappointment or sadness in his eyes, just calmness which underneath blazing battle spirit is burning. It was a good fight, he said as I unfurled the vines and called back Rose. Yes, it was. I said this fight was very satisfying, made me stretch to my limit. When I walked out of the ring, I found under the attention of many gazes, and for some reason, they looked, I feel, like big bad hungry wolves staring at me as if I am their food. Brat, you're sneaky like that mother of yours. Just when you thought you were winning, she will hit you with the sneaky move," said James's father in a booming voice. I walked toward the teacher with all the powerhouse gazes. They all looked at me with different stares, weighing me from the different angles, wanting to find out about me all they can. It feels quite endearing to be in the gazes of all these people and make every step I took is difficult. If any normal person to feel such eyes instead of me, he would have fallen dead under such unconscious pressure. Headmistress, if I am not wrong, that Vine's move of your student can be used to harness essence right. That is how he heals and also create those essence roses from the grim monster. What will you do if he began to use that move of humans and harvest their essence of humans like that of grim monsters? A person asked, a tyrant stage powerhouse from the Hawthorne Sea. As the question rang out in the hall, all conversation quieted down, and suddenly a humongous aura spread through the ballroom. The aura was powerful that it stopped my heart breath, and I have become incapable of even twitching my finger. I am not the only one who felt the aura's suppressiveness. All the people felt it, especially tyrants. Each and everyone had an expression of shock on their faces, as if they could not believe what they are seeing. All of them are staring at the professor from whose body this powerful aura burst out. "Josie," said the teacher and put a hand on the professor's shoulder. As she did, the aura from Professor disappeared from her expression eased, while on the other hand, a soft smile appeared on the teacher's face as she looked at tyrant powerhouse Hawthorne Sea. "Morality, Sir Statham. We teach morality to all our students, especially exceptional students. It is what I taught to Mitchell, seeing his vines being capable of harvesting essences of all live beings, including humans. It is what Lady Headmistress Helena taught to her student Ramona Hawthorne when she saw her abyssal flames capable of harvesting essence of any being they touched. And that is what Matron is teaching the one who inheritance the same abyssal inheritance as Ramona Hawthorne," replied the teacher with a smile, directly invoking their fearsome founder's name, who was a student of the academy. "Your duel was quite great. I wish I could fight you," Ellen said as we sat in the corner of the ballroom. In the episode earlier, over an hour ago, that bastard had tried to instigate the teacher a little, but the teacher had replied to him with such words that it had instantly shut him up. Still, that bastard was shameful enough that he laughed it off without even apologizing, but what can you expect from tyrants from Supreme? They never own up to their mistakes. "We could fight if you want, we just have to sneak away for an hour," I said, but she shook her head. "Things are not that simple right now, especially since she became the successor of the Crystal Domination. A few days ago, the Crystal Domination had announced that they had chosen the successor, and that successor was Ellen. It is the reason why Alina was so surprised, seeing Ellen. Don't worry, the chance will come for us to fight, just don't fall behind by then," she said. To that, I just smiled. I talked to Ellen for a while before I went to meet Aunt Georgina. By the time dawn come, all the guests have left. I with Alina and teacher saw them own out by one, and now when the sun is finally coming up, I am returning to my lake house. The celebration had been taxing, far more taxing than I had thought, and even if I don't want to accept it, I had quite fun. If that bastard from the Hawthorne Sea hadn't soured the fun for a moment, the birthday celebration would be called perfect. Thud. I landed on my lake house's patio and went in before directly walking into the practice room there. I took out the tub, but it is not the normal tub, but an exquisite chestnut-colored clawfoot wooden tub. The wood naturally emits its innate fragrance, which couldn't help but make one feel calm. This chestnut color tub is made out of the wood of crown tree. The professor which I commissioned the work gave it to me during the party. With the amount of wood I had given him, he had created 4 of them. I had given one to Alina when she liked the design of them. I have 3, one of which I will use myself. As for the other 2, I don't know what I will do with them. The professor had also drawn the beautiful runic formation on the tub, bringing out all visible and hidden properties of wood. I admired the superb craftsmanship for a few minutes before filling it with cosmic waster. Just as I did, the formation on the tub lit up, and a faint buzz appeared in the water. The wood and cosmic energy-rich water are very compatible. The wood is from Crown 3 and grown in cosmic energy. With me now filling it cosmic energy and formation, bringing out all the wood properties, I will surely receive more benefits from the cosmic water than before. With cosmic energy-rich water added, I added drops of refining liquid before stepping into the water hole. I stayed the water still for a moment, concentrating on change, which is quite apparent. The cosmic energy in the water has become milder, and vitality has become even more active. The amount of cosmic energy and vitality is still the same, but the wood had brought some change in it. A few seconds later, I started the refining process, circulating energy inside the solution into my veins. It is fucking painful, especially when I had increased the drop of refining solution. I planned an increased amount of solution tomorrow, but my fight with James had roused me immensely, especially his strong body. James had a very strong body from what Ellen had told me when discussing the fight, that James had worked hard for the body. Those bloodlines get the super strong body, But what James got is not the bloodline's gift, but also his hard work. Unlike the inheritances, the bloodline worked differently. For the most part, one has to put one into intense, torturous training to rouse bloodline potential and harvest its power. He likely got such a strong body from his torturous training, which means the body Ellen had would not be weaker than his. I know Ellen from childhood, and the way she was talking about James, she abundantly clear that if she had been in my place in duel, she would have been too able to defeat him without any problem. She did not say it directly, but it was clear that she had complete confidence to defeat him the way she spoke, and I have no doubt about it. No weakling could become the successor of the supreme organization. Mother was also a successor once, and from little of what she told me, becoming a successor is not an easy thing. She must have gone through hundreds of challenges until all her organization's upper echelons became sure that she could reach the same power as the current leader, or even surpass the current leader. The current leader, Crystal Domination, is also the pyramid leader, which means she is the most powerful person of her generation. That alone makes the announcement of Ellen being successor bigger news. The tub's energy reduced at the visible pace as I circulated it into my veins, which had widened by 5 in the month of practicing. The widened are very important. The wider the veins are, the more energy I will able to transfer through them, and the more powerful my attacks would be. I have to continue with my refining without stopping, and I will get the result I want. The refinement lasted for 20 minutes, and it is very fruitful. I had created a few seals of the supreme combat exercise. After getting out of bed, I walked into the shower, and 10 minutes later, laid on the bed and fell into sleep a few seconds later. It has been 5 weeks since I had returned to the academy, and 4 weeks since the teacher's birthday, and I could be said to have made a great process. I have done great research in Inheritance Palace, and within a week, I will be able to level up into the high level of Duke stage. Currently, I am in the tub circulating energy furiously into my veins. I have made huge progress in a supreme combat exercise, and now circulating energy furiously to reach my target. If I reached it, I would be conquering the great milestone that would shock others if they know about it. Buzz. Finally, a buzz rang out as the last bit of the energy had been spent, and I had reached my target. I had created the 500 seal of Supreme Combat Exercise, which is a huge deal. When I come to the academy, I had reached the 300 seal, but now in just a month, I had created 200 more. It would have been impossible to achieve something like it without the torturous refinement I had put my body into. Refining my body 3 times a day is no simple feat. Even I did when I think about it, but I still did it. I went through that torturous training 3 times a day and created 2 seals of Supreme Combat Exercise within 30 days. Soon the 500th seal was completed, and I transferred the tiny bit of energy into my body, which I did not even feel. As it finished transferring the energy into me, it started to spin with other normal 9 seals to create the amethyst seal. The amethyst seal's creation took some more energy, but it was not more than 10. Finally, when the amethyst seal is created, it transferred the energy, which affected my strength. The amethyst seal increased my body and soul's strength by 1, which is an equal week of torturous training, but it is nothing compared to what I am going to receive right now. As the amethyst seal is created, it started to spin with the other 9 amethyst seals and started to suck the mana off my storage crazily. Seeing that, I began to refine more energy. Each ruby seal gives 30 of the host's current strength, which means I will need to refine a shitload of mana for it so that it could give me a 30 boost of energy. I could use the easier way. There are special refined potions that could create seals of Supreme Combat Exercise. I have a few of those solutions in my storage, but I do not plan to use them. I like the rush, and refining this amount of energy at such speed will increase my refining speed. It is a win-win for me, and those potions I have in my storage area for emergencies where I did not have time to refine the energy. I refined and refined, till finally, after more than half an hour later, the whirlpool stopped sucking the energy, and a ruby seal emerged from it. The ruby seal, beautiful as always as it emerged, it let out a gentle shine, and a flood of gentle red energy spread through my body. I let out a pleasurable moan as I enjoyed the heaven-like feeling this gentle red energy giving me as it merged with my body and soul. The seal's energy is too amazing. It is one of the reasons I tried so hard to create more seals. The red energy spread through every inch of my body and soul, strengthening both of them rapidly. I seriously needed this boost. A strong soul and a physical body must be in that place. I don't know if I should count myself lucky or unlucky when the lottery revealed my name and sent me to that place. 2 weeks ago, I got a mail from the pyramid saying my name is revealed in the lottery, and they are sending me to a place where no one wants to go. That place is hell, which looked like heaven. I'm going to a place called Myasmic Paradise. It is one of the 100 most beautiful places, and an extremely dangerous place. The slightest mistake and one would be reduced to ashes. Their most dangerous place is not the grim monsters, but the environment itself, that even strong-bodied grim monsters fear to go there. To be honest, I don't want to there. I want to go to the secret fortresses, which are hidden in the enemy territories, but my names had come in the lottery, so I had to go. The decrease of gentle red energy brought me out of thoughts, and I saw the energy of the ruby seal lessening at a visible pace, and a few seconds later, stopped, and the ruby seal floated back with the other 4 ruby seal. The boost I received is now huge. I got a 30 increase in strength in my body and soul. Just how fucking amazing is that I could not harness even more power from the runes with such an increase. If I fought with James right now, I would not even need 5 minutes to defeat him, but of course, James would not have been standing still without doing anything. In 1 month with such a powerful bloodline, he would have also progressed quite much, especially when he has the motivation to become powerful since I defeated him. My next target would be the 6th ruby seal, which I plan to complete as soon as possible, but it will take time, especially when leaving. In the Myasmic Paradise, I will not have time to refine my body 3 times a day. Still, I want to create the next 100 seals within a month and get the 6th ruby seal, which would increase my strength even further. After checking everything, I walked out of the tub. There is too much for me to do since I am leaving tonight for the Myasmic Paradise. Take care of yourself. Myasmic Paradise is not an easy place to survive, but it is one of the best wedding ground if you can survive its tribulations. The teacher said. I could see traces of worries in her eyes. Don't worry, teacher, I will be careful, I said. I wish I could come with you, Alina said grumblingly. Don't even think about it. Young lady, you will not go out till you mastered at least 20 recipes. The teacher admonished, seeing the downcast expressions on Alina's face. From what the teacher and Alina told me, her bloodline is beast-type bloodline, which is energy is very violent and hard to control. She had some accident on the grim battlefield because of it and nearly lost her life. It was the reason why she had come to the academy than she was supposed to be. The tome could be said to be God-sent things for her, and she had been practicing in it diligently that she had learned the 10 recipes with above 90 marks passing. Now she's struck by a test as I had been. The test is difficult, but with her abilities, she will be able to pass it within a month. Teacher would make sure of that since she is going to teach her recipes and being her examiner with tome being with me. Like Alina, both teacher and professor had been using tome daily for hours in between them. It rarely remained unopened, and now they have also been stuck, but the level they are stuck at far above I and Alina could imagine. Goodbye, teacher Alina, I said and walked toward the white airship. This is a new airship, a gift I got from the old guys of the council. Those old guys got so impressed with my duel performance that they do not test me, instead gave me this new airship and a few more bottles of solutions. The new airship had many cool features. Not only it is stronger and faster, but it also could change its shape. I could change it into a bigger size, which is 3 times bigger than its current Corvette size. I walked inside and sat on a big black chair before tapping a few buttons on the control panel that appeared in front of me, and a few seconds later, the airship gently lifted into the air without making the slightest sound. Sup, I waved teacher and Alina as the airship moved up before it shot into the sky. Alina and teacher disappeared from my view within a few seconds. Soon the airship